Nighttime. Yang Jian lay in bed, reading a novel on his phone. He was on his side, half propped up on a pillow, the charging cable still plugged in. Then, without warning, darkness. His vision plunged into an endless void. He awoke from the blackness, his mind nearly blank. With effort, he pried his eyes open. His vision was blurry, everything around him smeared with chaotic double images. Faint, shrill noises echoed in his ears like distant, ghostly screams. Am I dreaming? He shook his head hard. Slowly, his consciousness sharpened. Before he could assess his surroundings, the largest white blur in his vision coalesced, growing, solidifying into a monstrous shape so terrifying that it nearly made him leap out of his skin. A colossal beast, its entire body gleaming with cold, pale white. It had a pair of massive wings, broad and wide like those of a giant bat, the leathery membrane thick and taut with strength. Its scales resembled polished ice, crystal smooth, radiant, reflecting a dazzling sheen. Tightly layered and perfectly interlocked, they left no gaps, clearly built for supreme defense. To Yang Jian, the creature was enormous. Even lounging lazily on the ground, it loomed like a heavy, multi-story building. An overwhelming pressure washed over him. He forgot to breathe. The white beast stared down at him with cold, vertical pupils waiting. At that moment, Yang Jian's body shuddered. His eyes went blank. A flood of memories surged into his mind, crashing into his own memories like colliding waves. The torrent was immense, filled with knowledge so bizarre it defied belief. It came fast and left just as quickly within seconds. Yang Jian regained clarity. The draconic legacy, I've become a white dragon, and this white dragon before me is my mother. The sudden influx of knowledge revealed everything. Meanwhile, the white dragoness studied the newly hatched hatchling with growing suspicion. White dragons were the smallest of all dragon species. A newborn hatchling was usually no bigger than a large wolf, often even smaller. But her hatchling, already the size of a lion or tiger. His body was unusually large, his muscles thick and well-developed beneath the scales physique that should take weeks to achieve. And more strangely, while most of his scales were the pristine, mirror-like ice white typical of white dragons, a ring of fine black scales encircled his neck, standing out starkly against the rest. They formed a perfect, seamless band, somehow elegant, though clearly unnatural. As it hatched as a mindless beast, the dragoness' patience was wearing thin. Frosty mist puffed from her nostrils, freezing into translucent ice crystals on the floor. She fixed Yang Jian with a cold stare. Her pale yellow eyes slowly filled with a distinctly predatory glint. Yang Jian's heart froze. In a flash, a string of resonant, rolling syllables burst from his mouth. Jalen Orlean Volibear Godzilla Dicarsal. That was his true dragon name. For a newborn dragon to speak its true name meant it had inherited the draconic legacy that it was not a feral, instinct-driven beast. Such a dragon would not be rejected or killed by its mother, and could at least survive long enough to grow. Though strange in appearance, the fact that Jalen spoke his true name proved he was a true dragon. The killing intent in the dragoness' eyes faded. She closed her eyes, then lazily curled up and fell asleep. After uttering his name, Jalen shook his head, trying to clear the mental fog. A sharp pang of hunger twisted in his belly. He glanced at the broken shell beside him, then lowered his head and began nibbling at the fragments. Pretty good, cold, crisp with a hint of chocolate. Dragon eggshells were rich in nutrients and inorganic compounds essential for bone and scale, growth-perfect first meal for a hatchling. Finding it delicious, Jalen happily chewed away, tail swaying, crunching on what tasted like chocolate-flavored ice. When he finished, the little dragon carefully reviewed his memories, then sneaked glances at the white dragoness lying nearby. No matter how many times he looked, he was awed by the terrifying beauty of this giant beast. His entire body wasn't even as big as her head. And white dragons are considered small among dragons, Jalen mused. He caught his reflection in the light glinting off her scales. His eyes, unlike his mother's pale, yellower, a dazzling platinum hue, radiant and striking. In a crowd of dragons, had be the most eye-catching hatchling. Dragon eye colors varied widely. Black, brown, blue, deep purple, but platinum was exceptionally rare. His limbs were thick and muscular. His newborn scales were even smoother and more mirror-like than his mother's, flawless and gleaming. His wings were broad, the membrane tough as sailcloth, with a wingspan slightly longer than his body. His proportions about 1:6 in halo length gave him a sleek yet powerful build. He also saw the ring of fine black scales around his neck. A built-in black necklace? Not bad, he thought, shrugging. After all, In a world of dragons, mutations weren't unheard of. A few odd scales, hardly a major deviation. Such dragons were called variant dragons in the legacy, usually weaker, but occasionally producing freakishly powerful individuals. Let's hope mine is a good mutation, Jalen thought. After inspecting himself, he looked down at his claws already sharp and edged with frost. He silently repeated his long, majestic true name. Yang Jian, that name belongs to the past. From now on, I am Jalon, a white dragon named Jalen. His emotions were mixed. Unease at being in a strange new world. Excitement at glimpsing its wonders through the legacy. Dragons, undead, giants, elves, spellcasters, elementals, demons, the abyss, gods. Well, I'm here now. Might as well make the best of it. Jalen took a deep breath, closed his eyes, then opened them again, his mind calmer. Being reborn as a dragon, rather than a lowly slime or goblin, was already a stroke of incredible luck. Crack, crack. A faint sound caught his attention. He turned to see the intact dragon egg beside him trembling. Spiderweb cracks spread across its surface, growing deeper and more numerous. The hatchling inside struggled hard. Seconds later it burst free. Unlike Jalen, who had stood dazed, this newborn let out a childish draconic cry the moment it emerged, then proudly announced its true name. Syl Rose Winona Rebecca. Syl's voice was soft and high-pitched like a little girl's. Chapter 2. The Eye for Beauty. Syl was only half Jalen's size. Her build wasn't bulky or muscular like his. Instead, her body flowed in elegant, streamlined curves. Her scales looked softer, almost delicate. Her tail was long and perfectly proportioned from base to tip. She was a beautiful little female hatchling. According to the Draconic legacy, dragons had no reproductive barriers with other species or even with each other. There was no taboo against close-kin mating. The thought hit Jalen like a thunderbolt. His heart skipped a beat. Having inherited the legacy, his sense of beauty now blended human aesthetics with the dragon's uniquely expansive standards. And dragons? They had a perverted eye for beauty, one so powerful it could find a lure in any life form, no matter the species. Even slimes could be seen as attractive. This, combined with their legendary virility, had led to countless hybrid bloodlines across the multiverse. Dragons had done more for biodiversity than any other race. By draconic standards, Syl was undeniably a stunning, captivating little dragoness. Right now, Jalen wasn't sure, was he Yang Jian, a human soul in a dragon's body? Or was Jalen the dragon who had somehow swallowed a human soul, but one way or another had accepted his new identity quickly? The memory of his human self was already fading. After announcing her name, Syl glanced at her older brother, who had been staring at her. A few seconds later, she flicked her slender, graceful tail, turned away, and began munching on her own eggshell with a quiet crunch. I wonder what her egg tastes like. Same as mine? Seeing her so focused, Jalen crept closer, pretending not to look. Then with his tail, scooped up a few nearby shell fragments and shoved them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, creamy, soft, sweet like ice cream. And Syl herself carried a similar scent. Delicious, absolutely delicious. As Jalen pondered stealing more, a heavy breath rumbled behind him. He turned and froze. Right there, looming over him, was the dragoness' massive, frost-covered snout, her face a mask of icy menace. Syl hadn't noticed, but the mother had seen everything. Yet she didn't stop him. She just stared at Jalen with an unreadable expression, watching, testing. Among all dragon races, white dragons were perhaps the most indifferent parents. Even other evil dragons, cruel, selfish, and cold, still cared somewhat for their young. They provided food, protection, and guidance. After all, the Draconic legacy itself encoded the duty of raising offspring to command from Tiamat, the evil dragon god. A race that ignored its young would die out, no matter how strong. But white dragons were different. They mated not for duty, but for pleasure, chasing the primal thrill of reproduction. The hatchlings were just a side effect, especially Jalen's Mothera, 90-year-old young adult dragon, not yet fully mature. She wasn't ready to be a mother. This was her first time giving birth. And Jalen? His first time being a hatchling. Neither knew what they were doing. To Jalen's draconic eye, his mother was still too young, her scales still mostly smooth, with only slight roughness from age. White dragon scales were mirror-bright at birth, growing coarser with time. But under her silent, eerie gaze, Jalen could only force a sheepish smile and pull the last piece of stolen shell from his mouth. He nudged the oblivious Syl and reluctantly handed back the fragment. Syl assumed it was part of his egg. She gave her big brother a disdainful side-eye and gulped it down without a word of thanks, turning back to her meal. To a typical white dragon's selfish mindset, Jalen's act of kindness was pure stupidity. Even being twice her size didn't earn him respect, only scorn. Meanwhile, Jalen's hunger hadn't gone away. Dragon growth was rapid. From birth, their bodies craved nutrients, entering a state of insatiable hunger. Hatchlings could devour food several times their own size. Normally, the mother would have prepared prey for her young. But this dragoness, far from a good mother, she had prepared nothing. And eggshell nutrients weren't enough to fill a hatchling with an enormous appetite, especially one as large as Jalen. He was starving. The urge to gnaw on dirt was overwhelming. Dragons could eat almost anything: meat, plants, metal, minerals, even magic items. Their digestive systems were monstrously efficient. But many things tasted terrible. Dirt and stone were edible, rich in minerals that strengthened scales and bones. Many hungry hatchlings resorted to eating soil. But dragons were proud. Most would rather starve than eat dirt. Crunch. Driven by hunger, Jalen lowered his head and bit into the flat ground. His teeth ached. The cave floor bore only a faint white mark. Can't even bite through it, man. Being a dragon is hard. Unlike the soft soil of forests or wetlands, Jalen had hatched on a vast ice plain. His nest was long and serpentine, its walls and ceiling made of mirror-like ice crystals clearly shaped by the dragoness frost magic. Many white dragons preferred such nests. Even the floor was coated in ice. White dragons loved building ice dens. Their claws even had natural anti-slip properties. Years of sub-zero temperatures, combined with the mother's constant chill, had turned this ice into something nearly as hard as steel, tougher, even. Jalen would be able to break it when he grew. But not now. Poor hatchling. Couldn't even eat ice to fill his belly. Got his teeth bruised trying. Life's tough. Dragon size. Jalen winced, showing his sore teeth, then drooped his eyelids, giving his mother his best poor little me look. He opened his mouth, pointed a claw at his empty maw. Please? Just a little snack, you beautiful, generous dragon mom? That's what he wanted to say. But newborn hatchlings had fragile vocal cords. Speaking his full true name had already strained his throat. Clear speech dragon or common tongue would take 2 or 3 weeks. His silent plea went unanswered. No reaction, just the dragoness staring at him, with the look of someone watching a complete idiot. In a bold and audacious manner, the young dragon Galun cautiously approached the white dragon mother, seeking to nuzzle against her majestic head, employing a strategy of cuteness and charm. For the sake of sustenance, he was determined to exhaust every avenue. In his previous life as a human, his pet cat exhibited a similar behavior. Regardless of its usual antics, once hunger struck, it would adopt a pitiful demeanor, rubbing against his hand or pant leg, compelling Galun to yield to its whims with delicious offerings. He hoped this tactic would prove equally effective with the white dragon mother. However, perhaps much like the majority of humans who find the offspring of other creatures irresistibly adorable while perceiving their own progeny as rather unattractive, the white dragon mother regarded the foolishly endearing hatchling with indifference. Her gaze was sharp and frigid, devoid of words, simply fixated on Galun, which sent a chill through him, rendering him hesitant to approach further. The familial bond among wicked dragons was virtually non-existent. Feigning nonchalance, Galun shifted his attention to the other 4 intact dragon eggs. These shells quivered slightly, revealing fine cracks that spread across their surface. Within, the hatchlings were stirring, striving to break free from their confines. However, it appeared that they would require more time, leaving the ultimate number of dragon siblings uncertain. Dragons typically lay between 2 to 6 eggs, and the white dragon mother had laid 6, a notable feat within their kind. The most common clutch size is 3 or 4, with over 90% of dragons falling within this range. Thus, the occurrence of a dragon like the white dragon mother, producing 6 eggs, is approximately 5%. When the other siblings finally emerge, Galun thought it reasonable to claim a shard of eggshell for himself. The eggs were only as large as his chest, likely containing normal hatchlings. Glancing down at his own robust and towering dragon form, he felt a swell of confidence, imagining himself capable of conquering 4. His tongue instinctively licked his lips as he leaned against the wall, discreetly inching toward the location of the dragon eggs while keeping his gaze averted. The white dragon mother was still watching him, compelling Galun to conceal his intentions. Yet, he doubted that she could maintain her unwavering stare indefinitely. Even if discovered, perhaps the white dragon mother would not intervene. After all, pilfering the shell of a lesser dragon was inconsequential. However, Galun remained uncertain of her boundaries. Thus he returned the smallest fragment of eggshell. As this thought emerged, the ground of the nest, covered in a hard crystalline ice, trembled slightly. Galun turned to see the white dragon mother shifting her body, akin to a languorous stretch. She cast a glance at the gently swaying dragon eggs, her pale yellow eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. Galun had witnessed this expression on more than one occasion, despite the white dragon's intellect being among the lowest within dragonkind. Her thought processes leaned more towards those of a wild predator. Nonetheless, compared to other species, the white dragon's intelligence remained considerable, favoring instinctual behavior over contemplative thought. The soon-to-be adult white dragon lady undoubtedly possesses wisdom that surpasses that of ordinary humans. Perhaps she simply finds it tedious to engage with her own offspring. Subsequently, the white dragon lady rose slowly to her feet, casting a shadow that enveloped Galun entirely. The oppressive weight of her immense form was palpable, leaving him with a slight sense of breathlessness. After stretching her wings, the white dragon lady, with her massive body, made her way to the entrance of the nest, glancing back momentarily before turning away. With a powerful flap of her wings, her grand silhouette vanished into the swirling snow beyond the nest. Galun gradually moved his feet toward the entrance. As he approached, he peered outside, and the sight before him momentarily stole his breath away. Flakes of snow, resembling velvet, cascaded from the heavens, landing upon the already snow-laden ground. The howling, almost visible cold wind traversed through the crevices of the icy glacier, its mournful sound resonating throughout this vast expanse seemingly composed of ice, snow, and frost. In the distance, winter wolves, barely discernible to Galun's eyes, prowled through the storm, leaving behind paw prints that were swiftly buried beneath the falling snow. Frost tigers lay in ambush within the snow, their eyes filled with a dim wildness, patiently waiting for their prey to draw near. In this silver-clad realm of extreme cold, a multitude of resilient beings struggled to survive, weaving together a breathtaking tapestry of life thriving amidst frost and snow. This was a landscape Galun had never witnessed before. He could not articulate the emotions swirling within him, yet he felt profoundly awed. Gathering his thoughts, Galun lifted his dragon head and gazed into the distance. Far away lay a seemingly endless, undulating mountain range, heavy and majestic like a dragon's spine, cloaked in ancient snow that appeared to reflect a crystalline glimmer, stretching from east to south for thousands of kilometers. It comprised countless ridges and valleys, forming a natural barrier that separated the frigid northern tundra from the human realm of the Duchy of Warwick. The extreme northern tundra, a cold wasteland. Due to the existence and uniqueness of draconic heritage, dragons are, to some extent, creatures born with an innate understanding of the world. Galun merely peered over the edge of the steep cliff nest, and, in an instant, the name of the region he occupied emerged in his mind. Dragons, among the most formidable beings across various planes, possessed not only robust physiques, sharp claws, and formidable magical abilities, but their draconic heritage also plays a crucial role in their intrinsic wisdom. The nest of the White Dragon Lady is perched atop a sheer ice mountain cliff, over 500 meters above the ground. Inhaling the frigid air from such a height, Galun cautiously leaned over to gaze below. Through the dense, swirling snow, he could only see layers of thick, pristine snow silently accumulating. The region had been engulfed in heavy snowfall for some time, rendering the true visage of the icy landscape nearly invisible. He gently fluttered his expansive dragon wings, a subtle intuition whispering to him that he might safely descend from an altitude of 500 meters. Without truly attempting to venture beyond the confines of his nest, Galun gracefully returned within. In the absence of the white dragoness, who typically drew attention, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the luminous objects nestled deep within the lair. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a trove of exquisite weapons, armor, scrolls, and a myriad of gemstones, each faintly shimmering with light. Crystals, agates, emeralds, and diamonds, most were ordinary gems, yet many pulsated with arcane energy, predominantly the diamonds. The white dragoness had a particular affinity for collecting diamonds, as their resplendent reflections illuminated the lair, which was adorned with mirror-like ice crystals, casting a brilliant glow. Galun's platinum dragon eyes sparkled, momentarily leaving him entranced. He too inherited the dragon's avarice and greed for treasure, and in his past life as a human, his greatest delight had been witnessing the gradual increase of his savings. The confluence of his two lives' covetous traits erupted in a moment of astonishing intensity. Instinctively, Galun swallowed hard, his mind racing as he audaciously contemplated how to claim the gemstones before him as his own. With such a plethora of jewels, he resolved to take but one, a small, inconspicuous gem that would be less likely to attract notice. At that moment, thoughts of pilfering his siblings' eggs had been wholly discarded. The allure of consuming a gemstone far outweighed the prospect of those eggs. The energy contained within magical gems could accelerate a hatchling dragon's growth, helping it navigate the perilous early stages of life. Even ordinary gems contributed to the development of a hatchling's scales and bones. The white dragoness was undoubtedly aware of this. Yet her inherently selfish nature and obsession with treasure rendered her incapable of sharing her precious gems with her young. Generally, while hatchlings possessed an innate love for riches, they dared not covet their mother's hoard, not out of reverence, but due to the vast disparity between them, which made detection all too easy, and the consequences of being discovered could entail a severe reprimand. As hatchlings matured into their adolescent phase, their bodies grew robust enough, accompanied by an intense desire for treasure and territory, to ensure that these increasingly formidable young dragons did not turn their attention towards her hoard. The dragoness would unceremoniously expel them. Galun's resolve had crystallized. The most perilous time for dragons was their hatchling phase, a truth underscored by the white dragoness's neglect and the inherent fragility of young dragons. To swiftly overcome this vulnerable stage, Galun set his sights on the gemstones. As the weakest of the white dragon hatchlings, devoid of any extraordinary advantages, he felt that without a modicum of daring, he might not survive to adulthood. Given the alarmingly high mortality rate among white dragon hatchlings, for a dragon's demise is met with the sky above. A dragon thrives not without its treasures. The audacious may thrive, while the timid shall perish. Not long after, Galun clapped his dragon claws, devising a feasible plan. He promptly dashed back to the entrance of the lair, scanning the surroundings. Amidst the flurry of snowflakes resembling swan feathers, there was still no sign of the white dragon lady. It seemed she would require further time before returning. Upon returning to the depths of the lair, his sister, Hill, had finished the eggshells, her sinuous dragon form crouched on the ground like a wolf dog, with her smooth-scaled head swaying in response to Galun's movements. It was evident she was curiously observing him. Within the lair were only Hill and Galun, along with the gently swaying dragon eggs. The eggs held little interest for her, as there was nothing captivating to behold aside from Galun. Galun was aware that if Hill were to catch sight of the magical gem belonging to the white dragon lady, she would undoubtedly inform on him upon the lady's return, delighting in watching him being expelled from the lair. The first challenge of a dragon's life was to borrow a gem from the treasure trove of the white dragon lady. The initial hurdle was how to successfully elude an observer. Galun's platinum dragon eyes narrowed slightly, shimmering with an inexplicable light. Due to her keen instincts, Hill seemed to sense the malice directed towards her, restlessly swaying her elegant tail. Galun flashed a grin at Hill, striving to appear friendly. However, his juvenile yet sharp dragon teeth inadvertently gave him a somewhat fierce appearance. Under Hill's watchful gaze, filled with caution, Galun gradually approached. From the moment of his birth, he had possessed a physique akin to that of a lion or tiger, substantially larger than Hill, exuding an imposing presence. This menacing advance caused Hill to retreat repeatedly, much like a girl cornered by an unsavory character, until she found herself pressed against the reflective ice crystal wall. Irritated, she shook her petite head, growling at Galun with an open mouth, adopting a stance of warning and threat, exposing her tender, pale dragon teeth. Generally, the intelligence of white dragon hatchlings is rather low, ranking among the lowest of the dragonkind. Despite possessing the legacy of dragons, they often act more on primal instincts akin to beasts. As they age, their intelligence gradually increases, reaching a level comparable to that of normal humans during their youth, and most adult white dragons can wield spells, boasting the high intellect necessary to become powerful sorcerers. However, Hill remained in a somewhat naive phase, easily susceptible to deception. Don't blink. Brother Dragon will show you a treasure. Galun shook the dragon claw he tightly grasped, then slowly extended it. His actions were deliberate, instantly capturing Hill's attention. And as Galun had anticipated, she lowered her head, focusing her gaze on his dragon claw. Immediately thereafter, with a speed that was almost blinding, Galun abruptly arched his dragon head back, his neck taut like a drawn bowstring. and then struck down with force. In that instant, the hard, bony scales collided, producing a crisp and resonant sound that echoed within the lair. Thanks to the remarkably reflective ice crystal walls, the sound reverberated as if echoing through an empty valley, lingering in the air with an enchanting resonance. The slightly swaying dragon eggs seemed to be stimulated, shaking even more vigorously, indicating that the hatching time might arrive sooner than anticipated. Opposite, the dragoness, Sierra, fell silent, her limbs succumbing, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious by Galun's powerful headbutt. Dragons possess an exceptionally resilient vitality. Thus, a mere blow like this posed no real threat to Sierra's safety. Galun moderated his strength, knowing she would only be incapacitated for about half an hour at most. Sierra, the world of dragons is fraught with peril. You must not allow yourself to be so easily deceived in the future, Galun admonished gravely, expressing sincere concern for the unconscious dragoness without a trace of remorse for his repeated torment. Subsequently, he eagerly rubbed his claws together and hastened deeper into the lair, where the treasure lay piled high. The first challenge had been successfully surmounted. Now, he faced the second: how to elude detection by the white dragoness regarding the stolen treasure. Galun lifted his gaze to the myriad treasures that could easily bury him, their glimmer reflecting the most sinister hues. Taking a deep breath, his mind raced with thoughts. Dragons possess a remarkable memory. Even ancient dragons that have lived for a millennium can vividly recall the monsters they hunted in their youth, the skies they soared through, the jungles they traversed, and the stones they gnawed upon, every detail etched in their minds with terrifying clarity. This photographic memory, coupled with their insatiable greed for treasure, ensures that dragons remain acutely aware of their hoard's quantity. Even the most insignificant missing gem would not go unnoticed. Considering all of this, Galun contemplated carefully. To avoid incurring the wrath of the white dragoness and to successfully deceive her, he had to satisfy several conditions. First, the gem he targeted must be isolated, resting at the very bottom of the pile and not reliant on others. Otherwise, any movement would likely trigger a chain reaction. Second, he required a substitute that bore an identical appearance to fill the void left by the stolen gem. Galun's keen eyes scanned the treasure trove, swiftly locking onto his target, a diamond-shaped white crystal situated at the far left edge of the treasure mound, its size comparable to that of a baby's fist, stirring a deep desire within him. If it were a magical gem, a substitute imbued with similar magical properties would be necessary. Galun approached the diamond-shaped white crystal cautiously, refraining from any rash actions. His choice was not merely driven by attraction. He also considered the ice attribute magic contained within it. With every breath, dragons absorb elemental energy from the world around them. Most of this energy washes over their bodies and dissipates, promoting the growth of their scales and flesh. However, some residual energy remains stored within, capable of reacting with unique substances in their bodies and, when necessary, being expelled as dragon breath, a formidable weapon. Thus, dragon breath is not merely a spell-like ability, but rather a formidable offensive technique that is difficult to counteract with typical spell resistance. Setting aside the benevolent dragons and gem dragons, among the evil dragons, the ranking based on the average power of their species is as follows: red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, and black dragons, each possessing breath attacks of fire, lightning, poison mist, and acid respectively. These four dragon types inhabit regions such as volcanoes, deserts, jungles, and abysses. In contrast, the white dragon, residing in the icy plains, ranks last and is the species most frequently attributed to the title of dragon-slaying heroes among certain adventurers. The breath of a white dragon consists of concentrated ice elemental magic. The frost dragon breath, also referred to as ice breath, varies in nomenclature according to different customs, yet conveys the same meaning. Galun paced in place, his brow furrowed, the curved dragon skin above his eyes resembling dragon brows. He aimed to exhale a crystal of ice identical in appearance to white crystal, while simultaneously adjusting the concentration of his magic to avoid arousing suspicion from the white dragon matron. Such feats seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere hatchling. Merely to wield an ordinary gem devoid of magic? Galun felt a twinge of discontent. Resolutely, he opened his dragon maw. Just as fish instinctively swim, Galun successfully unleashed a plume of frost dragon breath with instinctual precision. How could he know without trying? Even if he failed now, opportunities would surely arise in the future. Had the white dragon matron known of Galun's fervent desire for treasure, she would certainly have berated him as an unfilial offspring. He considered it a means of accumulating experience and honing his skills. Yet, as the hatchling matured, the white dragon matron's vigilance would only intensify. Therefore, Galun earnestly hoped for success on this occasion. Taking a deep breath, Galun extended his claw and exhaled frost, skillfully controlling the condensation of the frost into the desired shape by adjusting his breathing rhythm and the degree of his maw's opening. With the matron's return imminent, Galun's mind raced, nearly reaching a boiling point. In this moment of urgency, he was pleasantly surprised to discover an extraordinary aptitude for fine manipulation of magic, far surpassing that of an ordinary dragon. The magical energy, typically proud and unruly, responded remarkably obediently under his command. This challenge, which he had anticipated to be the most arduous, proved less daunting than he had imagined. His skills progressed rapidly, concentrating the frost in a specific area, transforming from irregular ice crystals to a well-formed diamond shape within mere minutes. Eureka! I am a little genius. Galun paused, catching his breath, as he examined the diamond-shaped ice crystal in his claw. It resembled white crystal, though its clarity was slightly lacking. At first glance, they appeared identical, but upon closer inspection, the differences became evident. With a firm grip, he crushed it with his claw and then opened his mouth to consume it, unwilling to waste any fragment. Gazing out from the entrance of the lair, the vast expanse of snow-covered terrain revealed no sign of the white dragoness. Galun lingered at the threshold, occasionally peering outside, while meticulously adjusting the transparency of the ice crystals he crafted. During this time, his dragon sister, Hill, stirred slightly, indicating a tendency to awaken. Galun quickly approached to reinforce the dragon hammer, causing Hill to roll her eyes in a daze once more. After a few more minutes, Galun examined the diamond-shaped, translucent ice crystal at the tip of his claw, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He glanced outside the lair, before promptly retreating deeper within, cautiously pinching a magical crystal between two of his claws. Throughout the process, Galun held his breath to avoid disturbing other treasures, acutely aware that any disarray in the amassed wealth would prompt the white dragoness to scrutinize it immediately. Upon retrieving the magical crystal, he gently returned his fabricated ice crystal to its original position, his movements delicate, reminiscent of a fierce tiger delicately sniffing a rose. Truly, being from the land of floral beauty, his imitation talents were innate. With the exquisite, crystalline magical crystal in his grasp, he took a gentle sniff. Oh, the magical crystal bore no scent. Tilting his head back and opening his mouth, Galun released his grip, allowing the crystal to plummet into the seemingly bottomless abyss of his throat. With a hearty gulp, his previously empty stomach was suddenly filled. Concurrently, a wave of chill emanated from his abdomen, surging through his body like a stream, invigorating every part it coursed through, as if countless tiny hands and mouths were gently massaging him. The white dragoness thrived in cold, and for Galun, this was an immensely pleasurable sensation. It felt akin to a sun-kissed summer afternoon, where, after a day of toil, one seeks the tender embrace of a gentle companion for a full-body massage, followed by a refreshing sip of icy soda. The experience was unforgettable. Galun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't resist emitting a resonant dragon's purr. He needed to swiftly absorb this magical energy. Dragon scales possessed formidable anti-magic properties, particularly against elemental magic corresponding to their own attributes. Adult dragons were immune to most spells, a nightmare for many sorcerers. As long as Galun kept his mouth tightly shut, even the white dragoness before him would struggle to detect the surging ice attribute magic within him. However, Galun was keen to avoid drawing undue attention. His size and unique appearance were already conspicuous enough. Any odd behavior, such as exhaling through his nostrils continuously, would surely arouse the white dragoness's suspicions. He would not underestimate a nearly adult white dragoness. Thus he swiftly made his way to the edge of the howling lair, quietly lying on the ground, fully absorbing the magical energy radiating from the crystal while keeping a vigilant watch for the white dragoness's movements. With each portion of the crystal that his furnace-like dragon stomach melted, waves of frost magic surged forth, eliciting a contented dragon's hum from Galun. The enchanted crystal, though not of the highest caliber, occupies a humble corner among the treasures of the white dragon lady. Yet, for a newly hatched dragonet, it is nothing short of exquisite. Moments later, a faint white silhouette, braving the swirling snow, swiftly approaches the entrance of the nest perched precariously on the sheer cliff, hundreds of meters high. It is none other than the White Dragon Lady herself. As she draws nearer, a chill of trepidation grips Galun. He believes that the barrier of the anti-magic dragon scales will conceal his own magical essence from her detection. Nevertheless, the guilt of wrongdoing weighs heavily upon him, compelling him to execute his plan with utmost finesse. He fervently absorbs the magical crystal within him, feeling a surge of concentrated power coursing through his veins, leaving him tingling and somewhat lightheaded. With the White Dragon Lady's figure growing ever more distinct, Galun realizes that approximately a quarter of the crystal remains unconsumed, and at her current speed, she will arrive in less than 30 seconds. Panic sets in. Hurry, hurry! The silhouette of the White Dragon Lady becomes increasingly clear. Even through the blinding snow, he can discern the icy yellow of her eyes. In an instant, the intricate black scales encircling his neck glimmer with a profound light. The snowy world around him seems to freeze, time suspending itself as though a silent pause button has been pressed. Galun can vividly perceive the snowflakes suspended in midair, the gusts of frigid wind swirling the snow, and the lifelike, rigid form of the White Dragon Lady within that wintry tempest. What is happening? In a daze, Galun lifts his gaze. He perceives an ethereal river, engulfing the entire sky, flowing with an air of arcane mystery at an unchanging, eternal pace. A colossal dragon-shaped specter coils above it, reigning as the sovereign of this surreal river, its platinum-hued eyes fixated upon him. The Time Dragon, a behemoth cloaked in tightly adhering silver scales, boasts extraordinarily broad wings and a body so immense yet agile that the White Dragon Lady appears diminutive beside it. Akin to a delicate figurine, irregular lines of black scales radiate across the gargantuan dragon's body like the rings of a tree, exuding an aura steeped in ancient mystery. The dragon specter offers Galun a knowing smile, then, with a flick of its tail, transforms into a flash of white light, swiftly diminishing and vanishing into his being. In that fleeting moment, the magical crystal within Galun appears to have traversed a vast expanse of time, dissipating entirely. The tidal wave of magic is seamlessly integrated into his form, augmenting his essence. Simultaneously, a wealth of new knowledge floods his mind, akin to a dragon's legacy, as if he had always possessed it, instinctively. In the vast river of time, the capability of time intertwines with the self of the future, lending moments to the present. Galun stood in a daze, observing the dissipating shadow of the dragon, the howling winds that resumed their course, and the falling snowflakes, crystalline in their descent. A profound realization blossomed within his heart, eliciting a tumultuous emotional experience akin to a roller coaster ride. It dawned upon him that he was a time dragon cloaked in the guise of a white dragon, or perhaps a pseudo-time dragon, according to the chronicles of dragon heritage. Without delving into the myriad species of draconic beasts and subspecies, the most prevalent true dragons within the primary material plane, where Galun resided, numbered 15. Among these were the malevolent dragons, known as chromatic dragons, characterized by their selfishness and brutality, the red, blue, green, black, and white dragons. In contrast, the noble and benevolent dragons, revered by the righteous, were termed metallic dragons, which included the gold, silver, brass, bronze, and copper dragons, ranked by their might. The gold and silver dragons were the most illustrious and powerful, often congregating in dragon nests and cities, while the remaining three predominantly inhabited deserts, aquatic depths, and mountainous terrains. Additionally, there existed 5 gem dragons, which maintained a neutral stance between good and evil: the amethyst, crystal, emerald, sapphire, and topaz dragons. These gem dragons possessed high intelligence and a gentle disposition, generally shunning conflict. Thus, the 15 commonly recognized true dragons were red, blue, green, black, white, gold, silver, brass, bronze, copper, amethyst, crystal, emerald, sapphire, and topaz. Beyond these, there were other rare, true dragons, such as the axiomatic dragon, celestial dragon, and calamity dragon, whose names alone suggested formidable beings. Yet their numbers were exceedingly few and their whereabouts elusive. Finally, there existed 3 exceptional dragon types, so scarce as to be nearly unimaginable. Potentially confined within the boundless worlds isolated by crystal barriers, and perhaps even extending beyond the primary material plane, their existence uncertain even in the realm of 10. These were the power dragon, the rainbow dragon, and the time dragon, capable of breathing time, consuming it, traversing the past, present, and future, ultimately embodying a tangible essence of time itself. They were revered as legendary dragons. Under natural breeding conditions, these dragons were born with immense strength, possessing power almost at the pinnacle of the planes, beneath the gods, and were classified as legendary creatures. However, due to their extreme rarity, such natural occurrences were merely fortuitous, akin to 1 in a billion. The most probable means of their emergence lay in extraordinary mutations. Among the 3 legendary dragons, the time dragon was occasionally referred to as the timeline dragon, epoch dragon, or eternal dragon, and was simultaneously regarded as the rarest and most formidable of the legendary dragons. Galun assimilated the newfound information swirling in his mind, using the reflective sheen of the crystalline wall to meticulously examine the black-scaled ring encircling his neck. The ring of black scales, in Galun's eyes, transformed from a mere ornamental necklace into something profoundly significant. Its circular form perhaps signifies the cyclical nature of existence, or represents the eternal passage of time, serving as one of the classic symbols of the ages. He is an anomalous time dragon, unable to be legendary from birth, yet possessing immense potential for growth, surpassing that of the ordinary time dragons, complemented by the chilling powers of the white dragon. It is no wonder my stature dwarfs that of Hill. Even the mightiest of dragons, the red dragon, was not as grand at birth. Galun inhaled deeply. His spirit stirred with excitement. Though all adult dragons rank among the apex of the food chain, this assertion hinges on their ability to remain inconspicuous and avoid provoking more terrifying entities, not to mention the lofty deities, legendary humans, demon lords, and fiendish overlords, all of whom possess the capacity to slay dragons. The comparatively weaker white dragons must tread with utmost caution. In this perilous world, fewer than 1 in 10 white dragons survive to adulthood, falling prey to hunting accidents, succumbing to the hubris of their kind, or being hunted by human adventurers. Even upon reaching maturity, the path to dominance remains distant, far from the ability to command an entire realm. However, the time dragon stands apart. The disparity between a time dragon and a white dragon mirrors that between an adult dragon and an ordinary human. An adult time dragon possesses the privilege to converse on equal footing with the deities. If an anomalous time dragon can flourish, perhaps I could ascend to become the dragon god, or even the supreme deity among dragons. No, let my ambitions soar higher. With diligence, I might transcend to become the god above all gods. Galun felt an exhilarating lightness course through his body, as he dared to envision an infinite future. Every creature, upon its birth, is imbued with boundless potential, yet with each choice made, the paths narrow, possibilities dwindling until they ultimately dissolve into oblivion. At this very moment, Galun, newly born upon the frigid northern plains, is brimming with infinite possibilities. The forthcoming choices will determine his fate. With a sudden slap to his own face, Galun grounded himself. The first choice being to stabilize his soaring spirit. What was I thinking? Survival is paramount. No matter how great the potential, one must first live to realize it. Those deities that have endured for millennia are not to be trifled with. One misstep could lead to becoming their plaything. If the identity of a time dragon were to be revealed, countless godly beings would eagerly seek to capture Galun. He wishes to avoid being flayed and transformed into a time artifact, having his soul extracted to seize his body, or being enslaved and forced into servitude, unable to rise again. Therefore, it is wiser to cultivate in silence. With determination, Galun swiftly devised a growth plan for himself. The plan is quite straightforward: to survive in the frigid Arctic wasteland until reaching the age of 100. Upon reaching adulthood, it is anticipated that he will possess the formidable powers of a typical dragon, possibly even augmented due to his unique physiology. The journey must be undertaken step by step, commencing with a modest objective: surviving to maturity. Although 100 years may seem a lengthy span for a dragon, it will swiftly pass given ample sustenance and a secure environment, where one can eat and sleep in a repetitive cycle. The Arctic wasteland, characterized by its harsh and unyielding geography, is aptly nicknamed the Cold Desert. As the name implies, it is a frigid expanse, sparsely populated by life forms, with only a select few resilient species managing to endure the extreme cold. However, for Galun, as long as he remains prudent, it serves as an excellent place for growth. The sole drawback: perhaps, is the scarcity of food resources. The white dragon descended gracefully, causing a subtle tremor upon landing, her immense, elongated wings folding neatly against her sides. With curiosity, she observed Galun as he unexpectedly struck himself with a fist, then flicked his tail, discarding an object onto the ground. The resounding thud captured Galun's attention. It was a massive, irregular ice crystal, measuring 6 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Galun paused momentarily and gazed at the ice crystal, within which lay a colossal creature resembling a bear. Its fur as white as snow and towering at 4 meters. There was not a trace of blood upon its pelt, indicating it had not engaged in a fierce battle. It had merely succumbed to the cold. The Arctic grizzly, a top-tier predator within the food chain of the Arctic wasteland, is known for its immense size and ferocity in combat, coupled with certain quasi-magical abilities. These abilities resemble those of spells, but do not require lengthy incantations or complicated gestures, relying solely on the user's mental acuity and instincts, akin to inherent talents. However, before the soon-to-mature white dragon, the Arctic grizzly was merely prey. Ultimately, true dragons are the apex beings across multiple realms, endowed with formidable dominance. It seems the white dragon had prepared a meal for them, reflecting a level of reliability that Galun had not anticipated. Her care, albeit incomplete, exemplifies her approach towards the hatchling. Soon, the white dragon shifted her stance and laid down upon the rugged ice bed formed of crystal, closing her eyes to enter a state of repose. Noticing that she had not detected the theft of treasure, Galun breathed a sigh of relief. Having absorbed the energy from the gemstone, he felt a sense of fullness coursing through him, neither hungry nor weakened. Patting his belly, Galun turned to feast upon the frozen bear. Though not ravenous, he found no hindrance in indulging further. The ice crystal proved less formidable than anticipated, crumbling easily in his mouth like delicate snowflakes, mixed with the shattered ice. He savored large bites of the bear's paw meat. The warm blood, the resilient texture of bear meat, the chewy fascia, combined with the delicate shards of crushed ice, bestowed upon Galun an unexpectedly delightful sensation. He had anticipated a repulsive metallic taste, yet it appeared that the unique palate of dragons could readily embrace the essence of fresh blood. Soon, Galun immersed himself in the feast. Dragons are renowned for their insatiable appetites, seemingly perpetually hungry. It was not until he consumed the essence of blood and flesh from 2 robust forelimbs, devouring more than his own body weight in meat, that he felt a sense of fullness settling within him. At that moment, a faint dragon's roar echoed from a distance. Hill shook her head and slowly rose to her feet. A look of confusion etched across her face, as if she had lost a fragment of her memory, accompanied by a slight headache. However, upon catching sight of the food, she swiftly cast aside her bewilderment and rushed over with gleaming eyes. Galun found it amusing and was about to tease the dragon's sister further, when suddenly an overwhelming drowsiness, emanating from every cell in his body, washed over him, compelling him to close his eyes. Drawn by the frigid aura of the ice crystal bed, he groggily crawled onto the icy resting place beside the white dragoness and fell into a deep slumber. The white dragoness sensed his approach, opened her eyes, and lifted her wing, ready to sweep him off the bed. However, after a brief hesitation, she lowered her wing and closed her eyes, surrendering to slumber once more. Perhaps this was her utmost display of tenderness. A week later, the relentless blizzards that had persisted for nearly half a month began to subside. The sky above the far northern tundra transformed into a pristine azure, clear and beautiful, reflecting like a mirror. Yet, the entire extreme northern world remained cloaked in silver, blanketed in snow, exuding an air of solitude and chill. Apart from the howling winds, there seemed to be no other sound. The orange sun hung high in the sky, casting a light that was not particularly warm, yet it adorned this white world with a subtle golden sheen, the sunlight glimmering everywhere. The growth of the hatchling dragons was remarkably rapid. Their physiques evolved almost daily. A week after their birth, the hatchling S-bones had strengthened, and their claws and fangs began to exhibit power, enabling them to leave the nest and attempt to hunt. Galun, dragon sister Hill, and the 2 younger dragon brothers stood in a line at the edge of the dragon-s den, gazing downwards. The white dragoness had laid 6 eggs, of which 2 did not hatch into true dragons, but rather into dragon beasts that had not received the dragon's legacy. In a display of mercilessness, she cast them out of her territory before the young hatchlings, likely to perish in the vast icy expanse. Golden rays of sunlight slanted down upon the edge of the dragon's nest, refracted through the ice crystals, and fell upon the hatchlings. Over the course of the week, Hill's body had developed further, becoming more elongated and powerful. Now, adorned with a layer of sunlight that gave her scales a golden sheen, her smooth, mirror-like exterior intertwined beautifully with the radiant hue, rendering her quite stunning. The two dragon brothers stood nearby. Galun's expansive dragon wings unfurled, and with a gentle motion, his enlarged form nudged his younger siblings to the other side. Having absorbed the energy of the magical gemstone, he had not opened his eyes for the entire week, remaining in a state of deep slumber while growing rapidly, now appearing to be on an entirely different scale compared to his dragon siblings, Hill and the others. A few hours ago, Galun awoke. Upon discovering that he had been sleeping right next to the white dragoness, a shiver ran through him. Yet seeing her remain still eased his concerns. The white dragoness was still in her slumber, steadfast and unyielding, regardless of the little dragonlings pushing and calling her. Remaining as unmovable as a sleeping pig, Galun believed she could sense the hatchlings' calls but chose to ignore them, lost in her own dreams. One can never rouse a dragon feigning sleep. The fierce bear meat that the white dragoness had brought back last time had now been consumed by the ravenous hatchlings, including Galun, who all felt their stomachs growling emptily. They now gathered at the entrance of the dragon's lair, perched precariously on the steep icy cliff 500 meters high, contemplating their departure to hunt for food nearby. This could hardly be attributed to the white dragoness's irresponsibility, for adult dragons typically do not provide their hatchlings with abundant sustenance. They only offer a portion sufficient to maintain daily activity, compelling the impatient hatchlings to hunt smaller creatures themselves. This practice serves to hone their skills and strengthen their bodies. Every adult dragon has undergone a similar experience. As apex predators, hatchlings, merely a week old, possess the strength to battle ordinary lions and tigers, armed with their hardened scales and sharp claws. As Galun gazed down at the endless expanse of pristine snow, a sense of trepidation gripped him from the height of 500 meters above the snowy ground. Unlike his dragon siblings, who primarily relied on instinct, Galun, endowed with greater intellect, found himself engulfed in doubts and hesitations, momentarily reluctant to take flight. Having previously harbored a fear of heights, he would often feel a reckless urge to leap from elevated places. Though that sensation had faded, a lingering uncertainty remained. 500 meters high, should he falter in flight, the consequences could be dire. Galun inhaled sharply, envisioning a substantial pile of meat sauce below. Nevertheless, as a dragon, soaring through the skies was an inevitable destiny. Evasion would resolve nothing. He took several deep breaths of the frigid air, suppressing his inner turmoil, then surveyed his dragon wings, which were nearly the same length as his body. With a flicker of intent, his folded wings unfolded like an arm extending, swiftly beginning to flap. As his wings moved, the magical energy in the surrounding space danced like sprites, swirling around Galun's form and generating a buoyant force, lifting his sturdy lower limbs off the ground by more than 3 feet. He was airborne. Dragon flight relies predominantly on passive magical abilities. It is akin to bestowing a fixed form of flight, one of a remarkably advanced nature. Although the dragon wings are broad and powerful, their structure evidently cannot support the immense weight of a dragon's body. Meanwhile, as Galun is still engaged in test flights, the dragon sister and her brethren have already taken to the skies with exhilaration, soaring freely beneath the azure and crystalline expanse of the heavens. In their inaugural flight, they exhibit remarkable agility, as if they were born with the innate ability to navigate the skies. Galun, why do you hesitate? The nimble dragon sister executed a graceful circle in the air before turning to Galun, who was significantly larger than herself, and spoke in the dragon tongue. Her voice was a melodious whisper, the notes dancing like silver bells in the wind. Simultaneously, the two dragon brothers gazed at Galun, inquiring, "Galun, are you afraid?" Galun cast a dismissive glance at the two younger brothers, who he had not bothered to name, and snorted lightly. "Is that how you address your elder brother?" He lifted his gaze towards the boundless expanse of the snow-white world, focusing on the distant, pale, golden horizon. Suddenly, with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared from the dragon's lair, propelled by a gust of wind. The biting cold and sporadic snowflakes enveloped him. Upon looking down, he realized he was more than 500 meters above the snow-covered ground, with the distinct snowflakes resembling grains of sand, blanketing his entire field of vision. The anticipated fear and discomfort did not manifest. Galun felt a momentary surprise, followed by an expansive sensation in his chest and a vastness of vision. A stirring feeling of freedom akin to that of a dragon soaring high in the sky. He was eager to glide through the infinite realm of ice and snow, relishing the invigorating chill of the wind and snow that brushed against his body. However, before indulging in that joy, there was a matter to attend to. Let me first teach you what it means to treat a dragon with respect. Galun narrowed his eyes at the two dragon brothers, who were a mere dozen meters away. Perhaps influenced by the malevolent nature of the white dragon, Galun's demeanor had become less amicable, just as the two brothers had dared to provoke him. He felt inclined to respond in kind, imparting a lesson on how to behave as dragons should. Galun sensed a subtle shift in his personality, a remnant of his humanity. Yet he did not resist it. Rather, he found it intriguing. He chose to embrace this transformation, believing it essential to establish his authority over the younger dragons. The two brothers exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken intent in the other's eyes. In unison, they flapped their wings, one to the left and the other to the right, advancing towards Galun. Dragons are creatures that revere strength above all, especially the malevolent ones, where familial bonds are often tenuous. Even the fledglings confirm their status through combat. Although Galun, as the eldest, was larger than them, if he lacked the strength to subdue them, he would not command their respect, for size alone does not dictate supremacy. The speed of Dragon Brother number 1 was slightly swift, as his body, comparable to that of an adult wolf, swiftly traversed a distance of 10 meters, his claws unceremoniously aiming for Galun's face. Galun, bowing his head, charged forth with a physique akin to that of a northeastern tiger, resembling a heavy tank in its relentless advance. Under his imposing presence, Dragon Brother number 1 exhibited evident trepidation. With a resounding thud, Dragon Brother number 1 was sent flying, akin to a rag doll, as Galun ensnared his neck with his claws and forcefully pressed him into the snowy ground, creating an imprint in the shape of a dragon. What followed was a vigorous onslaught. Unwilling to submit, Dragon Brother number 1 defiantly arched his neck and let out a roar at Galun. However, barely a sound escaped his lips before Galun's claws tightly gripped his face, pressing it into the snow and rubbing it mercilessly, eliciting helpless whimpers. While size does not dictate everything, it certainly sufficed for Galun to dominate the young dragon. Although not a source of pride, the violent instincts within Galun were ignited, and he relished the experience. Initially charging alongside Dragon Brother number 1, Dragon Brother no. 2 hesitated upon witnessing Galun effortlessly subdue his companion as if he were merely a child. Immediately, he tucked his tail and hovered at a distance. Watching the one-sided beating unfold, too intimidated to intervene, the elegant and charming dragon sister, Hill, approached Dragon Brother number 2 and, in a somewhat beguiling dragon tongue, urged him, "Why don't you assist Charles? Otherwise, when Galun finishes with him, you may also face his wrath." Charles is the name of Dragon Brother number 1. If you join forces to confront Galun now, you might still have a slight chance. Hill's intellect appeared to surpass that of the average white dragon hatchlings. Unlike the two foolish brothers who dared provoke Galun head-on despite his imposing stature, Dragon Brother number 2 hesitated briefly, then, with a determined expression, dove downward to pounce upon Galun. With a swift motion, Galun swept his dragon wing, not even glancing back, and effortlessly sent Dragon Brother number 2 crashing into the snow. Subsequently, he pinned down the foolish heads of both brothers, forcing them to intimately rub against the frigid ground beneath the snow. From 100 meters above, Hill observed the scene, unable to suppress a melodious dragon hum of delight. Poor Tom, thus deceived by the illustrious Hill, was led to endure a beating. Tom was the name of Dragon Brother number 2. Minutes later, Charles and Tom lay thoroughly subdued by Galun, bruised and battered, exposing their bellies in surrender, signifying their willingness to heed Galun's commands and regard him as their true elder brother. Releasing the bewildered dragon brothers, Galun lifted his gaze towards Hill and remarked nonchalantly, "Great Hill, I heard every word you just spoke." Hill's expression of pride momentarily faltered, and she regarded Galun with caution, asking, "Galun, what do you intend to do?" Galun flexed his claws and replied gently, "Come down now, allow me to land a couple of punches, and I shall not pursue this matter further. Alternatively, you could take flight and end up like those two, caught and soundly thrashed." Upon hearing Galun's threat, Hill displayed a moment of hesitation, clearly contemplating the choice before her. Meanwhile, Galun, on the icy ground, released the two pitiful little dragons and declared, "I will count to 3. If you do not decide by then, I will ascend and strike you." The next moment, as Hill remained indecisive, Galun's dragon mouth curled into a grin. 3. Boom. With a powerful flap of his wings, Galun took a deep breath and shot into the sky at remarkable speed. By the time Hill processed the situation, he had already soared in front of her, his massive head raised high, ready to crash down upon her delicate little head. No ordinary hatchling could match Galun's velocity. In fact, it was only now that he realized, during this heightened focus, the flow of time around him seemed to accelerate, and his movements became astonishingly swift, akin to being under the influence of a speed-enhancing spell. As if two polished surfaces had collided, Hill was sent flying several meters. Clutching her head and crying out in pain, "You moved after counting to 3. That's cheating." Galun quickly pursued, delivering a series of blows to the little dragon, asserting, "Indeed, I moved only after counting to 3. Whereas the unfairness in that?" Minutes later, the little dragon lay defeated in the snow, pleading for mercy and tacitly acknowledging Galun's dominance. These young dragons were utterly unmanageable without a good thrashing. Stretching his limbs, Galun surveyed Hill, Charles, and Tom. 3 battered little dragons who exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, upon catching sight of their own reflections in Galun's imposing form, they couldn't help but glare at him in anger. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 solid punches, Galun shook his claw, formed into a fist, and warned, "If you glare any harder, I might just knock your heads askew." The 3 little dragons recoiled, too intimidated to meet Galun's gaze. The proud hatchlings, seemingly fearless, could only be subdued through force. Galun hummed a tune, suddenly finding dragon life quite appealing. The whimsical and power-centric nature of a wicked dragon resonated deeply with him. The 4 hatchlings soared through the skies within a kilometer radius of their lair, gradually dispersing to search for prey in their line of sight. Within the territory of the White Dragon Mother, centered around the Ice Cliff lair, formidable magical creatures and ferocious beasts had been either vanquished or subjugated, ensuring safety within proximity to the lair. Under normal circumstances, hatchlings rarely faced peril near the Dragon Mother's domain. Before long, Galun's eyes gleamed as he spotted a foxwolf. Not a magical creature, the foxwolf occupied the lowest tier of the food chain, easily overpowered by the hatchlings. He flapped his wings in dove, extending his claw towards the unsuspecting foxwolf. As Galun's focus sharpened, he felt that familiar sensation of time accelerating around him once more, his speed surging dramatically. The foxwolf had scarcely sensed the presence of a predator when it was ensnared by Galun's dragon claw, which swiftly snapped its neck with a decisive crack. This foxwolf, comparable in size to a typical wolf, measured approximately 1.5 meters in length. After devouring it, Galun felt a noticeable alleviation of his hunger, though he remained quite famished. Being in a rapid growth phase, the young dragon possessed a formidable digestive capacity, leading to a quick return of his appetite. However, rather than hastily seeking more prey, he contemplated his newfound abilities. A week of uninterrupted slumber had not only increased Galun's physical size, but had also granted him a semblance of time acceleration. This ability appeared to be passive. Its precise nature eluded him. He realized that when his mind was highly focused, he would experience an approximate 50% increase in overall speed, not merely in movement, but in the flow of time itself around him, enhancing his attack speed, evasion speed, reaction time, and more. As for the technique he had inadvertently invoked last time, the time dragon's reversal, which allowed him to borrow time from his future self, Galun wished to consciously employ it. Yet, despite several attempts, he met with no success. Based on his experiences, he suspected that it was not his inability, but rather his future self's reluctance to lend him time. Setting aside thoughts of the time dragon's reversal for now, he resolved to thoroughly explore this time acceleration ability first. With this determination, Galun set forth, hunting for prey while simultaneously testing and validating his new capabilities. As half a day passed, one would expect the night to fall, yet the sky remained unchanged. This phenomenon was due to the unique geographical conditions of the extreme northern tundra, where the cycle of day and night spanned not a mere 24 hours, but 6 months, half a year of perpetual daylight followed by half a year of unending night. Currently, they were in the midst of the polar day. Galun appeared somewhat fatigued as he landed on the snow-covered ice, leaving a faint dragon-shaped impression in the surface. A contemplative expression crossed his face. The upper limit of his acceleration effect was double, and he discovered he could actively control it, although he experienced no physical discomfort from repeated short-term use. His mind grew weary, reminiscent of the exhaustion felt during sleepless nights as a human, leaving him in a foggy state of confusion. This ability could only accelerate himself, not slow others. Having roughly discerned the effects of his newfound power, Galun pondered a fitting name for it. Before he could deliberate further, a name emerged in his mind through the legacy of memory: time manipulation. Galun mused, though it is called time manipulation, why does it only grant me acceleration? He initially intended to name it time acceleration, but since the ability already bore a definitive title, he resolved not to alter it. The manipulation of time can only be employed for acceleration, with its limit capped at a mere doubling of speed. This limitation likely stems from a nascent mastery of the ability, though perhaps in the future, it may yield effects truly befitting its name, Galun mused. At present, Galun no longer felt hunger. Through his temporal acceleration, he had successfully hunted a considerable amount of food. Although the creatures inhabiting this harsh region are predominantly alert and astute, capable of detecting even the most mundane of beasts, none could evade his pursuit. Without lingering, Galun soared toward the nearby dragon nest. Before he reached the nest, he beheld 2 dragon siblings and 1 sister, all of whom appeared dejected, seemingly disheartened. Upon spotting Galun, Hill inquired, "Galun, how much prey have you captured?" Galun frowned slightly and retorted, "Are you seeking a beating? Call me Brother Galun." Hill, though somewhat indignant, weakly complied, calling out Brother Galun, which elicited a satisfied response from him. "Not much, perhaps 10 or so, just fox wolves, white tigers, and cold leopards," he replied. 10 or so. Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. "You must be joking," Tom added incredulously. Galun quickly grasped the reason behind the young dragon's despondency. They likely had not caught much prey themselves, and were both frustrated and famished. However, Galun found hunting to be rather straightforward. Despite the fact that these fledgling dragons had only recently hatched, they possessed the strength to rend tigers and leopards. So why were they unable to capture anything? Galun pondered. At that moment, a white python emerged from the snow, catching Hill's attention. Her eyes brightened, and she immediately spread her wings and accelerated, aiming to seize the serpent from the air. Yet, before she could draw near, the white python, startled like a frightened rabbit, swiftly burrowed into the snow and disappeared in an instant. Galun, witnessing this scene, wore a look of realization. He scrutinized the young dragons, sensing a palpable aura emanating from them, an unmistakable presence belonging to the apex predators of this world, the draconic might. In the lore of dragons, it can be more precisely described as a fierce aura. Adult dragons, wielding this draconic power, can immobilize numerous creatures within their territory with a mere thought, instilling fear and awe in their hearts. During battles with adversaries of equal standing, this draconic presence can exert a certain psychological pressure, functioning as a formidable supernatural ability. Supernatural abilities are those that remain unaffected by magical resistance, making them exceedingly difficult to counteract or nullify. The draconic breath, as well as Galun's newly acquired time manipulation ability, fall within this realm. While fledgling dragons possess draconic might, they lack the finesse to wield it effectively, rendering it insufficient to paralyze their prey, thereby inadvertently alarming them. Upon returning to the dragon's lair, the white dragon mother lay sprawled across the vast crystalline bed, seemingly in a deep slumber from which she might never awaken. Galun found a place to recline, shutting his eyes and gradually attuning himself to his own burgeoning aura. He is capable of capturing prey, relying on the manipulation of time to accelerate and forcefully utilize the vast disparity in speed to seize his opponent. The draconic aura he exudes, much like that of 3 young dragons, is emitted unconsciously. This is not a favorable circumstance, especially in their formative years, as the uncontrollable draconic presence can inadvertently serve as a beacon for enemies, guiding them to the location of the hatchling dragon. The first lesson for the hatchling is to master the fierce ability to control this aura. Not only Galun, but also Hill, Charles, and Tom are diligently working to manage their draconic presence, ensuring it does not leak indiscriminately. The distinction lies in the fact that once Galun recognized the necessity of controlling his aura, he was able to master it with remarkable ease in just over half an hour. This innate talent is one of the advantages bestowed by his time dragon heritage. Within the lore of dragon lineage, there exists a phrase regarding time dragons. All knowledge, skills, and languages belong to the intrinsic abilities of the time dragon. This implies that any skill that can be acquired through diligent learning is readily accessible to the time dragon, easily grasped. For instance, when utilizing the magical gem of the White Dragon Mother, he effortlessly learned the subtle manipulation of magical energy. After expending considerable mental effort on time manipulation and subsequently mastering the control of his draconic presence, Galun closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. This sleep was merely to swiftly restore his mental state, rather than the deep slumber of dragons that fosters evolution and the acquisition of new abilities. True draconic slumber requires ample time and energy reserves, not merely a fleeting rest. Before long, Galun was roused from his slumber. Turning his head, he beheld the magnificent and resplendent white dragon matriarch unfurling her wings, her pale yellow eyes reflecting the satisfaction derived from a restful sleep. However, this satisfaction quickly vanished upon encountering several hatchling dragons. It seemed that the White Dragon Mother held little fondness for the younglings, Galun mused. Soon after, she departed from the nest only to return with a magic creature, a winter wolf, already slain and encased in ice. This enormous snow-white wolf is a magical being that ranks below dragons. As the hatchling's eyes gleamed with excitement and lunged toward the food, they were abruptly halted by the White Dragon Mother. With her sharp claws, she deftly severed the winter wolf into 4 portions, placing the largest piece before Galun while distributing the smaller 3 to Hill, Charles, and Tom. Galun blinked and, without reservation, began to feast heartily. The winter wolf, being a magical creature, is not something the hatchlings could access at this stage. Only the White Dragon Mother could provide such sustenance, which would significantly promote their growth, as the meat is imbued with abundant energy. Were it not for the clear allocation of portions by the White Dragon Mother, he would have been tempted to snatch additional morsels from his dragon siblings. As for the reason the White Dragon Mother granted him the largest share, Galun was acutely aware. He grew at an astonishing rate, the mightiest among this brood of hatchlings, embodying the ruthless principles of a dragon that values strength above all else. Even the provision of sustenance for the hatchlings was governed by this code. The feeble were destined for merciless elimination. The 3 young dragons bore expressions of discontent, their gazes fixated on Galun's food, their eyes betraying a clear glimmer of greed. Yet, with the presence of the White Dragon Mother and having already suffered a significant loss at Galun's hands, they dared not make a move to seize it. After delivering a meal to the hatchlings, the White Dragon Mother once again succumbed to slumber. One could only wonder what enchanting dreams held her captive, rendering her reluctant to awaken. Upon finishing his meal, Galun took a brief respite, replenishing his spirits and vigor before soaring out of the dragon's lair to hunt alone. To facilitate his rapid growth, he required a copious amount of food. The more, the better. With the White Dragon Mother providing insufficient sustenance, he resolved to capture his own. Fortunately, the vicinity around the Ice Cliff Dragon nest was devoid of formidable magical creatures, alleviating some of his concerns. Moreover, being chosen by the White Dragon Mother as her territory indicated an abundance of prey resources. As Galun departed the lair for his hunt, the 3 young dragons quickly mirrored his choice. Harnessing a physique more robust than that of ordinary hatchlings, along with his time manipulation abilities, Galun returned from each hunt laden with spoils, only opting to return to the lair for a brief rest when his energy and stamina began to wane. Once sufficiently restored, he would embark on yet another hunting expedition. Under the perpetual daylight, time flowed slowly. During his hunts, Galun endeavored to explore the abilities of other time dragons. However, perhaps due to his youth, he had yet to achieve notable progress, though his combat skills gradually improved with each hunting experience. In contrast, the 3 young dragons often returned empty-handed and disheartened. Yet, as dragons, even the weakest among the chromatic dragons, the White Dragon, was not to be underestimated. After several weeks, they began to master the art of controlling their draconic might and learned to launch surprise attacks from underwater and beneath ice, thus yielding their own rewards and alleviating their hunger. The White Dragon Mother, adopting a rather irresponsible approach, only provided the hatchlings with a single magical creature to hunt each week. This moment was always met with the greatest joy from the hatchlings. The flesh and blood of magical creatures represented the finest sustenance for them, brimming with energy and nutrients far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Galun, without exception, was favored. consistently receiving the largest share, evoking envy and resentment from the three young dragons, who felt powerless to change their plight. Life settled into a predictable rhythm. Though devoid of excitement, it was marked by safety and stability, hunting, honing abilities, awaiting the dragon mother's provisions, and dealing with the antics of the younger siblings. Those creatures had a tendency to provoke Galun from time to time. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and these simple yet fulfilling days passed swiftly. With the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the dance of celestial bodies continued unabated. In the aftermath of an extended polar night and day, when the entire Arctic expanse lay shrouded in darkness, a magnificent white beast, measuring 6 meters in length with an impressive wingspan of 8 meters, leapt from its icy cliff nest and soared through the howling cold winds. Galun, adorned in scales that gleamed like polished mirrors, bore no trace of the passage of time. His robust claws, wings reminiscent of sails, and a tail as formidable as a spear exuded an aura of unyielding power. Most striking were his platinum-colored dragon eyes and the tightly interlocked ring of black scales encircling his neck. In the early stages of dragonhood, which spans from birth to 6 years, Galun, at merely 1.5 years old, had already attained a stature akin to that of a young adult dragon, an achievement typically reserved for those over 25 years of age. This remarkable rate of growth left Galun himself astonished, as if time flowed at an accelerated pace around him. Yet, upon recognizing his own formidable strength, he gradually embraced this extraordinary maturation. Through numerous periods of deep slumber and growth, Galun's perception of the world expanded beyond mere skies, lands, ice, and living beings. He glimpsed an ethereal river, invisible to other creatures. This was the river of time, specifically, a tangible manifestation of time, appearing to him as a flowing stream. Perhaps, in the understanding of other beings, it resembled a colossal tree reaching towards the heavens or gentle breezes weaving through the air. The entire primary material realm, indeed, all realms, even the layers of the elemental essence between dimensional walls, were enveloped within this river of time. The river of time encompassed all. Everything existed within it: the falling snowflakes, the meandering icy rivers, the cold winds, the skies, the earth, the celestial bodies. With each breath Galun took, beyond inhaling air and elemental energy, he also consumed wisps of the river of time, acquiring a unique force he termed the power of time. This temporal energy served as the foundation for his manipulation of time. The reason he first mastered the acceleration of time rather than its deceleration or reversal lay in the perpetual forward flow of the river of time. Swimming against its current proved far more challenging. As a dragon hatchling of time, he seemed to embody the river of time's favor, growing at a pace several times that of an ordinary dragon. Furthermore, the passage of time, while enhancing his strength, left no adverse effects upon him. Unlike typical white dragons, whose scales lose their luster and become coarse with age, Galun's scales remained resplendent and mirror-like, as if untouched by the ravages of time. Only natural disasters or human calamities could bring about the demise of a time dragon. The relentless passage of time held no sway over him. Beneath the cloak of night, Galun, having matured considerably, felt a tinge of unease. The gaze of his dragon mother had lately shifted, filled with an unsettling change. It seemed she no longer wished to care for him. Without the presence of the white dragon matron, the peaceful existence that once flourished is destined to vanish. Ordinarily, a dragoness would nurture her hatchling until it surpasses the fledgling stage and attains a degree of self-preservation as a juvenile dragon, before expelling it from the nest to fend for itself. Even the most ruthless of dragons would refrain from allowing their young to perish unattended. Yet, Galun, a mere year-old hatchling, has already attained a size approaching that of an adolescent white dragon. The white dragon matron now regards Galun with an expression filled with vigilance and impatience, and it is likely that he will soon be driven from the dragon's lair. Although Galun possesses a certain level of self-defense capability and has acquired new abilities beyond time manipulation, he remains inferior to a fully grown dragon. In this perilous world, he must tread carefully after departing from the white dragon matron, akin to walking on thin ice. Galun has begun to contemplate his future. He often ventures to the fringes of the white dragon matron's territory, soaring high to gaze into the distance, searching for a suitable place to thrive so that he may swiftly find refuge once expelled. A life of wandering is not what Galun desires. It is fraught with danger. Under the cloak of night, Galun flaps his wings, his scales reflecting the moonlight like a mirror, not drawing attention but rather blending seamlessly into the night sky, becoming a splendid camouflage. To the untrained eye, Galun passing through the darkness may be mistaken for a mere shadowy cloud. At this moment, the extreme northern tundra is adorned with a tapestry of stars, the moon and stars appearing simultaneously, creating a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a dream. As Galun glides through this nocturnal beauty, he feels the very air around him come alive. Though this is not his first flight, the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies always brings him joy. After a while, Galun reaches the boundary of the White Dragon matron's domain. Apart from the towering ice cliff that rises 1,000 meters, the area is mostly a vast, open plain. To the south stretches a seemingly endless range of mountains, composed of countless hills and valleys, inhabited by innumerable magical creatures, humanoid beings, and subterranean oddities. Galun's flight path leads directly toward this vaguely discernible mountain range. Ideally, he would prefer to avoid the mountains, as they are more perilous than the northern tundra. Galun had previously traversed the towering ice cliff, moving deeper into the frigid expanse. But the further north he goes, the colder and more desolate the environment becomes, with life growing increasingly scarce. In such inhospitable conditions, Galun lacks confidence in his ability to find sufficient food. His appetite is substantial. He requires sustenance amounting to several times his body weight each week to barely meet his needs. Venturing into the barren northern tundra may lead to starvation if he does not fall prey to external threats. The notion of a time dragon perishing from hunger, if it were to spread, would provoke laughter from all sentient beings. Although he was flying towards the southern mountains, it was merely in search of a suitable location. Galun had no intention of leaving the frigid northern expanse until he had amassed sufficient strength. In this world, the most perilous beings were, in fact, humans. One of the esteemed titles that human adventurers cherished was Dragon Slayer. Once a malevolent dragon was spotted, countless human adventurers would converge, eager to claim the mantle of the heroic Dragon Slayer. The dragon's body, its teeth, claws, and scales, were all exquisite magical materials, representing immeasurable wealth in the realm of humanity. Those of his kind, once allies, were now the very ones he must be most vigilant against. Galun felt the capriciousness of fate wash over him as the image of that azure planet flickered in his mind. He contemplated that perhaps, once he grew powerful enough, he might return to the blue star and reveal his might before others. This was not an impossible notion. The fundamental rules of matter across different planes varied greatly. And since Earth and the primary material plane shared considerable similarities, it was highly probable that Earth was situated somewhere within the primary material plane. In Galun's current understanding, a plane referred to the collective of countless worlds. These worlds varied in size and shape. They could be a landmass, a planet, a star system, or even the vast cosmos. The relationship between planes and worlds resembled a large bubble encapsulating numerous smaller bubbles. The membranes separating these bubbles were known as crystal walls, with a viscous amber fluid called essence flowing between them. Aside from powerful artifacts like teleportation arrays and magical ships, as well as certain special spells, some formidable beings possessed the innate ability to traverse worlds and planes. The Time Dragon was among them. Galun had a premonition that once he attained great power, he would be able to traverse the river of time, capable of moving to both the past and the future. However, returning to the matter at hand, he was still merely a young dragon, concerned about impending expulsion. Galun circled high in the sky, his gaze scanning the earth for a suitable hiding place. After a brief moment, his eyes brightened as he pinpointed an area approximately 15 kilometers from his current position, a meandering small ice river. All dragons are amphibious creatures, and Galun mused that he might be able to dwell underwater for a time. Creating a nest at the river's bottom would provide exceptional concealment and security. With this thought in mind, Galun resolved to investigate the vicinity of the small ice river to ascertain whether any formidable creatures, such as frost giants or winter wolves, might pose a threat. He cast one last glance at the dragon's nest location, took a deep breath, and departed from the realm of the White Dragon. Upon crossing an invisible boundary, the omnipresent pressure that belonged to the might of dragons dissipated. In the realm of the small glacier, Galun found himself approximately 15 kilometers away from his destination. At his current velocity, he could reach it in no time. Yet having ventured beyond the secure territory of the White Dragon Lady, he proceeded with utmost caution. He suppressed his draconic aura and regulated his flight speed, ensuring that he did not create a howling wind or noise that might attract the attention of formidable beings. However, after flying about 5 kilometers, with 10 kilometers still separating him from the glacier, trouble sought him out. A colossal eagle, its wingspan exceeding Galun's by 10 meters, soared above him. Upon spotting Galun, its swift body momentarily hesitated before it instinctively veered toward him. Galun heard the commotion and glanced upward. There, amidst the gusting winds, appeared the creature adorned in white feathers, the magical being known as the White Feather Ice Wind Eagle. A chill ran through him, though he remained composed. This was not his first encounter with magical creatures. Within the territory of the White Dragon Lady, he had faced several, albeit none as powerful as this one. Over the past year, he had vanquished a number of lesser magical beings, such as the minuscule ice snakes and wind birds. The White Feather Ice Wind Eagle, however, was of a larger stature, appearing significantly more formidable than Galun. With a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, it approached him like a fighter jet. As it beat its wings, a frigid wind erupted, releasing a torrent of tiny ice needles that cascaded down upon Galun like a fierce storm. An insignificant creature, Galun mused. While I prefer to avoid conflict, it does not imply that I am easily provoked. How fortunate. I shall use you to test my newfound abilities. Although he was wary of attracting the attention of beings akin to the White Dragon Lady, the White Feather Ice Wind Eagle did not evoke such concern. With a slight snort, he opened his mouth and directed a breath toward the creature. However, unlike the frost breath of the White Dragon, nothing emerged but an illusion of exhalation, leaving the eagle momentarily bewildered. Is this little white dragon foolish? It pondered. Suddenly, an imperceptible linear wave surged toward the White Feather Ice Wind Eagle. With a terrified screech, it swiftly lost its strength, its once bright eyes clouding over, its vibrant feathers dimming, and its magical energy becoming sluggish and obscure. Simultaneously, it suffered from an unmitigated energy assault, its plumage torn asunder, blood and flesh scattering. This was a manifestation of Galun's recently acquired ability, known as the Line of Time Plunder, a new breath that belonged to the Time Dragon. This linear, intangible breath was nearly invisible to the naked eye, and due to its supernatural nature, ordinary detection spells found it exceedingly difficult to perceive. Upon regaining its senses, the White Feather Ice Wind Eagle hastily evaded, escaping the range of the Time Plunder's attack. Galun sealed his lips, for the consumption of the time-raping energy was considerable. He refrained from pursuing his adversary with dragon breath, and instead activated the acceleration state of time manipulation. The flow of time around him hastened, doubling in speed, rendering his movements remarkably agile, a stark contrast to his robust physique. The biting winds and icy needles grazed his body, swiftly evaded by his deft maneuvers. In an instant, the severely wounded White Feather Frostwind Eagle perceived a fleeting blur, and suddenly, Galun's silhouette loomed perilously close. "You shall not escape," he declared, as his 2 dragon claws descended in a formidable arc, striking with a velocity that was twice that of a typical dragon claw. The impact resounded like thunder as he felt the flesh and bone beneath his claws transform into a pulpy mass. Subsequently, seizing the headless carcass of the White Feather Frostwind Eagle, Galun soared to the ground and commenced his feast. The flesh of magical creatures was always a potent source of sustenance. As he devoured, Galun reflected on the recent battle. The dragon breath of the Time Dragon, the time-raping energy, bore 2 effects. Firstly, it aged the target at a rate of 2 years per second, with the speed of aging dependent on Galun's own age. Each additional year of Galun's life accelerated the aging by 1 year per second. Secondly, it inflicted a supernatural damage linked to Galun's age, which was exceedingly difficult to defend against with standard magical shields or inherent magical resistances. The primary cost of this ability stemmed from the time Galun regularly consumed, compounded by a complex ratio of elemental energies. Supernatural abilities, quasi-magical powers, and magical prowess were all challenging to utilize in magic void regions. Without the foundational elemental energy, their application became arduous. Most crucially, the adversary remained utterly oblivious to his presence. Although the White Feather Frostwind Eagle attempted to evade in terror, it was already too late. When I reach a millennium of life, a single breath from me will age my foe 1,000 years in mere seconds, leading them to an inevitable demise, Galun mused, thoroughly pleased with the effects of the time-raping energy as he savored the remains of the White Feather Frostwind Eagle. With renewed vigor, he set forth towards a small icy river, encountering no further surprises along the way. Following the currents of the diminutive glacial stream, Galun navigated back and forth, gradually deducing that this river spanned approximately 20 kilometers in length. Notably, there were no signs of his rival, the frost giant, nor any formidable magical creatures such as winter wolves, azure-foot dragon snakes, or arctic bears in the vicinity. Instead, he found only lesser beings like terror lizards, white hounds, and tidal crabs inhabiting the area. Although these creatures possessed a modicum of quasi-magical abilities, they posed no threat to Galun. From now on, I shall reside beneath the icy river, taking them as my subordinates and utilizing them as my eyes and ears, he contemplated. I need not hunt personally. Let my subordinates provide sustenance for me. There are likely creatures within the river as well. Galun gazed at the meandering waters, already devising plans in his mind. Yet, he acknowledged that the territory of the White Dragon matriarch remained the safest haven. Establishing his own nest for survival was merely a secondary strategy. After a brief moment, he unfurled his dragon wings and returned towards the dragon's lair. Alas, my dear White Dragon mother, I am but a little hatchling just over a year old. I hope you do not treat me with such cruelty, thought Galun, who had already grown to 6 meters in length. After some time, he arrived at the dragon's nest, only to find that the White Dragon mother was not present, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his younger dragon siblings were there, their sizes increasingly diverging from Galun's, to the point that they no longer resembled dragons of the same age. Now as large as cattle, they dared not act out in front of Galun, having faced his wrath on numerous occasions. Come here, give me a back rub, Galun said, lying down and squinting his eyes, addressing his 2 dragon brothers and sister. After the back-and-forth journey, both his body and spirit felt somewhat weary. His siblings wore blank expressions, yet they approached Galun with ease, using their claws to knead his back. Their movements were fluid and remarkably skilled, clearly a result of having been pressured by Galun frequently. Galun closed his eyes in comfort, savoring the genuine dragon massage, gradually replenishing his exhausted strength and energy. Soon, the White Dragon mother returned, bearing a prize, a large python over 10 meters long, still infused with residual magical energy, a creature of magic. Galun immediately opened his eyes, leaning forward in anticipation of the shared feast. The White Dragon mother glanced at Galun, then at the 3 small dragons, who looked rather pitiful and frail in contrast to Galun, their pale yellow eyes gradually reflecting a peculiar emotion. This time, the White Dragon mother divided the prey into 3 portions, each given to the 3 young dragons, neglecting Galun. The 3 small dragons were elated, casting smug glances at Galun, as if to say he had fallen from favor and would go hungry. Unfazed by their gloating, Galun felt a shiver of apprehension. He knew the White Dragon mother was contemplating his expulsion. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, being suddenly cast out without preparation would lead to a perilous life of wandering. Indeed, 3 days later, on an ordinary snow-laden day, as Galun concluded his hunting and returned to the dragon's lair, he was confronted by the White Dragon mother, who stood at the entrance of the cave, blocking his path. Galun, you have developed the ability to survive on your own. It is time for you to leave my territory, the White Dragon mother stated coldly, her gaze fixed upon him as she spoke in the dragon tongue. To Galun's surprise, the White Dragon mother could speak. He paused momentarily, gazing at the beautiful yet fearsome and indifferent behemoth, a complex surge of emotions rising within him. The first words he heard from her were devoid of warmth or compassion, a chilling decree of expulsion. It seemed to her that he had become a potential threat to her dominion. After coexisting for more than a year, Galun was not truly a malevolent dragon. His emotions were not so detached, and he held some fondness for the White Dragon mother. Regrettably, she did not reciprocate, viewing Galun as a presence that jeopardized her status. Leave my territory. Should you ever appear here again, I shall regard you as an adversary. Observing Galun's reluctance to depart, the White Dragon lady, in a fit of fury, struck the ground with her formidable claw, causing the earth of the dragon's lair to fissure under her immense power. This was a clear threat. Should Galun remain, she would take decisive action to expel him. With a heavy sigh, Galun unfurled his wings, soaring upward, crossing the icy precipice, and hastening northward towards the nesting site he had chosen. As he flew, Galun's emotions were tumultuous: frustration and disappointment at the White Dragon lady's merciless expulsion, anxiety over leaving the safety of his refuge. Yet mingled within was a faint thrill of solitary survival, Amidst these conflicting feelings, he soon departed the dragon's lair and, beneath the veil of the polar night, arrived at a small glacial river. Peering down at the winding waters, Galun descended, inadvertently disturbing a group of nearby terror lizards. Though named lizards, they bore a striking resemblance to crocodiles, reaching lengths of around 4 meters and weighing up to 2 tons in their adult form. Their bodies were armored with thick scales, their claws sharp, and they possessed a commendable intelligence, making them quite cunning. This particular group comprised 33 individuals, with the largest among them, the leader, measuring 5 meters in length, only slightly shorter than Galun himself. Upon sighting Galun, the leader raised its head high, accompanied by the others, encircling him with hissing sounds, their elongated tongues flickering, and their pupils constricting into slits. Galun's gaze remained tranquil, his platinum dragon eyes gleaming. Suddenly, he unfurled his wings. The 8-meter span eclipsed the moonlight, casting a vast shadow upon the snowy ground, demonstrating a size that utterly dominated the terror lizards. With a powerful whoosh, an invisible dragon might emanated from Galun, sweeping over the group of lizards in an instant. Panic ensued among them, the leader struggling to withstand Galun's imposing presence, yet gradually retreating under his silent, steady gaze. In its retreat, it released a vibrant fireball in a desperate roar, but Galun merely swept it aside with his wing, causing it to erupt into sparks, as if brushing away a mere gust of wind, undisturbed and unharmed. The dragon's magical resistance was formidable. While a typical white dragon might be significantly immune to cold damage yet wary of fire, Galun, as a being of temporal essence, possessed a near-complete immunity to all elemental attacks. He felt only a hint of warmth from the fireball. This assault drained the last vestiges of courage from the leader, which slowly fell to the ground, whimpering softly, unable to meet Galun's gaze any longer. The others had already collapsed in fear, some trembling uncontrollably or paralyzed with terror. Once the aura of intimidation receded, Galun gestured towards the leader, beckoning it closer. The leader of the reptilian creature, resembling both a crocodile and a lizard, appeared momentarily taken aback. With heavy steps akin to an armored vehicle, it cautiously approached Galun, lowering its head adorned with menacing, horn-like scales. Galun extended his dragon claw, playfully stroking the creature's head as one might do with a pet. The texture was coarse, reminiscent of sandpaper, yet surprisingly pleasant to the touch. The reptilian leader offered no resistance, reveling in Galun's gentle caress. For a true dragon, subjugating a follower is a remarkably simple endeavor. With a display of draconic majesty, one can effortlessly compel submission. Oftentimes, even beings of equal might find it difficult to withstand the overwhelming presence of a dragon. This phenomenon transcends mere intimidation, embodying a supernatural prowess. Some creatures, particularly the dog-headed folk, who possess a faint trace of dragon blood, actively seek out the presence of true dragons, cherishing the honor of becoming their vassals. Following the submission of the reptilian leader, the other creatures rose as well, encircling Galun and bowing their heads in a fierce roar, seemingly pledging their loyalty. This assembly of reptilians had now become Galun's retinue, loyal minions, vigilant spies, and, when necessary, a reserve of sustenance. Before long, Galun repeated his actions, gathering a nearby pack of over 40 white hounds into his fold. He resided in the upper reaches of a small glacial river, intending to establish his lair within its icy depths. Consequently, he had no intention of sparing the local fauna, either to slay them or to claim them as his own. The 8-meter wingspan of the colossal white dragon soared through the skies, gliding along the river while its platinum eyes surveyed the pristine, snowy expanse below. Moments later, Galun's gaze faltered, revealing a look of intrigue upon his face. He had spotted a peculiar gathering of creatures forming a tribe. After a brief contemplation, he flapped his wings, sending a gust of wind swirling as he sped towards the sight that had captured his attention. Below, numerous beings, translucent and shimmering a silvery hue, resembling entities forged from ice crystals, gazed upwards with a hint of trepidation as the giant dragon approached. With a thunderous thud, Galun landed upon the frostbitten ground, scrutinizing the clan of humanoid beings dwelling near the small glacial river. To be precise, it was a clan of elemental life forms. Before Galun lay approximately 70 crude and rudimentary ice huts, rugged yet imbued with a certain rustic beauty. The inhabitants of these icy abodes were humanoid in shape, standing between 1 and 2 meters tall. They appeared as if sculpted from ice, their features, eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, distinctly defined, yet curiously capable of conveying subtle expressions. Their appearance was strikingly exquisite, embodying an androgynous beauty. Elemental beings of water? Galun mused thoughtfully. Upon first glance, he had instinctively identified them as water elementals. Yet upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be entirely different. The bodies of water elementals are predominantly semi-fluid, yet these beings manifest as crystalline solids, likely due to a mutation among water elementals. Such creatures are not documented in the legacy of dragons, prompting Galun to bestow upon them the name, the ice spirits of the far north. In the frigid expanse of the far north, Galun was pleasantly surprised to encounter a gathering tribe of elemental beings, a sight that filled him with both astonishment and joy. The joy stemmed from the fact that elemental beings are predominantly sentient, possessing the capacity for communication, unlike the likes of fearsome lizards or the white hunting hounds, which are unable to comprehend Galun's commands accurately. By welcoming the ice spirits of the far north as his kin, the execution of his orders would become considerably more efficient. Galun's astonishment arose from the rarity of elemental beings within the primary material plane, as such extraordinary life forms primarily inhabit inner planes that, while deeply connected to the primary material realm, do not belong to it. The primary material plane is characterized by a delicate balance, hosting a myriad of energies and elements that give rise to a diverse array of biological species. In contrast, inner planes are realms dominated by singular energy elements, characterized by a uniform, yet perilous environment. The 6 major inner planes consist of earth, water, fire, air, wind, positive energy, and negative energy. Elemental beings found within the primary material plane are often remnants of summoning magic, possibly the result of a careless mage losing their summoned entities. The natural emergence of elemental beings in the primary material plane is nearly impossible under its environmental conditions. While Galun contemplated this, the tallest of the ice spirits approached him with a demeanor that was both fearful and respectful, addressing him in the common tongue. "Great true dragon, it is our honor to have you grace this place. What commands do you have for us?" Indeed, their intelligence sparked a glimmer in Galun's eyes. He gazed at the ice spirit before him and, in a deep voice, declared, "This ice river shall henceforth be my domain. You shall serve as my kin and offer all that you possess. I, Galun the true dragon, future sovereign of the icy plains, shall provide you with the protection of a dragon." Having recently lost the protection of the white dragon mother, Galun now found himself in the position of offering sanctuary to other beings. Upon hearing Galun's words, the ice spirit did not exhibit any signs of rebellion. Instead, it joyfully knelt and proclaimed, "It is an unparalleled honor for the Ice River tribe to be accepted as your kin by the great true dragon." The underlying excitement of having Galun as their formidable ally was palpable. Galun was taken aback. He had anticipated a battle to subdue these ice spirits before securing their allegiance. In his experience, elemental beings were typically spellcasters with considerable combat prowess and often harbored a haughty disposition, looking down upon corporeal life. Although he was indeed a true dragon, he believed it would be a formidable challenge to compel elemental beings to submit merely through the tremor of his draconic form. After a moment's reflection, Galun addressed the ice spirit before him. "State your name." "Master, your humble servant is named Roy Ice River." "Now, Roy, demonstrate your abilities to me." Galun stepped forward, gesturing for Roy Ice River to attack. If he guessed correctly, this group of extreme northern ice spirits might be relatively weak compared to ordinary elemental beings. Otherwise, they would not be so eager and excited to be accepted as his followers. The strongest of the Ice River tribe, Roy Ice River, displayed a look of hesitation and dared not strike at Galun. Galun, impatient, waved his dragon wing and said, "Do not waste time. I shall not hold you accountable for your attempt on a true dragon." Only then did Roy Ice River feel at ease, raising his crystalline arm to conjure a translucent dagger, which he hurled at Galun. The chilling dagger struck Galun's dragon scales, shattering upon impact without inflicting any harm. Galun regarded Roy Ice River with encouraging eyes and said, "Well done, continue." Yet, under Galun's gaze, Roy Ice River lowered his head awkwardly and confessed, "Master, I can only employ this one spell, the Frost Dagger." Galun noted that due to the harsh weather, 90% of the creatures in the icy plains possessed substantial frost resistance. He himself was completely immune to the dagger's meager damage. not even sustaining a scratch. To rely on a singular, inferior spell and an ice-based attack meant that in the extreme northern tundra, one could only survive as the most insignificant of beings. In terms of power, the extreme northern ice spirits could not even contend with the terror lizard. After a moment of contemplation, Galun inquired, "How did your tribe come into existence?" Roy Ice River's face reflected reverence and nostalgia as he replied, 1,000 years ago. A revered mage created our ancestors and left us upon the icy plains. Creation, rather than summoning, indicated that the extreme northern ice spirits were not a product of natural birth. Galun surmised that these elemental beings were likely the failed experiment of some unknown mage, who intended to create beings capable of wielding formidable frost magic. Upon discovering the ice spirit's feeble abilities, he had decisively abandoned them. No wonder the White Dragon Lady did not take these creatures as her followers. She must have deemed their strength unworthy. Galun mused inwardly. At the same time, he resolved to grant these pitiable elemental beings an opportunity. It would be challenging to have them work for him, given their weak abilities. With this thought, Galun unleashed a blast of frost dragon breath, causing numerous ice crystals to materialize in the cold wind, which he deftly manipulated into a pool of ice several meters in diameter. An ordinary white dragon could never accomplish such a feat, yet for Galun, it was second nature. As a being of dragon lineage, he was favored by the elements, the very darling of elemental forces, or more accurately, akin to their progenitor. The elements, often aloof and difficult to command for other creatures, were fervently attentive to Galun, executing his every thought with unwavering loyalty, without hesitation or doubt. The elements in the space surrounding Galun would even shift in response to his moods, becoming animated or subdued accordingly. After the formation of the icy pool, Galun pierced his fingertip, squeezing forth several drops of scalding dragon blood. Roy, the Ice River's guardian, realized Galun's intentions, and his breath grew heavy. He knelt before Galun, fervently declaring, "Master, the Ice River tribe shall become your most loyal vassals, shattering all your foes." As the dragon blood dripped into the icy pool, it nearly melted the frost. Subsequently, Galun summoned some water from the meandering ice river, and the pool was quickly filled with a diluted, pale red essence of dragon blood. "This is sufficient for your kin's transformation," Galun stated, his tone even. Upon accepting his bloodline, they would become dragonkin. True dragons possess a unique vascular system known as the base blood vessels, an extraordinary and powerful biological tissue considered the core conduit through which true dragons harness elemental power, endowing them with formidable spell-like abilities and supernatural strength. This is the most effective means of distinguishing true dragons from various draconic subspecies. The dragon blood coursing through the base vessels is imbued with fierce aggression, capable of transforming even elemental beings. Those transformed by the dragon blood are collectively referred to as dragonkin, who, from the depths of their hearts, revere their dragon blood master as a divine ruler. Dragonkin are the true core vassals of the true dragons, while those untransformed are often treated as mere reserves or cannon fodder. Will my dragon blood impart a modicum of temporal influence upon them? Galun pondered, eagerly awaiting the outcome. As time passed, one by one, the Arctic ice spirits bathed in Galun's diluted dragon blood, acquiring a subtle aura of draconic majesty, officially becoming dragonkin. Following this, the Arctic ice spirits thronged beneath Galun's dragon wings, their faces alight with newfound joy and expressions of reverence and loyalty towards him. Thus, he had acquired his first batch of sentient vassals. 2 months later, the once tranquil Ice River tribe had transformed into a bustling hub. Near the myriad ice dwellings, figures of fearsome lizards, white hunting dogs, and tidal crabs moved about, coexisting harmoniously with the Arctic ice spirits. Galun chose a nesting site near the river section of the Ice River tribe, gathering other subdued vassals in this vicinity. The Arctic ice spirits, now endowed with the essence of dragon blood, exhibited significant enhancement in their strength and potential. However, to Galun's disappointment, these improvements manifested solely in their frost magic, with none displaying any temporal abilities. It appeared they had merely inherited the bloodline of the white dragon, lacking even a trace of the time dragon's essence. Yet, after his initial disappointment, Galun quickly reconciled with the situation. If the bloodline that influenced time were so easily obtained, the time dragon would not be revered as a legendary true dragon. Beneath the cold, profound river waters, It seemed as though a colossal beast was stirring, creating tumultuous waves upon the surface of the meandering ice river. A white silhouette, approximately 8 meters long, was faintly discernible beneath the water's surface. It was Galun. In the span of merely 2 months, following a deep slumber, although he did not acquire any new temporal abilities, his physique had remarkably expanded. His robust dragon form now measured an impressive 8 meters in length, with a shoulder height of 1 meter and 60 centimeters when on all fours, and an astonishing wingspan approaching 10 meters. Furthermore, he had mastered a form of magical ability characteristic of adolescent white dragons. Such a rate of growth was enough to astonish all true dragons. His primary sustenance consisted of the giant hoofed yaks captured by the hunting party led by the ice spirits, accompanied by their formidable allies such as the terror lizards and white hunting dogs. The yaks, measuring 4 meters in length and weighing 3 tons, produced a thunderous sound when they galloped, making them formidable opponents, yet they were no match for Galun's kin. 90% of the Ice River tribe was occupied with providing Galun with his blood meals, but this only barely satisfied him. He often had to supplement his diet with magical creatures he hunted himself. On the other hand, as the lord of this land, Galun was not idle. For instance, when the hunting party encountered formidable magical beasts, Galun would intervene to eliminate them once he was certain of his victory. Similarly, when fierce predators threatened the tribe and the Ice River tribe was unable to defend itself, he would judiciously step in. Such instances were rare, occurring only once in the past 2 months. At this moment, Galun was pursuing a school of fish in the icy river, sturdy, plump ice river sharks, averaging 2 meters in length. Despite their jaws filled with interlocking fangs, they possessed no magical abilities and were merely ordinary beasts. Under Galun's agile pursuit, they offered no resistance, akin to fish caught on a hook. The flesh of these ice river sharks was delectable, cold, and easy to catch, making them a favored delicacy. However, due to their limited numbers, Galun regarded them merely as a delightful diversion to satisfy his appetite. With a swift snap, he simultaneously caught 2 ice river sharks in his jaws, savoring them briefly before swallowing them whole. The remaining sharks, in a state of panic, fled in disarray. Galun chose not to pursue them further, instead relishing the exquisite texture of his meal before turning to dive down to his riverbed lair. The lair was constructed at the deepest point of this icy river, approximately 50 meters below the surface, emanating a faint cold glow in the dimness of the riverbed. This sanctuary was crafted over the course of a day, as Galun transformed into a tireless excavator, digging and then coating the interior with a shimmering layer of frost from his icy breath. Though slightly curved, it presented an overall form that was shorter at the top and longer below. At the deepest recess of the lair lay Galun's south resting place. The structure of a dragon's eyes is unique, equipped with a nictitating membrane beneath the eyelids that repels water, and a crystalline lens capable of focusing light, granting them the ability to see in darkness. Although the underwater environment was pitch black, it did not hinder Galun's vision. To him, it merely appeared dim. Yet he could discern his surroundings with clarity. In the depths of his lair, Galun fashioned an ice bed to accommodate his resting form. Taking inspiration from the white dragon matriarch, due to the frigid temperatures of the waters in the Arctic tundra, the ice within them proves exceedingly difficult to melt, requiring merely a modicum of effort for maintenance. Upon the vast ice bed, there lies not an empty expanse, but rather a relic, an armor, battered and riddled with stubborn rust, alongside a similarly corroded sword. After reclining upon the ice bed, Galun toyed with the rusty armor and sword, feeling the weight of the ages and the passage of time they embodied. He gently caressed them, a satisfied expression gracing his features. These artifacts had been unearthed from the riverbed's silt while Galun was constructing his cave, and from the very first glance, he found himself irresistibly drawn to them. His fascination lay not in the objects themselves, but in the vestiges of time they carried. For Galun, items steeped in history and the echoes of bygone eras held far greater allure than gold or gemstones. Of course, gold and gems did possess a certain charm for him, yet they paled in comparison to the unique allure of objects imbued with the passage of time. However, should he come across gold or gems that had also weathered the ages, that would be the pinnacle of desirability. In the presence of such treasures, Galun felt as though the pace at which he consumed time subtly quickened. The abilities he wielded, such as manipulating and siphoning the threads of time, required a significant expenditure of temporal energy, making the rate of time consumption a crucial aspect for him. Burying these artifacts and later excavating them after a considerable lapse would only deepen the history they contained. Thus, Galun mused, though his current collection was rather scant. He was reluctant to part with them in such a manner. Subsequently, clutching his cherished artifacts, Galun succumbed to slumber, swiftly digesting the substantial meal of several giant hoofed yaks and glacial sharks, the combined weight of which exceeded his own bulk. Dragons are known to consume creatures heavier than themselves. After half a day of restful slumber, Galun awoke, reluctantly leaving the ice bed, placing the time-worn armor and sword aside. With his dragon tail now extending 8 meters in length, he navigated the underwater realm with the grace of a nimble fish, his wings folded against his sides, departing the water's surface in an agile, torpedo-like manner. As the crystalline droplets cascaded from his white-scaled hide, Galun's lithe form was illuminated like a celestial being descending from the heavens. A few of the Arctic ice spirits, upon witnessing Galun, bowed their heads in reverence, proclaiming, "Hail to the mighty true dragon." Having claimed this territory and taken the Arctic ice spirits as his kin, their lives visibly improved at a remarkable pace. Creatures once regarded as mere toys for hunting, such as the terror lizard and the white hunting hounds, now assumed a role akin to beloved pets. The protection of a true dragon, even one not yet fully matured, was a rare boon. In exchange for this safeguard and the transformation of their lineage, the Arctic ice spirits offered their labor in return. They are beings of elemental life, requiring neither flesh nor blood for sustenance. They thrive solely by absorbing the abundant ice elemental essence present in the air of the far northern tundra. They are easily nourished. As for their hunts, creatures of mediocre flesh are offered to feed the mindless minions of the fearsome lizard, while the sumptuous and delectable giant hoofed yaks serve as sustenance for Galun. In respect for the few ice spirits of the far north, Galun refrained from responding. As a true dragon, he need not acknowledge the reverence of his subordinates. Acceptance suffices. With a graceful sweep of his dragon wings, Galun departed further north, soaring to a location distant from the small glacier, a place unseen by any minions. He used his claw to scrape away the snow, revealing the gray-brown frozen earth beneath, and then excavated a small pit in the permafrost. After surveying his surroundings and finding no other creatures, Galun turned around, positioning his noble dragon hindquarters over the freshly dug hole. With one claw supporting his spiked chin, he gazed contemplatively into the pristine night sky, exerting a slight effort as he pondered the essence of dragonhood. With a swift release, the dragon's excretion arched forth like an arrow from a bow, powerful and resounding. Following a thunderous crack, a look of satisfaction played upon Galun's draconic visage. He had consumed a great deal, and the accumulated waste within him was considerable. Moments later, Galun left behind a precious dragon droppings that would delight the white hunting hounds. With a soft cough, he turned away, his tail sweeping across the snow to obscure the valuable deposit. Alas, in the wilderness, devoid of a proper restroom, one must make do. A true malevolent dragon might occasionally unleash its bodily burdens while soaring high above, occasionally striking a fortunate soul below, granting them a rare proximity to the aura of a true dragon. However, despite his transformation, Galun still harbored a modicum of embarrassment. He felt a sense of impropriety in addressing his physiological needs in the wild, and the notion of aerial littering weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, he saw no better alternative, unless one day he could sustain himself without flesh, relying solely on the consumption of time or elemental energy. Resolving his bodily burdens left him feeling lighter, and Galun prepared to return to his territory by the glacier. Just before his departure, he sensed an approaching presence from behind, his gaze sharpening as he turned. A robust humanoid figure, approximately 9 feet tall, stealthily advanced towards him. Upon being detected, their eyes met, and the atmosphere became charged with tension as the creature maintained its approach. Yuga, the Bonebreaker, was an ogre hailing from a small clan of around 40 cannibals known as the Bonebreaker tribe. Having just come of age, it yearned for a formidable prey to demonstrate its courage and strength, thereby flaunting its muscular prowess before the other ogres. In hopes of ascending to a higher status within the Bonebreaker tribe and securing the right to choose a mate, Yuga Bonebreaker had long considered itself to be exceptionally clever. Apart from the tribe's leader, a two-headed ogre adept in sorcery, no other ogre could rival its intellect. In a collective of rather dim-witted ogres, Yuga always felt a sense of disconnection. As for the more astute leader, Yuga rationalized that it was merely due to possessing two heads, a fact that rendered its own singularity somewhat acceptable. One day, gazing upon the two-headed leader, who could freely mate with female ogres and command the respect of others, Yuga conceived a bold idea. Were Galun to learn of its plan, he would articulate it with a fitting phrase: a true warrior seizes the mantle. This notion ignited within Yuga's heart like a wildfire. According to the traditions of the Bonebreaker tribe, every ogre, upon reaching adulthood, has the opportunity to challenge the leader. Should they triumph, they may usurp the position and become the new chief. Yet, the two-headed leader was the most formidable chief in the tribe's history, even possessing a throne constructed from the skulls of challengers. Yuga Bonebreaker resolved not to be reckless like other challengers. It intended to wait until the leader grew old and feeble before issuing a challenge. However, before that could transpire, Yuga needed to prove itself as a true adult ogre by completing its rite of passage. Humph, the robust Yuga can hunt even dragons, Yuga boasted to its kin, then strode forth with confidence, embarking onto the icy expanse beyond the tribe, under the admiring gazes of fellow ogres. Along the way, leveraging its robust physique and a mind considerably sharper than that of the average ogre, Yuga employed traps and ambushes to dispatch numerous hunters across the frozen plains. Yet, dissatisfaction lingered, for the two-headed leader had once slain a colossal ice serpent nearly 10 meters long, far surpassing all of Yuga's quarry. It was only after traversing 100 miles from the Bonebreaker tribe that Yuga encountered a small white dragon, currently engaged in a rather mundane act. Yuga, acutely aware of the might of true dragons, even the weakest among them, contemplated retreating, deeming it wisest to act as though it had seen nothing. Yet, the tantalizing prospect of realizing its grandiose proclamations, envisioning the ogres rallying around it, and the favor of the voluptuous ogre maidens, propelled Yuga to decide. Armed with a hefty wooden mace, it resolved to ambush the unsuspecting white dragon. Should the ambush succeed, dreams of glory would be within reach. The annals of the Bonebreaker tribe would forever commemorate Yuga Bonebreaker, for in its coming of age, it would have slain a true dragon. In his mind, Yuga Sway-gu was lost in a reverie while stealthily approaching the little white dragon with utmost caution. However, just as this thought took root, he had yet to take a step when the little white dragon suddenly turned its head, its gaze infused with a chilling intent to kill. Yuga Sway-gu was momentarily stunned, his mind overwhelmed by various accounts of malevolent dragons, and fear began to take hold. He forced a strained smile, awkwardly addressing Galun. "Noble true dragon, Yuga Sway-gu merely passes through this place with no ill intent." As he spoke, he discreetly attempted to conceal the wooden hammer behind him. Yet there was an unmistakable air of desperation in his actions. Galun turned his head, his dragon form shifting to face the creature before him, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The figure was humanoid, with rough, dark skin, a powerful and muscular physique, white pupils set against pitch-black sclera, emanating a foul odor, and a mouth filled with sharp fangs. Clad in rudimentary tanned animal hide, and wielding a large black wooden hammer still stained with dried blood. Upon realizing he had been discovered, the ogre muttered in a language Galun did not comprehend. The dragon's legacy contained only dragon tongue and common speech. The ogre, being a large humanoid, spoke giant language, which Galun did not understand. After finishing his utterance, the ogre contorted his face into an exceedingly grotesque smile. Galun felt a surge of anger, reminiscent of his previous outburst. His expression darkened, and in an instant, he unleashed his wings, closing the distance with a fierce determination, exhaling a frigid breath of frost. Many misinterpret the dragon's breath as a mere ability, a method of attack akin to a sweeping tail or the flapping of wings, similar to some true dragon spells. However, this is a profound misconception. A dragon's breath is not an ordinary skill. It is extraordinarily potent, exceedingly difficult to withstand, and must be taken seriously by any creature. Akin to a formidable ultimate move. Even an adult dragon cannot sustain a continuous breath for long. Galun initiated with his most devastating attack. In the face of the ogre's astonished gaze, the conical stream of icy breath enveloped the creature instantaneously, encasing it in a thick layer of ice. In midair, a white silhouette flapped its dragon wings, stirring a howling cold wind, swiftly returning to the skies above its territory. Spotting an unoccupied space devoid of followers, Galun released his dragon claw. With a resounding thud, the massive block of ice he had seized fell to the ground. creating a deep crater that attracted the attention of several ice spirits from the far north. However, upon recognizing their lord's return, they nonchalantly resumed their activities. Within the icy prison, the ogre's form remained vividly alive, its face still etched with terror. Galun folded his dragon wings and descended, surveying the ice crystal before him. He had not slain the ogre. Rather, he had merely frozen it, showing mercy and allowing it to remain alive. As for the reason behind this action, it was not a sudden fondness that Galun felt towards the ogre. Rather, in the moment he unleashed his breath, he quelled his anger. Recalling that ogres are inherently social creatures, seldom venturing alone, the appearance of a single ogre signified the presence of an ogre tribe in the vicinity. Indeed, the ogre tribes in this frigid northern expanse posed a considerable nuisance to dragons. Galun had no desire to awaken from his slumber only to find his domain overrun by ogres, with himself encircled by a horde, destined to be boiled among an array of spices. Observing the ogre before him, ensnared in ice, he contemplated briefly before commanding the ice crystals to transform into magical elements. Gradually melting away, with a thud, the ogre collapsed to the ground, its body marked with frostbite. However, its robust physique allowed it to regain consciousness a few minutes later, dazedly surveying its surroundings. Upon lifting its gaze and encountering Galun's draconic form, the ogre appeared startled. It discarded its hefty wooden club and bowed in submission, uttering words in a giant tongue that Galun could not comprehend. Galun, resting his chin upon his claw, scrutinized the kneeling ogre before him, feeling an oddity stir within. This ogre seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence. The dragon's heritage contained records of the ogre race, often associated with a reckless, impulsive nature, coupled with a sturdy physique capable of adapting to various climates. On the continent of Noah, where Galun resided, ogres were ubiquitous across forests, swamps, deserts, and tundras, representing a classic race. After a moment of reflection, Galun extended his dragon wings, casting a shadow over the ogre's trembling form. As the ogre shivered, Galun inquired in the common tongue, "Can you speak the common language?" The ogre, bewildered by Galun's voice, raised its head. Noticing its reaction, Galun furrowed his brow, realizing the creature likely understood only its own tongue. With a language barrier hindering any inquiry into the ogre tribe's intel, keeping it alive served little purpose. It would be more beneficial to offer it as a meal to the fearsome lizards and white hounds within the icy territory. The ogre exuded a foul odor and possessed an exceedingly grotesque appearance, rendering it unappetizing to Galun. Thus, with this thought, a dangerous glint grew in Galun's gaze. This ogre was certainly not the typical dim-witted kind. It perceptively sensed Galun's intentions, and its expression stiffened, hastily uttering a stream of words in its tongue. Upon hearing certain frequently repeated phrases, Galun's interest was piqued. "True dragon, spare my life." For reasons unknown, despite it being his first encounter with the giant language, and having possessed no prior understanding of it, the ambient circumstances allowed Galun to discern some meanings after listening attentively to the ogre's discourse. He recalled the legends of the time dragon inscribed within his heritage. All knowledge, skills, and languages belong to the realm of the time dragon's expertise. In the realm of language, I seem to possess an extraordinary talent. Galun became aware of this fact and gradually tempered his murderous intent. The reason for his newfound realization lies in the understanding that the knowledge inherited from the dragon is not merely a haphazard accumulation within the creature's mind, but rather resembles a treasure trove hidden deep within, triggered by specific circumstances, allowing relevant information to surface naturally, a form of conditional knowledge transmission. Simultaneously, the ogre sensed the dissipating threat, letting out a sigh of relief. However, just as it ceased its pleas for mercy, Galun's piercing platinum dragon gaze bore down upon it, prompting the creature to once again bow its head in supplication. After pondering for a moment, Galun halted the ogre's cries for mercy and communicated using gestures along with a few newly acquired words. Being an intelligent creature, despite the language barrier, the ogre could grasp some general meanings through gestures and other forms of expression, especially as Galun had recently learned a few vocabulary terms in the giant tongue. Initially, it posed some challenges, but as the ogre understood that Galun wished to learn its language, the process gradually became simpler. Galun pointed to the ground, causing the ogre to pause, before uttering in the giant language, Balakan, meaning earth. He then looked up at the sky, and the ogre, comprehending, gazed at the pitch-black, cloudless night and said, Lakas, denoting sky. Thus, time drifted by as Galun, akin to a child with a newfound toy, eagerly immersed himself in the study of this new language. One by one, words were grasped, leading to the construction of interconnected phrases. As he mastered more sentence structures and grammar, accelerating his learning process. In a mere 3 days, Galun was able to engage in simple verbal exchanges with the ogre. Although his giant language was still somewhat rudimentary, it sufficed for everyday communication. Throughout the entire learning process, he exhibited not a shred of impatience. Instead, he felt an exhilarating joy from acquiring new knowledge. This delightful sensation was so profound that it left Galun somewhat astonished. On another note, he marveled at his own linguistic aptitude, having gleaned an understanding of a language solely through the ogre's oral teachings. Reflecting on his past life, he mused that had he possessed such abilities then, even the mere joy of learning new knowledge would have been remarkable. Presently, he had mastered 5 languages: Dragon, Common, Giant, Chinese, and English. The Chinese language required no elaboration, while his foundation in English, combined with the time dragon's linguistic talent, allowed him to learn it intuitively and deepen his comprehension. With these thoughts in mind, Galun shook his head, casting aside the past. Once he steadied his thoughts, he looked at the weary and frail ogre and spoke in the giant tongue. Ugga, how many inhabitants are there in your Bone Crush tribe? As he spoke, he gestured for the ice spirit of the far north to bring over a portion of food for the terror lizard and the white hunting dog, a basin of wriggling, plump ice worms. These ice worms dwell beneath the snow, subsisting primarily on its nourishment. Their flesh, surprisingly succulent, has led Galun to raise them under his guidance, serving as a staple diet for the frost spirits. If one can overlook their plump, juicy forms, their taste is rather delightful. Occasionally, Galun indulges in them as a snack. Their icy coolness and exquisite flavor are accompanied by a refreshing scent reminiscent of pristine snowmelt. Yuga, famished after 3 days, devours the ice worms ravenously while responding to Galun. Our bone-crushing tribe comprises a total of 44 members, including a 2-headed ogre chief, 22 male adult ogres, 10 female adult ogres, and 11 juvenile ogres. This traitor readily divulged his tribe's secrets. The mention of a 2-headed ogre startled Galun. Within the ogre race, most are brutish warriors like Yuga, wielding large clubs. However, occasionally, a highly intelligent subspecies emerges, capable of wielding magic, known as ogre wizards. While not all ogre wizards possess 2 heads, every 2-headed ogre undoubtedly is an ogre wizard. Aside from their robust physique, they possess magical abilities. Their dual heads allow for simultaneous thought processes, rendering them significantly more formidable than ordinary ogre wizards. In the continent of Noah, the ability to cast spells grants one considerable influence. A mage capable of wielding spells of the 9th ring or higher is akin to a human nuclear weapon, revered wherever they tread, their words capable of swaying royal decisions. The most esteemed identity is invariably that of a mage. Reality diverges sharply from games. There is no need to balance professions. A wealthy mage in Noah can outmatch a dozen warriors of equal standing, and beyond combat prowess, spells can accomplish myriad extraordinary feats, such as teleportation, city shields, and interdimensional summons. A 2-headed ogre poses a significant challenge. According to Galun's understanding, a typical young dragon would stand little chance against such a foe, especially if the 2-headed ogre commands advanced spells, making it even more troublesome. As for ordinary ogres, while they are undeniably strong, they do not pose a considerable threat to him. Reflecting on this, Galun's expression grew contemplative. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "How far is the bone-crushing tribe from here?" Yuga scratched his head and replied, "Not far, just over 50 kilometers. For an average person, 50 kilometers is a considerable distance. However, for Galun or creatures like ogres, it is a mere trifle." Before Galun could ask further, Yuga's subsequent remarks caused a shift in his demeanor. Members of the tribe occasionally hunt near this icy river. There is a water source here, attracting various prey. Different species exhibit distinct habits and customs. Ogres, as a race, thrive in filth and chaos, eschewing water. Had Galun discovered the small, icy river earlier, it would have surely been claimed by ogres. Galun furrowed his brow, and a heavy feeling settled in his heart. Did this not imply that he was perpetually at risk of encountering the threat posed by the ogre tribe? During ordinary times, it was manageable, but should the ogres discover his lair while he was in a state of slumber, it would undoubtedly be a perilous predicament. The two-headed ogre, in particular, demanded vigilance and caution. Pondering this, Garen spoke in a grave tone. Relate to me everything you know about the abilities of the two-headed ogre leader. Yuga's eyes lit up, fully aware that Garen sought to confront his own leader. Under Garen's curious gaze, he could not suppress his elation and exclaimed, "Our leader is named Sarah the Bonebreaker," standing nearly as tall as Yuga. Minutes later, Yuga provided Garen with an intricate account of the two-headed ogre's attributes, watching him with eager anticipation. Garen, lost in thought, remained silent. After a brief pause, he scrutinized Yuga with a knowing expression and inquired, "Pray tell, why are you so eager to share this information with me?" Yuga scratched his head sheepishly and, with a seemingly foolish grin, replied, "Because Yuga wishes to become the leader, and he is Yuga's greatest obstacle." After a moment's reflection, Yuga sincerely knelt before Garen, declaring, "Great true dragon, if you can slay Sarah and allow Yuga to ascend as the leader of the Bonebreaker tribe, I swear by the name of the Sun God that the Bonebreaker tribe shall revere you and be bound to your service." The mention of the Sun God momentarily startled Garen. When did ogres come to worship the Sun God? Were they not more inclined to venerate deities of strength or courage? Furthermore, there was no true Sun God in the continent of Noah. Garen found himself perplexed. In his dragon heritage, no such deity was recorded. Yet, he dismissed the concern, recognizing that the continent of Noah was rife with myriad deities and faiths. Perhaps this Sun God was a recent emergence, thus eluding the chronicles of dragon lore. Regardless, to swear by the name of a god, whether real or not, was a momentous act. Those who broke such oaths would surely incur the wrath of the divine. In a world inhabited by deities, swearing an oath in their name constituted the most solemn of contracts, not to be uttered lightly. As for Yuga's proposal regarding the demise of the two-headed ogre leader, Garen felt a flicker of intrigue. According to Yuga's description, though the leader was capable of casting spells, the sole incantation it had wielded was a bifurcating bolt of lightning. It was reasonable to surmise that mastery of magic was not easily attained. While the two-headed ogre was indeed a rare subspecies, it was hardly a remarkable magical entity. With Yuga's insights into the two-headed ogre, Garen began to contemplate strategies for confronting it. One could not allow others to slumber beside one's own resting place, especially when faced with the ferocious threat of a tribe that consumed all. Certainly, if this tribe is under one's control, it would be a fortuitous development, as its overall strength far surpasses that of all of Galun's current vassals. Once subdued, it could resolve many of Galun's concerns. Presently, in the Ice River territory, the northern ice spirits have transformed into dragon veins, their power steadily increasing. However, they are still at the nascent stage and remain too feeble. While the terror lizards and white hunting dogs are not particularly formidable either, the inclusion of the ogre tribe would significantly enhance the strength of the Ice River territory, alleviating the necessity for Galun to intervene in times of trouble. Moreover, as Galun's body matures, his appetite grows increasingly insatiable. The hunting successes of his vassals are becoming insufficient to satiate his hunger, necessitating more followers. Before his next slumber, he must either obliterate or subjugate this ogre tribe. After a brief contemplation, Galun made his decision. He turned to Yuga, the Bonebreaker, his expression unchanging, and inquired calmly, "How does the strength of the adult ogres in the Bonebreaker tribe compare to yours?" Yuga was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Aside from the chieftain, Yuga is the strongest ogre." Though newly adult, he had already triumphed over ordinary ogres within the tribe. Otherwise, he would not have harbored thoughts of usurping the chieftain. Galun appraised Yuga's physique. Standing 3 meters tall, clad in simple tanned leather, his body was a mass of hard, bulging muscles. The average height of adult ogres ranged from 2 meters 60 to 3 meters, and Yuga was indeed a giant among them. "Lord True Dragon, are you contemplating how to deal with ordinary ogre warriors?" Yuga inquired. Every species occasionally produces anomalies. Yuga, possessing intellect rivaling that of ordinary humans, was far more astute than typical ogres. He discerned Galun's intent. For Yuga, these past few days had been nothing short of surreal. Initially, he had foolishly provoked a true dragon, anticipating a grim demise, only to discover that the dragon spared his life, enabling him to learn the giant language in mere days, an opportunity to potentially supplant the two-headed ogre as chieftain. The prospect of leadership was driving him nearly to madness, and he would not squander such a splendid opportunity. Besides, yielding to a true dragon, even an immature one, was not a source of shame. Galun nodded calmly, observing Yuga's hesitance, and said in a low voice, "Speak your mind." He had already perceived that Yuga was not an ordinary ogre and did not underestimate his intellect. Yuga, filled with excitement, nodded eagerly, then thumped his chest with confidence, proclaiming, "Yuga knows the likes and habits of Sarah and can lure him out of the tribe. As long as the true dragon can slay Sarah, all the ogres of the Bonebreaker tribe will become your loyal servants." Galun gazed at Yuga in surprise, thinking to himself what a remarkable turncoat he had found. To become a leader, one would not hesitate to sell the entire tribe to a dragon. If the two-headed ogre were to learn of such a traitor emerging from his tribe, Galun would shake his head in silent mourning for the ogre. After pondering for a moment, Galun inquired further about the two-headed ogres and then instructed Yuga the Bonebreaker to indicate the general direction of the Bonebreaker tribe, advising it to remain temporarily within the confines of the Ice River territory. With a powerful beat of his wings, he vanished into the vast night sky. In the air, Galun cast one last glance down at the now diminutive Ice River territory before retracting his gaze and soaring towards the Bonebreaker tribe. He did not impose any restrictive spells upon Yuga, as he currently possessed no magical abilities, nor did he limit Yuga's movement. He merely verbally instructed it to remain in the Ice River territory. This served as a test to ascertain whether the ogre genuinely sought to leverage Galun's strength to ascend as the tribe's leader. Should the ogre prove to be sufficiently astute, Galun would find it awaiting his return. Otherwise, he would be compelled to devise a means to annihilate the Bonebreaker tribe rather than subdue it. High above, amidst the howling winds of the frigid altitude, the roar of the cold air was incessant. Without the aid of magical abilities, an adult dragon can fly at full speed for days. If they manage their pace, they could soar continuously for a fortnight. By gliding on the high-altitude currents to conserve energy, they could even traverse the skies for an entire year, provided they do not find the experience monotonous. This formidable endurance stems from the dragon's powerful heart, which serves as the source of its vitality. The dragon's heart contains 4 massive chambers, perpetually pumping forth an inexhaustible supply of strength. Due to the heart's robustness, scholars studying dragons have claimed that if a hard rock were placed within an ancient dragon's heart, a single heartbeat could reduce it to dust. Galun unfurled his 10-meter wingspan, utilizing the air currents to glide forward, albeit at a modest pace. As a young dragon, he was not yet capable of sustaining full-speed flight for days. To conserve energy for unforeseen circumstances, Galun opted for the most energy-efficient gliding method. Although this rendered his speed considerably slower, it offered reliability, and he was in no particular haste. The unique environment of the polar night enveloped the far northern ice plains in perpetual darkness, rendering it somewhat challenging to discern the passage of time. However, Galun's acute sense of time and space allowed him to remain attuned to the flow of time and the shifts in his surroundings, ensuring he would not misjudge the hour. As he gazed down, he noticed a peculiar small basin-like depression. The ice plain basin presented a bowl-like shape, within which several scattered black dots were faintly discernible. True dragons possess extraordinary long-distance vision, enabling them to see flurries of snowflakes even several kilometers away, provided there are no obstacles obstructing their view. Galun gazed into the distance, clearly perceiving the small black dots as rudimentary, crude dwellings hastily constructed from stone blocks. Surrounding a large iron cauldron set over a campfire were several robust ogres. The cauldron bubbled with a thick, yellow broth, intermittently revealing the dismembered limbs of unknown Arctic beasts, creating a chilling spectacle. Despite their name, ogres do not exclusively consume humanoid creatures. They prey on any living being weaker than themselves. Some ogres residing deep in the mountains may never encounter humanoids throughout their entire lives. At the heart of the bone-crushing tribe, within a large stone hut adorned with several layers of animal hides, stood a 3-meter-tall ogre fervently praying before a wooden, spherical, pitch-black sculpture, murmuring incantations. Its dark, coarse skin, characteristic black scara, and white pupils bore no distinction from those of other ogres. The sole difference was the presence of 2 closely positioned heads, one large and one small, both eyes gently closed in supplication to the sculpture. Suddenly, the 2-headed ogre seemed to sense something, its eyes snapping open. The larger head's gaze sparkled with a wisdom surpassing that of the smaller head. It seized a long staff and a spiked mace, stained with dried blood, before striding purposefully out of the hut, casting a suspicious glance around. Finding nothing amiss, The two-headed ogre raised its gaze to the night sky, where, apart from a mass of inconspicuous clouds, an expanse of twinkling stars filled the horizon. "Chief, what do you see? Is there something to eat up there?" One ogre approached, mimicking the two-headed ogre's stance, peering upward and asking curiously after failing to discern anything. The larger head of the two-headed ogre glimmered with a blue light as it continued to scrutinize the night sky. After several minutes, it withdrew its gaze, exchanged glances with its other head, and shook its head, saying, "Nothing, merely a fleeting illusion." With that, it returned to the stone hut, stowed its weapons, and resumed its devout prayers. As the two-headed ogre prayed, in a realm invisible to ordinary eyes, slender tendrils of black mist extended from the sculpture, caressing the ogre's body like tentacles. Each touch sent shivers through its form, intensifying the fervor on its grotesque visage. High above, Galun was enveloped in a dim, formless mist that seemed to merge seamlessly with the night. Observing the two-headed ogre burst from the hut and scan its surroundings with suspicion, he felt a chill run down his spine. This formidable two-headed ogre possessed a keen sense. Even from such a distance, it could faintly detect his presence. Had it not been for the cloud-like ability he had mastered upon awakening from his slumber, Galun feared he would have been revealed. The ability to traverse ice, known as the mist technique, allows one to conjure a cloud that obscures perception and can shield against certain magical detection abilities. This is a type of arcane prowess that the white dragon can master during its juvenile phase, serving as an excellent means for stealthy movement. Galun grasped this skill even in his hatchling stage. Presently, his stature rivals that of a typical adolescent white dragon and may even surpass it. Without dispelling the mist, Galun circled above the Bonebreaker tribe, meticulously observing the situation below. After several minutes, he subtly nodded, confirming the number of adult ogres aligned with Yuga's assertions. There was no exaggeration. After a moment of contemplation, Galun turned away, but instead of directly returning to the icy dominion, he began to search the area within a 20-mile radius centered on the Bonebreaker tribe. He flew at a measured pace, his keen gaze sweeping over the varied terrains of the frozen expanse. Galun was in pursuit of a suitable ambush site. While dragons are inherently powerful, they do not favor direct confrontation. Rather, they delight in sudden assaults from the skies or the earth below. Despite their scales and wings, many of their traits are reminiscent of felines rather than reptiles. As time slipped by, after approximately an hour and a half, Galun's body paused, a gleam of joy illuminating his eyes. With a swift contraction of his wings, he dispelled the surrounding mist and dove downward. Soon, he alighted upon an exceptionally smooth expanse of ice, turning his neck to survey the surroundings. Below him lay a lake blanketed with ice crystals, spanning several miles. In the frigid northern tundra, due to the low temperatures, such still bodies of water readily freeze, only revealing their liquid depths during the brief warm spell each year when the ice melts. This locale is ideally suited for an ambush by a white dragon, as the recent absence of blizzards had prevented the accumulation of snow thick enough to conceal a dragon's form. Launching a surprise attack from beneath the ice became the most advantageous strategy, especially since ogres generally despise water. After landing on the ice, Galun cautiously shifted his body, discovering with surprise that the surface could indeed support his weight. Initially, he presumed the ice was remarkably solid. However, after moving with increasing agility and even running for a short while, he realized his error. His ability to roam freely upon the ice was primarily due to the unique physiology of dragons. Upon contact with the icy surface, Galun's claws exerted a peculiar force that supported his body, and the friction provided by his scaled claws enabled him to maneuver with ease across the slick ice, even more swiftly than on normal ground, as if he were the very wind itself. This ability to walk upon ice is a remarkable trait of the white dragon. Extraordinary abilities refer to powers that are completely unaffected by spells, anti-magic fields, or zones devoid of magic. Galun's ability to traverse ice is primarily attributed to his unique bodily structure, akin to abilities such as clairvoyance and dark vision, rather than to spells or supernatural forces. After frolicking on the icy surface for a brief moment, Galun flapped his dragon wings and soared back to the glacial territory. The round trip consumed several hours. If the ogre Yuga Bonebreaker intended to escape, he should have long since fled the glacial territory. However, as Galun gazed down from his lofty perch, he spotted the familiar robust figure. Yuga Bonebreaker was engaged in a sparring match with the Arctic ice spirit, Roy Glacius, bellowing like a tank as he charged toward Roy. With each movement, the ground trembled beneath him, his presence formidable. A look of apprehension emerged on Roy Glacius's crystalline face. Extending his hand, the elemental forces around him surged and coalesced, unleashing a barrage of ice spears that shot forth from his palm like a machine gun, far surpassing the icy dagger he had demonstrated to Galun over 2 months prior. Alas, the dense ice spears merely caused Yuga to grimace in pain, leaving white marks on his coarse, dark skin without inflicting any significant damage. The ogre's skin was remarkably resilient, and the ice spears fired by Roy lacked the potency to inflict meaningful harm. Moments later, Yuga Bonebreaker strode confidently to stand before the Arctic ice spirit, seizing Roy in one hand and laughing heartily, proclaiming in giant, "Little one, I have triumphed. You have a long way to go to defeat the future chief of the Bonebreaker tribe." Roy, unable to comprehend giant, nonetheless inferred the essence of Yuga's words from his expression. Although he had lost, he felt a sense of joy at his increasingly formidable powers as a draconic being. Previously, encountering an ogre would have instilled in him a complete lack of combat spirit, compelling him to retreat. Now, however, he could at least hold his ground. With no intention of conceding, the entirely crystalline Roy Glacius merely expressed his frustration. "Please set me down, I concede." The ogre's strength was immense. Lifting several tons felt trivial to him. Held captive in Yuga's grasp, Roy experienced an unsettling sensation of potentially being crushed into shards of ice. Although the Arctic ice spirit would not perish even if shattered before expending all his magical energy, it was still an unpleasant experience. Yuga Bonebreaker tilted his head back in triumph, oblivious to the common tongue, unaware of Roy's words, and continued to laugh. Just as Roy was about to gesture for the ogre to comprehend, his expression suddenly brightened, filled with awe as he gazed beyond Yuga Bonebreaker. The ogre's demeanor stiffened as he noticed a shadow extending from behind, enveloping him. He slowly released Roy and mechanically turned his neck to look back. "Lord Dragon, you have returned." Yuga Bonebreaker managed a smile, albeit one twisted by his grotesque features. A profound astonishment enveloped him as he beheld the immense form of the true dragon, which, in its descent, stirred not a whisper of wind. Galun displayed not a flicker of emotion upon his countenance as he remarked, "It appears you have formed a commendable rapport with my kin." Yuga, the Bone Crusher, scratched his head awkwardly and confessed, "The other ogres in the tribe are rather dim-witted. Your kin, much like Yuga, possesses considerable intellect, and I relish the opportunity to converse with them. Though we lack a common tongue, the exchange through gestures has proven far more engaging than my interactions with the ogres of my tribe." This led him to contemplate the notion of acquiring the universal language, driven by a fervent desire to communicate with other sentient beings. Galun, dismissing the ogre, turned his gaze towards Roy Ice River, offering a word of encouragement. "Though you may not yet rival the ogre in strength, there exists ample potential for growth within you. In time, you shall match it. Persevere." This simple yet profound encouragement elicited a deep sense of gratitude upon Roy's visage, for inspiration from a true dragon was indeed a rarity. In the next moment, Galun gripped Yuga's shoulder, and amidst the ogre's puzzled gaze, unfurled his wings, propelling them into the sky. The ogre's several tons of weight felt as light as a mere plaything beneath the dragon's claw, trembling as it ascended rapidly into the heights. As they flew, Galun began to feel the weight of fatigue, even with his considerable strength, after a prolonged duration in the air. However, Yuga remained largely unperturbed by the frigid winds at such altitudes, as ogres dwelling in the extreme northern tundra had evolved a notable resistance to the cold, clad only in rudimentary, coarse animal skins. Yet, he trembled incessantly, daunted by the sheer height, seemingly afflicted by acrophobia. For any creature incapable of flight, being grasped at such soaring elevations, with the wind howling in their ears and their life resting solely in the hands of their captor, would surely be gripped by fear. A mere slip of Galun's claw could send the ogre plummeting to a gruesome demise, a fate that could render its form into a viscous, unrecognizable pulp. Employing the tactic of elevating non-flying prey to great heights before releasing them to their doom was a well-known stratagem among dragons. Galun, possessing the ability to lift creatures of similar or even greater weight, found that if not for his desire to subjugate the ogre tribe, he could simply rely on his aerial prowess, dropping objects from above to instill dread. After a spell, Galun descended with Yuga onto the thick ice of a frozen lake. The ogre's legs wobbled as he took unsteady steps, his mind still enveloped in a haze, as if he had yet to fully return from the heights. Minutes passed before he gradually regained his composure. Observing the ice's robustness, which could support the ogre's weight, a satisfied expression graced Galun's features. This location would serve as an ideal ambush point, ensuring the successful luring of their target. Once Yuga's senses returned, Galun gestured towards the ice beneath them and instructed, "Bring the two-headed ogre here, and your task shall be complete." Regarding how to deal with the two-headed ogre, Galun did not specify. Yuga gazed at the vast expanse of ice, nodding as he spoke. "I am familiar with this place, at my pace. It takes 4 hours to travel back and forth from the Shattered Bone tribe." Pausing for a moment, he looked towards Galun and inquired, "Mighty Dragon Lord, do you wish to confront Chief Sela immediately? Shall I set off at once?" His voice brimmed with impatience, for Yuga, eager to usurp the position of the two-headed ogre's leader, was nearly beside himself with anticipation. Galun maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no change in emotion as he lightly nodded his dragon head, saying, "Enough with the idle chatter. Depart swiftly." After a moment's thought, recalling the two weapons the two-headed ogre had brought out from his dwelling, he added, "When you bring him, do your utmost to ensure he is unarmed." Known for his decisive execution, Galun resolved to eliminate the threat posed by the two-headed ogre without delay, understanding that the longer he waited, the more unpredictable the situation could become. Yuga enthusiastically nodded, declaring, "As you command, great dragon." Yuga would certainly not disappoint him. With a wave of his dragon claw, Galun signaled Yuga to commence his mission. Without hesitation, Yuga turned and swiftly departed, his figure gradually disappearing into the vastness of the night. Bang! The powerful dragon's foot stomped heavily upon the ice, sending cracks spiraling outward like a spider's web. The ice shattered along the fissures, revealing the tranquil waters beneath. Galun took a deep breath, and in the next moment, he moved, parting the floating ice and submerging himself beneath the lake's surface. The frigid water, capable of freezing a person within seconds, had no adverse effect on Galun. Instead, it enveloped him in a refreshing coolness that invigorated his spirit. With a gust, he exhaled a breath of frost, sealing the ice surface once more, causing Galun's form to vanish beneath the icy waters. Above the ice, silence reigned once again. The white dragon's scales, blending seamlessly with the snow and ice, created no ripples as he glided beneath the surface. His scales silently suppressed the flow of water, making him the most formidable hunter across the far northern tundra. Few prey could survive the ambush of a white dragon, especially one imbued with the powers of a time dragon like Galun. The two-headed ogre would be no exception. Beneath the ice, Galun patiently awaited the arrival of any creatures traversing the surface. Even without visual confirmation, he could ascertain their position, number, and approximate weight through subtle vibrations. Under the protection of the white dragon matriarch, the year and more spent honing his hunting skills had not been in vain. Galun had mastered these abilities as a proficient white dragon hunter. Yuga, having left the confines of the icy lake, swiftly made his way towards the sunken basin where the Shattered Bone tribe resided, guided by the memories etched in his mind. On the journey, it slayed a robust white-haired tiger, considering it a trophy to mark its coming of age. Although the white tiger was merely a larger version of an ordinary beast, it paled in comparison to the prey of the two-headed ogre's earlier hunts. However, Yuga Suego was beyond such comparisons. With exhilaration, it hoisted the prey and strode back to the Suego tribe. Sharp-eyed ogres spotted Yuga, and soon a chorus of greetings erupted as numerous ogres emerged from the ground or stepped out of their dwellings, gathering around Yuga Suego and its trophy. The nearly 4-meter-long white tiger, with its powerful muscles and sharp claws, drew much admiration from the ogres. "Yuga, you have proven yourself a worthy adult ogre. The sun god shall take pride in you and always watch over you." Following the accolades, the ogres unceremoniously dragged Yuga Suego's catch away, skinning and butchering it, tossing the pieces into a large iron pot. Yuga Suego exhibited no reaction to this. The prey obtained during the ogre's coming-of-age hunt was meant to be shared among the adult ogres of the tribe, symbolizing its transition into adulthood and liberation from the need for protection as a weaker ogre. Just as the white tiger was being taken away, Yuga Suego hurried towards the lavish stone dwelling of the two-headed ogre chief, adorned with animal hides. With urgency in its step, it did not even knock before bursting into the stone house. "Chief, I have discovered the trail of a human mage. As Yuga entered, the two-headed ogre, initially displeased and poised to reprimand Yuga, was taken aback by Yuga Sugo's exclamation that brought a glimmer of joy to its faces. The chief stepped forward, both heads fixated on Yuga Suego, its towering form exuding an imposing presence. Yuga Suego, are you certain? The larger head appeared particularly animated, while the smaller one bore an indifferent expression, seemingly lost in thoughts of delectable treats, drooling slightly. Yuga Suego fervently nodded, affirming, I am certain. The two-headed ogre, regaining its composure, inquired, what is the strength of this human mage? Yuga Suego contemplated briefly before responding hastily, stronger than Yuga, but certainly no match for your might, chief. I discovered the human mage to the east, engaged in battle with a swift leopard, unaware of my presence. Moreover, while the mage triumphed over the leopard, it sustained injuries and cannot have fled far. Upon hearing Yuga Suego's words, the larger head of the two-headed ogre widened its eyes and barked. Then why are you still standing there, you fool? Lead the way. In the extreme northern ice fields, though it was the time of polar night, the land did not appear dark. Rather, it was enveloped in a magnificent silver-white expanse. Snowflakes and ice crystals reflected the starlight and moonlight, illuminating the northern ice fields in a breathtaking manner, akin to daylight, with only the narrow ice ravines harboring deeper shadows. In the biting cold wind, two towering humanoid figures, each 3 meters tall, swiftly traversed the snow-covered terrain. They were none other than Yuga the Bonebreaker and the two-headed ogre. The ogre, with a jet-black mace in its right hand and a staff in its left, charged forward with the ferocity of an armored vehicle, its speed defying the bulk of its seemingly cumbersome form. Beside it, Yuga the Bonebreaker matched its pace, leaving behind 2 streaks of darkness against the pristine white landscape. Concerned that the human mage might escape and become elusive, the two-headed ogre opted to move only with Yuga, casting a spell of swiftness upon both of them to significantly enhance their speed. As they passed over a gently rising snowdrift, the snow erupted as if a hidden cannonball had detonated, showering the two-headed ogre with sparkling, crystalline flakes. With a flash of menace in its eyes, the ogre roared, seeking death. The mace swung down with ferocious power and howling winds, striking a beast resembling a raptor that had stealthily approached through the snow. The beast let out a mournful cry as its body was sent hurtling through the air like a tattered toy, warm blood splattering onto the snow, creating a vivid tapestry of red and white. The ogre paid it no mind, continuing its advance, while Yuga swallowed nervously, trailing closely behind. As they moved, various oblivious creatures of the icy plains attempted to launch surprise attacks, only to be crushed into mush by the black mace or reduced to ashes by spells, causing merely negligible hindrances to the two-headed ogre. Witnessing the ogre's display of power, Yuga felt a pang of uncertainty. It was beginning to doubt whether Galun could indeed overpower the ogre. Yet, aspiring to become a leader, Yuga found itself with no other path to pursue. The two-headed ogre was in its prime, and by the time it aged, Yuga would be old as well, unable to wait for the day when the ogre's strength would wane. As the outline of the frozen lake began to emerge in the distance, Yuga suddenly recalled Galun's last piece of advice before its departure, and its eyes darted with newfound resolve. Moments later, Yuga broke the silence of their journey. Addressing the two-headed ogre, "Leader, your weapon appears quite heavy. Would you like me to carry it for you? If we encounter that human mage, your full strength would surely ensure an easy victory." The ogre pondered for a moment and, realizing the merit in Yuga's suggestion, unwittingly handed over the hefty mace for Yuga to carry, while it firmly grasped the staff in its left hand. Yuga extended a hand to assist further, only to be met with a fierce glare that deterred any further attempts. Fearing that the ogre might discern its ulterior motives, Yuga refrained from speaking again, shouldering the weighty mace as they continued onward. After a while, the two ogres stepped onto the icy expanse. The two-headed ogre surveyed the boundless ice before it, a frown creasing its broad forehead. As Yuga's shattered bone trailed behind, wielding a dark, spiked hammer, its gaze was momentarily vacant. Before it lay an expanse devoid of any life, let alone the conspicuous form of Galun, the dragon. The two-headed ogre, oblivious to the subtle anxieties of Yuga's shattered bone, hesitated briefly, then stepped onto the icy surface, its pace slackening due to the treacherous slickness beneath its feet. Yuga's shattered bone followed apprehensively. Suddenly, the ogre's deep voice rumbled in its ear, inquiring about the distance to the location where the human mage was spotted. Yuga Shattered Bone did not falter and promptly replied with a premeditated response. Beyond the frozen lake, approximately 1 kilometer further ahead. The ogre nodded, refraining from further questions, and continued its march across the ice. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the icy veneer of the lake, a dragon, shrouded in mist that blended seamlessly with the water, stealthily advanced to a position 200 meters ahead of the ogre's path, lying in wait. Galun remained composed, utterly still, his breath held as if he were a lifeless dragon statue. The moment the ogre set foot on the ice, he sensed their approach, prompting him to further suppress his presence, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. Time seemed to slow as the ogre advanced step by step toward the ice where Galun lay in ambush, unaware of the dragon poised to pounce. Silently, Galun measured the distance between them. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Upon feeling the tremor of the ice beneath him, a brilliant platinum light erupted from Galun's dragon eyes. In an instant, his entire form surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming dragon might that pierced through the ice, enveloping a 100-meter radius around him. Cracks swiftly marred the ice surface, proliferating like a spider's web. As the disturbance unfolded, the two-headed ogre's body stiffened under the dragon's oppressive aura, and by the time it regained its senses, panic surged within it. It leaped to escape the shattering ice. But it was too late. From the moment the awe-inspiring dragon might erupted to the shattering of the ice, it took but the briefest of moments for Galun's resplendent platinum eyes to emerge. A torrent of frigid dragon breath surged forth from below, intermingled with shards of broken ice and sharp icicles, descending upon the two-headed ogre like a white tempest. The ambush was premeditated. Galun, with meticulous foresight, struck with devastating force, encasing the ogre in ice. The expressions of shock on its two heads were forever immortalized within the crystalline prison, their bodies riddled with wounds from the piercing icicles. With a resounding crash, the ice trembled violently as Galun propelled himself from beneath, landing near the crystalline remnants. Glimmering droplets cascaded down his scales. The majestic emergence of the dragon from the water left Yuga Shattered Bone utterly astounded. Galun landed on the unbroken ice layer beside him, gazing at the two-headed ogre encased in the icy breath of frost, aware that it still clung to life. With renewed vigor, he opened his dragon maw once more, unleashing a more lethal strand of temporal plunder. He had envisioned a fusion of the two types of dragon breath, yet it remained an unattainable aspiration for the moment. Meanwhile, on the tattered skin of the ogre, veins resembling blackened arteries suddenly emerged, writhing violently beneath its flesh. Just as the strand of temporal plunder was about to make contact with the icy crystal, a resounding explosion erupted, the crystal shattered, and a vast expanse of black mist surged forth, attempting to engulf Galun. Within this clawing black mist, Galun sensed an overwhelming essence of malevolence, eeriness, chaos, and madness. A shiver coursed through him, urging him to act swiftly. He activated his maximum threefold speed of time manipulation, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow of white, all while gripping the shattered bones of Yuga, narrowly evading the encroaching black mist. However, the strand of temporal plunder he had just unleashed did not return any sensation of impact. This breath, though peculiar in potency, required an age enhancement, and as a mere hatchling dragon under 2 years old, Galun found it challenging to fully manifest its true power. It appeared to be no ordinary spell. Galun regarded the black mist enveloping a space of approximately 10 meters in diameter with a flicker of apprehension in his dragon eyes. He keenly sensed the extreme danger it posed, recognizing it as something far beyond the realm of typical magical phenomena. In his elemental perception inherent to dragons, he noted that the moment the black mist emerged, all elemental energies in the air recoiled as if shunning a venomous serpent, unwilling to approach even a fraction of it. Any elemental energy that failed to evade in time was absorbed and assimilated into the black mist, becoming a part of it. Did the two-headed ogre possess such a capability? It felt profoundly sinister, akin to chaotic powers originating from the abyss or hell. Galun's mind trembled. The bottomless abyss and the 9 layers of hell, ruled by demons and devils, were 2 outer planes steeped in legend throughout countless worlds in the material realm. The lore surrounding these entities devoted to destruction and chaos was predominantly filled with dire warnings. Even among the proud lineage of dragons, There lingered a cautionary tale against inciting the ire of demons and devils. As he perceived the ominous and malevolent essence within the black mist, a profound sense of doubt settled in Garen's heart. He turned to glance at Yuga, who was staring blankly at the unfolding scene, utterly bewildered. It seemed entirely oblivious to the ogre's sinister mist abilities. Upon regaining awareness, Yuga jolted, bolting towards a distance away from Garen and the two-headed ogre, still carrying the ogre's dark spiked mace. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from within the black mist, reminiscent of a powerful heartbeat of a colossal beast. The mist contracted in response. Thud, thud, thud. Upon the initial heartbeat resonating, a powerful rhythm reverberated incessantly as the dark mist rhythmically contracted, poised to coalesce into a singular mass. Galun, unwilling to remain passive in the face of such transformations, opened his mouth once more to unleash his frost dragon breath. However, the dark mist seemed to possess a sentience of its own, flickering momentarily before deftly evading the icy assault and contracting again. Attempting to utilize the thread of time to seize the advantage, he found his presence detected, prompting a preemptive evasion. Witnessing this, Galun's heart grew increasingly cautious. With his dragon wings unfurled, the notion of retreating skyward at the first sign of peril began to take root in his mind. Yet, the two-headed ogre shrouded in the mist appeared to perceive Galun's intentions with uncanny clarity. Boom! A column of white magical radiance pierced through the darkness, soaring skyward, only to rapidly expand in all directions, engulfing a vast portion of the heavens within moments. Simultaneously, Galun felt a sudden heaviness, as if ensnared by an invisible force. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He flapped his dragon wings in an attempt to ascend, but instead of taking flight, he merely stirred a tempestuous wind, his heavy form offering no inclination to elevate. The spell known as Skylock effectively inhibited the flight capabilities of its targets, ranking among the most renowned dragon-slaying incantations. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of systematic spellcraft, Galun found himself in a passive predicament, though he remained composed, for it was merely his ability to fly that had been thwarted. His prowess was not solely reliant on aerial mobility. O creator of all things, exalted and sublime sun god, your humble devotee, Sela the Bonebreaker, offers the heart of a dragon as tribute. Bestow upon your faithful servant the divine might of the sun, that I may shed blood in slaying dragons and herald your immortal renown to the world. A fervent, yet sanguine prayer emerged from the depths of the mist. As the final syllable resonated, the mist that had contracted several times dissipated entirely, its essence seemingly drawn into the form of the two-headed ogre. Galun comprehended the ogre's utterance, as it had spoken in the common tongue. To his astonishment, he had never anticipated that this creature would wield divine magic. Divine magic is a mystical art, bestowed upon devoted followers of the gods through fervent prayers, establishing a tenuous connection with deities residing in distant planes, manifesting unique powers with various enigmatic and formidable effects. A two-headed ogre capable of such magic was unheard of even in the annals of dragon lore. Yet, how could the divine magic granted by the sun god exude such a sinister and chaotic aura? When one thinks of the sun god, nearly 99% of sentient beings conjure images of vitality, fervor, illumination, and life. Galun was no exception. However, he found it impossible to reconcile the divine magic invoked by the two-headed ogre with the benevolent essence of the sun god. An air of strangeness permeated this entire affair. Yet Galun found himself bereft of time to ponder further. In his line of sight, a two-headed ogre, adorned with sinuous black veins, knelt upon the ground, gradually rising as it unfurled its clasped hands. Both heads, equipped with four fervent, bloodthirsty eyes, fixated upon Galun, scrutinizing him intently. The black veins on its exterior, upon closer inspection, resembled patterns formed by condensed black mist, writhing as if animated. The injuries previously inflicted by Galun's frost dragon breath had mysteriously healed under the influence of this strange, shadowy power. Additionally, behind the two-headed ogre, for long, thick, black, fleshy tendrils stretched out menacingly, each adorned with an array of ominous, swirling eyeballs that rotated incessantly in various directions, inducing a sense of unease. What manner of grotesque creature is this? Galun was convinced that the deity worshipped by the two-headed ogre could not possibly be of any legitimate existence. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a torrent of frosty blue dragon breath. Simultaneously, Galun activated the highest level of time acceleration currently available to him, achieving triple speed. With a considerable expenditure of temporal energy, he extended this tripled effect to his dragon breath, rendering the frosty breath unparalleled in velocity. Much like his prior ambush on the two-headed ogre, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. However, the two-headed ogre, having narrowly escaped death from a previous surprise attack, was evidently well prepared for the renowned offensive technique of dragons. It brandished its staff, with one head uttering an obscure incantation while the other opened a foul-smelling maw, revealing a fire-red pentagram inscribed with intricate runes, which materialized before it. The powerful fire element was drawn into the smaller head's mouth, transforming into a molten crimson radiance, igniting flames within its throat and raising the temperature in the vicinity of the two-headed ogre. In an instant, a formidable flame breath erupted from the smaller head, amplified rapidly by the magical array, colliding directly with Galun's icy blue frost breath. A resounding boom echoed as an invisible shockwave emanated from the point of collision between the two contrasting dragon breaths, dispersing in all directions and fracturing the ice beneath. Galun watched in astonishment as the opposing flame breath unleashed its unexpected ferocity. He understood the extraordinary nature of spells. Yet witnessing the other's ability to replicate his dragon breath left him somewhat shaken. Not far away, Yuga, the Bone Crusher, anxiously observed the clash between the two-headed ogre and Galun's dragon breaths, its countenance shifting between shades of red and blue. It clearly perceived that, although the flame breath was surprisingly forceful, its true potency paled in comparison to that of a genuine dragon's breath. As it was gradually being overpowered and pushed back towards the left, closer to the two-headed ogre, Great Dragon, swiftly vanquished the Bone Crusher, Seraph. Yuga has unwavering faith in your prowess. In the depths of his heart, Yuga silently prayed for Galun. Having witnessed the leader's formidable strength, he harbored no aspirations of usurping the position. His only hope lay in relying on Galun. Meanwhile, just moments later, Galun's frost breath nearly engulfed the two-headed ogre. Yet, as the smaller head unleashed its fiery breath in defiance, the larger head was not idle. It incessantly muttered obscure incantations, completing a spell during this brief moment. Suddenly, a brilliant arcane light erupted from the ogre, and in a flash, it teleported to a position diagonally above Galun, just before being consumed by the frost breath. Galun furrowed his brow and looked up, unleashing a torrent of icy winds and crystalline shards towards the two-headed ogre. However, the ogre deftly evaded the obvious onslaught. Twisting in midair, its black tendrils extended and elongated, resembling a colossal spider, lunging fiercely toward Galun's head. In close-quarters combat, the frost breath proved ineffective, prompting Galun to cease wasting his magical energy and close his jaws. With a peculiar glint in his eyes, Galun stood upright, supported by his powerful hind limbs and dragon tail. His claws stirred a piercing gust as they sliced through the air towards the airborne ogre. The fluidity of his movements was astonishing, as if he existed in a temporal realm entirely distinct from that of the two-headed ogre. Galun, now moving at triple speed, exhibited no fear of melee combat. With a resounding thud, one of his rapid claws deliberately avoided contact with the black tendril, striking the ogre's midsection with immense force. The dragon's muscles unleashed their might, propelling the ogre, which towered above Galun, away. Had the ogre not reacted in time to shield its vital areas with its tendrils, Galun's strike would have been fatal. Nevertheless, his razor-sharp claws left 4 gaping wounds on the ogre, revealing steaming entrails within. To Galun's astonishment, as the injured ogre was sent reeling, its black, misty veins writhed violently, intertwining like living threads, mending the grievous wounds. This extraordinary regenerative ability was likely a manifestation of the divine magic it had just invoked. Seizing the opportunity, although momentarily stunned, Galun leapt without hesitation, unfurling his wings with an awe-inspiring aura as he descended upon the two-headed ogre. In a flash, the ogre vanished from sight, executing another teleportation. Galun landed heavily on the ice, exerting all his strength, shattering the surface and sending a cascading torrent of water soaring into the air. When Galun realized he had missed his target and leapt from the water's surface, he gazed at the two-headed ogre nearby, whose wounds had already healed, and felt a twinge of concern. He had discerned that the creature's 2 heads had distinctly defined roles. One was responsible for controlling its body and engaging Galun in combat, while enduring pain and disorientation. While the other was entirely focused on casting spells, functioning as a hybrid of warrior and mage. However, these were minor issues. The most formidable challenge lay in the malevolent aura of its peculiar divine magic. The two-headed ogre, in turn, was filled with dread. It had initially believed that dealing with a juvenile white dragon would be a trivial task, but Galun's astonishing speed left it nearly doubting its own senses. Was this truly a white dragon? How could a dragon move with such swiftness, as if it were the very wind itself? The ogre continued to cast spells. Yet the strain of the divine magic weighed heavily on both its body and mind, rendering it incapable of sustaining a prolonged battle against a dragon. For to compare endurance and magical prowess with such a creature was undoubtedly a fool's errand. As this thought crossed its minds, both heads of the ogre exchanged a resolute glance, manifesting a sense of determination. Galun perceived this moment with a jolt of apprehension, realizing that the ogre was likely preparing to unleash its most formidable attack. He sensed that despite the apparent exchange of blows, the ogre's current state would not endure for long. O Creator of all things, great and exalted Sun God above, please bless your faithful follower to vanquish this evil dragon and offer up a worthy sacrifice to you. After this heartfelt prayer, the ogre closed its large eyes, dismissing all distractions and focusing intently on chanting the incantation for its most powerful spell. Meanwhile, the smaller head controlled the body, now imbued with dark mist, standing resolutely and fixating on Galun. As the incantation grew increasingly solemn and serious, strands of elemental energy began to coalesce in the air, engendering a subtle sense of paralysis. Within the spell's range, Yuga, the bone crusher, touched his thinning hair and noted with alarm that it had begun to stand on end. Galun felt the surge of electric energy and swiftly moved to deny the ogre any opportunity to cast its spell. Beneath his gleaming, reflective scales, his sinewy muscles tensed with power, Galun crouched low, leaping forth with the grace of a great cat, employing his dragon wings to accelerate. Moving with the swiftness of a white lightning bolt, in an instant, he closed the distance of several dozen meters, wings unfurled, exuding an overwhelming aura of dragon majesty that caused the ogre to momentarily falter, interrupting its spellcasting. With a piercing sound of rushing air, Galun's merciless claws extended fully, aimed directly at the ogre's larger head. Engrossed in casting its mighty spell, the larger head could not evade, but under the control of the smaller head. Its body defiantly retaliated against Galun. Although it could only vaguely perceive Galun's movements, it managed to adopt a defensive stance with single-minded determination. With powerful arms raised, they served as a barrier before Galun's draconic claws. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of dull thuds, Galun relentlessly drove the two-headed ogre back, splattering blood and flesh, exposing its stark white bones. Under the relentless assault of Galun, who was thrice as fast, the two-headed ogre appeared exceedingly beleaguered. In terms of size, the ogre stood 3 meters tall, possessing a stocky and robust physique, adorned with sinewy muscles and thick layers of fat, while Galun, standing at around 1.60 meters, resembled the disparity between an ordinary human and a Siberian tiger. However, the ogre was not entirely devoid of counterattack capability. 4 black tendrils, akin to 4 pitch-black serpents, with slippery, glistening eyeballs, all fixated on Galun, instilling a chill within him and rendering him cautious of any contact. With a swift whoosh, the black tendrils adeptly coiled towards Galun's draconic head. Their intent was blatant, to penetrate Galun's mind, amplifying his trepidation and compelling him to evade their touch. Nearly half of his focus was devoted to countering the assault of the black tendrils. As time ebbed away, the intensity of battle, sustained at thrice his normal speed, began to wear on Galun, leaving him with less than 50% of the temporal power stored within. Once the temporal energy acquired from consuming river water was fully expended, without ample replenishment, maintaining his accelerated state would be exceedingly difficult. In pure capability, the youthful white dragon was evidently no match for the two-headed ogre. Galun silently calculated, intending to retreat if he had not gained a decisive advantage once his temporal power dwindled to around half. He was not incapable of slaying the ogre. He simply wished to avoid injury. Had he disregarded defense for a purely aggressive onslaught, the ogre would have been torn to shreds long ago. The creature's behavior was perplexing. The tendrils, coalesced from dark mist, felt distinctly perilous, leaving Galun with no desire to engage them. Yet, mere moments later, The two-headed ogre seemed to suffer excruciating pain due to some unseen burden, its facial features contorted in distress, its defensive posture faltering. Galun keenly recognized the opening. With a menacing grin, he lashed his draconic tail, akin to a steel whip, sweeping across the ogre's legs and toppling it to the ground. Before the ogre could rise, Galun's limbs bore down heavily upon it, his claws gripping its arms, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, he opened his jaws, gathering an icy blue force within, aimed directly at the ogre's immense head, which was preparing a spell. Boom! The frosty breath of the dragon erupted forth like a gushing river. As the two-headed ogre thrashed violently, its desperate struggle shattered the ice, and both fell into the depths of the icy lake. The piercing cold water sent a shock through Galun, yet the ogre was nearly frozen in place. This struggle only ensnared it in a more perilous predicament. Within the lake, Galun's movements remained unaffected, seemingly accelerating as the icy blue dragon breath surged forth, penetrating the water with relentless force, enveloping the ogre's upper body in a frigid embrace. Had Galun not firmly grasped the ogre, its form would have been propelled away by the overwhelming impact of the dragon breath. Subjected to the full power of the dragon breath at such close range, the ogre could no longer withstand it. Its body, along with the black tendrils on its back, was swiftly encased in lifelike ice crystals, the thickness of which continued to increase. Galun could distinctly see that the ogre had not yet perished entirely, as the black mist-like veins on its surface writhed frantically, and the tendrils trembled, attempting to shatter the ice crystals and escape once more. However, just as a seasoned warrior never falls prey to the same tactic twice, Galun unleashed the full might of his frost breath without relent, denying this creature even a glimmer of resistance. The ogre's breath fell sharply, and within a short span, it dissipated entirely, its life extinguished. Gazing at the lifeless form of the two-headed ogre, Galun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Upon regaining his senses, he felt an icy dryness in his throat, as though a block of ice were lodged there. This was the consequence of his prolonged use of frost dragon breath. Disregarding the toll on his body, I am still too young. If I were to grow a bit more, wielding the threads of time would allow me to easily vanquish such foes. Galun felt an urgent desire to enhance his strength. This world is fraught with danger. What I initially thought to be an ordinary two-headed ogre turned out to wield bizarre sorcery and formidable spells, a stroke of misfortune indeed. After a moment's contemplation, Galun grasped the ogre's body and swam upwards through the icy lake, breaking the surface to stand once again upon the ice. Upon emerging, the sight that met Galun's eyes left him wide-eyed. In the sky, towering at approximately 500 meters, a black thundercloud had formed, its diameter spanning several dozen meters, within which silver lightning crackled and danced wildly, absorbing elemental energy from the surrounding air, growing ever more imposing. Thunderstorm spell. Had it completed the incantation before its demise? The spectacle was indeed astonishing, yet without a master to control it, it posed no threat. As for the intelligence that Yuga had imparted prior to his demise, Galun now dismissed it entirely. Observing Yuga's demeanor, it was evident that he too was unaware of the ogre's true prowess. The two-headed ogre had skillfully concealed its abilities, seemingly withholding the truth even from its kin, the reasons for which remained a mystery. Perhaps it was to guard against treachery from the likes of Yuga Bonebreaker that many precautions were taken, for he truly was a cautious two-headed ogre. Galun rubbed his temples, seeking to ease his weary mind, while gazing at the imposing dark thunderclouds looming in the sky. The spell that had sealed the heavens had come to an end. He unfurled his dragon wings and lifted himself 3 feet into the air. However, Galun did not hasten to flee. Rather, he took great interest in observing the silver serpents of lightning dancing within the storm clouds. He was not beneath the ominous thunderclouds, likely due to the two-headed ogre's hasty last moments, which had rendered the spell's execution rather absurd, placing it several hundred meters away from its intended target. Soon, the dark thunderclouds gathered enough elemental energy, giving rise to a deep, rumbling thunder. It was as though drums were being struck beside his ear, the sound deafening, and the air thickened with an acrid tension. Suddenly, a thick bolt of silver lightning descended, illuminating the night as if it were day for a fleeting instant. With the first strike of lightning, the spell officially commenced, unleashing bolts of electricity that bore the dual powers of searing heat and paralysis, cascading down in relentless succession. dispelling the surrounding darkness, transforming the deep night into bright day. The thunder rolled within the clouds, flickering incessantly. It was not until 8 minutes had passed that this magnificent display of lightning came to a close, the heavy dark thunderclouds slowly dissipating. Galun beheld this simulation of celestial wrath, his eyes alight with wonder, and a burgeoning desire began to stir within him. He possessed only the innate spell-like abilities and supernatural powers. True magic remained an enigmatic realm, a facet of existence he had yet to explore. This allure of the unknown, akin to an ancient artifact from a bygone era, ignited in him a natural curiosity. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air of the frozen expanse, Galun withdrew his gaze and glanced at the lifeless two-headed ogre, still encased in crystalline ice, its expression frozen in a moment of defiance and fear. The dark mist of its arcane blood vessels and the black tendrils that had once emanated from its back had vanished, as if they had never existed. Yet, the malevolent aura that had once instilled deep fear in Galun lingered in his mind. How had the two-headed ogre come into contact with this sun god? His brief contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a jubilant roar. Yuga Bonebreaker came bounding over, prostrating himself before Galun, his voice brimming with excitement. "Great Dragon Lord, you have truly slain Selah. The Bonebreaker tribe shall become your most formidable ally, clearing all obstacles in your path." Galun glanced at Yuga, who bore the dark spiked mace, his dragon visage revealing no overt expressions. Nonetheless, he felt a certain satisfaction towards this astute ogre. The mace Yuga carried shimmered with a faint sanguine glow, and Galun could sense the flow of elemental power surrounding them. This is no ordinary weapon. If the two-headed ogre were to wield this obsidian mace and staff simultaneously in battle against Galun, the outcome might not be as straightforward. It is indeed a spellcaster, yet its formidable physique is also a crucial aspect of its strength. "Come, follow me to the Bone Crusher tribe," Galun bellowed, his voice resonating like a dragon's roar, reverberating through the air. He swiftly seized both Yuga Bone Crusher and the two-headed ogre, now frozen in ice crystals, and with a powerful flap of his wings, ascended to a height of 1,000 meters. The icy expanse below transformed into a breathtaking miniature landscape. In the bowl-shaped valley, the ogres of the Bone Crusher tribe were as usual gathered around a large cauldron, picking their noses and scratching their feet. The main fare in the pot consisted of the white-furred giant tiger recently hunted by Yuga Bone Crusher, carelessly chopped into pieces and tossed in alongside some unidentifiable plants and other meat chunks. Although the ogres primarily consumed meat, they were indisputably omnivorous creatures, generally preferring not to eat blood food raw. When possible, they would cook their meals. Some ogres animatedly debated whether Yuga Bone Crusher or their chief was the mightier. In the entire Bone Crusher tribe, only Yuga Bone Crusher and the two-headed ogre towered at 3 meters tall, significantly taller than their kin, most of whom stood around 2.70 meters. Yuga was certainly no match for the chief, who wielded magic. However, it was uncertain. Yuga had only just come of age, and might still grow taller. The chief was already aging. The ogres expressed their opinions passionately, surrounding the cauldron with fervent discussion. Moments later, one sharp-eyed ogre noticed what appeared to be a small white dot in the night sky, which was gradually enlarging. That seems to be a dragon?" The ogre rubbed its eyes, and as the small point came into clearer view, its mouth fell open in terror, wide enough to fit a large fist. Dragon! Dragon! There's a dragon in the sky." The horde of ogres lifted their gazes and beheld Galun's silhouette, adorned in pristine white ice armor, with brilliant platinum dragon eyes, fearsome claws, and surrounded by a ring of mysterious black scales. The imposing presence of Galun left the ogres struggling to breathe. However, the ogres, inherently fierce and brutal, upon realizing that Galun was not a fully grown dragon, rushed back to their homes to retrieve their weapons, primarily large clubs, with a few wielding massive axes. They readied themselves, fixating their attention on Galun as he descended upon the Bone Crusher tribe. In the air, Galun observed the ogre's reactions, a glint of intrigue flickering in his gaze. Moments later, he descended to a height of merely several dozen meters. Before Galun could fully touch down, an ogre hefted a massive stone, muscles bulging, and hurled it towards him with great force. Bold indeed. Galun unleashed a breath of frost, and the approaching boulder was instantly encased in ice-blue dragon breath, freezing in midair before plummeting back down, carried by the very breath that had halted it. The icy breath of the frost dragon swept over the first ogre to attack, encasing it in a crystalline sculpture of ice. In a display of authority befitting a newly appointed leader, Galun showed no mercy as he sought to instill fear in the hearts of the ogres. The frozen ogre was unequivocally lifeless. Should the reptilian creatures dare to assault a true dragon, they must be prepared to pay with their lives. Galun growled ominously in the tongue of giants. Simultaneously, he cast aside the remains of Yuga, the bone crusher, and the two-headed ogre chieftain. A resounding thud echoed as Yuga rose. Bellowing at his dim-witted kin, "Do you wish to perish? How dare you strike at the mighty true dragon?" With the death of Chief Sarah, the Bone Crusher tribe would now fall under the dominion of the true dragon. Witnessing Galun swiftly eliminate a powerful member of their clan instilled a sense of dread among the remaining ogres. Upon hearing Yuga's words, they exchanged glances. Hesitating to make a move, Galun maintained the enigmatic and majestic presence of a true dragon. Once he landed, he merely observed the ogres before him in silence. Yuga, now a mouthpiece for Galun, brandished his dark spiked mace and forcefully struck it against the ground, declaring, "I have spoken. Does anyone oppose? Those unwilling to submit to the true dragon shall meet their demise. Those who wish to serve, kneel before the great dragon. I shall lead the Bone Crusher tribe under the banner of our esteemed dragon lord, spreading his renown far and wide." Yuga's demeanor suggested he would prove to be a competent sycophant, capable of assisting Galun in managing the ogre tribe. Galun had little inclination to engage in conversation with the brutish and simple-minded ogres. Most of the ogres, intimidated by Galun's formidable presence, hesitated momentarily before kneeling in submission. Galun observed this scene in silence, and after all the ogres, regardless of age or gender, had bowed beneath his dragon wings, he spoke in a grave tone, "From this day forth, the Bone Crusher tribe shall become my vassals, my instruments, to eliminate obstacles and rend our foes." The voice of the dragon carried an awe-inspiring resonance, further compelling the ogres to lower their heads in submission. The Bone Crusher tribe had never truly battled a dragon. Yet ancient tales passed down through generations had instilled an understanding of the dragon's might. Although their submission was born of necessity, many ogres felt an unacknowledged sense of acquiescence. As a race that revered the principle of the survival of the fittest, they found themselves less resistant after witnessing the display of draconic power. As for the first brave ogre who had perished, no ogre dared to cast a glance in its direction. After subjugating the Bone Crusher tribe, Galun cast his gaze upon the lifelike corpse of the two-headed ogre, his eyes flickering with thought. He turned to Yuga, who stood nearby, and commanded, "Come with me." Yuga, now exalted as the foremost among the ogres, visibly brimming with excitement, realized that all of this was bestowed upon him by Galun. He spoke with reverence, "Yes, my lord." The architecture of the Bone Fragment tribe primarily consists of haphazardly piled stone structures, scattered throughout a bowl-shaped basin. The biting cold winds from the far northern ice plains are somewhat mitigated by the basin's natural barriers, rendering the temperature here relatively comfortable, making it a suitable dwelling place for most creatures. As Galun inspected the conditions of the Bone Fragment tribe, he made his way toward the dwelling of the two-headed ogre. Previously, while assessing the enemy's situation, he had already observed the ogre's residence and thus knew its location. Within a couple of minutes, he arrived before a towering stone house. Standing at a height of 6 meters and covering an area of 100 square meters, resembling a massive black stone beast lying on the ground. The entrance, constructed from large wooden planks, stood a formidable 4 meters tall. Given the size of the two-headed ogre, the dimensions of this stone structure were indeed fitting. As for the dragon's physique, aside from its wings and elongated neck, its proportions were akin to those of felines. Galun, with his own form, could comfortably enter the stone house when his wings were folded. Upon stepping inside, Galun surveyed the interior arrangement. The floor was adorned with various animal skins, and a faint scent of wild beasts permeated the air. Against the wall stood a large stone bed, similarly draped with animal pelts, while the walls bore carvings depicting the cultural heritage of the ogres. Galun cast a cursory glance before his attention was captivated by a dark wooden sculpture. At the moment he laid eyes upon this ebony figure, a shiver coursed through him, and a serious apprehension crossed his face. The sculpture was spherical, supported by a base resembling intertwined roots. At first glance, it appeared to be a black sun, surrounded by a ring of flames extending outward. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that these were, in fact, numerous slender tentacles, each adorned with countless eyes. The body of the sun sculpture, too, was intricately carved with a multitude of eyes, simplistic yet vividly lifelike, evoking an unsettling chill as a sinister aura enveloped the space. "What is this?" Galun asked, his gaze unwavering, turning towards Yuga the bone fragment. Yuga blinked, responding, "Master, this is the sun god revered by our bone fragment tribe." Though he spoke with a tone of respect, it lacked sincerity. It was merely a verbal acknowledgement, devoid of the fervor and devotion that characterized the two-headed ogre leader's faith. Galun was taken aback. "You call this thing a sun god? It appears to be a statue of an evil deity, bearing no resemblance to the sun god, who is supposed to govern light and life. How could anyone be so lacking in discernment as to regard this as a sun god?" Suddenly, a profound curiosity arose within Galun, compelling him to observe and study the dark sculpture more closely. Mere seconds passed, and he was unaware that his gaze had become increasingly entranced, fixated on the dense cluster of eyes upon the sculpture. As he moved his limbs, his body inched closer to the figure. Yuga the bone fragment watched Galun's actions with confusion, sensing that something was amiss but hesitating to intervene. Meanwhile, a chorus of whispers resonated within Galun's mind. Strangely, despite having never encountered that language before, he comprehended its meaning. He was born from the black mist, and he was also its creator. He brought forth darkness, and he ushered in light. He orchestrated life, and he rewrote death. He is the creator of all, the supreme sun. How could the sun, bring forth darkness? Galun abruptly awoke. Upon regaining his senses, he was horrified to discover that he had unwittingly approached the enigmatic sculpture, now less than 2 meters away, extending his claw as if to caress the mysterious artifact. With a sudden flap of his wings, Galun, akin to a cat that had stepped on its tail, accelerated to triple speed, instantly retreating to the entrance, fixating on the sun sculpture with unwavering vigilance. How could it influence my mind? The spirit of a dragon is extraordinarily resilient. Its brain is structured with a vascular system that can even grant immunity to a multitude of mental spells. The very essence of dragon might is derived from its formidable psyche. The time dragon, in particular, is a paragon among them. Without sufficient mental fortitude, one cannot even perceive the existence of the river of time. Yet now, he was being swayed by an inconspicuous sun sculpture. How could this not astonish Galun? It must harbor significant power of the malevolent deity. Otherwise, it could not possibly affect him. Galun's expression turned solemn as he pondered silently. If he could not extricate himself from those whispers, he might gradually succumb and become a devoted follower of this solar deity. Uga the Bonebreaker remained utterly unaffected, gazing at Galun's reaction with a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend what his master was engaged in. Galun, however, paid no heed to Uga's scrutiny. He stared at the sun sculpture, sensing its tendrils seemingly come to life, writhing and clawing, as its myriad eyes appeared to swirl, transforming into vortices. Once again, the soft murmurs reached his ears, provoking an irresistible urge to draw near, his gaze beginning to glaze over. Fortunately, Galun had prepared himself for this moment. The instant he recognized the anomaly within his mind, he extricated himself, his focus regaining clarity. The bizarre behavior of the two-headed ogre was rooted in this phenomenon. The malevolent deity was not a being I could provoke or engage with at present. He vaguely surmised that the sun sculpture was influencing the minds of living beings through the gaze of its eyes, and thus he swiftly turned his head away, refusing to look at the sun sculpture any longer. As anticipated, when he ceased to meet the gaze of those eyes, the peculiar sensations dissipated. Galun's gaze shifted slightly. He closed his eyes, turned, and exhaled a breath of ice-blue dragon fire, encasing the sun sculpture in layer upon layer of frost, swiftly transforming it into an opaque block of ice, obscuring whatever lay within. As he cautiously reopened his eyes to regard the ice block, he found himself no longer affected. He exhaled in relief and solemnly addressed Uga the Bonebreaker. From whence did this sun sculpture originate? Are there others like it in the other chambers? Furthermore, how did you come to venerate this solar deity? Share with me all that you know. Uga the Bonebreaker, though perplexed, complied with Galun's command and divulged information regarding the sun sculpture. Moments later, a contemplative expression crept onto Galun's face as he pondered Yuga's words. The exact origins of this sun sculpture eluded him. It had been abruptly brought back by a two-headed ogre during one of its excursions, an artifact purported to be a representation of the sun god, compelling the ogres of the Bonebreaker tribe to worship this deity. However, as Yuga stated, apart from the two-headed ogre, who was a genuine devotee, The other ogres maintained a rather indifferent attitude toward the faith. Galun fell into a thoughtful silence, deliberating on how to address the sun sculpture. The mere association of this object with divinity instilled in him a heightened sense of caution. The deities, wielders of worldly power, are among the most formidable and immortal beings across the myriad realms. He recognized that, even as a fledgling dragon, he must exercise utmost prudence in the presence of such beings. Tiamat, the five-headed dragon, after her ascension to immortality, had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations throughout the ages. Yet, within the dominion of the gods, she was but a being of lesser divine power, illustrating the terrifying might of the divine. It is worth noting, she is primarily a dragon and only subsequently a deity. Thus, the rank of divine power does not necessarily reflect true strength. The sun sculpture also bore connections to an evil god, entities characterized by their inherent cruelty, viewing life as mere fodder, harvesting lives and devouring souls. To any sentient being, such evil gods represent a dire threat. The records of the continent of Noah affirm the existence of these malevolent deities alongside cults that venerate them, engaging in grisly rites such as live sacrifices and soul trading. These fanatics, devoted to the evil gods, are capable of unfathomable horrors. Naturally, the cults of evil gods typically operate in secrecy, for their emergence invites the wrath of many factions. Nonetheless, Galun scoured the dragon heritage for any information regarding evil gods, but found nothing related to the sun sculpture. In comparison to the known evil gods, an obscure evil god sculpture posed a far greater risk. Yet, while Galun remained vigilant, he was not excessively fearful. Most deities dwell in outer planes, and their entry into the material realm is no simple feat. They may only manifest through avatars or exert minimal divine influence via their followers, primarily impacting the material realm through their devotees. After several more moments of contemplation, Galun withdrew his gaze from the frozen sun sculpture, redirecting his attention to something that had caught his eye within the stone abode of the two-headed ogre. He moved with purpose toward the only gray wooden table in the dwelling. On a gray wooden table, an array of peculiar bottles and vessels are arranged. Some glass containers filled with a verdant liquid, while dismembered remnants of unknown creatures lie stacked in the corner alongside 5 weathered tomes. Although these books appear to have aged, they do not captivate Galun, indicating they are not ancient artifacts. He picks up the first book with his dragon claw and, upon deciphering the text, his expression brightens. The title, A Compendium of Apprentice Tricks, is inscribed in the common tongue of Noah, rendering it comprehensible to him. Galun's gaze intensifies as it shifts to the other yellowed volumes. Principles of Spell Casting, The Gallant Paladin, Summaries of Incantations and Transformations, and Bestiary. After scrutinizing the titles, he notices a rather curious book among them. With a perplexed expression, he takes up The Gallant Paladin, first dismissing Yuga, his skeletal companion, before cautiously flipping open the cover and beginning to peruse its contents with keen interest. Due to his rapid reading ability, akin to skimming with photographic memory, he progresses swiftly through the 56 pages adorned with vibrant illustrations. The cumulative text is a mere 100,000 words, allowing him to finish in little time. Initially, he approached the book with the intent of exploring forbidden knowledge, yet to his astonishment, he discovers a wealth of useful insights within its pages. The narrative unfolds tales of a paladin traversing the continent of Noah, embroiled in splendid affairs with princesses of minor realms, noble women, and aloof elves, even taming a female red dragon as a steed, and conversing with the goddess of his faith in dreams. Overall, it resembles a quintessential harem novel. However, the depiction of customs and secret cultures across Noah, absent from the dragon's legacy, proves to be invaluable. After setting down the Gallant Paladin, Galun adopts a serious demeanor and retrieves another tome with a black cover, Principles of Spellcasting. As he delves into its content, his eyes sparkle with intrigue, and he begins to whisper the words aloud. Each spell is described as an independent magical effect, a process of reshaping the pervasive magical energy of the multiverse, ultimately manifesting in a specific manner within a designated area. When casting a spell, the practitioner evokes the invisible yet omnipresent primal magic, interweaving and solidifying it to create specific oscillations, which are then released to achieve the desired effect. Spells serve as convenient tools, weapons, or protective barriers. They can inflict or alleviate damage, produce or eliminate certain states, and either draw upon or bestow vitality. The tier of a spell generally indicates its potency. Cantrips require merely the caster's intent, while higher-tier spells demand the full concentration of the practitioner. Certain exceptional spells may even deplete countless materials or the very essence of the caster's life force. Prior to wielding a spell, the caster must engrave it into their consciousness or store its power within a magical artifact. Countless spell runes and incantations, having undergone extensive evolution, serve as the most effective conduits for elemental energy. The most commonly utilized runic incantations necessitate a functional magic array, which must include a magical core, magic ring, foundational incantation, and triskelion diagram, a guiding element. The small circles on the triskelion diagram, runes, and the magical essence, patterns of sun, moon, stars, etc. Unlike his previous cursory reading, Galun now meticulously absorbed each character, his focus unwavering as he committed every line to memory. He approached this realm of unknown knowledge with a profound sense of reverence. Through the book on the principles of spellcasting, he gradually cultivated a clear understanding of the very nature of spells. While the tome did not delineate specific spell models, it elucidated what spells truly are, annotating the pronunciation and effects of commonly used runic incantations, as well as some fundamental magical array patterns, primarily simple triskelion formations. Upon finishing the book, Galun felt a significant sense of accomplishment. The acquisition of new knowledge, irrespective of its nature, invariably brought him joy and an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. This was a delight of the spirit, an elation of the soul, leaving him with a thrilling tremor. The dragon claw that held the book quivered slightly. I possess infinite time and an impeccable memory. As an immortal dragon, one day, all the knowledge across myriad realms shall be comprehended by me. Galun's gaze sharpened, his platinum dragon eyes shimmering with brilliance. For a long time, Galun had been somewhat adrift, uncertain of his purpose. Was it merely to survive and amass sufficient power? Such a notion felt too passive, lacking true desire. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar world and being reborn as a dragon, he had harbored a mindset of mere survival. Yet now he had crystallized his aspirations and his path. This realization had first begun to surface when he learned the language of giants. Experiencing the thrill of mastering new knowledge, only now had Galun fully acknowledged and understood himself. Though this ideal may seem somewhat fantastical, for even the divine are not omniscient, and the fabled god of gods is not all-powerful, what of it? Can something that is attainable still be deemed an ideal? The haze of confusion within Galun dissipated, as if the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. Time slipped by, and Galun joyfully absorbed the knowledge contained within several tomes, his dragon eyes reflecting a solemn seriousness. 3 hours later, Galun set down the last tome, Summary of Spells and Transmutations. Among the collection, only this volume and another titled Compendium of Apprentice Charms contained corresponding spell models and specific incantation runes. He exhaled a long breath of frigid air and gently closed his eyes. His vision was engulfed in darkness, yet Galun's focus sharpened. Meticulously sketching a spell model resembling a 5-fingered hand, he commanded his mental energy to engrave foundational runes and incantations within the model. Due to Galun's formidable mental prowess, this process of inscribing the spell model within his consciousness unfolded with remarkable ease. In mere minutes, a vividly detailed hand-shaped spell model materialized in his mental realm, each rune and every twist of texture rendered with exquisite clarity. The zero-ring charm, Mage Hand, stood as the most frequently employed cantrip. Nearly 99% of mages would first etch the model of Mage Hand into their consciousness. As this cantrip was exceedingly simple, it could be cast with mere thought. Galun opened his eyes and extended his clawed finger toward a glass vessel on the table. The magical energy stored within his blood surged forth, intertwining with the elemental energies in the air, coalescing into a translucent hand that wobbly grasped the glass vessel, causing the peculiar green liquid within to bubble and froth. How delightful! Like a child who has discovered a new toy, Galun set the vessel down and began to direct the ethereal mage hands, each holding different objects, swirling around him in a whimsical dance. Should any human mage witness this spectacle, they would surely be left agape. Remarkably, even on his first attempt, he could repeatedly cast the same spell with such finesse. With merely this adept execution of Mage Hand, Galun could easily qualify to serve as a lecturer at minor magical academies. After a moment, Galun ceased his playful antics, returning all items to their rightful places. Lost in contemplation, for he sensed something peculiar about the mage hand, it appeared somewhat incongruous. Seconds later, the crux of the issue dawned upon him. The mage hand mirrored a human palm, yet he was a dragon. Employing a human-like hand instead of his formidable dragon claws was indeed strange. With this realization, a notion sparked within Galun. He closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in his mental domain. It must possess claws as sharp as blades, and scales that are indomitable. Galun began to reshape the spell model of Mage Hand, gradually transforming it into the likeness of his own dragon claws, embellishing the runes and incantations along the intricate patterns, culminating in a silhouette of sharp dragon claws adorned with glimmering scales. The claws gently unfurled, their tips razor-sharp, as if poised to grasp the very essence of the universe, exuding an undeniable aura of majesty. Upon reopening his eyes, Galun eagerly infused the spell model with magical energy. Whoosh! The elements in the surrounding space surged in a tumultuous dance, summoned by Galun's call, forming a fierce gale. Yet, after this tempest, all that remained was silence. Galun had encountered failure. However, he was neither surprised nor disheartened. The model had shifted, becoming increasingly intricate, with more pathways for channeling magical energy and an augmented number of rune nodes required. As Galun scrutinized the dragon claw model, he swiftly identified the cause of his previous setback. He meticulously inscribed the corresponding runes onto the model once more, gradually refining it through repeated attempts. Approximately 20 minutes later, Galun took a deep breath and examined the lifelike dragon claw model, where each scale was vividly rendered. However, the extensive array of runes rendered the original zero-ring spell. The mage's hand, unable to be cast merely by silent incantation. Galun uttered a somewhat obscure incantation, causing ripples to shimmer through the surrounding air. 2 seconds later, a grotesque dragon claw, the size of a basketball, manifested, still semi-transparent, yet animated with intricate scales, exuding a palpable sense of power. What tier of spell should this mage's hand be classified as? Galun mused while gazing at the dragon claw formed from the gathered elemental energy. He then aimed at the ground and commanded the claw to strike. With a thunderous boom, akin to a mighty roar, the ground trembled violently, echoing the force of Galun's own hand striking the earth. As the dust settled, a deep imprint of the dragon claw emerged on the surface, tearing through the iron-hard, icy ground to a depth of 3 inches, while numerous fine fissures spread outward like a spider's web. Galun blinked in astonishment, his face lighting up with joy. Impressive, truly impressive. Galun, you have outdone yourself, he praised himself. The true dragon's combat prowess primarily relied on its formidable physique, extensive spellcasting capabilities, and innate supernatural abilities. Adult true dragons favored using their bodies to overpower foes, supplemented by their magical prowess. Yet, the older the dragon, the less it relied on its claws, instead drawing upon ever-deepening magical mastery in battle. In the later stages, the destruction wrought by spells would surpass the physical strength of the dragon itself. True dragons are indeed favored by the elements and excel in casting spells, with time dragons standing out among them. Each time dragon, in addition to its innate temporal abilities, endeavors to master an innumerable array of spells. Observing the devastation wrought by the dragon claw, Galun considered the relationship between spell potency, the number of runes, and spell tiers as delineated in the principles of spellcasting. He concluded it fell within the realm of a third-tier spell. Elevating it to a third-tier spell marks a unique creation of mine. The term Mage's Hand no longer seems fitting. According to the spell naming conventions of the Noah continent, this spell should accurately be named Galun's Dragon Claw Technique. However, Galun's Dragon Claw Technique sounds rather awkward. Let us simply refer to it as the Dragon's Hand. Galun is no longer confined solely to the spell of Dragon's Hand. He has gradually inscribed a myriad of zero-circle cantrip models into his consciousness. Whether the spells such as Light, Arcane Mark, Detect Magic, or Dancing Lights prove beneficial or otherwise, he welcomes them all, meticulously constructing the models of these spells. The number of zero-circle cantrips is not extensive. Only 9 are documented, most of which hold little utility. The one that piques Galun's interest, however, is the Arcane Mark cantrip. This spell allows him to inscribe a personal mark upon an object, establishing a connection with the marked item even from great distances. In this manner, he can truly bury or discard certain items, only to retrieve them again after the passage of many years. Nevertheless, the arcane mark can be dispelled by certain spells, prompting Galun to enhance it further. When casting the arcane mark, he infuses it with a trace of temporal energy, merely a whisper of power, equivalent to the temporal essence he absorbs in a single breath. Yet, this infinitesimal addition suffices to achieve the desired effect. Unless the opponent possesses the same mastery over temporal forces and can perceive the currents of time, the mark remains unbreakable. Moreover, due to Galun's acute sensitivity to temporal energy, coupled with the vast might of the temporal currents enveloping all planes, he can faintly sense the location of the mark. Even across different dimensions, the more temporal energy he infuses, the clearer his perception becomes. After mastering the apprentice cantrips, Galun redirected his focus to the summary of spells and transmutation. This tome contains over 20 spell models, as its title suggests, belonging to the schools of conjuration and transmutation. Galun caressed the textured scales of his chin, contemplating. Dragon's hand employed a plethora of fundamental runes from the transmutation school, categorizing it as a transmutative spell. The earlier two-headed ogre's imitation of dragon breath was similarly transmutative, while the summoned storm clouds belonged to the conjuration school. Through the explanations of spellcasting principles, Galun discerned that spells are divided into 8 academic schools: abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, and transmutation. Each school possesses unique effects and functions, accompanied by a distinct set of foundational runes and incantations that diverge from those of other schools. This situation leads to the reality that ordinary spellcasters often devote their entire lives to mastering a single school of magic, choosing to tread one path until death. For even one school offers a lifetime of study. Even for the immortal, achieving a profound understanding of a single school requires an extensive passage of time, let alone for the fleeting lives of ordinary beings. The higher the level of the spellcaster, the more singular their path becomes. Only those of extraordinary talent, favored by the elements, dare to simultaneously pursue multiple schools of magic. Galun possesses a constitution reminiscent of an elemental progenitor, coupled with an understanding of all knowledge and truths. Thus, he does not confine himself to a singular school of magic. However, the breadth of his current exposure is somewhat limited. Most of the spells at his disposal range from the 1st to the 3rd tier, with only a handful of 4th and 5th tier spells. The 4th tier includes the transformation spells of Dragon Breath and Giant Growth, while the only 5th tier spell is the incantation of Thunderstorm. Thanks to his eidetic memory, the contents of the summaries of incantations and transformation spells are indelibly etched in Galun's mind, rendering the need to consult texts unnecessary. The two-headed ogre, devoid of its physical prowess and divine abilities, is merely a mid-tier spellcaster. Galun reflects on the spells utilized by the ogre during their confrontation. The spells from the 1st to 3rd tiers are classified as low-tier magic, with those who master up to the 3rd tier referred to as low-level casters or low-tier mages in the Noah continent. Similarly, spells from the 4th to 6th tiers are considered mid-tier, while those from the 7th to 9th tiers are high-tier. The disparity between each tier of spells increases as one ascends. Beyond high tier lies the realm of legendary mages, who command at least 9th tier legendary spells. Although 9th tier spells are formidable, most do not fall within the legendary category, with only a select few qualifying. Even now, Galun, alongside his dragon companion, would likely struggle against a legendary spellcaster. Such beings are not encountered easily. Galun's thoughts briefly skimmed over the Dragon Breath imitation spell, but his interest was piqued by another 4th tier transformation spell, Giant Growth. Stretching his dragon wings and unfurling his body, his mirror-like scales shimmered, reflecting the various artifacts within the stone chamber. He observed his own visage, feeling quite pleased with his dashing dragon appearance, though somewhat discontent with his current stature. Giant Growth should allow me to temporarily increase in size and girth, Galun mused, envisioning the ethereal colossal dragon that looms over the river of time, yearning for the day he might attain such a fearsome, mountainous form. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he suppressed his excitement and shifted his gaze to the frozen sun sculpture. Before delving into formal spell studies, he resolved to address this peculiar artifact. In fact, while learning 0-tier cantrips, a part of Galun's mind had been preoccupied with contemplating how to deal with the sun sculpture, caught in indecision. This sculpture, originating from an evil deity, possesses an uncanny power that draws him in. Yet such a lure is a testament to its nature as a treasure, albeit one with malevolent energy. The enigmatic power of the dark mist, capable of rapidly mending flesh, piqued Galun's curiosity. Despite his awareness of its malevolent nature, he found himself irresistibly drawn to explore and comprehend it further. Dragons possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Many injuries, provided they are not excessively severe, can be rectified with a mere night's rest. However, achieving swift regeneration in the heat of battle proved to be a formidable challenge for him. This ignited a sense of covetousness within Galun. Yet, his wariness of the sun sculpture led him to ponder the possibility that it might be a trap, specifically designed to ensnare those seduced by its power. Engaging in research on the sun sculpture would inevitably expose him to its peculiar influence. Galun had no desire to unwittingly become a follower of an evil deity. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to destroy it, recognizing that the temptation for transient power from a malevolent god could lead to his downfall. "Ugga, come here," Galun bellowed in the tongue of giants, the sound reverberating through the air. Soon, amidst the heavy footfalls, the figure of Ugga the Bonebreaker emerged into Galun's view. "My master, how may I serve you?" Ugga inquired respectfully after bowing. Galun extended a dragon claw toward the sun sculpture and spoke in a calm tone. "Carry this sculpture away and shatter it." He was reluctant to engage directly, even refraining from using his dragon's hand spell to touch it from afar. Uncertain of the strange abilities this malevolent idol might possess that could inadvertently affect him, Ugga paused momentarily, seemingly on the verge of questioning the rationale behind the command, but fell silent under Galun's steady gaze. "As you wish, great master," he acquiesced. Ugga approached the sun sculpture, raising both hands to lift it, straining as he did so, the exertion causing veins to bulge upon his forehead. The sculpture was not particularly large, originally a sphere about 1 meter in diameter, accompanied by a modest base. However, due to Galun's cautious handling, it had been encased in a thick layer of ice, significantly increasing its weight. The frigid, biting frost of the ice sent a shiver through Ugga. To avoid frostbite, he summoned all his strength to swiftly carry the sun sculpture outside the stone dwelling, where he set it down heavily on a clear patch of ground, the massive block of ice capturing the attention of the ogres. Galun observed Ugga's close encounter with the ice, yet he appeared unharmed, a contemplative expression crossing Galun's face. When his gaze met the eye upon the sun sculpture, Ugga too seemed unaffected. Yet I, along with the devout two-headed ogre, felt the repercussions. Was this influence limited to those with innate magical talents? Galun shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. Regardless, he had firmly resolved to obliterate the artifact. Its purpose and effects on various beings were of no concern to him. With determined strides, Galun emerged from the stone dwelling, revealing himself to the world outside. His gleaming, mirror-like scales distinctly defined dragon wings, and sharp, formidable claws instilled a palpable sense of trepidation among the assembled ogres, who were evidently still in shock from Galun's earlier display of might. Concurrently, a thunderous sound reverberated through the ogre valley. Boom. Following the source of the noise, one could see Yuga Bonecrusher wielding a dark, spiked mace acquired from a two-headed ogre, raising it high above his head before delivering a mighty blow upon the frost crystal. As he exerted his full strength, a crimson aura enveloped the mace, significantly amplifying its power. The frost crystal erupted with a myriad of fissures, yet it did not shatter outright. Under the watchful gaze of his kin, Yuga Bonecrusher's face flushed as he hoisted the dark mace once more, bringing it down with force. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed relentlessly as the frost crystal was gradually dismantled, revealing the sun sculpture beneath. In anticipation, Galun watched as Yuga Bonecrusher, muscles taut, swung the dark mace, creating a whistling gale as it descended toward the sun sculpture. Clang! A resonant clash of metal reverberated across the icy expanse. To Yuga Bonecrusher's astonishment, the mace was repelled by a tremendous recoil, fracturing his grip and causing blood to trickle from his wounds, nearly striking himself in the head. Meanwhile, the sun sculpture remained unyielding, untouched by even the slightest mark. Galun's gaze sharpened. It was evident that this object was not easily destroyed. He deliberately averted his eyes from the gaze of the sculpture and surveyed his surroundings, addressing the eager ogres with a commanding tone. "My faithful subjects, unleash your full potential. Employ your cunning and strength to shatter this sun sculpture." After a brief pause, Galun's voice soared like a dragon's roar. "To the victor, I shall grant the bloodline of true dragons." With a sufficient number of followers gathered, Galun resolved to transform the dragon bloodline not as a casual gesture, but as a motivating reward to ignite their fervor. The ice spirits of the far north reaped considerable benefits from this. Simultaneously, upon hearing Galun's declaration, the ogres' faces brightened with excitement, their hands itching to take action as the Bone Crusher tribe's members eagerly fixated on the sun sculpture. Though ogres may be simple-minded, they are indeed sentient beings with their own cultural heritage. They understood the significance of dragon-blooded beings and recognized this as a rare opportunity. Some cunning ogres even contemplated the prospect of claiming the dragon bloodline for themselves and, upon gaining strength, challenging Yuga Bone Crusher for leadership, aspiring to become the foremost ogre beneath the dragon's wings. After Galun's proclamation, witnessing the eagerness of his kin, Yuga Bone Crusher inhaled deeply. Turning to Galun with sincerity, "My master, please grant me another chance to try." His words were laced with trepidation, as he feared that his recent performance might diminish his standing in Galun's esteem. Galun remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Yuga Bonebreaker, filled with elation, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I am deeply appreciative." However, his expression soon turned serious as he parted the throng of ogres and began to retreat step by step, until he stood over 20 meters away from the sun sculpture, fixating intently upon it. Yuga Bonebreaker's body surged into motion, his large hand gripping the ebony mace tightly as he sprinted forward. His massive weight left faint imprints upon the ground with each stride, exuding an imposing presence. When he was just 4 meters from the sun sculpture, Yuga Bonebreaker unleashed a mighty roar, leaping high into the air, his hands firmly clutching the ebony mace, raised above his head. Harnessing the force of his descent and momentum, he aimed to strike the sun sculpture with all his might. Such a committed blow would be something even Galun would prefer to avoid. A moment later, the ebony mace, enveloped in a crimson aura, struck one corner of the sun sculpture. The ground quaked violently, frost crystals shattered into numerous icy shards that cascaded onto the surrounding ogres, causing their skin to flush with a faint redness. Yet, they paid no heed to the pain, their eyes riveted on Yuga Bonebreaker and the sun sculpture. With a whoosh, the ebony mace was propelled from his grip by the overwhelming rebound. Yuga Bonebreaker's large palm dripping with blood, his face paling in disbelief as he stood frozen. Before him, the sun sculpture had been driven 3 feet into the ground. Strangely, it remained entirely unscathed, as if Yuga Bonebreaker's tremendous effort had merely brushed against it like a gentle breeze. A chill ran through Galun as he instinctively glanced at the sun sculpture. That inexplicable allure returned, drawing his gaze as if his eyes had transformed into swirling black holes, ensnaring his thoughts. Yet, Galun, already on guard, swiftly broke free from its grasp, averting his gaze once more. "I am sorry, my lord. Yuga has failed and betrayed your trust," Yuga Bonebreaker said. His complexion wan as he looked at Galun. Galun's expression remained impassive, betraying none of his feelings. "Do your best," he responded simply, then turned to the eager ogres, his voice deep and commanding. "You all should give it a try." One by one, the ogres, faces alight with excitement, attempted their feats, only to depart in disappointment. Some of the more astute ogres, realizing that their brute strength was ineffective, resorted to placing the sun sculpture over the campfire to scorch it or tossing it into a large cauldron to boil it, exhausting their limited intellect. Yet, without exception, none of these efforts bore fruit. The sun sculpture remained silent, enduring the ogre's futile attempts. Galun gazed at the sun sculpture, diverting his eyes to avoid its enchantment, and fell into contemplation. It seemed that relying solely on physical means yielded no effect on the sun sculpture. Incapable of destruction, should it be carelessly discarded into some obscure corner? Galun shook his head, feeling that to simply dispose of it would be a regrettable loss. After all, it was an artifact of divine significance. He sensed that, despite its oddity, the solar sculpture might yield unexpected benefits if utilized wisely. After a brief moment, Galun withdrew his gaze, his dragon claw stroking his chin, pondering that the immediate priority was to ascertain which beings would be affected by the solar sculpture. From the current information, it was evident that both he and the two-headed ogre had fallen under its influence. In contrast, the ordinary ogres exhibited no reaction whatsoever when gazing upon the solar sculpture. To them, it appeared merely as an ordinary wooden carving, impervious yet mundane. "Yuga, carry the solar sculpture over there," Galun instructed, pointing to a vast expanse of open ground. After Yuga moved the sculpture to the designated area, he turned to Galron, seemingly wishing to speak, but Galron's dragon wings unfurled with a violent gust, propelling him skyward and vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Galron soared at high speed, returning to the Ice River territory. The white dragon seized an ordinary extreme northern ice spirit, whisking it into the sky without uttering a word of explanation. In midair, the ice spirit looked up at Galron, reverently inquiring, "Master, is there something you wish for me to do?" Galron cast a glance downward, observing the androgynous, crystalline visage filled with awe. "A small experiment. Should it succeed, a reward shall be bestowed upon you." Galron refrained from mentioning the consequences of failure. However, the ice spirit, possessing considerable intellect, surmised the potential ramifications from his words. Yet, there was no trace of discontent or fear upon its face, only a proud expression, honored to serve Galron. Such was the power of dragon lineage, possessing a subtle brainwashing effect. As for employing his subordinates for perilous experiments, Galron considered it a natural course of action. Under his protective dragon wings, they were expected to offer their lives when necessary. Ultimately, they were mere servants catering to his own interests. Galron was indifferent to their perceptions of him. Whether they viewed him as a benevolent master or a cruel tyrant mattered not. With his swift flight, Galron soon returned to the ogre basin, where the ogres had resumed their usual demeanor, gathered around a large iron cauldron, engaged in animated conversation. Yuga, robust and commanding, patrolled the basin with his dark mace, relishing the authority of an ogre leader. With a thunderous thud, Galron landed, retracting his wings to his sides. The extreme northern ice spirit was released and positioned beside the solar sculpture. "Master?" The ice spirit regarded Galron with a hint of confusion, uncertain of its task. Galron's voice resonated with gravity. "Look to your right, at the solar sculpture." He harbored doubts that the solar sculpture could only beguile creatures of higher intellect, which rendered nearly all ogres immune to its influence. Yuga Bonebreaker, possessing an intellect superior to that of an average ogre, found himself dwarfed when compared to the Arctic ice spirits. The intelligence of elemental beings generally surpasses that of adult humans by a considerable margin. Even if the Arctic ice spirits were deemed failed creations, this failure manifested primarily in their combat prowess. Their intellect remained undiminished. Following Galun's instructions, the Arctic ice spirit turned its gaze toward the solar sculpture. Galun unwrapped the frost crystal, revealing its true form, a sphere embedded with numerous orbs resembling a dark sun, surrounded by a myriad of delicate tendrils that exuded an eerie and chilling aura. The Arctic ice spirit observed the solar sculpture with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, pondering how such an oddly sinister sculpture could pose any danger. Galun silently scrutinized the changes in the Arctic ice spirit, and as sporadic snowflakes fell, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. For the initial 3 to 4 seconds, the Arctic ice spirit appeared unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. However, once its gaze lingered on the solar sculpture for over 5 seconds, an unsettling transformation occurred. The androgynous visage of the Arctic ice spirit suddenly became vacant, as if the entirety of its surroundings had vanished, leaving only the solar sculpture in existence. He emerged from the black mist. He is the creator of the black mist. He is the creator of all. He is the supreme sun. Whispers, indecipherable yet haunting, echoed in its ears, akin to the seductive murmurs of a demon, compelling the Arctic ice spirit to reveal an involuntary expression of reverence. Simultaneously, it began to advance, inching closer to the solar sculpture. Observing this, Galun's expression turned serious, and he commanded in a deep voice, "Stop." The overwhelming aura of the dragon surged forth from Galun, sweeping over the Arctic ice spirit. Under the influence of this draconic might, the Arctic ice spirit trembled, a flicker of clarity emerging upon its face as it gazed in astonishment at the solar sculpture. Yet, this brief moment of lucidity quickly succumbed once more to the whispers, compelling it to draw nearer to the sculpture. Galun raised his draconic claw, uttering incantations to harness the elemental energies surrounding him, poised to unleash his power. However, after a moment of contemplation, he lowered his claw, halting the incantation, and silently observed as the Arctic ice spirit gradually succumbed to the eerie power of the solar sculpture. He wished to witness precisely how this entity influenced living beings and endowed them with the essence of that black mist. As for the fate of the affected Arctic ice spirit, it was already sealed. when the Arctic ice spirit stepped within a meter of the solar sculpture. It gently closed its eyes and knelt before the sculpture in a posture of sacred reverence, bowing its head, its face shrouded in shadow. A peculiar sound emanated from the mouth of the Arctic ice spirit, a tone that bore no resemblance to any known language on the continent of Noah. Galun listened intently, recognizing the soft murmurs he had heard when he was ensnared by its enchantment. He meticulously noted the rise and fall of each syllable, for his exceptional linguistic talent had granted him a foundational understanding of this dark tongue. Moments later, an unsettling occurrence caused Galun's expression to shift. Tendrils of black mist, resembling fine threads or delicate tendrils, extended from the core of the solar sculpture, gently caressing the form of the Arctic ice spirit before penetrating its crystalline skin and vanishing without a trace. The ice spirit, composed entirely of pure ice crystal, was an elemental being. Its body appeared as a translucent solid. Any foreign object within would be plainly visible. Yet, upon the black mist's intrusion, it completely assimilated, as if it were nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Whether it was an illusion or not, Galun knew the truth. His gaze was sharp as he sensed the energy fluctuations in the air, discerning that numerous elemental energies were being drawn into the Arctic ice spirit's form by the black mist, gradually amplifying its essence. The rate of this enhancement surpassed even the speed at which the ice spirit had grown in power after becoming a dragon vein creature. What, then, was the nature of this black mist? Negative energy? Power from the abyss or hell? Or perhaps divine energy? No, if it were indeed divine energy, even a mere wisp would be sufficient to obliterate me in an instant. The two-headed ogre had wielded the power of the black mist during our confrontation. Divine power can nearly disregard all forms of magical and physical resistance. Only another deity or a being possessing equally formidable power can withstand it. Even legendary spellcasters, or ancient red dragons, face the highest likelihood of annihilation when confronted with divine attacks. Galun refrained from interrupting the Arctic ice spirit's prayer. His brow furrowed as he contemplated the essence of the black mist. Time passed slowly, and the night over the icy plains remained profoundly deep. After several minutes, it appeared that the ice spirit had reached saturation with the power of the black mist. It opened its eyes, rose gradually, and turned to face Galun. Galun halted his reflections, directing his gaze toward the transformed being before him, now imbued with the essence of the dark deity. Its appearance remained unchanged, and its aura, although subdued, still felt feeble as that of a mere insect. Notably, the expression it displayed before Galun was one of perpetual respect and reverence, as if he were still its sole master in its eyes. "Great master, do you have further commands?" In the wake of Galun's scrutinizing gaze, the Arctic ice spirit bowed its head humbly, inquiring softly. Galun pondered for a moment, his face impassive as he responded, "Indeed." The ice spirit blinked in surprise, instinctively asking, "What?" Galun narrowed his eyes and commanded in an undeniable tone, "My loyal servant, I command you to end your own existence immediately." The extreme north ice spirit's expression stiffened, perplexed as it inquired, "Master, judging by its appearance and tone, it seems utterly bewildered as to why Galun would suddenly issue such a command." Before the extreme north ice spirit could finish its plea for mercy, Galun's dragon claw stirred slightly, incantations escaping his lips, causing the elemental forces around them to immediately come to life. With a three-ring spell, the dragon's hand, a vividly lifelike, semi-transparent, and menacing dragon claw materialized above the extreme north ice spirit's head, descending mercilessly with great force. The extreme north ice spirit, startled, looked up, its ice blue form suddenly marred by faint black veins, attempting to resist Galun's onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's hand descended, crushing the extreme north ice spirit's body into shards of pale ice. Strangely, black lines interconnected these ice shards, subtly writhing as they endeavored to reattach and regenerate. Galun let out a soft snort, commanding the dragon's hand to repeatedly crush, reducing the extreme north ice spirit's form to lifeless icy dust. Having recently acquired a modicum of dark mist power, the extreme north ice spirit's strength had increased somewhat, yet it remained as feeble as an infant before Galun. After vanquishing the extreme north ice spirit with a single strike, Galun summoned Yuga the Bonebreaker. Unaware of the happenings, Yuga glanced at Galun's expression, disregarding the pulverized extreme north ice spirit, and awaited his command in silence. "Yuga, Return with a few ogres and dispose of it in the remote ice crevice. Galun exhaled a frosty dragon breath, re-encasing the sun sculpture in ice. In the frigid expanse of the extreme north, barring deliberate destruction by living beings, these frost crystals could endure for decades. As Yuga the Bonebreaker departed to summon other ogres, Galun inscribed a time mark upon the sun sculpture. The power of the time mark seeped through the frost crystals, directly imprinting upon the sun sculpture itself. The effects manifested by the power of time were immensely satisfying to the dragon. Such is the advantage of wielding magic. Spells can accomplish a myriad of fantastical feats, possessing a plethora of ingenious applications. Yuga returned with 4 ogres, collectively shouldering the heavy frost crystals, and obeying Galun's instructions, they departed from the ogre basin, moving toward a deep ice gorge located 40 kilometers away. Galun had traversed that profound gorge before. Its depth was at least a kilometer, the biting cold like a blade, with jagged, steep walls and devoid of any semblance of life at the bottom. Disposing of the sun sculpture within would make it challenging for other beings to encounter it. When the need arose, he could rely on the connection of the time mark to retrieve it. Galun believed that this sculpture, capable of corrupting the minds of spellcasters, could serve as a most unexpected tool at the right moment. For instance, should any kingdom or church discover Galun's whereabouts and foolishly attempt to slay the dragon, he could cast this artifact near their stronghold, allowing them to experience the formidable power of the evil god sculpture. Not to mention, the followers of this malevolent deity possessed considerable intelligence, adept at concealing their true nature. After temporarily resolving the issue with the solar sculpture, Galun returned to the stone abode of the two-headed ogre in the ogre basin, meticulously searching both inside and outside for any additional treasures. He yearned for spellbooks from other schools of magic, yet the tomes of enchantment and transformation could scarcely satiate his desires. His true fascination lay in the protective arts. It was not a fear of death that compelled him, but rather an intrinsic curiosity regarding the nature of defensive spells. As a timeless dragon of the ages, growing ever more formidable with the passage of time, it was only natural that his priority would be to master the protective disciplines. After glancing at the illustrations within the tome of the gallant paladin, Galun set the book aside, gently closed his eyes, and invoked a 0-level cantrip to detect magical auras. Objects imbued with elemental power emanate a subtle luminescence, often imperceptible to the naked eye, yet detectable through the art of aura perception. This phenomenon is referred to as elemental aura, magical aura, or arcane aura. Potent spells and formidable magical artifacts are often enveloped in a dazzling, blinding aura. It is not uncommon for a lower-tier mage using aura detection to be momentarily blinded by the brilliant luminescence of legendary spells. Arcane, an ancient term for spells, is still employed by a dwindling number of practitioners today. Compared to the richly developed spells of contemporary schools, the ancient arcane arts often require tremendous energy to cast, though they yield effects that surpass those of ordinary spells. The tome of the gallant paladin mentions a time when a great archmage from another world traversed the crystal barrier to the Noah realm aboard a magical vessel, forging a friendship with the protagonist. This archmage hailed from a civilization known as Nazril, a realm of resplendent glory and a veritable golden age of magic, evoking a sense of longing within Galun. To return to the matter at hand, after employing his aura detection, Galun opened his eyes and scanned every corner of the stone dwelling. His gaze gradually shifted until it landed upon the grand bed of the two-headed ogre, causing him to pause momentarily, his countenance illuminating with excitement and joy. Beneath the concealed bedding, a radiant aura emerged. Its outline resembled the plump, gem-like forms that Galun so adored. He hastened forward, swiftly shattering the ogre's bed with a clawed paw, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. As for the inquiries regarding the origins of this book's setting and the rules it adheres to, I wish to clarify that the world I present and the narrative I weave establish a new paradigm. While educational discourse is valuable, I implore readers to refrain from making forced comparisons. After all, this is a work of fiction, not a game or a compendium of rules. Gazing at the brilliant elemental aura, Galun eagerly grasped the small wooden chest, extending his slender, sharp dragon claw to crush it. As the dragon claw made contact with the small wooden chest and exerted a slight pressure, Galun's gaze shifted, distinctly sensing a rebound resistance. This resistance was not formidable. With a little more force, he could easily break through. However, resorting to brute strength might alarm the spell lock imposed upon it, risking the integrity of the contents within. The power of spell locks undoubtedly increases with the higher tiers of spells, yet certain spells with unique effects, even at the first tier, are equally cherished by high-level spellcasters. For instance, the arcane mark, as well as the spell lock currently placed upon the chest. A chest or portal fortified with a spell lock can effectively prevent non-spellcasting beings from prying into its secrets. A dragon claw, tipped with dagger-like nails, rested upon the small chest as Galun silently intoned, "Open." The elemental fluctuations enveloping the chest rippled and gradually dissipated. Spell locks are notoriously difficult to thwart against other spellcasters. For within the realm of zero-tier cantrips lies a specific cantrip designed to counter spell locks, unlocking spell. Unless the caster of the spell lock possesses significantly greater power than the one casting the unlocking spell, the latter cannot be thwarted. Upon unveiling the chest, Galun beheld 5 irregularly shaped gemstones, each the size of a pigeon's egg, glimmering within. A clear expression of joy illuminated his eyes. Nestled quietly were the exquisite stones, red agate, obsidian, and white crystal, each emanating a faint ethereal glow, entwined with elemental energy. The elemental presence around the gems more vibrant than in other areas. In the land of Noah, these sparkling gems, reminiscent of celestial bodies, serve not merely as adornments, but are also treasured magical artifacts by countless beings. The gemstones possess the ability to attract elemental energy, capable of storing extraordinary magical power. The longer they exist, the higher their quality and the more potent their effects. An exceptional gemstone can harbor enough magical energy to sustain an entire high-tier spell. Moreover, the elemental energy concentration surrounding the gemstones is elevated. Prolonged exposure to the cluster can accelerate one's growth and progress. Galun picked up a piece of vividly red agate, reminiscent of flames, and gently brushed it against his face. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly parted his dragon jaws, hesitantly bringing the gem closer to his mouth. He grappled with the decision, whether to consume it outright or to keep it. Galun found himself reluctant. He was impoverished, with his meager treasure trove containing only a tattered piece of armor and a rusted sword. Beyond his reluctance, there was also a sense that consuming the gemstone directly would be a wasteful act. Retaining the gemstone, carrying it for a decade at his side, would yield a greater enhancement to his magical prowess than swallowing it whole, and its quality would only improve with time. However, after a few seconds of deliberation, Galun steeled himself and tossed the red agate into his mouth. What he lacked now was the strength to confront unexpected challenges and crises. Only when he possessed sufficient confidence would he deserve to amass treasures. Though reluctant, Galun must consume these exquisite little treasures. Do not blame me. Your arrival is ill-timed. With a forceful swallow, Galun sent the red agate into his dragon's gullet, where his formidable digestive powers were instantly activated, gradually breaking down the gem and transforming it into pure magical energy that coursed through his limbs and body. This energy, which could be freely harnessed, enveloped Galun's every cell as the gem slowly dissolved, nourishing his physique and prompting him to emit a comfortable, low rumble of dragon song. He felt waves of tingling sensations ripple through him, and without hesitation, he lifted the small wooden box and tilted it directly into his mouth. The remaining 4 gems fell successively into his maw, descending into the dragon's stomach, where they too would be digested into pure magical essence, continuously washing over Galun's form. After consuming 5 magical gems, Galun's eyes began to cloud. He sensed a vague weariness, not from mental fatigue seeking rest, but rather a sign that his body had absorbed sufficient energy and nutrients, preparing for another growth spurt, necessitating a period of slumber. However, he felt it was still slightly lacking. This hazy drowsiness indicated he was close to the threshold of growth, yet still a fraction away. He had intended to allocate time to study the spells documented in the summary of incantations and transmutation, yet for Galun, the most effective means to augment his power remained the deep slumber of growth. Thus, he set aside the study of spells for the time being. He trudged heavily from the stone abode of the 2-headed ogre. After a few moments of contemplation, Galun summoned all the ogres and inquired if there were any further traces of gems within the ogre basin, promising substantial rewards for those who could procure them. To his disappointment, however, the collection of the 2-headed ogre had been entirely exhausted. The ogres showed no interest in such glittering objects, lacking the aptitude for spellcasting to derive any benefit from the gems, rendering any concealment unnecessary. Moreover, the two-headed ogre had previously scoured the area, and those 5 gems constituted the entirety of their haul. Out of caution, Galun employed a spell to detect any lingering magical auras. After surveying the ogre basin, he indeed found no further signs of magical energy. These simple-minded ogres had not deceived him. Otherwise, he would have exacted a fatal price from any who hid gems. Yuga, should you come across any traces of gems in the future, obtain them by any means necessary and present them to me. If it is beyond your ability, inform me immediately, and I shall handle it personally. He conveyed this message to all the ogres, for their master required gems to adorn his lair. Yuga, scratching his head, wondered why the esteemed dragon and the former leader were so fascinated by seemingly useless stones, yet he respectfully nodded and replied, "As you command, great master." Galun, with a gentle tremor of his dragon wings, prepared to return to the icy realm of the river beneath the dragon's nest. However, just as he was about to take flight, his gaze shifted, and he turned to Yuga the Bonebreaker, saying, "Construct a dragon nest for me within the basin, adhering to the specifications fit for an adult dragon." Yuga the Bonebreaker hesitated momentarily, responding cautiously, "Master, the number of ogres in the Bonebreaker tribe is limited." "Such a large nest." Galun impatiently interrupted, his voice low and firm. "I only require results." Yuga's complexion paled, and he bowed his head, refraining from further comment. Galun softened his tone slightly and paused before adding, "Gather a few strong ogres. I shall grant you the opportunity for dragon vein transformation." The ogres, being substantial humanoid beings, possessed considerable strength. A single ogre could easily contend with 5 of the extreme North Ice spirits. After the dragon vein transformation, their powers would be further enhanced, enabling them to assist Galun in hunting larger magical creatures. Upon hearing Galun's words, Yuga's expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy, his emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. Minutes later, Galun completed the dragon vein transformation process, bestowing this gift upon 6 ogres, including Yuga. Except for Yuga, who stood 3 meters tall. The others were around 2 meters and 80 to 90 centimeters, classifying them as the larger members of the Bonebreaker tribe. Galun was eager to witness what the dragon vein ogres would become. However, the effects of the transformation would not be immediate. The ogres now appeared drowsy, and it would only be after they slumbered in a dragon-like manner that they would awaken as true dragon vein beings. Without lingering further, Galun delegated a few minor tasks before he unfurled his wings, stirring a tempestuous wind, and vanished into the night sky in the blink of an eye. After soaring under the canopy of stars for a while, Galun returned to the icy territory. The Ice Spirit tribe, lacking one of their extreme North Ice spirits, continued their routine, indifferent to the whereabouts of the one Galun had taken. Many had already resigned themselves to the notion of becoming the favored subjects of the chromatic dragon. As the lord of this realm, Galun was relatively merciful. At the very least, he did not engage in senseless violence against his subjects or slaughter them for amusement. The term subjects may sound appealing, yet it merely serves as an alternative designation for servants, as Galun possessed absolute authority over their lives and deaths. Coincidentally, a hunting party composed of extreme North Ice spirits, accompanied by terror lizards and white hunting hounds, had just returned with their spoils. They presented 3 enormous yaks, each bearing numerous wounds inflicted by frost or fireballs, still clinging to life, and humbly delivered them before Galun. A few white hunting hounds whined softly, affectionately approaching Galun, nuzzling against his lowered dragon claws. The white hunting hounds, adorned with icy blue fur interspersed with black stripes, appeared round and robust, though not particularly adorable. Their formidable jaws, lined with sharp fangs, possessed a fearsome biting power. In addition, the white hounds possessed the ability to exhale frigid winds, wielding a form of magical prowess that, while inferior to that of the fearsome lizard, is compensated by their greater numbers. A single litter can produce 4 or 5 offspring, and their proclivity for mating is notable. Within a mere 2 months, the population of white hounds in the icy territory surged from over 50 to more than 100, establishing them as the backbone of the hunting party. Commonly found in the extreme northern tundra, these magical creatures are the nightmares of many ordinary beasts. Yet, before Galun, they behave with the docility of domesticated pets. Cautiously extending his dragon claw, he scratched the exposed belly of a white hound. Watching it pant and loll its tongue in delight, he tore off a chunk of flesh from a giant hoofed yak and tossed it aside. As he caressed the hound's sleek fur, he realized that a careless motion might inadvertently eviscerate them. "Go ahead," he urged. Several hounds wagged their tails and rushed to devour Galun's offering. Galun encased another giant hoofed yak in frost with his icy breath, consuming the first two before methodically crunching through the crystalline ice, swallowing the mixture of blood, flesh, and bone. This method of consumption was among his favorites. In times past, 3 such yaks would have satiated him, but now, his body craved more energy. It seemed he could slip into slumber at any moment, as if he had ingested nothing, perpetually yearning for sustenance. With the other hunting parties yet to return, Galun had to devise a means to extract the final nutrients for himself. He folded his dragon wings and plunged into the flowing, icy river with a splash. What had started as a tranquil, meandering stream suddenly erupted into tumultuous waves, dark currents swirling beneath. A white silhouette rampaged below, pursuing the river's native inhabitants, a school of 2 to 3 meter-long river sharks. In Galun's merciless hunt, the unfortunate little sharks stood no chance of escape. With each delectable river shark consumed, the heaviness of sleepiness began to envelop Galun. Time slipped away gradually, the river remaining turbulent, countless crystalline droplets spraying onto the banks, drawing the curious gazes of the ice spirits of the far north. After approximately an hour, the raging waters finally calmed, revealing a faint crimson hue tinged with a subtle scent of blood. As Galun swallowed the last shark, he felt a twinge of regret. Though not abundant, these river sharks were exquisite in flavor, and he had intended to preserve their population. However, having grown more fatigued after devouring several yaks, he had opted to hunt the magical creatures instead. A vague sense of guilt lingered in his mind, prompting thoughts of aiding the sharks should the opportunity arise in the future. Before he could contemplate further, the overwhelming tide of drowsiness crashed upon Galun's consciousness. He recognized that it was time to succumb to slumber. With a graceful undulation, Galun moved like a nimble fish, swiftly descending into the dragon's lair at the riverbed below. He hoped that this slumber would bestow upon him new temporal abilities. Cradling his battered armor and rusted sword, he reclined upon the icy bed, closing his eyes as he drifted into a deep, hazy sleep. While Galun succumbed to the passage of time in his slumber, hundreds of kilometers to the south, beyond treacherous mountains, through the shadowy depths of dense forests, and across the undulating peaks of the Despair mountain range, lay a magnificent city. The environment here was devoid of polar day and night. It was, in fact, daytime. The sun's rays cascaded down, as if draping the grand city in a veneer of gold dust. In days gone by, such a scene would have appeared dreamily beautiful. The tulip banner of the Duchy of Walker would flutter gracefully in the sunlight. However, today was markedly different. The once majestic city lay in ruins, echoing with the wails of anguish. Elite soldiers clad in steel armor, mounted on powerful warhorses and armed with exquisite weapons, maneuvered through the debris and chaos of battle, wielding their sharp blades to slaughter the very citizens they were meant to protect. Crimson flowers of blood fell to the ground, trampled by iron steeds, leaving grotesque patterns imprinted upon the earth. Despite the sun shining brilliantly overhead, the Duchy of Walker, ravaged by war, felt as though it were ensnared in a dark inferno, with none of its citizens experiencing warmth or comfort. The invaders hailed from the south, from the Duchy of Machia. Both the Duchy of Walker and the Duchy of Machia belonged to the Empire of Imo, ruled respectively by the Tulip Duke and the Thorn Duke. As the Empire of Imo gradually declined, akin to a fallen behemoth coveted by hunters, every inch of its flesh was secretly redistributed and priced, inciting the ambitions of duchies harboring treacherous intentions, eager to partake of the aging beast's flesh. Following the demise of the empire's chief legendary mage at the end of his life, certain duchies ignited the flames of war, engaging in a bloody conflict with those still loyal to the Empire of Imo. The once tranquil southern continent of Noah was engulfed in the returning flames of war, the pervasive smoke gradually enveloping the entirety of the southern lands. The Tulip Duke of the Duchy of Walker, loyal to the king, found himself at a disadvantage in the conflict against the Duchy of Machia, especially after the latter summoned the aid of a red dragon. As the battle raged on the elevated fields, the tides turned against him, and the losses accumulated until, like a landslide, the city was ultimately breached. A 1,000-strong contingent of Machia's iron cavalry trampled through the streets, gradually advancing towards the Tulip Duke's castle under the guidance of 2 high-ranking mages. Yet, before they could strike, an elderly mage, enveloped in fiery elemental auras, soared into the sky with two terrified children, a boy and a girl, clutching his sides. The pre-established sky-blocking spell failed to take effect on the old mage. Instantly, the two high-ranking mages from Mashia unleashed their spells in pursuit. Amidst the chase and escape, they ventured deeper into the northern expanse. In the stillness of the night, after nearly a month of sporadic light snowfall, a heavy snowstorm descended from the heavens, accompanied by howling winds that chilled to the bone. Visibility plummeted to a mere meter, rendering the distinction between man and beast nearly impossible. In such inclement weather, most of the creatures inhabiting the frigid expanse of the far north would opt to remain nestled in their lairs, venturing out only when the storm had abated sufficiently for hunting. Only when their stored warmth was nearly depleted and hunger became unbearable would they dare to brave the treacherous conditions. Somewhere amidst the icy plains of the far north, a serpentine glacier lay, its surface, once gently flowing, now encased in a thick layer of solid ice due to the sudden drop in temperature, thick enough to support the weight of several tons of colossal lizards racing across its surface. Surrounding the glacier was a modest cluster of buildings. The ice spirits of the far north wore expressions of joy and delight as they frolicked amidst the raging blizzard. For them, such weather was a delight. The abundant gathering of water elements nourished their crystalline bodies, enabling them to grow stronger. Their unique visual perception pierced through the blinding snow, providing them with an undeniable advantage. Adjacent to the ice spirits' dwellings were simple shelters where the colossal lizards and white hunting dogs took refuge. The white hunting dogs, magical creatures of the ice, were unperturbed by the frigid temperatures, while the colossal lizards, imbued with the essence of fire, languished in a state of lethargy, devoid of energy in such harsh conditions. Fortunately, due to the slumber of the local lord, there was no need to form hunting parties to venture outside. 2 days later, within the tranquil territory of the glacier, all the ice spirits, who had been relishing the cool temperatures amidst the storm, suddenly stiffened, their bodies rigid, and turned in unison to gaze at a certain section of the river, now encased in ice, their faces reflecting awe. The colossal lizards, deep in slumber, opened their eyes in confusion, while the white hunting dogs barked excitedly. In the depths of the dragon's lair, a magnificent white beast, adorned with pristine ice armor, stirred slightly. Its eyelids fluttered before slowly parting to reveal a pair of resplendent platinum dragon eyes. An overwhelming aura of draconic majesty emanated from the creature, sweeping through the space like a tempest, rendering all nearby beings paralyzed in its presence, momentarily unable to move. After a month-long slumber, Galun awoke. He shook his head, dispelling the last remnants of drowsiness. His now clear dragon eyes surveyed the surroundings. The once expansive lair now appeared significantly smaller, feeling constricted, as if he could nearly touch the crystalline ceiling while standing. It was not that the lair had shrunk, rather, he had grown. Utilizing the reflection from the crystalline walls of the lair, Galun beheld his current form. His body was adorned with pristine white scales resembling mirrors, mysterious black scales forming a ring around his neck, sharp and formidable dragon claws, broad wings with well-defined musculature, and 4 horns curving gracefully backward. Dragon horns? Galun paused momentarily, realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail. His appearance had undergone minimal changes. His scales were now more pronounced, and the armor on his face, arms, and tail was adorned with numerous spiny protrusions. However, the most significant transformation was the emergence of dragon horns atop his head. Galun raised his claw to touch the newly formed horns, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Despite being a dragon, he had always felt a sense of regret for not possessing horns. Not only him, but several dragon brothers and sisters, as well as the white dragon mother, also lacked horns, as their breed was inherently hornless. At this moment, 2 robust white horns extended backward from the brow, accompanied by 2 smaller horns that curled alongside them, collectively creating a majestic appearance. Simultaneously, Galun assessed his current physique and was astonished to discover that during his period of slumber, he had grown from 8 meters to an impressive 12 meters, placing him firmly within the realm of large dragons. There exists a clear classification regarding the sizes of dragons. Medium-sized dragons range from 6 to 10 meters, large dragons from 10 to 18 meters, and super-large dragons from 18 to 30 meters. The white dragon mother, measuring 16 meters, fell within the same category as Galun. indicating that only mature white dragons could attain large sizes. Due to their inherent frailty, white dragons could not evolve into super-large true dragons before reaching maturity. Unbeknownst to him, Galun had transformed into a large dragon, instilling a sense of awe in his younger self. He blinked, feeling the surging power within him, and contemplated testing his strength against the white dragon mother. Although his size was still inferior to hers, his enhanced speed, particularly in his accelerated state, would allow him to outmaneuver her effortlessly. The white dragon mother had yet to reach maturity, possessing limited arcane abilities, relying instead on the sheer mass of her large dragon form, supplemented by her breath and aura. While this may seem somewhat inadequate, it was the reality of her situation. In contrast to Galun, whose skills were diverse, the white dragon's capabilities were rather straightforward. As a member of the 5-colored dragons, even upon reaching adulthood, she would not be considered exceptionally powerful. With this thought, Galun was struck by a mischievous idea. To paraphrase a fitting adage, yesterday, you regarded me with indifference. Today, you shall find me beyond your reach. The thought of the treasure amassed by the white dragon mother ignited a sense of intrigue within him, accompanied by a strange thrill of retribution. He had not forgotten the moment she had coldly expelled him. The prospect of confronting her directly began to take root in his mind. If she proved no match for him, he would seize a portion of her treasures, perhaps 60%. After all, he had thrived during the year and more of her protection, and out of gratitude, he resolved to be merciful, allowing her to retain the remaining 40% as a token of appreciation for her guardianship. In contrast, a truly malevolent dragon would not hesitate to claim all the spoils if they could overpower the opponent, regardless of their status as a dragon mother. Setting aside the matter of seizing the treasures of the white dragon maiden, Galun redirected his focus towards himself. This recent slumber appeared to have resulted in a significant enhancement. Had he perhaps transcended the hatchling stage and evolved into a whelp? Even in his sleep, Galun remained acutely aware of the passage of time. He recognized that only a month had elapsed, and he was still under 2 years old, classifying him within the hatchling phase in terms of real-world time. However, he struggled to comprehend the precise flow of time regarding his own development. Calculating his draconic age based on the external passage of time seemed somewhat erroneous. For instance, during the utilization of his acceleration state, the time he experienced was undoubtedly greater than that of other beings. The acceleration state not only enhanced his agility, but also genuinely augmented the temporal flow surrounding him. Shaking his head, Galun ceased pondering his precise age, opting instead to calculate his draconic years according to real-world time. With widened dragon eyes, he gazed upon the ethereal river of time, which eluded both the naked eye and magical detection. Taking a deep breath, the waters of the river of time mingled with the genuine icy waters, intertwining and flowing into his being. This singular inhalation surpassed the cumulative intake of the river's waters from the previous 4 or 5 breaths. His connection with the river of time had grown more intimate with this recent maturation. The effects of time manipulation in his acceleration state had likely improved as well. Galun did not hasten to leave the dragon's lair, instead quietly exploring the capabilities he had acquired following his growth. Dragons do not immediately wield their new powers upon awakening from slumber. Rather, they require a period of exploration to comprehend their state before fully mastering their newfound strength. Within the lair, Galun enthusiastically embarked on a series of self-exploratory studies. He relished the gradual unveiling of the unknown, inching closer to the truth. A day later, the surface of the ice-locked river remained blanketed by incessant snowfall, accumulating layers of snow upon its surface. Should the blizzard persist, this accumulation would inevitably solidify into thicker ice. Suddenly, a distant sound of rushing water echoed through the layers of ice. The hardened surface seemed to suffer a violent impact, as dense cracks appeared abruptly, followed by a resounding shatter, sending shards of ice and water spraying in all directions. A graceful and powerful figure leapt forth, its dragon form emerging amidst the downpour of feathery snowflakes. Flakes whirled and danced upon Galun's scales, yet failed to adhere, swiftly sliding off instead. Even amidst the frenzied blizzard, not a single flake settled upon him. Galun departed the lair not solely to understand the new abilities he had gained, but also due to a rather fundamental reason. He was hungry. The slumber had depleted his entire reserve of nutrients, and after comprehending his capabilities, he now found himself ravenous enough to contemplate devouring the very earth beneath him. Fortunately, He had previously instructed the Arctic ice spirits to capture 4 or 5 giant, hoofed yaks and freeze them for his consumption upon awakening from his slumber. Such aged meat was generally unappealing to Galun, as its texture was subpar and its flavor left much to be desired. Even when preserved in ice, the nutritional value would inevitably diminish. However, driven by hunger, he paid little heed to such concerns. With a commanding presence, a resonant and regal dragon roar echoed, as Galun commanded the Arctic ice spirits to bring forth the stored provisions. Upon witnessing Galun's transformed appearance, the ice spirits were taken aback, their expressions reflecting a deepening awe. The reputation of true dragons resonated profoundly among all sentient races, with numerous legends surrounding them. Yet, the Arctic ice spirits had never heard of a true dragon evolving at such a remarkable pace, particularly one of the white variety. The might of their master was a cause for celebration among his followers, especially those of draconic lineage. The strength and potential of draconic beings would rise in tandem with their master's growth. Joy unbidden appeared on the faces of the ice spirits, who offered their respectful blessings and praises for Galun's advancement. Great Master, your wings shall encompass the entire Arctic expanse. Your name shall reverberate throughout the Noah continent, known and recognized by all. As Galun devoured the previously stored sustenance, he listened to the somewhat exaggerated accolades of the ice spirits. Though somewhat awkward, their earnest praise was invigorating. After finishing the stored provisions, Galun turned his gaze to Roy Ice River and spoke in a grave tone. Reorganize the hunting party and commence the hunt. Roy Ice River nodded and responded eagerly. As you command, Great Master. The blizzard would not hinder the Arctic ice spirits. Rather, their strength would be enhanced in such conditions. Although the fearsome lizards struggled to exert their power, the white hunting dogs sufficed. Galun contemplated for a moment and instructed Roy Ice River, demonstrate your current strength to me. Let me witness your progress. The disparity in power among the Arctic ice spirits was not significant, and Roy Ice River could, to some extent, represent the capabilities of its kin. Roy Ice River nodded, its expression turning serious. In its mind, if it presented a display of weakness, it could potentially invoke Galun's displeasure. Being a dragon's follower was not a privilege granted to just any creature. Given Galun's rapid growth, if they remained weak, failing to meet his needs, they risked abandonment. Raising its arms, and under Galun's calm gaze, Roy Ice River grasped its left arm with its right hand and exerted force. With a crack, the left arm was severed, instantly elongating into a sharp ice crystal spear, emanating a chilling aura with a menacingly pointed tip. As for the severed left arm, clusters of ice crystals began to sprout, regenerating swiftly, though the color appeared somewhat pallid, and its hardness was inferior to other parts of its body. Immediately, Roy the Ice River charged towards Galun, wielding a crystalline spear. As he raced forward, he simultaneously swung the spear, summoning the elemental forces around him to conjure a tempest of ice needles, a storm that rained down upon Galun with ferocity. Thousands of icy projectiles descended, enveloping Galun in a frigid embrace, while Roy the Ice River followed closely behind. A flicker of surprise crossed Galun's eyes. He had scarcely paid attention to the evolution of the strength of the Arctic ice spirit. Now, it was fully unveiled before him, showcasing an enhancement that far surpassed the feebleness of merely wielding ice daggers. The cacophony of ice needles rained upon Galun, shattering upon impact, yet leaving no trace behind. In tandem, Roy the Ice River let out a fierce shout, raising his arm like a bow, as the crystalline spear surged forward, propelled by a gust of wind. Galun extended his dragon claw to intercept the spear's advance. With a sharp crack, the tip of the spear splintered, though it did not break completely. Roy felt as if he had struck a formidable barrier, an impenetrable wall that resisted his every effort, causing his arm to fracture under the immense recoil. My master, this is my utmost attack, Roy the Ice River confessed, lowering the spear, his countenance dimming slightly, as trepidation flickered within him. Galun raised his hand, noticing a small white mark on the scales of his claw, and reflecting on the elemental fluctuations unleashed by the ice needle storm. He surmised that Roy's power had likely reached the level of a low-tier second-ring mage. However, the Arctic ice spirit still possessed room for growth. True sentient elemental beings could rival mid-tier mages in power, and given their current rate of advancement, they might soon approach the threshold of elemental life. Not bad, Galun remarked, neither praising nor reproaching, but his tone was enigmatic. leaving Roy the Ice River in a state of uncertainty, his mind veering towards the ominous. After a moment of contemplation, Galun instructed Roy, in the future, focus your hunting efforts on magical creatures or medium to large beasts. I require sustenance of a higher caliber. He was not weary of the giant hoofed yaks, a breed resilient against the harshest storms, their meat both delectable and richly textured, a personal favorite of Galun's. Yet, with this recent growth, the ordinary flesh of wild beasts no longer sufficed to provide him with the necessary nourishment. He craved sustenance imbued with elemental energy, essential for his forthcoming evolution. Roy the Ice River nodded vigorously, eager to prove his worth. Rest assured, my master, your loyal servant shall not disappoint you. Galun inclined his head slightly, his dragon wings unfurling, and with a rush of wind, he vanished into the swirling snowstorm. The recent meal had only alleviated part of his hunger. He needed to actively hunt magical creatures to satiate his growing dragon appetite, while simultaneously testing the newfound powers he had acquired. Under the deepening night sky lay an expanse of pristine, white snow, an icebound world awaiting the next chapter of their journey. The flurry of snowflakes, akin to ethereal white sprites descending from the heavens, enveloped the entire frigid expanse of the far north in a blanket of pristine white. The tempest carried the swirling snow, reducing even Galun's visibility significantly. Compelled by necessity, he ascended several hundred meters into the air, scanning the blizzard for suitable prey. Instead of relying on his naked eye to seek out his quarry, he employed a detection spell to perceive the ethereal luminescence of magical beings. Most magical creatures, unless possessing innate camouflage abilities, have elemental energy coursing through their veins, which manifests as detectable auras observable by spellcasters. Some mages gauge the strength of their opponents by the intensity of these auras, deciding whether to engage in battle or retreat. This method, while informative, is merely a reference. Any magical entity with a modicum of stealth can suppress its aura within a certain range. For instance, true dragons, due to the formidable anti-magic properties of their scales, elude ordinary detection spells that seek their elemental auras. Moreover, true dragons possess exceptional long-range vision and heightened biological awareness, so when one detects the presence of a dragon, it often implies that the dragon is aware of them as well. Due to the diversity of life, some magical beings may project auras that far exceed their actual strength to intimidate foes. To return to the matter at hand, amidst the raging snowstorm on the desolate northern ice fields, Galun deemed the use of aura detection the most prudent choice to trace the footprints of magical creatures. However, in such inhospitable weather, even magical beings seldom ventured forth, preferring to remain ensconced within their lairs. If these lairs were sufficiently deep and robust, the aura detection would prove ineffective. Given that more creatures and abundant prey thrived further south, Galun directed his flight toward that region, believing that with his current prowess, as long as he refrained from provoking legendary mage-level foes, he could traverse the continent with relative ease. After all, dragons reign at the pinnacle of the food chain. He was gradually mastering the true abilities of a time dragon hatchling. Furthermore, while the white dragon has long been denigrated as the shame of the chromatic dragons, this comparison is only valid against other true dragons. An adult white dragon is a formidable magical creature capable of dominating the continent, and few would dare to provoke one. Regardless of its type, Galun had reached the stature of a young white dragon and possessed the arcane abilities typical of his kind, making him comparable to any other young white dragon. What set him apart was his primary identity as a time dragon, granting him comprehensive strength sufficient to step beyond the northern ice fields and wreak havoc in his domain. Yet, he felt no pressing need to do so. As long as the northern ice fields could satisfy his dietary needs, he would not easily depart from this place. Harnessing the fierce winds, Galun glided gracefully, his dragon wings resonating softly with the gusts. He peered down at the wintry expanse, his platinum eyes meticulously searching every inch of the land below, intent on finding suitable prey. As one ventures further south, the temperature rises correspondingly, while the ferocity of snowstorms diminishes. Galun has already encountered numerous ordinary beasts, including some formidable creatures, and even a few of the ferocious kind. The term ferocious kind refers to those special beasts that, devoid of any magical abilities, have undergone mutations due to the nurturing of elemental powers. Typically, they possess incredible physical strength and are predominantly large beings, capable of maximizing the innate abilities of their species. Each ferocious kind is a fearsome predator. However, Galun harbors no interest in hunting these creatures. Their heightened senses and robust biological instincts make them particularly troublesome to pursue. Moreover, the rewards of a successful hunt are meager. The flesh of ferocious kinds lacks elemental energy, rendering it less desirable than that of several giant hoofed yaks. Before long, Galun passed over the head of a ferocious tiger. This beast, entirely snow-white and measuring a full 10 meters in length, glanced up at Galun. Its body instinctively coiling in a defensive posture, limbs firmly anchored to the ground, poised for action. The Arctic silver gradient of the tiger caught Galun's eye, and he marveled briefly at its size before continuing on his way. The flesh of feline ferocious kinds is not particularly palatable, and their combat prowess is formidable. Galun's objective lies with magical creatures, and he has no desire to entangle himself with the ferocious kind. As Galun's dragon wings fluttered, gradually disappearing from the tiger's view, the Arctic silver gradient returned its gaze to the thick blanket of snow, patiently lying in ambush for unsuspecting prey. In the skies above, Galun continued to soar, scanning for suitable quarry. Approximately 12 minutes later, his attention was captured by a distinct elemental glow piercing through the snowstorm, eliciting a surge of excitement across his face. Upon turning his gaze, he beheld an Arctic bear, equally snow-white, robust in build, and with fur as sharp as steel needles, cautiously navigating the storm, seemingly guarding something. The moment Galun laid eyes on the Arctic bear, he was reminded of the first meal that the white dragon had brought back for the hatchlings, perhaps due to his initial encounter with the flesh of magical creatures. The memory of the Arctic bear's taste had etched itself deeply into Galun's young heart, especially the delectable, chewy bear paw that lingered in his mind. The mere thought of it now triggered a rapid secretion of dragon saliva, accompanied by a burgeoning sense of hunger. The Arctic bear within Galun's view was even larger than the one the white dragon had previously presented, as a substantial and solid creature. If it were to rear up on its hind legs, it would tower at an impressive height of 9 meters, undoubtedly a behemoth, its visual impact rivaling that of Galun, who measures 12 meters in length. Owing to the elongated physique of dragons, much of Galun's length is attributed to his long tail and neck. When on all fours, his shoulder height is approximately 2.5 meters, and when standing upright, he reaches over 6 meters, nearly half of his total length. This serves as an opportune moment to test newfound abilities. The Arctic behemoth has ascended to the apex of the tundra's food chain, its robust physique complemented by formidable arcane-like powers, rendering it nearly invulnerable to natural adversaries. Yet, fortuitously, the dragon stands as one of its foes. Upon Galun's discovery of the Arctic behemoth, the creature simultaneously became aware of him. The moniker Arctic behemoth aptly reflects its notoriously irascible temperament, characterized by a propensity for conflict. What astonished Galun, however, was that this particular Arctic behemoth, upon spotting him, immediately assumed a combative stance, emitting a low growl laden with warnings. The resonant sound cut through the howling winds, distinctly reaching Galun's ears. Without hesitation, he fixed his gaze upon the Arctic behemoth. His awareness sharply heightened, and inhaled deeply. The power of time surged within him, swirling around as it accelerated the flow of temporal currents in his vicinity. In this accelerated state, he moved at 5 times his usual speed. With a powerful flap of his wings, Galun's form transformed into a fleeting white afterimage, piercing through the blizzard like a straight line, hurtling towards the Arctic behemoth with astonishing velocity. To the untrained eye, Galun's rapid flight rendered him invisible, akin to a colossal dragon-shaped bullet discharged from a gun, reaching the Arctic behemoth in an instant. The Arctic behemoth lacked dynamic vision, however. As a magical creature atop the food chain, its acute instincts allowed it to perceive Galun's silhouette at the last moment. Yet, it was too late for any defensive maneuver, for Galun's razor-sharp claws were already upon it. With a swift motion, his claws pierced through the creature's shoulder, tearing through fur and flesh, embedding deeply into its very bones. The impact sent the Arctic behemoth soaring, colliding with the ground several hundred meters away, leaving a long furrow in the snow-laden earth, accompanied by a wretched howl of agony as it writhed in distress. Regaining composure, the Arctic behemoth raised its massive paw, but instead of striking at Galun, it forcefully slammed it against the ground. In that moment, an immense surge of elemental energy coalesced, roiling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. With a series of hisses, colossal ice spikes, each spanning several meters, erupted from the earth, centered around the Arctic behemoth, slicing through the air toward Galun's form. Some of these formidable spikes collided with his dragon scales, shattering upon impact with a metallic clang as Galun relinquished his claw and swiftly distanced himself from the epicenter of the elemental explosion. His defenses remained robust. The scales that had been struck merely bore a few cracks, yet the protection offered by his wings proved somewhat inadequate. A careless injury at the hands of this adversary would be a costly misstep. Freed from its constraints, the Arctic bear rose defiantly, roaring furiously at Galun. However, the bloodstains on its shoulders lent a sense of hollow ferocity to its roar. Galun frowned slightly, realizing he had underestimated his current strength. The innate talent of the time dragon was exceedingly formidable. He believed that merely relying on the quintuple speed of time acceleration would suffice to overpower numerous formidable magical creatures. The newly acquired temporal abilities could resolve adversaries without the necessity of direct confrontation. While Galun pondered this, the Arctic bear, undeterred by its injuries, began to move. A layer of solid ice armor emerged upon its body, with vicious ice spikes protruding at its joints as it charged toward Galun. His surprise was palpable. This creature, fully aware of its disadvantage, was brazenly courting its demise. Truly, it embodied the essence of a savage bear, exhibiting a reckless audacity instead of seeking escape. Perhaps it was time to test his new abilities, albeit it felt like overkill. Galun did not flinch or evade. Instead, he retracted his dragon wings and descended, positioning himself directly in the path of the Arctic bear. The immense weight of several tons caused the ground to tremble under its full-speed charge, leaving deep imprints with each step, radiating an intimidating presence. As time trickled by, mere seconds later, when the bear lifted its foot to step into the 20-meter radius surrounding Galun, he focused his mind, his gaze intent and his demeanor grave. In the next moment, an invisible, intangible wave emanated from Galun, instantly enveloping the Arctic bear within a 20-meter diameter space. Within this realm, everything seemed to press the pause button, coming to a standstill, leaving Galun as the sole being capable of movement. The swirling snow, the biting wind, the crystalline ice, and the ferocious expression of the bear all halted in time. Outside the stasis zone, the snow continued to fall, and the wind howled, as if two disparate worlds existed. Yet, upon entering the 20-meter radius around Galun, everything froze, leading to a significant accumulation of snow at the boundary of the stilled area, poised to form a white arc. This class of magical ability was the suspension of time. At the moment of invoking this power, Galun's temporal energy surged forth like a torrent, with his magical energy flowing alongside it, albeit at a lesser rate of consumption. Thus, he did not hesitate. He unleashed a frigid breath of dragon fire directly upon the Arctic bear, swiftly encasing it in ice. Now immobile, the bear became a target, absorbing the full brunt of the dragon's breath damage at close range. With Galun's actions, the consumption of both temporal energy and magical energy escalated. Reluctantly, he ceased the suspension of time. In an instant, the howling winds resumed, and the blizzard within that small area came back to life. As for the Arctic bear, it was utterly oblivious to the circumstances surrounding its demise. Its life force had waned to the point of freezing, rendering it incapable of thought amidst the icy crystals, and it would soon succumb entirely. This manner of death was devoid of suffering. After all, its consciousness lingered at the moment it approached Galun. At around the age of 2, the influence of time stasis extended to a diameter of 20 meters, possibly increasing by 10 meters for each additional year. Unfortunately, it could not directly affect targets in proximity, though perhaps that may change in the future. Galun regarded the mysteriously deceased Arctic bear with a contemplative expression. The consumption of energy from time stasis exceeded that of his ability to siphon the essence of time, yet its effects were undeniably formidable. Should an opponent fall prey to it, Galun would be free to act at will until the power of time was depleted. A potent ability capable of shifting the tides of battle. Essence of Time Siphon was to be renamed Siphon of Time. White Dragon Maiden, haha, I shall seek you shortly. Galun blinked, a smile breaking upon his lips, illuminating his face with a radiant expression. After experiencing the true might of quintuple speed and time stasis, Galun was now certain that the young, yet to mature, White Dragon Maiden could not contend with him. As he approached the Arctic bear, intending to relish this sumptuous feast, two faint whimpering sounds mingled with the howling snowstorm caught his attention. He paused momentarily, then turned. In the spot where he had cast aside the Arctic bear, two barely opened eyes of cubs were exposed to the elements, mewling pitifully, their diminutive bodies trembling in the frigid wind. Galun furrowed his brow. Upon witnessing the two cubs, he suddenly comprehended the seemingly peculiar behavior of the Arctic bear. Regardless of its temper, it should possess the instinct for survival. It had charged towards Galun, likely because he stood between it and its offspring, compelled to fight desperately. Pondering this, Galun shook his head, once more contemplating the merciless white dragon maiden. In a similar situation, she would likely flee without hesitation to preserve her life. The bonds of kinship among malevolent dragons were indeed feeble. Galun approached the two Arctic bear cubs, extending his wings to shield them from the blizzard and biting winds, alleviating their discomfort. The cubs scurried across the ground, pawing through the snow until they reached his feet. The intelligence of the Arctic bear was limited, akin to that of a prehistoric lizard. Raising them would yield little meat. He scooped up the two cubs, securing their hind legs against the frozen body of the Arctic bear, and with a flap of his wings, soared toward the location of the ogre basin. He lacked any spells for warmth, and prolonged exposure could spell death for the cubs, as their fur was not sufficiently thick to provide adequate insulation. In the ogre basin, there are houses that shield from the wind and bonfires that provide warmth, making it a suitable place to shelter the cubs of the Arctic bear, while also allowing a glimpse into the progress of his newly constructed dragon lair. After a while, amidst the harsh blizzard sweeping across the northern ice plains, Galun returned to the ogre basin. The unique structure of the basin typically prevents snow accumulation on the ground and rooftops. However, the current unprecedented blizzard was beyond the basin's capacity to shield against, as the indifferent white encroached upon the land. The ogres, who usually preferred to lie directly on the ground, were now mostly absent, dutifully remaining indoors. The ogres of the northern ice plains had evolved commendable resistance to cold due to the climate, yet this ability had its limits. If they became lost in the blizzard, they risked freezing to death. Nevertheless, while most ogres sheltered indoors from the storm, a few anomalies lay conspicuously amidst the snow, idly scratching their heads. There were 5 ogres in total, each towering to an extraordinary height that surpassed the typical stature of their kind. The most robust among them reached a height of 3.5 meters, with the others also exceeding 3 meters, each resembling a chiseled titan, utterly unfazed by the blizzard. In addition to their remarkably unusual size, their bodies were adorned with scattered silver-scaled armor that emitted a chilling aura. Somewhat akin to dragon scales, less formidable than true dragon scales, yet significantly superior to those of ordinary scaled creatures. As Galun approached the ogre basin, the peculiar ogres momentarily paused and collectively raised their heads. In the swirling white of the blizzard, a lithe figure beat its wings, dispersing the flurry of snow, gradually becoming clearer as it descended toward the ogre basin. Galun looked down upon the unusual ogres and, at first sight, recognized the essence of his own blood coursing through them. So this is what dragon blood ogres resemble. There were no records of dragon blood ogres in the dragon's legacy, leaving Galun with scant knowledge about them. However, their imposing size alone indicated that these ogres had undoubtedly experienced a significant enhancement in strength following their transformation. Within them flowed elemental energy, a sign that the dragon blood ogres had become magical beings, capable of wielding spells. The largest ogre bore a faint resemblance to Yuga Brokenbone. At that moment, Yuga bowed his head respectfully and declared, "Congratulations, Master, on awakening from your slumber. You have grown even stronger." Without needing to be prompted by Galun, he astutely continued, "The dragon lair has been completed. Shall I take you there now?" Galun shook his head, releasing his claw to set down the 2 shivering cubs of the Arctic bear. As soon as they touched the ground, they emitted faint, indistinct whimpers. "Provide sustenance for these 2 little ones. Ensure they do not perish from the cold." Upon hearing Galun's command, a dragon-vein ogre stepped forward, bringing the young Arctic bear cubs into a warmer shelter, subsequently seeking out a nursing female ogre to nurture them. During this interval, Galun devoured an entire mature Arctic bear. The meat, rich in texture and flavor, accompanied by delicate shards of ice, delighted Galun, who relished every morsel, consuming even the skin and bones until nothing remained. The blood and flesh, infused with abundant elemental energy, brought immense joy to Galun, finally alleviating the hunger that had plagued him since awakening. After finishing the Arctic bear, Galun instructed Yuga Shatterbone to guide him to the location of the dragon's lair. Along the way, Galun inquired, After the transformation of the dragon vein, did you awaken any new abilities? Yuga Shatterbone promptly replied, Master, your bloodline power is extraordinarily potent, granting me and the other 4 ogres some ice-controlling magical abilities. Galun scrutinized the dragon vein ogre's current state and pondered, is there anything else? Yuga Shatterbone hesitated slightly and truthfully responded, no, that is all. Galun withdrew his gaze, refraining from further questioning. It appeared that the transformation of the dragon vein solely conferred the bloodline of the white dragon. However, Galun sensed that his own white dragon lineage seemed significantly enhanced by the influence of the time dragon's essence compared to an ordinary white dragon. Minutes later, Galun arrived at the site of the dragon's lair established by the ogres. He observed a cavernous lair perched on the edge of the ogre basin, situated about 50 meters above ground due to the limited height of the basin's stone walls. Master, this is your lair, Yuga Shatterbone said somewhat apprehensively. Galun nodded, unfurled his wings, and ascended into the lair. Inside the winding cavern, the walls, adorned with a layer of ice crystals, gleamed brightly and appeared spacious enough to accommodate the movements of an adult white dragon, featuring a grand bed crafted from ice crystals at its deepest point. This lair bore a striking resemblance to that of Galun's mother, both in location and design, as Yuga Shatterbone had constructed it according to Galun's specifications. The riverbed lair had merely served as a temporary refuge, not to Galun's liking. Perhaps having spent his formative years in his mother's lair had subtly instilled in him a preference for cavernous lairs built against steep cliffs. The imitation lair commanded by the ogres would likely no longer be needed. Its height was insufficient to enjoy a panoramic view of the Arctic expanse. Before succumbing to slumber, Galun had not anticipated such a significant enhancement of his strength. Had he known that his mother would not pose a challenge, he would have opted to seize her lair and drive her away. The reasoning was simple. Once so ruthlessly expelled from the dragon's nest, Galun could hardly have anticipated the events that would unfold. Within the icy lair, the white dragon mother, growing increasingly impatient with the 3 hatchlings, suddenly turned her gaze with suspicion, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within her. Dragons are known for their acute instincts, which left her feeling somewhat agitated, unable to find solace in her surroundings. Unaware of the white dragon mother's turmoil, Galun strode over to the crystalline dragon bed, where he lay down. His elongated tail curled protectively around him, serving as a cushion for his head, while his wings unfurled to envelop him, creating a cozy, enclosed space. The howling blizzard outside, akin to white noise, prompted Galun to take a brief nap, a posture reminiscent of feline creatures that he cherished. Upon awakening, he resolved to seek out the white dragon mother to stir some trouble. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, 3 days had passed. After stretching his spine with a grand yawn, Galun contemplated checking on the 2 young Arctic bears. Although he had entrusted their care to an ogre, being separated from their parents could pose challenges for the cubs, and their survival in this altered environment was uncertain. As Galun approached the edge of the dragon's nest, intending to take flight, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the power of time. His movements halted as he surveyed his surroundings, gazing into the ethereal river of time. Normally tranquil, the river was now rippling dramatically near him, as if some force were stirring its waters. What could be happening? Galun immediately grew vigilant, focusing intently on the time ripples, poised for action. A moment later, the agitated waters of the time river shifted, revealing a mirrored reflection that left Galun's expression in shock. There, in the image, was a hatchling, a young dragon perched at the cave's entrance, anxiously watching the approaching dragon mother. In that instant, Galun sensed an urgent plea emanating from the hatchling, as if it were seeking his assistance. Could it be that it wished to borrow the power of time? A realization dawned upon Galun. The hatchling, in a moment of crisis, had instinctively invoked the reverse flow of time, appealing for help from its future self. While this revelation was startling, it was not what left him utterly astonished. Before him was unmistakably a red dragon hatchling, its scales of vibrant crimson, adorned with budding horns, and encircled by a band of black scales at its wrists. The approaching dragon mother was a red dragon, towering over the white dragon mother, her robust form exuding a terrifying energy of fire, far surpassing the strength of the white dragon mother. Moreover, the dragon's lair was not situated in the Icecliff dragon nest, nor was it found amidst the frigid expanse of the far north. Instead, this lair resided within a volcanic realm, filled with rich, dark brown earth and stones. Beneath the parched, cracked surface, One could faintly discern the slow, molten flow of scorching lava, the air shimmering with heat. The only resemblance it bore to Galun, apart from the shared platinum dragon eyes, was that it too had seized a gem from the dragoness while she was absent. What could this mean? Galun found himself perplexed. How could he be its future? The species was entirely different. Time seemed to slow as the red dragoness drew nearer to the cave, and the anxious expression on the young dragon's face intensified. If its actions were discovered by the red dragoness, it would be expelled from the lair, and as a fledgling, it possessed no means of self-preservation. Observing the anxiety etched upon its face, Galun felt a sense of empathy. After all, he had once experienced that very moment, the heart racing with an almost palpable tension that still lingered in his memory. With time pressing upon him, Galun chose not to dwell on this peculiar situation any longer and resolved to assist the red fledgling. He opened his luminous eyes, harnessed the power of time within himself, and instinctively channeled this temporal energy into the ripples of time. In the timeline of the red fledgling, time abruptly came to a standstill. Galun's power transformed into a white dragon, identical to himself, which surged against the currents of the ethereal river of time, materializing before the astonished young dragon. In its wide-eyed amazement, the white dragon morphed into a streak of light and entered the body of the red fledgling, hastening its absorption of the magical gem. In that fleeting moment, Galun could perceive the bewilderment in its eyes as it embraced the legacy of the time dragon, though their appearances, origins, and even species differed. Observing its reactions, demeanor, and small habits led Galun to the undeniable conclusion that it was indeed a reflection of his past self, sharing the same soul. Meanwhile, the ripples of time gradually dissipated, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Yet, the questions swirling within Galun's mind remained unresolved. He furrowed his brow, contemplating this bizarre occurrence. Could it be that a different timeline of himself might not necessarily transform into a white dragon? Beyond this red Galun, perhaps there existed a golden Galun, a silver Galun, or even a pure legendary time dragon. Suddenly, Galun recalled the colossal dragon silhouette he had witnessed that day. The visage of the dragon bore little resemblance to his current form, save for the pair of platinum eyes. He had once firmly believed that his future would align with that image, charcoal-hued scales adorned with irregular rings of black. Yet, after experiencing this somewhat uncanny situation, his conviction wavered. The future target chosen by the time dragon's current seemed not to be confined solely to the timeline of Galun. He paced thoughtfully within the lair, immersed in contemplation of the myriad possibilities. After half an hour had passed, Galun shook his head, his gaze regaining clarity as he halted his steps, emerging from his contemplation. Throughout the span of a lifetime, from birth to death, one encounters countless choices, each decision representing a pivotal divergence. The branches of the river of time, akin to an infinite expanse of stars, are innumerable. Only the present moment embodies authenticity, while the future remains but a realm of possibilities. It may come to fruition, or it may not, contingent upon my decisions. Galun harbored uncertainty regarding the soundness of this notion. Despite possessing the power of time and being favored by its currents, his understanding of the vast and enigmatic river of time was scant, merely a fraction of its entirety. As for the entirely different past self, Galun could only conceive explanations rooted in divergent timelines. In his own timeline, he existed as the white dragon, yet the circumstances in other timelines were uncertain. As his thoughts settled into a rational calm, Galun became aware of a transformation within himself. His body had subtly diminished in size. The change was so slight it was hardly perceptible. Had he not been particularly attuned to his physique, he might have overlooked this alteration. Furthermore, the power of time and magic within him had notably diminished, as if time itself had regressed a fraction. Galun mused. This must be the price of acquiescing to another's request, the cost of power traversing different timelines. In that moment, a spark of ingenuity ignited within Galun as he conceived a feasible idea. He inhaled deeply, sharpening his focus, and turned his gaze toward the river of time, contemplating the possibility of reclaiming what was lost. He had always possessed the ability to reverse the flow of time. Utilizing this power, threads of intangible temporal energy emanated from him, coursing along the river's currents, carrying his plea toward a potential future in hopes of eliciting a response. However, to his dismay, the ability to reverse time proved as ineffective as ever, failing to procure any temporal assistance. The river of time flowed with its ancient, unwavering tranquility. devoid of even the slightest ripple, as if nothing had transpired at all. Observing this, Galun sighed, ceasing his attempts to reverse time, unwilling to squander any further temporal energy. His initial endeavor to reverse time had met with success, yet every subsequent attempt had resulted in failure, leaving Galun vexed and cursing his future self for their stinginess. There was no doubt regarding the execution of his abilities. The sole explanation for the lack of response was the unwillingness of the other party to lend aid. Although his aspiration to borrow time from his future self had faltered, Galun felt no disappointment. He had grown numb to such setbacks. Simultaneously, he silently vowed that should his past self from a different timeline attempt to employ the ability to reverse time again, unless faced with a significant life or death crisis, he would never again lend assistance. If the future self refused to assist the present self, what justification would the present self have to extend aid to the past self? The might of time is truly enigmatic. I find myself pondering when I might truly comprehend its nature and seize it within my grasp. Galun shook his head. As the adage wisely states, nothing in this world is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish their pursuits. Unable to fathom the intricacies of time at present, Galun chose to cast this matter aside, opting to reflect on it later when his understanding of the temporal river deepens. Subsequently, he departed from this imitation of a dragon's lair, first venturing into the ogre basin to observe the two young Arctic bears. In just a few days, thanks to Galun's explicit instructions, the ogres here had diligently cared for the cubs, constructing a cozy nest for them from warm animal hides within a shelter, with a crackling fire nearby and a female ogre tending to their needs. Upon his return to the cubs, Galun was astonished to find that in merely 2 or 3 days, they had transformed into plump and somewhat rotund little creatures. Indeed, magical beings possess extraordinary qualities. They adapted swiftly, thriving even without the care of kin. As Galun surveyed the chubby cubs, he couldn't help but reminisce about the exquisite taste of fully grown Arctic bears. Instinctively swallowing hard, feeling somewhat unsated, the little bears, oblivious to any malice from Galun, perhaps due to the shelter they received during the blizzard, recognized his scent and came bounding towards him, excitedly using all 4 limbs as they tumbled and rolled to his feet, nuzzling against his dragon claws. Galun paused momentarily, then extended his sharp claws to gently stroke the backs of the cubs. Unlike the coarse, needle-like fur of adult Arctic bears, the recently born cubs possessed long, soft, and supple down, providing a delightful tactile experience that Galun found irresistible. However, due to the sharpness of his claws, he was ever cautious, lest he accidentally harm the little bears. After teasing them for a brief couple of minutes, he withdrew his claws. When they reach maturity, I suspect that I will not require the allegiance of such high-tier companions as the Arctic bears. Most likely, they will serve merely as pets. Galun was acutely aware of his own circumstances. His growth rate was exceedingly rapid. As for the Arctic bears, he had previously encountered detailed accounts of them in the Tome of Magical Creatures. They mature at 30 years of age, with their magical abilities gradually developing during their youth around 20. In 2 or 3 decades, Galun mused, assuming he survived. He could hardly envision the bears serving any purpose beyond that of pets. Yet, amidst the desolation of the Arctic wasteland, devoid of leisure activities, his existence revolved around eating, sleeping, and studying magic. Thus, raising a pet for occasional companionship could be considered a meager form of entertainment. After entrusting the cubs to the care of the female ogre, Galun instructed Yuga to switch his primary diet to magical creatures, commanding the ogres to hunt blood meals for him. With Yuga's solemn promise in mind, Galun unfurled his dragon wings, ascending into the air and vanishing in an instant amidst the swirling snowstorm. Amidst the howling winds and the feather-like snowflakes, a broad smile spread across his face as he soared resolutely towards the northern realms. "White Dragon Mother, I am on my way," he silently roared, a surge of excitement propelling him to an increased velocity. In a sequence from north to south, several locations left a profound impression on him, notably the Ice Cliff Dragon Nest, the Glacial Territory, and the Ogre Basin. As he journeyed from the Ogre Basin towards the Ice Cliff Dragon Nest, he passed over his own Glacial Territory, where merely a quarter of the northern ice spirits remained, the rest having formed a hunting party to assist in the pursuits of Galun. With such loyal subjects, Galun was relieved from the constant burden of hunting, allowing him time to engage in other endeavors, which was precisely his initial aim in gathering followers. The White Dragon Mother was likely nestled within the Ice Cliff Dragon Nest. Based on Galun's understanding of her, she relished the opportunity to slumber within the nest during such blizzard conditions, often neglecting even her weekly duty of bringing food for the hatchlings, or more accurately, growing apathetic to her responsibilities. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the white dragon mother was undoubtedly lost in slumber, blissfully unaware of her beloved offspring's imminent arrival. Simultaneously, Galun was reminded of the treasure hoard, which resembled a small hill that the white dragon mother had accumulated. A glimmer of green light sparkled in his eyes as his speed intensified, his heart aflame with fervor. The vast collection of magical gemstones, which he was too reluctant to consume, promised to finally enrich his own treasury. Galun's affection for these magical gems rivaled that of any avaricious true dragon, placing him among the foremost in his fervor. These gemstones, having been birthed through a miraculous evolution over extended periods, bore the essence of ancient times and, coupled with their elemental energy, made it nearly impossible for Galun not to cherish them. To slumber atop a bed of vibrant gemstones was indeed a splendid notion. Yet, as he contemplated the amassed wealth of the white dragon mother, a flicker of doubt crossed Galun's countenance. Given her formidable prowess, how had she acquired such a plethora of treasures? In his earlier, weaker days, he had not perceived the anomaly, but upon reflection, he realized that her hoard was rather extraordinary. Should she have been adept at plundering and raiding other species, it would have been understandable. However, the white dragon mother was known for her laziness, often found lounging in the ice cliff dragon nest. In comparison to humanity, she resembled a reclusive 16-year-old girl, cohabiting with a few small children. How, then, had she amassed such a trove of riches? A peculiar expression crossed Galun's face as he entertained various conjectures. Could it be that the white dragon father had gifted her treasures during courtship? Unlikely, for while offering rare prey might be plausible, bestowing riches would be akin to severing one's own lifeblood. Shaking his head, Galun dismissed the thought and continued on his journey. Soon, he braved the swirling snowstorm and beheld the familiar territory of the white dragon lady. Due to the blizzard, the landscape had transformed beyond recognition, rendering it strange. However, having dwelled in this realm for a year and a half, Galun was well acquainted with its boundaries. Moreover, the faint aura of the white dragon lady lingered in the air. This aura was not a fierce, supernatural force actively emanating from her, but rather a natural essence that arose from the long-term presence of dragons in the vicinity, creating an atmosphere imbued with the essence of true dragons. As he sensed the familiar presence of the white dragon lady, Galun lightly tapped his claws together, producing a ringing sound akin to metal clashing. His anticipation was palpable. Ignoring the subtle warning carried within the dragon's aura, Galun strode confidently into the domain of the white dragon lady. The howling winds and ferocious snow swirled around him as he approached the icy cliff dragon nest with an imposing demeanor. Amidst the raging blizzard, Galun maintained an impressive speed toward the location of the icy cliff nest. He made no effort to conceal his presence, intent on drawing the attention of the white dragon lady to witness her incredulous expression upon realizing his arrival. However, to his disappointment, even as the outline of the icy cliff nest came into view, the figure of the white dragon lady remained absent. It seemed she was ensnared in a deep slumber, oblivious even to the presence of her eldest son. Yet, as Galun drew within a kilometer of the icy cliff nest, 3 diminutive white dragonlings cautiously peeked over the edge of the nest. Upon sensing the familiar aura, the 3 little white dragons erupted from the nest in astonishment. Appearing before Galun, he paused, grinning at his long-absent dragon siblings. In stark contrast to Galun, who had grown into a formidable 12-meter-long dragon, the ordinary 2-year-old white dragonlings were still quite small, measuring less than 3 meters in length, appearing pitiful and helpless before him. Their courage to approach Galun stemmed from the distinctive black-scaled collar around his neck, coupled with the unmistakable aura that confirmed his identity as their elder brother, who had been banished 6 months prior. Galun, is that you? Although Charles, the younger dragon brother, already knew the answer, he timidly inquired. Observing the little dragonlings, who had barely changed, Galun's demeanor softened somewhat as he replied, "What? Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Pausing momentarily, Galun's gaze took on a more dangerous edge as he brandished a claw capable of effortlessly crushing the white dragonlings. "Must I teach you how to address me? You are to show your elder brother the respect he deserves." The younger dragonlings exchanged nervous glances, feeling a weighty pressure in Galun's imposing presence, as if the air itself had grown heavy with an unyielding force. Due to being subjected to Galun's discipline from birth until over a year old, the three young dragons had become relatively obedient. Upon realizing Galun's increased prowess, they timidly exclaimed, "Brother Galun." Galun nodded, choosing not to dwell on their earlier behavior. Moments later, the dragoness Sierra mustered her courage and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Brother Galun, how have you returned? Mother has exiled you from the territory, and when she awakens to find you here, she will surely punish you." "Who punishes whom is yet to be determined," Galun replied, his gaze drifting past the young dragons to the icy cliff dragon nest behind them. He did not respond to Sienna's question, but calmly instructed in the dragon tongue, "Go and awaken our mother. Tell her that I, Galun, have returned." At this distance, Galun had already sensed the presence of the white dragoness. Nestled within the icy cliff nest, tranquil and undisturbed, just as he had suspected, she was asleep. The young dragons hesitated. Galun's expression darkened. Before he could speak further, the frightened younglings hurriedly turned and scurried into the nest, calling out for the white dragoness. Amidst the raging blizzard, Galun patiently awaited, his dragon wings fluttering, parting the surrounding snowstorm. Minutes later, the young dragons emerged from the nest, their flight unsteady through the tempest. Struggling to maintain their balance, they reported to Galun, "Mother is in deep slumber. We cannot rouse her." Galun, as always unperturbed by the hatchlings' entreaties, remained unfazed. He calmly instructed, "Stand back. Do not obstruct my path." The young dragons, momentarily bewildered, failed to comprehend. However, upon witnessing Galun open his jaws, revealing a chilling blue light, they were instantaneously seized by a bone-chilling dread and hastily darted aside. The potency of Galun's frost dragon breath was evident, capable of instilling fear even in the white dragoness. Though he had yet to fully merge the frost dragon breath with the time-draining breath, the former had been significantly enhanced by the influence of time magic, surpassing the typical breath of an ordinary white dragon. Aiming at the icy cliff dragon nest, Galun, after gathering his strength, trembled slightly. Boom! The icy blue frost dragon breath pierced through the fabric of space, instantaneously striking the icy cliff nest, crystallizing into clusters of sharp ice upon impact. Simultaneously, deep within the cave, the slumbering white dragoness sensed a surge of formidable magic, abruptly opening her pale yellow dragon eyes, filled with rage. Her dragon wings unfurled, casting a shadowy silhouette upon the ground. "Dare to trespass upon the domain of the great white dragon, Saria, unaware of your impending doom." With a resounding and crystalline roar, the white dragoness, her 16-meter-long form brimming with ferocity, charged out of the nest. Along the way, the crystalline spikes formed by the frost dragon breath shattered against her scales. The white dragon maiden, at the tender age of 95, although not yet fully matured, possesses strength comparable to that of a typical adult white dragon. In merely 5 years, she will officially reach adulthood. In contrast, Galun's physique resembles that of a youthful white dragon just entering its 50s, and he pales in comparison to the white dragon maiden. In a matter of seconds, she burst forth from her lair, her wings stirring a tempest that swept through the flying snow, and she appeared before Galun's gaze. Upon encountering the familiar colossal white beast, Galun, who had ceased his breath of fire, fell into a contemplative silence. Simultaneously, as the white dragon maiden discerned Galun's form, her swift flight momentarily faltered, and her dragon eyes displayed unmistakable astonishment, coupled with a hint of unimaginable shock. While she did not pay much heed to hatchlings, she was well aware of her eldest son's appearance. Despite knowing that Galun had grown rapidly, seeing him exceed 10 meters in length after just 6 months left her somewhat incredulous. "Galun," the white dragon maiden inquired cautiously, tilting her head and speaking in a melodious dragon tongue. Galun nodded in affirmation, replying, "It is I." After a brief pause, he stated in an emotionless tone, "I have returned." The white dragon maiden was momentarily taken aback, her gaze sharpening as she coldly retorted, "Returned? This is my territory, though you are my bloodline descendant. Your arrival is unwelcome." While Galun's growth surpassed her expectations, she felt no fear, as his size still did not match her own. After initially experiencing shock, the white dragon maiden's demeanor returned to its usual indifference, her breath exhaling a chilling aura that subtly warned of impending threats. "Leave at once." Upon hearing her brusque command, Galun unleashed a booming dragon roar that resonated through the blizzard, the the sound waves reverberating fiercely. Under the increasingly vigilant gaze of the white dragon maiden, Galun ceased his roar. His eyes glinting sharply as he articulated, "I may depart, but before I do, I hope my mother can grant me one request." The white dragon maiden instinctively inquired, "What?" Galun's wings flared, and he declared, "Surrender 80% of the treasures within your lair to me, and I shall leave immediately." After a brief pause, he added with a cutting tone, "Otherwise, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands." Initially, he had intended to demand only 60%. But witnessing the white dragon maiden's frigid demeanor ignited his ire, prompting a change of heart. "What did you say?" The white dragon maiden was momentarily stunned, doubting her own hearing. Upon grasping the gravity of Galun's words, her gaze hardened, and the near-adult dragon's might surged forth, rapidly bearing down upon Galun. The pulsing aura of her power, though intangible, manifested as a circular ripple in the snow-laden air, swiftly advancing toward him. Galun did not flinch. He allowed the dragon's might to wash over him. A hum reverberated through him as he felt a jolt of awareness, as if he beheld a pair of dragon eyes imbued with predatory malice, exuding the authority of apex beings within the food chain. In less than half a second, Galun freed himself from the imposing aura of the white dragon lady. The snowflakes that formed ripples against his body felt akin to a gentle breeze, having no effect on him whatsoever. "I demand 80% of your treasures, or I shall be compelled to seize them by force. Should I take matters into my own hands, not a single gem or coin shall remain in your possession." Fearless in the face of the overwhelming dragon might, Galun stood resolute. With a powerful flap of his wings, he extended his dragon wings wide, raising his head high, his four majestic horns pointing skyward. His platinum dragon eyes locked onto the white dragon lady, and his own aura swirled forth, cascading around her in a flurry of snow and wind. As true dragons, their respective auras had limited influence on one another. However, the act of releasing one's aura served as a signal, an indication that one was on the brink of action. The white dragon lady's gaze was fixed intently on Galun, perplexed by the source of his confidence and bravery. With a disdainful huff, she remarked, "So, you covet my treasures? My decision to expel you was indeed justified." Pausing momentarily, a glint of danger flickered in her eyes as she continued, "Your growth over the past 6 months has emboldened you to challenge me, but the disparity in our ages cannot be bridged by mere speed of growth. Galun, my ignorant eldest, today I shall impart a lesson that you shall remember with blood. To provoke an elder dragon is an act of utmost folly." In stark contrast to Galun's relatively composed demeanor, the white dragon lady epitomized the essence of a malevolent dragon. She was tempestuous, selfish, and cold-hearted. Upon realizing Galun's intentions towards her treasures, her patience waned, and she could hardly endure another moment. Under Galun's watchful gaze, she arched her graceful neck, her white scales glistening. Elemental energy began to stir, and the winds around them morphed into a chilling howl, slicing through the air like blades in rapid flight. With a surge of elemental power, a tempest of furious winds, spanning dozens of yards in diameter, erupted instantaneously. The swirling storm of snow was ensnared within the maelstrom, sweeping towards Galun with astonishing force. The storm, sharp as a knife, shattered many diamond-shaped snowflakes into fragments. Unwilling to bear the brunt of an adult dragon's magical prowess, Galun swiftly harnessed the power of time. Entering a state of quintuple speed, the tempest surged with alarming swiftness. Without activating his enhanced speed, he risked being caught within its grasp. In an instant, Galun's velocity surpassed that of the storm. He leapt skyward, a straight line of white vanishing into the blizzard, almost disappearing from sight just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by the winds, evading the white dragon lady's gaze. Momentarily taken aback, the white dragon lady wondered, where has the dragon gone? Her prideful nature led her to believe that a singular wind manipulation spell could easily subdue Galun, shattering this rebellious offspring's ambitions. After all, such magical abilities were typically wielded by dragons nearing maturity, possessing formidable power. Unable to strike at Galun, and having lost sight of him, the white dragoness began to feel a subtle sense of unease. Meanwhile, high above, at an altitude exceeding 500 meters, Galun concealed himself within a shroud of mist, gazing down at the white dragoness as she searched for him. He inhaled deeply, the magic within him surging and coalescing in his mouth. The white dragoness was the most formidable creature he had encountered thus far. Although Galun believed she was no match for him, he did not underestimate her. In the heat of battle, His mind regained its composure and tranquility. Since his intention was to teach the white dragoness a lesson rather than to slay her, he refrained from employing the time plunder breath. As the frost dragon breath gathered in his mouth, Galun folded his wings and plummeted earthward like a white meteor, descending at a velocity of 200 meters per second. Approximately 2 seconds later, when the white dragoness sensed the oppressive gust of wind from above, she was momentarily taken aback and instinctively looked up. In her line of sight, Galun had opened his maw, a swirling ice-blue radiance brewing within. He spiraled downwards, his wings unfurled like sails, now less than 100 meters from the white dragoness. Simultaneously, with a thunderous roar, the frost dragon breath erupted forth, the icy blue column crashing down upon the white dragoness. The proximity was so close that she found it too late to evade. The frost dragon breath, infused with bone-chilling winds and countless tangible ice spikes, bore tremendous impact as it struck the white dragoness, sending her hurtling towards the ground like a torrent of cascading water. The dragon breath is one of the most powerful offensive capabilities of true dragons. Receiving such a direct hit at close range was undeniably excruciating for the white dragoness. Had she not possessed a high resistance to cold attacks, being struck directly would have cost her half her life. Even so, she found herself in a dire predicament. Buried beneath a foot of thick snow, the white dragoness was largely encased in clusters of ice crystals, and her scales bore numerous scratches from the impact of the tangible ice shards contained within the frost dragon breath. Blinking in disbelief, she was overwhelmed by a surge of intense humiliation and anger upon realizing that she had been struck down from the sky by Galun, a mere 2-year-old wormling. The harsh reality of being bested by a fledgling dragon was difficult for her to accept. Although her own overconfidence played a part, the truth remained that she had been at a disadvantage from the very first encounter. Being toppled by her own WYRM was a disgrace for any dragon, and her innate pride ignited a fiery tempest within her heart, her shame and anger reaching an unbearable crescendo. Galun. The crystalline roar resonated with fury. Yet, upon reaching Galun's ears, it elicited a sense of vindication and immense satisfaction within him, as though a burdensome weight that had long oppressed his heart was finally lifted. The more the white dragoness felt humiliated and enraged, the more joy he derived from her plight. Salia, is it the case that adult dragons are inherently feeble? Or is it merely you who is exceptionally frail? With a powerful flap of his wings, Galun hovered in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon the white dragoness, unashamedly addressing her by name, devoid of any form of respect. This taunt further exacerbated the white dragoness's ire, and Galun's condescending posture ignited her fury. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed her wrath, causing the thick blanket of snow around her to explode like a tempest of white rain. In an instant, the white dragoness soared into the sky, her razor-sharp claws extended menacingly toward Galun. The 16-meter-long white dragoness moved with the grace of a draconic fighter jet, propelled by a fierce wind and unbridled strength. Her might overshadowed that of Galun. At her age, her magical abilities served only as a mere supplement. Her true strength lay in her robust draconic physique. Her claws were her most formidable weapon. Among all true dragons, although the white dragon ranked at the bottom, it possessed its own merits. Residing in the frigid tundra, the white dragon's claws were broader and sharper compared to those of other dragons, enabling her to traverse slick ice without a hint of difficulty. Once she seized her prey, she could effortlessly rend flesh and shatter bones. Moreover, the white dragon's intellect paled in comparison to that of her kin, often acting on instinct like a wild beast. Yet, this primal instinct rendered the white dragon a natural hunter. Upon detecting a weakness in her opponent, her threat in battle would escalate dramatically. At this moment, having resolved to teach her eldest son a stern lesson, the fury in the white dragoness's gaze had nearly dissipated, replaced by a cold indifference as she meticulously observed Galun's every move. Witnessing her transformation, Galun felt a chill run through him. Recognizing that she had completely subdued her arrogance and was now prepared to engage earnestly in this mother-son clash. As the white dragoness lunged forward, Galun ascended swiftly, executing a swift maneuver. Like a white line shooting straight upwards, he pierced through the blizzard, abruptly carving an arc and, within mere moments, repositioned himself behind the white dragoness. She swiftly altered her trajectory, her gaze fixated on Galun. Simultaneously, he unleashed a breath of frost, a column of icy blue light surging directly toward her wings. However, this time, Galun's previously successful tactic faltered. As the frost breath approached, the white dragoness instinctively evaded it. Having learned from her earlier misstep, she remained vigilant. While dodging Galun's icy breath, she too opened her jaws, a blinding ice-blue radiance swirling and coalescing, causing the temperature around her to plummet. Moments later, a thicker, longer plume of frost erupted from her maw. Boom! A vast conical expanse of dragon breath enveloped Galun, descending upon him like a torrential storm. The velocity of the dragon's breath was unparalleled, making it the most formidable weapon of the dragonkind. Even at 5 times Galun's speed, he could not outpace it. It was far superior to my frost dragon's breath, truly befitting a dragon on the brink of adulthood. As he beheld the shimmering azure light in the distance, Galun pondered deeply. His movements were fluid and swift, executing a lateral shift with remarkable agility. Simultaneously, the white dragoness rotated her neck, her body moving with equal speed, unleashing a sweeping torrent of frost dragon breath that pursued Galun, leaving behind a trail of piercing ice crystals in the air, constricting his space for maneuvering. Turning to glance at the increasingly close white dragoness and the frosty breath she expelled, Galun's body came to an abrupt halt. He pivoted and descended, nearly brushing against the frost dragon breath, boldly advancing towards the white dragoness rather than retreating. In response to her somewhat puzzled gaze, a smirk crept across Galun's lips as he flashed her a grin. In the next moment, as the white dragoness turned her neck to cover Galun with the frost breath now mere inches away, an invisible and intangible wave erupted, radiating outward from Galun at its epicenter. Time froze. In an instant, a 20-meter radius around Galun was ensnared in a temporal stasis. The white dragoness, caught at the very edge of this suspended zone, halted midair, as did the snowflakes drifting like feathers in the howling wind. The conical frost breath, marked by its icy blue trajectory, ceased its movement as well. Galun could discern every sharp ice crystal contained within the frost breath, feeling the extreme cold it harbored in close proximity. The white dragoness now resembled a lifelike white sculpture, her face still etched with confusion. The surreal scene of suspended time was extraordinary, akin to being ensnared in a dream rather than reality. Though it was the second time he had witnessed this phenomenon, Galun remained in awe of the sheer power it wielded. However, as the consumption of time's power was substantial, he had no leisure to admire the spectacle around him. Observing the white dragoness now trapped in time, a bold idea began to take root in his mind, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Without delay, Galun surged forward, swiftly positioning himself behind the white dragoness. In the next heartbeat, time resumed its relentless flow, as the winds roared back to life. The white dragoness blinked in bewilderment, momentarily halting her breath attack as she turned her head. Suddenly, she heard the sound of dragon wings flapping behind her, the noise alarmingly close, almost brushing against her. Panic surged within her heart. She could not fathom how Galun had vanished so suddenly, having just been in her line of sight, only to reappear without warning behind her. Before she could collect her wits to retaliate, Galun raised both of his dragon claws into fists, elevated high, and struck down heavily upon the white dragoness's head. The force of his blow was immense. Bang! The force of the blow, delivered with great intensity, shattered several scales atop the white dragon lady's head, sending a jolt through her mind. She could not help but emit a mournful cry, her head spinning, her vision blurring, and the sound of wind in her ears becoming a haunting wail. Struggling to maintain control of her body, she swayed as if under the influence of potent liquor, her form staggering as she fell once more. Upon hitting the ground, her considerable weight compressed the thick snow into a solid ice formation resembling a dragon. Nevertheless, the dragon's robust constitution allowed the white dragon lady to shake her head, swiftly recovering from her dazed state. Observing this, Galun contemplated, "My strength still lacks a bit. Otherwise, I could have knocked her unconscious with a single punch." Without granting her a moment to regain her composure, he sprang into action, hurtling downward like a cannonball, rapidly closing in on the white dragon lady. Moments later, Galun collided forcefully with her, his smaller physique lifting her entirely off the ground. The two colossal dragons tumbled, sending snow flying in all directions and carving deep trenches into the landscape. Seizing the opportunity while the white dragon lady remained disoriented, Galun pinned her to the snowy ground. His claws clenched into fists as he unleashed a barrage of blows upon her head. Thud! A left hook sent her head lurching to the left. Before she could fully recover, a right hook followed. Thud, thud, thud. Galun, still in his accelerated state, unleashed dragon-sized punches upon her head with the force of a pile driver, each impact echoing with a dull thud. Had it not been for the nature of his acceleration, which merely altered the flow of time without enhancing the kinetic energy of his strikes, he might have felled her with only 2 punches. In the midst of the tempestuous onslaught of dragon punches, the white dragon lady appeared pitiably small and helpless. She attempted to counterattack multiple times, striving to employ her arcane abilities to extricate herself from this humiliating predicament, but Galun interrupted her efforts time and again. Even her nonverbal arcane skills faltered, as the relentless beating left her concentration shattered and her awareness dulled. After enduring this egregious humiliation for several seconds, the white dragon lady could no longer bear the indignity of being ruthlessly pummeled. Fueled by a mix of shame and fury, she summoned her resolve, overcoming the wave of dizziness, and quickly opened her jaws, aimed directly at Galun. At that moment, Galun was reveling in his dominance. The nearly adult form of the white dragon lady was robust and vibrant, making her an ideal target for his assault. Yet, he remained vigilant. As he noticed her regaining her senses and preparing to open her mouth, his eyes narrowed, the power of time coiling within him. What transpired next tightened Galun's gaze. For no energy typical of a frost dragon's breath materialized within her mouth. Instead, her agile tongue deftly curled, retrieving a scroll from beneath. The tongue of a dragon, rich in nerves and akin in structure to that of a lizard, possessed an extraordinary ability to bend and maneuver, far surpassing the dexterity of a human hand. Many dragons have a penchant for coiling their most cherished treasures with their tongues, carrying them wherever they go. Upon the scroll, Galun discerned a distinct elemental aura, indicating it was indeed a magical artifact. Presumably, this was a spell scroll, a prized possession of the white dragoness, likely containing spells of considerable potency. Galun could not allow the white dragoness to utilize this spell scroll. Though her movements were already swift, his were swifter. Time ceased. In an instant, the feather-like blizzard came to a halt. The white dragoness stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape, her moist and steaming pink tongue wrapped around the spell scroll, her eyes betraying a clear mix of shame and indignation. With a soft snort, Galun unceremoniously extended his claw, maneuvering past the jagged dragon teeth to delve into the white dragoness's mouth and retrieve the spell scroll. During this brief encounter, he brushed against her tongue, leaving his claw glistening with her saliva. Remarkably, the spell scroll, seemingly crafted from an unknown material, emerged unscathed, pristine as if freshly washed, its texture as smooth as silk. As he extracted the scroll, time resumed its flow. The white dragoness, unaware of what had transpired, bore a look of triumph, roaring in a proud dragon's voice, "Galun, you cannot possibly contend with me." Her words were imbued with the exhilaration of imminent victory. Yet, scarcely had the declaration left her lips when she froze. Realizing something was amiss, the familiar sensation of the scroll was absent. Her expression of pride stiffened, and in a flurry, she searched her mouth with her tongue, desperate to locate the missing spell scroll, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Galun wore a slight smile, extending his claw to reveal a pale yellow spell scroll nestled within his palm. "Are you searching for this?" he inquired. The white dragoness attempted to seize it, but Galun deftly redirected her head with a claw, leaving her devoid of any resistance. With the spell scroll safely tucked away, Galun shook his head, letting out a soft sigh, and added with a tone of feigned sympathy, "You didn't even notice when I snatched the scroll, Salia. You are too weak. How could you possibly give rise to a dragon as exceptional as I?" The white dragoness fixed her gaze upon Galun, her heart swelling with a mix of shame and indignation at his words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ultimately, her age was akin to that of a young girl among dragons, and her temperament was far from mature. Such an experience was difficult for her to fathom. Few dragons likely shared a fate as humiliating as hers. Observing her expression, Galun initially felt a surge of vindictive satisfaction. However, as he beheld the white dragoness on the verge of tears, a twinge of guilt crept into his conscience. It seemed as if he were the one tormenting her. Despite the fact that she had been the one to unceremoniously expel him, her demeanor unapologetically harsh. As the words hung unspoken, Bai Longyang could no longer withstand the dual assault on her mind and spirit. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. Galun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Bai Longyang to have reached her limit. Indeed, although he had held back, the numerous blows to her head had been considerable, and her ability to remain conscious until now was a testament to her resilience. Had she been an ordinary magical creature, She would have been reduced to a mere pulp by now. Humph, so you sought to expel me, Galun scoffed softly, hesitating briefly before laboriously lifting the unconscious Bai Longyang into his arms. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended and gradually made his way into the ice cliff dragon's lair. The series of events, beginning with their fierce altercation, Bai Longyang being struck down twice, and culminating in Galun overpowering her, unfolded before the wide-eyed trio of fledgling dragons. Throughout the ordeal, they dared not intervene, fearing that a misstep might result in their own demise at the hands of their battling mother and brother. Now, they stood in stunned silence, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Mother has been defeated by Galun. Charles swallowed hard. How has he grown so powerful that even our mother is no match for him? Tom gazed on with envy. I remember something troubling. Hill felt a twinge of pain in his body. The three exchanged glances, collectively recalling the fear they had felt when Galun had previously dominated them. What should we do now? I don't know, they replied, momentarily paralyzed, unsure whether to enter the ice cliff lair or to venture too far away. Their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. Turning his gaze around, Galun observed the familiar crystalline walls and ground of the lair, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. It seems this place is the most pleasing to the eye. It shall be mine henceforth. He then placed Bai Longyang's body aside, a contemplative look emerging on his face. While his heart was set on avenging the betrayal he had suffered at the hands of Bai Longyang, he found himself uncertain about how to proceed now that he had bested her. Should he confront her with the jewels, revealing that he had pilfered one at the moment of his birth, before dealing with her offspring? Outside the ice cliff lair, the three fledglings shivered in unison, bewildered by their brother's thoughts. After only a few moments of contemplation, Galun was interrupted by the very treasures he had long yearned for. Crystals, agates, emeralds, and diamonds, each a different hue, along with magically imbued artifacts and finely crafted weapons and armor, reflected dazzlingly against the mirror-like ice walls, casting glimmers into Galun's eyes. His eyes sparkled with excitement, after delivering another punch to Bai Longyang's head to ensure her slumber would be prolonged. He turned his gaze toward the treasures that now belonged to him. However, as he scrutinized these riches, Galun's initial exhilaration began to wane, replaced by a hint of perplexity. Despite the abundance of gems, the surrounding elemental energy seemed insufficient to match their grandeur. What is happening here? Galun, filled with curiosity, approached the pile of gems and used his dragon claws to sift through them. As the outermost layer of gems cascaded down, the crystalline sounds of their collision resonated in Galun's ears like the most exquisite symphony. When the outer layer of gems scattered on the ground, revealing the inner layer, Galun was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he finally grasped the truth behind how the young white dragon had amassed such a collection of gems. This revelation left Galun at a loss for words, inwardly cursing the white dragon for being a vain creature, one that even deceived herself. The true gems were but a thin veneer on the surface. Beneath lay the tusks of a large beast, gleaming and sharp, undeniably attractive in appearance. Yet, regardless of how appealing they seemed, they were merely tusks, real teeth, not some gilded imitation. Galun sighed as he examined them, discerning that these tusks belonged to a formidable creature of the frozen tundra, the mighty mammoth. The mammoth, a creature of considerable standing in the icy expanse, existed in her territory in great numbers, with herds numbering in the hundreds. Upon reaching maturity, they stood between 3 to 4 meters tall and weighed no less than 20 tons, serving as the primary sustenance for the white dragon. She had previously warned several young dragons not to provoke the mammoths, as the fledgling dragons were no match for such colossal beasts. Aside from dragons, frost wolves, the Arctic bear, and other top predators, the mammoth had virtually no natural enemies in the frigid north. However, Galun never anticipated that she would secretly collect the mammoth's tusks, masquerading them as gems to make her little treasury appear more substantial. To Galun, the total worth of these tusks paled in comparison to a single genuine magical gem. Besides the mammoth's tusks, the pile also contained several magical ice crystals crafted by the white dragon, irregular in shape and exuding a chilling aura, pretending to be rare and precious magical gems. It turned out that even dragons could succumb to the temptation of embellishing their worth. Galun felt a sense of betrayal wash over him as he glanced at the unconscious white dragon. Reflecting on his earlier theft of gems, he lamented that had he taken a few more, he might have uncovered this truth. Alas, he was too young then. His perception of elemental energy far less acute than it was now, and he had naively believed that the white dragon possessed the prowess to amass such wealth. Now, observing her true hoard, Galun yearned to inquire how she could sleep soundly at night. But he reassured himself not to demand too much from the young dragon, as she had yet to truly reach adulthood. Accepting this reality, he began to meticulously count his own magical gems. Before long, the unconscious white dragon stirred gently, emitting an involuntary low dragon's hum, slowly awakening from her slumber. Her head throbbed slightly, and her vision remained somewhat blurred, not yet fully restored. However, it was sufficient for her to engage in activity. The life force of the true dragon was remarkably vigorous, its physique robust. As long as it was not slain in one fell swoop, it could recuperate swiftly from its injuries. The moment she opened her eyes, the white dragoness beheld Galun, who was counting her precious gems, his expression a perplexing mix of disdain and delight. "My gems. Galun, what do you intend to do? Do not touch my gems." The white dragoness widened her eyes indignantly, rising to her feet and unfurling her wings, fiercely roaring at Galun, intent on driving him away despite her lack of complete recovery, rendering her movements somewhat unsteady, posing no threat in Galun's eyes. With a flick of his tail, Galun sent her crashing against the crystalline wall, and she began to whimper in frustration. Her voice was too soft for Galun to discern the meaning, but he surmised it was some form of invective. Surrounding the genuine magical gems with his dragon arm, Galun first buried his head among them, inhaling deeply, then turned around. Refreshed, and calmly addressed the white dragoness. "Salia, it seems you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. You are no longer my adversary. And in the far northern tundra, strength reigns supreme. This lair, these treasures, have changed ownership the moment I bested you." Pausing for effect, Galun's tone turned menacing, his expression serious and grave. "They are now my possessions. It would be wise for you to harbor no ambitions regarding them." Salia glanced at the meager hoard she had painstakingly amassed over 50 years through the kidnapping of a young princess and the plundering of human caravans. Now seized by her own progeny, tears of indignation began to well in her eyes. Yet, the pride and dignity of a dragon would not permit her to succumb to such weakness. She suppressed her feelings of humiliation, wrestling with her emotions. Meanwhile, Galun swept aside the tusks of the mighty mammoth and the magical ice crystals, which he found utterly uninteresting, placing them before the white dragoness. "I am curious as to why you included the tusks and magical ice crystals among your gems. Was it merely to give the appearance of a more abundant treasure?" Galun remarked with a wry smile, his gaze peculiar as he unveiled her ruse before her. Upon seeing the tusks and crystals, Salia momentarily faltered. Her pride momentarily eclipsed as she forgot her anger over the theft of her treasures. She stammered in her defense. I merely have an affinity for tusks, akin to my fondness for gems. I am not attempting to feign the fullness of my treasury. Do not slander me." Galun nodded, choosing not to further poke at the fragile vanity of the white dragoness. I see. Since you cherish them, I shall gift you these tusks and magical ice crystals as a token of gratitude for over a year of your protection." With a magnanimous air, Galun pushed the items toward the white dragoness. Salia found herself in a state of profound melancholy, yearning for Galun to spare her a few gemstones. Yet her pride rendered her incapable of articulating such a request. She had resigned herself to the reality of being vanquished and having her precious gems seized by Galun. Such occurrences were commonplace among the malevolent dragons. It was a natural order for the powerful to usurp the wealth of the weaker, and typically, the defeated were not slain. Salia herself had previously pilfered from other youths of lesser strength, yet it was the 2-year-old hatchling who had successfully robbed her, standing alone in this regard. As Salia gazed upon Galun's imposing 12-meter-long form, her mind wandered in disbelief. Was this truly a creature of merely 2 years? She could not fathom how Galun had achieved such rapid growth. "Oh, mother of evil dragons, do you truly favor this hatchling so?" Salia sighed internally, a wave of resignation washing over her. Galun, observing the complex emotions playing across the face of the white dragoness, issued an eviction notice, stating, "Enough. Take your possessions and depart with Sierra and the others. The Ice Cliff Dragon nest and this territory now belong to me. However, I shall not be as ruthless as you. You are permitted to traverse my new domain and hunt within it, provided you offer the appropriate recompense." Salia retorted, "I, Salia, shall reclaim what I have lost one day." Galun, who was in the midst of retrieving a gemstone, having originally stolen one from the white dragoness intending to return it, retracted his hand upon hearing her words. I await that day, yet the consequences shall be yours to bear. Galun held firm in his belief that no being he had surpassed could ever hope to outdo him again. This conviction stemmed from the essence of the time dragon. As time flowed onward, the chasm between Salia and him would only widen. Under Galun's watchful gaze, Salia reluctantly gathered the ivory and magical ice crystals, slowly making her way towards the edge of the dragon's lair. As she stood at the precipice, gazing out at the landscape that no longer belonged to her, a twinge of sorrow compelled her to glance back at Galun. However, he was too engrossed in admiring his spoils to acknowledge her. With a disdainful huff, Salia unfurled her wings and took flight, her spirits plummeting further as she spotted the 3 young dragons waiting in the raging blizzard outside. They reminded her painfully of Galun, her firstborn. After this, I vow never to bear offspring again, she resolved firmly in her heart. Initially, the prospect of laying eggs had seemed an amusing endeavor, but as the hatchlings emerged, demanding a portion of her time and energy for their care, impatience gnawed at her, and regret for her hasty decision took root. Although adult dragons cannot entirely control their reproductive choices, they can significantly reduce the likelihood of pregnancy if they so desire. Nevertheless, most true dragons give birth during their adult or prime years. As a dragon ages, the probability of conception plummets dramatically upon entering their twilight years, leaving the prospect of offspring largely to chance. With a mix of displeasure watching 3 hatchlings, he gestured for them to follow. Soon, a grand adult and 3 small figures of white dragons gradually vanished into the blizzard, departing from Galun's dominion. Within the ice cliff dragon nest, Galun's gaze flickered as he closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, a small point of light darted swiftly across his thoughts. This luminescent point indicated the current whereabouts of the white dragoness. Though her territory had been usurped, she appeared undeterred, seemingly following a predetermined path toward the northeast. The reason he could sense her movement was due to a temporal mark he had discreetly inscribed upon her, positioned at the tip of her tail, rendering it nearly undetectable. Galun opened his eyes, attuned to the receding presence of the white dragoness, and shortly withdrew his focus. He began to assess his acquisitions, a total of 76 magical gemstones, each adorned in a spectrum of attributes and colors, swirling with elemental luminescence and emanating waves of magical energy that invigorated the surrounding air with vibrant elemental potency. Beside these gems, Galun felt his breath become remarkably unencumbered. The flow of magic within him quickened, and his efficiency in absorbing and transforming the elemental energies in the air surged significantly. This sensation was akin to emerging from a narrow, oppressive chamber into an expansive, refreshing meadow, filling the dragon's heart with elation. Aside from the magical gemstones, the most conspicuous items within the ice cliff dragon nest were the finely crafted steel armor and weapons, including swords and spears, sufficient to equip a 100-strong battalion. The patterns embossed upon these armaments bore a resemblance to tulips. Had the white dragoness ever assaulted human armies? Galun pondered silently as he examined the uniform insignia on the armor and weapons. Although not magical items, their exquisite craftsmanship glimmered with a metallic sheen, rendering them commendable treasures, albeit lamentably unusable by Galun's kin. Both ogres and the frigid spirits of the far north were considerably larger than humans. His gaze shifted from the armor and weaponry to a collection of spell scrolls. These scrolls were rolled into cylindrical shapes, varying in color and arranged to form a triangular silhouette, wider at the base and tapering toward the top. Utilizing a cantrip to detect their magical auras, Galun observed that the emanations from the scrolls were faint at the bottom and intensified in brightness toward the top, stacked in order of quality. The most brilliant, almost blinding aura belonged to a pale yellow spell scroll that Galun currently held, inscribed with a distinct symbol. The symbol resembles a horizontally laid oval, adorned with a crisscross starburst at its center, featuring sharp, protruding spikes emanating outward. Gowron recognizes this emblem as the insignia of the School of Transmutation, signifying that this spell scroll contains a transmutation spell. The Transmutation School is renowned for its sheer destructive power, often accompanied by striking visual effects, its might and damage surpassing that of other spells within the same tier. The quintessential transmutation spell is the Fireball, with practitioners harboring unconventional beliefs often dedicating their lives to exploring its myriad variations: great fireballs, explosive fireballs, lava fireballs, and blazing fireballs are but a few among countless forms. Even legendary spells boast variations of the fireball, illustrating the profound admiration sorcerers have for this spell. Returning to the matter at hand, beneath the transmutation symbol, there are words inscribed in the common tongue: 7th circle spell, devouring whirlwind. The name may not suggest a transmutation spell. It seems more akin to the schools of alteration or summoning. Yet Galun understands that one cannot simply deduce a spell's effects from its title alone. His knowledge of spells has been acquired from tomes bestowed by a two-headed ogre, with his studies only extending to mid-tier 5th circle spells. The 7th circle spells belong to the realm of high-level magic, wielded by rare and formidable sorcerers whose combat prowess rivals that of an adult dragon. Thankfully, the white dragon matron did not employ it. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. He recalled the tempestuous thunderstorm that electrified an area of dozens of feet. Mimicking the white dragon matron, Galun solemnly placed the devouring whirlwind scroll in his mouth, pressing it beneath his tongue as a trump card. However, from where did the white dragon matron acquire a 7th circle spell scroll? Perhaps it was a gift from an unknown dragon father? This possibility seemed plausible. Shaking his head, he dismissed further contemplation. As for the other spell scrolls, Galun examined them carefully. There were a total of 47 scrolls, encompassing spells from various schools, albeit of a lower tier, ranging from 1st to 5th circle. Among them, only one was a 5th circle spell scroll, 3 were 4th circle spell scrolls, while the remainder comprised lower tier spells from 1st to 3rd circle. For Galun, the lower tier spell scrolls were somewhat inconsequential, yet those of mid-tier and above were quite valuable, as he could put them to use. If the white dragon matron had taken the 4th and 5th circle scrolls upon leaving the nest, I suspect it would not have been so effortless. At the very least, the power of time would have been expended more significantly. Mid-tier spells possess lethal effects even against young dragons. The white dragon matron had underestimated him, failing to anticipate that he truly possessed the strength to defeat her. Having transferred all the magical gems onto the ice crystal bed, Galun adjusted his posture and reclined upon it. Given the hardness of his dragon scales and their lower sensitivity to external stimuli, the angular gems served as the optimal bedding for a dragon. The only flaw lies in the scarcity of gemstones, rendering the crystalline bed only partially adorned, which is somewhat disappointing. Reclining upon the gem-laden bed, Galun contentedly closed his eyes. This time, he refrained from directly consuming the magical gems. The accumulation of a sufficient number of these gemstones produced a potent allure of elemental energy. With a long-term vision, it was prudent to keep them close rather than squander their potential. No longer weak and vulnerable, Galun felt no need to engage in desperate measures. The abilities of acceleration, the theft of moments in time, and the cessation of time itself. These 3 powers of the time dragon were ample to confront the majority of adversaries. In this frigid expanse of the far north, Galun sensed that invincibility was within reach, rendering adulthood unnecessary. Indeed, achieving merely the capabilities of a fledgling time dragon would suffice. When that time arrives, it would be an opportunity to depart the far north and venture into the vast continents, embarking on a quest for knowledge and the unknown. He coiled his tail, curled his form, and with a gentle thrust of his claws, succumbed to a restful slumber. The surroundings returned to their familiar silence, the only change being the transfer of the ice cliff's lair to new ownership. After a week, the blizzard gradually subsided, marking a shift in the weather of the far north. The night sky, which had long enveloped the region, lightened considerably, creating an ambience reminiscent of dawn. The night still lingered, but soon the polar night would fade, giving way to the enduring polar day that would last for half a year. Temperatures were set to rise. During the warmest moments, the ice and snow would melt, breathing a semblance of life into the otherwise frigid far north. At the pinnacle of the steep ice cliff, 1,000 meters high, Galun spread his dragon wings wide, casting a profound gaze over his domain. The territory that once belonged to the white dragon matriarch had now been officially claimed by Galun. Upon awakening, he did not remain idle. He soared at great speeds around the perimeter of the ice cliff territory, making several circuits and leaving behind his draconic essence at the borders, proclaiming sovereignty over the land. Subsequently, the small settlement that had once been situated along the winding icy river was now relocated within the ice cliff territory. The current inhabitants of the far north, the ice spirits, were in the process of establishing new dwellings not far from the dragon's lair. Under Galun's direction, they were not only to construct standard houses, but also to establish concealed watchtowers and designate farming areas. Life was gradually evolving from its primitive roots towards greater civilization. However, relying solely on hunting had proven to be inefficient for procuring sustenance. Thus, Galun imparted knowledge about farming to the ice spirits. Although his own understanding was limited, gleaned from fragmented memories of a past life, the ice spirits possessed considerable intelligence and, once shown a clear path, could adeptly extrapolate and apply the knowledge without requiring much oversight from Galun. However, this is merely the beginning, requiring a period of accumulation. In truth, were it not for the fact that the Arctic ice spirits are elemental beings capable of survival without flesh and blood sustenance, they would likely have developed corresponding agricultural techniques by now. As for the ogres, those lumbering giants, Galun did not relocate them to the ice cliff territory. He understood well the wisdom of having multiple refuges. Consolidating all power into one location is not a prudent decision. Moreover, the terrain of the Ogre Basin is rather unique, featuring a newly constructed dragon lair nestled within a mountain wall, making its abandonment a waste. The bone-crushing tribe has inhabited that area for nearly a millennium. Galun's demands of the bone-crushing tribe are modest. Their primary obligation is to contribute at least one medium-sized magical creature to Galun each week. The size Galun was when he was expelled from the dragon lair falls within that medium category. This expectation was challenging for the previous ogre tribe. However, with the emergence of several powerful dragon-blooded ogres, it has now become a reasonable request. Yuga Bone-Crushing felt immense relief for his initial choice. Observing the flourishing bone-crushing tribe and believing he had chosen wisely in his eternal allegiance to a benevolent master, Galun gazed into the distance, his eyes piercing through the sporadic snowfall, his enhanced vision transcending space as he looked southward. The silhouette of the southern mountain range resembled a great dragon sprawled across the earth, its undulating spine formed by mountains, hills, and forests, separating the desolate Arctic expanse from the fertile lands to the south. What wonders lay beyond those mountains? Recently, this question had frequently occupied Galun's thoughts. No matter where he found himself, as long as he was aloft and gazing southward without obstruction, he could see the silently winding southern mountain range. This ignited a sense of curiosity within him. The snow-covered Arctic expanse, though breathtaking in its pristine beauty, felt oppressively desolate, with a lamentably low species density and monotonous scenery that lacked novelty. After 2 years in this stark landscape, Galun found himself yearning for the outside world. After a few minutes of quiet contemplation, he withdrew his gaze, unfurling his dragon wings as he descended from the ice cliff summit, making his way toward the gathering place of the Arctic ice spirits. Yesterday, Roy of the Ice River mustered the courage to approach Galun, hoping that Lord Galun would grace the Ice River tribe with his presence during a traditional festival, the Bango Festival, a grand occasion for the Ice River tribe. However, the term grand merely signifies a contrast to their daily lives. Due to the lowly desires of the Arctic ice spirits, the Bango Festival is quite modest in nature. The name of the festival is a direct onomatopoeia in the common tongue of Noah, symbolizing blessings and wishes for the birth of life, as well as aspirations for a brighter future. Through Roy's description, Galun grasped the particulars of the Bango Festival, outwardly composed. He was inwardly engulfed by a profound sense of astonishment. In Galun's understanding, the Bango Festival is simply a grand gathering of the Arctic ice spirits, occurring once every 20 years, a large-scale act of procreation. Envisioning the myriad scenarios that might unfold during the Bango Festival, Galun, with a desire to explore the customs of diverse races, graciously accepted Roy Ice River's heartfelt invitation. As the sky shifted ominously, the time for the Bango Festival drew near, prompting Galun to leave the ice cliffs and arrive at the current location of the Ice River tribe. A circular clearing, over 200 meters in diameter, had been meticulously prepared, surrounded by eager Arctic ice spirits awaiting the festival's commencement. Their androgynous faces were alight with joy and anticipation. Roy Ice River stood at the center of the clearing, arms raised as he recited traditional festival blessings. Upon catching sight of Galun's majestic draconic form, Roy's eyes shimmered with reverence, and he, like the others, bowed his head in deference, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one, for gracing our festival with your presence. Your figure illuminates the Ice River tribe." Galun nodded gently, his gaze calm as he replied, "Please, commence your celebrations according to your customs. My arrival should not alter your festivities." As his eyes wandered, he noticed a chilling crystalline throne, seemingly anchored to the ground, positioned not far from him. This was the observation seat prepared for him by the Arctic ice spirits, crafted through their ice-manipulating abilities to accommodate his draconic stature. Though not exquisitely detailed, its rugged form exuded a natural wildness. Galun settled upon the crystalline throne, keenly observing the Arctic ice spirits to see how they would proceed. To his knowledge, the ice spirits were genderless, embodying a neutral existence, composed entirely of solid ice crystals, their appearances nearly indistinguishable, devoid of reproductive organs. As time slowly passed, the expressions of the ice spirits grew solemn and dignified. Roy Ice River raised his arm, his voice resonant and expansive. Bango. 100 Arctic ice spirits encircling the clearing echoed in unison. Bango. 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 This word, imbued with special significance, began to reverberate through the skies above the ice cliffs, gradually carrying into the distance. Meanwhile, Galun, while observing the actions of the ice spirits, playfully teased 2 fluffy bear cubs with his tail, nudging them back and forth. After surviving the initial dangers, he had rescued these cubs from the ogre basin, nurturing them with the milk of white hunting dogs and a modest amount of meat. They had begun to consume meat, albeit in limited quantities. With the blizzard abated, the current temperature posed no harm to the bear cubs. Now, with their eyes opened, they regarded Galun as kin, exhibiting a profound affection towards him. However, in the presence of others, the cubs displayed a fierce demeanor. However, Galun merely regarded them as pets, occasionally toying with them while mostly allowing them to roam freely. The bear cubs delighted in the playful antics Galun devised, attempting to grasp his tail, though they were invariably toppled over. Yet, undeterred, they would swiftly rise again, exuding boundless energy and displaying no interest in the Arctic spirits. Galun, on the other hand, watched intently, his curiosity piqued about the forthcoming developments of the Bango Festival. Soon, all the Arctic spirits gathered in a circular clearing. Simultaneously, the elemental energies surrounding them began to stir, and a distinct layer of elemental luminescence enveloped each Arctic spirit, while an array of enigmatic runes became faintly visible on the ground beneath them. Amidst the solemn yet jubilant Bango chants, Galun observed slender beams of light emerging from the bodies of the Arctic spirits. The locations and quantities of these lights varied among the different spirits, though none exceeded 4. Most bore only a single beam. Some beams cleaved their forms entirely in 2, while others merely segmented portions the size of an arm. The greater the division, the more beams appeared, and the expressions of the Arctic spirits grew increasingly exuberant and joyful. This seemed to bode well for them. As Galun witnessed this, he was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts hinting at their reproductive methods. Sure enough, with the escalating fervor of the Bango chants, the beams that bisected their bodies grew progressively brighter, the milky light nearing a tangible state. The sound of cracking echoed, and the bodies of the Arctic spirits began to fissure along the milky beams. However, their faces bore not a trace of anguish, but rather an uncontrollable joy akin to witnessing the imminent birth of new life. The gathering elemental energy captivated the attention of the bear cubs, who paused their playful tussle with Galun's tail, blinking their round eyes in curiosity as they observed the slowly dividing Arctic spirits. Time trickled by, and the intact Arctic spirits were cleaved asunder. Subsequently, the severed forms began to transform, as elemental energy coalesced, sprouting clusters of ice crystals that swiftly fashioned into human-like limbs, soon evolving into newborn Arctic spirits, albeit significantly smaller, as they gradually opened their crystalline eyes. Beside the newly born Arctic spirits, the severed Arctic spirits also sprouted ice crystals, almost simultaneously restoring their completeness. However, this method of birthing new life was not without its costs. The elemental luminescence upon their forms noticeably dimmed, and the larger the bodies of the split Arctic spirits, the more they suffered from diminished elemental brilliance, resulting in a natural decline in their strength. Galun could discern through the fluctuations of their elemental luminescence that this weakening was not permanent, and their vitality would soon be restored. Harnessing the power of elemental forces, the self-replicating and proliferating Arctic ice spirits, as solidified elemental beings, find this method of reproduction to be the most effortless. Even failed creations exhibit the instinctual drive to perpetuate their lineage. Galun did not witness the scene he had envisioned, yet he felt no disappointment. Overall, he had broadened his horizons, marveling at the myriad wonders of existence and acquiring some contemplative insights, albeit accompanied by a measure of superfluous knowledge. Meanwhile, Roy, having completed the process of replication, appeared somewhat weakened, yet promptly conveyed his respect to Galun. Accompanied by his two newly birthed, somewhat bewildered Arctic ice spirits, he sincerely proclaimed, "Great Master, these newborns shall become your devoted followers in the future, fighting for your cause." The newly emerged Arctic ice spirits bore a vacant expression. Rather than being creatures of wisdom, they resembled vividly sculpted ice crystals. Had it not been for the occasional flicker of intelligence in their eyes, it would be difficult to discern that they were indeed living entities. Lacking the ability to inherit knowledge, the newborns must learn from their elders from the very beginning. In the boundless realms of countless dimensions, there exist remarkable beings that acquire knowledge at birth, but they are not limited to true dragons. Without exception, they are formidable creatures, a category to which the Arctic ice spirits do not belong. Observing the vacant expressions of the newborn Arctic ice spirits, Galun sensed a faint trace of draconic essence emanating from them. The identity of being draconic had been passed down, sparing Galun the need for further transformation. The newborn Arctic ice spirits gazed at Galun, their eyes reflecting a natural fear due to his overwhelming presence, yet simultaneously, an instinctual reverence surged from their bloodline, prompting them to regard him with awe. They comprehended little, their feelings stemming purely from instinct. Two curious young bears approached, gazing up at the Arctic ice spirits. Upon noticing the bears' scrutiny, the newborns curiously looked down at them. Their gaze met for mere seconds before the bear cubs donned fierce expressions, emitting low growls as if warning the Arctic ice spirits to avert their eyes. Startled, the newborns shyly looked away. "How long will it take for these newborns to mature into Arctic ice spirits like you?" Galun inquired. Roy, though displaying signs of fatigue and weakness, wore a more pronounced expression of joy as he replied, "It will only take." Before he could finish, Galun's countenance suddenly shifted, and he rose abruptly, turning his gaze southward. This action startled the Arctic ice spirits gathered at the Bango Festival, drawing numerous eyes toward him. However, before they could inquire about the cause of his sudden movement, they were horrified to see that the southern skies over the Arctic tundra had inexplicably taken on a crimson hue, resembling a roiling, fiery cloud. The two typically fierce bear cubs, sensing something amiss, buried their heads into the snow, trembling like ostriches. Galun regarded his surroundings with a vigilant gaze, his face reflecting a demeanor of calm deliberation. Even from a considerable distance, he could perceive the destructive force emanating from the source. The glaring crimson luminescence of elemental magic standing out vividly in his vision. Someone was casting a high-level spell in that direction. The astonishing elemental energy surged and roiled like a tidal wave. A powerful spellcaster had arrived at the far northern ice plains and unleashed a formidable high-level incantation. As his thoughts raced, Galun paid no heed to the northern ice spirits or the bear cubs. With a mighty flap of his dragon wings, he soared into the tumultuous winds, ascending to an altitude of 1,000 meters, where he scrutinized the area of elemental upheaval with utmost attentiveness. The radiance of the spell completely obscured the already scant light of the stars and moon, casting the dim night sky in hues reminiscent of fiery clouds. Within the crimson luminescence of the spell, a sphere of red light, no larger than a barrel, yet extraordinarily brilliant, began to rise, only to burst forth explosively without hesitation. A torrent of hot winds surged, and waves of flame erupted, dispersing vast expanses of clouds and forming a towering mushroom cloud of fire. Upon witnessing the explosion, Galun's eyelids flickered, and he seemed to hear a deafening blast echoing in his ears. Though he did not truly hear it, the surrounding elemental energy quivered in unison, particularly the fire element, which seethed with a near-boiling intensity, even creating faint ripples in the air. This acute sensitivity to the elements imparted such an impression upon Galun. The red sphere appeared diminutive from his vantage point, yet he was distanced from the site of the spellcasting. In reality, it might have been an enormous fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters. Galun remained on high alert, his focus unwavering as he observed intently. Shortly after the unknown high-level spell was cast, a wave of residual hot winds swept through the icy cliffs, extending further into the distance. Although the heat did not possess any lethal force due to the vast distance it traveled, failing even to melt the snow, it nonetheless indicated the formidable power behind it. The fiery mushroom cloud billowed and rose for over 10 minutes, its violent energy gradually subsiding, only to dissipate completely after more than half an hour. It was evident that the might of the energy manipulation high-level fire spell was extraordinarily potent. Galun inhaled sharply, a mixture of cold air and heat filling his lungs, as a clear expression of trepidation flickered in his eyes. The power of energy manipulation high-level spells was akin to that of strategic missiles, capable of affecting areas stretching thousands of meters. That red sphere undoubtedly belonged to the realm of high-level magic. If he were to find himself at the epicenter of such an explosion, Galun doubted his diminutive frame could withstand it. His magical immunity, though robust, was still constrained by his youth. Lower-level spells merely tickled his skin, mid-level spells could shatter his scales and harm him, while high-level spells could claim his life. The very reason Galun yearned for the vastness of the world, yet refrained from departing the far northern ice plains, was due to his apprehension of such formidable powers. In contrast to the adult true dragons that predominantly rely on their physical prowess in battle, the high-ranking wizards possess an astonishing array of techniques, capable of unleashing devastating power when adequately prepared. Although it is certain that the imminent threat is not aimed at me, it is prudent to lay low for the time being. Encountering the caster of such spells could spell danger for me. With a subtle shift in his gaze, Galun advised his kin to refrain from venturing outside carelessly before embarking towards the territory of the icy river. The most inconspicuous hiding place remains that small dragon lair nestled at the riverbed of the minor ice river. This is the advantage of establishing multiple lairs. One can evade unexpected events. The ice cliff dragon lair and the ogre basin are far too conspicuous, easily attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. High-level spellcasters, as potent forces, are not deterred by adult dragons. As he soared through the air, Galun pondered how to confront such formidable adversaries. Acceleration mode. If the distance is significant enough to detect the opponent's danger, his quintuple speed might afford him an opportunity to flee. However, if the distance is minimal, it could prove fatal. Regarding the time-draining breath, its efficacy primarily hinges on Galun's age, despite its unique ability to age the target. Its true potency is not particularly formidable. Of course, if the opponent is already in their twilight years, being subjected to the time-draining breath could indeed result in their immediate demise. Among his arsenal of techniques, the most formidable is the time stop. If the opponent is not sufficiently vigilant and allows a dragon to approach within 20 meters, even a legendary wizard would find Galun daring enough to make a move. Should I encounter such a formidable foe now, I could invoke the time dragon's power to seek assistance from my future self, who would likely, perhaps, agree to lend a hand. Galun understands himself well, though not particularly generous. If his past self were to face a life-and-death crisis and seek aid from the present, he would undoubtedly offer assistance, even at a considerable cost. He cannot bear to witness his own demise. Moreover, he harbors a faint sense that the selves from different timelines, whether past or future, hold significant importance to him, forming an inseparable part of his being. Nevertheless, one cannot perpetually rely on the future self for aid. The power borrowed from the time dragon is not without its price, and it must be repaid. Taking several deep breaths, Galun calmed his somewhat restless spirit. He flicked his tongue, deftly manipulating the spell scroll below, relishing its silk-like texture. The 7th-tier transmutation spell, the Raging Maw Vortex, having witnessed high-level spells firsthand, Galun felt he might have underestimated the power of this scroll. While it may not rival the most renowned fire-based transmutation spells, it surely does not fall far behind. The only twinge of regret lies in his ignorance of the Raging Maw Vortex's specific effects. The scroll lacks an accompanying instruction manual, and with only a single use available, testing its capabilities is not an option. Galun felt the spell scroll in his mouth, and a sharp, dangerous glint flickered in the platinum dragon's eyes. When confronted with such a formidable opponent, he contemplated ways to entice him closer. If he could successfully employ the time stop spell, followed by the Breath of Time's plunder and the voracious Vortex scroll, Galun silently strategized, envisioning potential battle scenarios. While a direct confrontation would be challenging, he recognized that if his adversary exhibited even the slightest lapse in vigilance, a successful time stop could lead to a counterattack with significant chances of victory. Before long, Galun spotted a familiar small glacial river. He immediately descended, transforming into a graceful white arc, creating a splash of crystalline droplets as he plunged beneath the icy surface. The number of glacial sharks had dwindled to a mere few, and upon seeing the return of this demonic dragon, they scattered in a frenzy. Galun paid no heed to these delectable creatures and made his way directly back to his somewhat cramped lair at the riverbed. He then closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and gradually slipped into slumber. When dragons enter a state of sleep, their aura diminishes to an almost imperceptible level, unless one were to witness it firsthand. Even passing directly overhead would not reveal a dragon's presence. Thus, Galun resolved to take a nap to avoid drawing attention. Over an hour prior, the Duke of Tulip, Morton's father, a high-ranking mage, was traversing the slowly freezing plains with his grandson and granddaughter. In the continent of Noah, nobles typically favor names that evoke beauty and nobility or possess significant meaning. The southern duchies, in particular, have a penchant for flora, with surnames often including Tulip, Thistle, and Bluebell. After months of warfare with the Duchy of Mashia, the Duchy of Walker faced utter defeat. The reasons for this failure extended beyond the enemy's formidable military strength, particularly their robust cavalry. It also stemmed from the demise of Walker's high-ranking mage in a pivotal localized conflict, where a red dragon's intervention led to his defeat at the hands of Mashia's high-ranking mage, resulting in total annihilation. Morton did not participate in that war. Morton was a remarkably gifted spellcaster. At the age of 14, he cast his first third circle spell, the Fireball. By 20, he had reached the intermediate level, gaining fame for his mastery of the explosive Fireball. His fondness for the spell, coupled with the philosophy of resolving dilemmas with Fireball, instilled fear in both foes and allies alike, earning him numerous epithets, known as the Fireball Brute, the Explosion Maniac, and the Savage Red Flame. Such titles bestowed upon an erudite mage testify to Morton's preference for using Fireball to address challenges. He ascended to the high-ranking domain at 50 but, due to an injury sustained in his youth, remained at the 7th circle high-ranking level, ceasing his travels across the continent and returning to his homeland as a revered mage lord. Morton held no affection for power or status. His heart was wholly devoted to the study of stronger, swifter, and more formidable variations of the Fireball spell, which he regarded as a form of art. Although his physique constrained him from casting spells beyond the 7th circle, he remained engrossed in theoretical research, deriving endless joy from it. As no one dared to provoke a renowned high-level mage specializing in Fireball spells, his son, Rio Tulip, triumphed in the struggle for power, ascending to the throne of the Duchy of Walker. The populace revered him as Duke Tulip or King Walker. Duke Tulip met his demise in a fateful battle that altered the stalemate, having led his troops into the fray. Meanwhile, Morton's temperament had gradually mellowed with age. No longer did he unleash his fiery wrath at the slightest provocation. Yet, his physical prowess had similarly waned, and he became increasingly absorbed in his studies of Fireball spells, gradually fading from the public eye. When the Duchy of Mashia besieged the city, he had just unsealed the long-dormant Tower of Mages, emerging only to learn of his son's death and the shifting tides of the nation. Enraged, Morton contemplated reducing all the soldiers of Mashia to ashes. However, Duke Thorn, evidently aware of Morton's formidable reputation, dispatched 2 high-level mages to confront him, determined to root out the Tulip family entirely to prevent future threats. In times past, Morton would have recklessly unleashed his fury, even at the cost of his own life, to ensure his enemies paid dearly. But circumstances had changed, for his son had left behind 2 young children. Unlike Morton, who was now in the twilight of his life, their futures still stretched ahead of them. Observing the fearful and anxious expressions of the 2 children, Morton composed himself, resolving to lead them away from the southern kingdom, fleeing deep into the frigid north under the pursuit of 2 high-level mages. A mage specializing in Fireball spells was akin to a humanoid nuclear bomb. No one would feel secure with such an adversary lurking in the shadows, and they pursued relentlessly. Deep within the icy expanse of the north lay an old friend, a kind-hearted and innocent soul who cherished aiding the weak and championing justice, whom Morton had befriended in his youth. He traversed plains, forests, and mountains until he reached the ice fields. Yet, under the relentless pursuit of 2 mages whose power rivaled his own at his peak, Morton's old wounds began to resurface. His pace slowed, and burdened with 2 children requiring care, he realized it was only a matter of time before they would catch up with him. By then, his magical energy would be depleted from the flight, leaving him utterly defenseless. Fortunately, Morton chose to halt, resting and recuperating while awaiting the enemy's approach. The 2 children, merely 6 years old, Lilith Tulip and Amos Tulip, watched him with worried expressions. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" The little girl with golden hair, fair skin, and eyes as clear as the azure sky asked timidly. A wave of warmth surged within Morton as he gazed at Lilith, memories flickering in his eyes. "We will carry you. Do not give up." The young boy Amos spoke with a voice as innocent as his age, yet his countenance bore a gravitas beyond his years. Like Lilith, he was blond, but his eyes were a deep brown, and his skin bore a wheatish hue, unlike Lilith's milky complexion. Listening to his grandson's words, Morton smiled gently, ruffling their small heads, and saying, "Silly children, your grandfather is quite formidable. The ones who would soon flee would be them. Yet, I fear I may not accompany you further." The old mage sighed deeply within. The only solace he found was in the knowledge that both children had inherited his talents. At merely 6 years old, they could cast some simple first-tier spells, all of the transmutation school, and with considerable power, coupled with their exquisite magical artifacts. As long as fortune favored them and they did not encounter top-tier Arctic hunters like white dragons or winter wolves, they would likely find his friend on their own. Lilith clenched her small fists, exclaiming joyfully, "Grandpa is the best. He will chase away all the bad people, and then we can go home." Amos, unlike his sister, was not so naive. He discerned from Morton's somewhat melancholic and strained expression that the old mage would not find the confrontation as effortless as he claimed. Otherwise, why had he only now decided to face them directly? The young boy gritted his teeth in silence, a roaring flame of vengeance igniting within him. Time flowed inexorably by, and soon, two figures emerged on the horizon. Both were men, appearing to be middle-aged, around 40, their eyes glimmering with wisdom and surrounded by an aura of elemental brilliance. "Morton, surrender the lava key, and we shall grant you the chance to live, provided you never set foot on the lands of the southern kingdoms again. And in the presence of the god of light, sign a covenant never to seek vengeance against the forces of the Duchy of Mashia." The high-ranking mage of the manipulation school flashed a strange light in his eyes, and an intangible mental force reached out toward the old mage. Morton stood resolute, erecting a magical barrier that thwarted the insidious manipulation spells of his adversaries. "Time is indeed merciless. My era has passed," Morton thought derisively. The two unfamiliar high-ranking mages before him displayed an air of assured victory, entirely devoid of any trepidation. In times past, which mage of equal standing had not regarded him with profound apprehension? He remained silent, drawing the two children close, and solemnly removed a ring from his fingertip, presenting it to Amos with gravity, whispering a few words through a voice-modulating spell. In the next moment, the old mage's expression shifted, becoming solemn, weighty, and austere, tinged with a hint of fervor, as he uttered obscure incantations. Had any of his old friends or foes from years gone by witnessed such a countenance, they would have fled without a second thought rather than remain in place. Yet the two high-ranking mages merely donned cautious expressions as they cast numerous counterspells, layering shields with varying effects around themselves. At the tip of Morton's staff, a bright fireball the size of a pea materialized, aiming skyward at the two figures above. A third circle fireball? The two high-ranking mages exchanged glances, for Morton's incantation bore a striking resemblance to the fireball spell. However, they were acutely aware that what Morton conjured could not possibly be a third circle fireball, prompting them to shroud themselves in numerous defensive spells with heightened caution. In the next moment, the old mage's eyes glimmered with fervent excitement, yet his visage suddenly withered, pale as parchment. He ignited his life force and spirit, channeling his arcane energy in a torrential flood towards the diminutive fireball, overwhelming it with an incessant infusion. The ninth circle spell, the Great Sun Fireball. More precisely, it was Morton's Great Sun Fireball, a ninth circle variant of the fireball spell. Although he had only reached the seventh circle, his mind harbored constructs of several eighth and ninth circle spell models, all high-level adaptations of the fireball. The price for casting such a spell was his very life. "Please convey my regards to my unworthy son." The old mage managed a labored smile. His already aged countenance seemed to age a decade in an instant, exuding an aura of exhaustion. Simultaneously, under the horrified gaze of the two unknown high-ranking mages, the small fireball at the end of his staff soared into the air, suddenly materializing beside them, and rapidly expanded into a dazzling miniature sun, completely engulfing them. Layers of shields shattered, spells faltered, and the colossal fireball rolled relentlessly, illuminating the sky as if it were the sun itself. Below, Morton tilted his head back, his gaze serene as he admired the artistic brilliance of the spell while he squeezed out the last vestiges of his magical energy, forming a protective shield around the two children to shield them from the residual heat wave of the great sun fireball. The children were enraptured by the radiant display of magic, their faces alight with excitement, oblivious to Morton's deteriorating condition. He leaned on his staff for support, struggling to remain upright, his eyes gradually glazing over. The reflection of the blazing inferno mirrored in his vision, his pupils dilating. 2 days later, beneath the riverbed in the dragon's lair, there was no sign of life. The river flowed serenely, while the slumbering white dragon below remained undisturbed. Meanwhile, within the realm of the icy cliffs, the population of over 300 Arctic ice spirits, in accordance with Galun's instructions before his departure, remained peacefully within their territory. Some trained white hounds and terror lizards, while others imparted knowledge to the newborns, creating an atmosphere of harmony. However, in Galun's third territory, the Ogre Basin, a robust figure named Yuga, towering at 3.5 meters like a diminutive giant, found himself increasingly restless. Over the past few days, he had led 4 other dragon-blooded ogres on hunts for medium to large magical beasts for Galun. Yet they had encountered no suitable prey. The vast expanse of the Arctic wasteland was already sparsely populated, and magical creatures were even rarer, should fortune continue to evade them. It was entirely possible to go a week without sighting a single magical beast. Repeated futile attempts have left Ugga Shatterbone with a tinge of anxiety. During this period, it has managed to hunt only a solitary creature. Although Ugga perceives Galun as a kind and compassionate lord, it is acutely aware that Galun could never accommodate a cadre of inept subordinates incapable of even the simplest tasks. To avoid being discarded by the rapidly ascending true dragon lord, Ugga has resolved to venture further southward, aiming to procure a sufficient bounty of magical creatures as offerings for Galun. The southern expanse is known to harbor a greater abundance of magical beings. You Hammer, you knew all. Jarnal, you 4 shall accompany me from the Shatterbone tribe. This time, we must capture prey that will satisfy our master. Ugga summoned 4 ogres of the dragon lineage, shouldering the bloodlight-wreathed black mace, and strode forth from the Ogre Basin, heading resolutely southward. The 5 dragon lineage ogres towered at least 3 meters in height, each robustly muscled, exuding an aura that warned of their ferocity. As they traversed the vast ice fields, they gradually distanced themselves from the Ogre Basin, progressing deeper into the southern territories. Along their journey, the dragon lineage ogres encountered numerous magical creatures. Regrettably, several medium-sized beings, equipped with acute senses, swiftly fled upon detecting the approaching threat of the ogres. Though the ogres possessed formidable physiques and fierce temperaments, their swiftness was lacking, rendering them powerless to prevent their quarry from escaping. Creatures capable of surviving in the extreme northern ice fields are inherently vigilant and astute. Alas, should this continue, Ugga fears abandonment by its master. Galun's demand is for at least 1 medium-sized magical creature, but merely meeting this minimum requirement is not what Ugga aspires to. Otherwise, it could have already fulfilled its obligation. A weighty sense of responsibility burdens Ugga as it trudges through the sporadic snowfall, accompanied by the other ogres, its gaze constantly scanning for suitable targets. In contrast, the other 4 dragon lineage ogres exhibit a lack of urgency, merely trailing along, seemingly indifferent to the task at hand. Ogres, by nature, tend to be indolent, often eschewing intellectual engagement, making Ugga's diligence and contemplative nature a rarity among them. Ugga understands the inherent disposition of its kin and has employed various strategies in an attempt to alter their ways. Yet, the innate tendencies of creatures are not easily swayed. Thus, it can only turn a blind eye, hoping to gradually influence its tribe through subtle means. As silver-like snowflakes drift from the sky, the dragon lineage ogres ascend to a glacial high ground. From the summit, they gaze down upon a vast expanse, the scenery sprawling before them, as the icy winds whip against their exposed skin. Below lies a gently sloping terrain, while the distant landscape reveals a plain. The extreme northern ice fields are characterized by highlands, basins, hills, and ice valleys, yet the most prevalent feature remains the endless desolation of white plains. At this moment, however, the dragon lineage ogres lack the inclination to admire the expansive and luminous beauty of the icy vista. In their line of sight, upon the gentle slope ahead, 2 seemingly tender and delectable human children stood, mouths agape in astonishment as they exchanged silent glances with the creatures. A boy and a girl, adorned in exquisite robes inscribed with arcane runes, were sheltered from the biting winds of the far northern tundra by an invisible barrier emanating from their garments. Additionally, glistening ornaments adorned their wrists, necks, and fingers, radiating a soft glow that attracted the elemental energies surrounding them. The boy's most striking possession was a fiery red staff. Measuring 1.30 meters, its surface intricately patterned with flame-like designs, exuding waves of warmth. At its apex was a beautiful diamond crystal, within which a liquid resembling fire churned and flowed, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary origin. After a brief moment of surprise, Yuga the Bonebreaker was suddenly filled with a surge of joy and excitement. It recalled all of Galun's commands. The Dragon Lord's desire to embellish the dragon's lair with magical gems was firmly etched in its mind. Now awakened with a semblance of magical prowess thanks to the transformation of the dragon vein, Yuga could discern magical artifacts and gazed eagerly at the two human children. Grateful for nature's bounty, with a low growl in the giant tongue, it bellowed, "Capture them!" Charging ahead with thunderous strides like a tank, it raced toward the children, followed closely by several other ogres who roared in pursuit. "Run!" The boy, regaining his senses, turned pale and seized the girl's hand, fleeing. His instincts screamed that these peculiar, formidable ogres were too powerful to confront. They darted away with remarkable speed, agile as snow monkeys accustomed to survival in the frigid north, evidently under the influence of some magical enhancement. "You can't escape, delicious little morsels. Don't run, I intend to devour you." One of the dragon vein ogres drooled eagerly. Its thoughts clear. Humans were exceedingly delectable. Yuga struck the ogre's head with a resounding slap, scolding, "Such human delicacies are meant for the master, you fool. Keep your drool to yourself." Amos and Lilith, unable to comprehend the giant tongue, understood the ogre's malevolent intent through its unmistakable demeanor. Moments later, they found themselves encircled by the dragon vein ogres, their faces pale with fear. A shield of flame, shaped like a bowl, enveloped them, keeping the ogres at bay. One curious ogre reached out to poke the shield, only to yelp and blow on its fingers, which had turned red and were steaming from the heat. Inheriting the bloodline of the white dragon, the dragon vein ogres exhibited a low resistance to fire damage, and the high quality of the fiery red staff allowed for the activation of effective defensive spells with minimal magical energy. Witnessing this scene, Yuga Bonecrusher felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as it indicated that both human children were indeed fledgling spellcasters. The former two-headed ogre chief had always relished the flesh and blood of spellcasters, contemplating that if Galun were to witness the tribute he had presented, he would undoubtedly be filled with delight. With this thought in mind, Yuga Bonecrusher slowly raised his dark, spiked mace. His muscular arms twitched like those of a small rodent, while the mace shimmered with a sanguine glow, causing Amos to feel a shiver run down his spine. "Ha, little ones, you are now trophies of Yuga." With a sinister grin, Yuga Bonecrusher gripped the mace tightly and brought it crashing down. Thud! In the terrified gaze of Amos and Lilith, the fiery shield erupted into a shower of sparks, cracking ominously. Following the initial strike, the relentless blows of the heavy mace rained down upon the fiery shield, causing fissures to spiderweb across its surface. Soon, Amos's magical energy waned, leaving his complexion as pale as parchment. In a dragon's lair, enveloped in a layer of icy crystals, a pair of platinum dragon eyes gradually opened. Galun stirred slightly, intending to unfurl his wings and stretch his limbs. However, the confines of the lair proved too narrow, causing his wings to scrape against the walls, leaving noticeable scratches. It should be safe now. He calculated the time, realizing he had been asleep for nearly 2 weeks. Now, his stomach was empty, gnawing with waves of hunger. Galun seized a battered piece of armor and a rusted iron sword. Swiftly departing from the riverbed lair amidst the surging waters, reappearing under the vast sky of the far northern ice plains, with shimmering droplets of water cascading around him. The bright and gentle sunlight poured from above, gilding the snow-covered world in a golden hue. Galun looked up, gazing at the silent sun, which radiated light and warmth, nurturing all life. The golden sunlight reflected off Galun's scales, momentarily transforming him into a shimmering figure, resembling a golden dragon instead of a white one. During my slumber, the polar night had passed. The polar day had arrived. Barring any unusual severe weather, the sun would bathe the far northern ice plains in light for half a year. During this time, the ice and snow would melt in many areas, revealing the yellow-brown permafrost beneath, and resilient plants, having endured the polar night, would also bloom with life. After observing the beauty of the polar day for a while, Galun flapped his wings, his body transforming into a straight white line as he sped towards the ice cliff territory. Before long, he returned to the ice cliff lair. After depositing the 2 ancient artifacts he had initially unearthed into the lair, Galun took to the skies once more, braving the still howling winds, and directed his flight towards the northwestern corner of his territory. Minutes later, a herd of enormous mammoths came into view, leisurely roaming in their majestic presence. Their appearance resembles that of elephants, yet their bodies are more robust and powerful. When they move in herds, the very ground trembles beneath them, and they are covered in a thick layer of fur, sporting a pair of menacing, spear-like, snow-white mammoth tusks. These are the tusks that the white dragon lady employs for her visage. However, in stark contrast to their imposing size, this group of mighty mammoths possesses a rather timid disposition, particularly in the presence of dragons. Upon Galun's emergence, the aura of his draconic might spreads forth, causing the herd of mighty mammoths, whose weight is not significantly less than his own, to weaken at the knees, trembling in fear. Rendered immobile by the supernatural psychological intimidation of the dragon's presence, Galun, having grown to such a formidable size, shook his head and dove low, his powerful claws seizing an adult mammoth before swiftly ascending. In a state of panic, the mammoth managed to break free from the dragon's oppressive aura, flailing wildly in midair. Galun then lowered his head, exhaling a breath of icy frost, effortlessly freezing the large beast into a solid block of ice. These creatures are neither magical beings nor ferocious species. Their elemental resistance is lamentably low, unable to withstand even a second, resulting in instant demise. Upon returning to the dragon's lair with his meal, Galun's peripheral vision caught sight of a pile of spell scrolls. Suddenly, he recalled that among his spell scrolls lay a classic fireball spell. Since transforming into a dragon, he had never indulged in cooked food, and the mere thought of the savory aroma of roasted meat made him swallow hard. Was it a tad extravagant to use a fireball spell scroll for roasting meat? He grasped the scroll containing the fireball incantation. Contrary to his previous assumptions, the fireball spell was not a low-level incantation. It was not a first or second-tier spell, but rather a third-tier one. With just one more tier of advancement, it could ascend to a mid-level spell. In terms of sheer power, even some fourth-tier spells might not rival the fireball. Having never utilized a spell scroll before, he deemed it prudent to practice for future use of the Violent Tooth Vortex. Galun conceived a fitting rationale, and with a flick of his claw, he unfurled the scroll. A rich, fiery red elemental light emanated from the scroll, igniting it spontaneously. Galun's gaze sharpened, and he infused his mental energy into the scroll. The principles of spell scroll usage had been covered in his studies. There are 2 primary methods. The first is to simply tear it open and hurl it at an enemy, akin to tossing a grenade. This rudimentary method, while prone to friendly fire, can be utilized by anyone, even those with no knowledge of spells. The second method involves tearing it open and using mental energy to guide the magical power sealed within the scroll, locking onto a target to complete the casting, expending only a small amount of one's mental energy while the spell's power is entirely provided by the scroll. This method boasts high precision and minimal risk of error, but it can only be employed by the caster, thus lacking widespread applicability. Galun guided the magical energy of the fireball spell, locking onto the nearby mammoth's massive form. The flames suddenly contracted, transforming into a diminutive fireball no larger than a pea, appearing innocuous and even somewhat endearing. Yet, Galun could distinctly sense the highly compressed elemental fire energy within. Under Galun's command, the tiny fireball zipped forward with a whoosh, landing upon the remains of the mammoth. A resounding crash echoed as the air quaked violently, accompanied by a wave of heat that washed over him. Brilliant, surging flames erupted, enveloping an area with a radius of approximately 7 meters, engulfing the entire mammoth in a fiery embrace. Galun blinked in astonishment at the effectiveness of this classic spell. Regrettably, he lacked knowledge of transmutation spells. He recalled the spell's radiance he had seen a week ago, feeling a pang of longing. The spreading flames gradually extinguished without any combustible material to sustain them. However, the fire ignited on the mammoth's fur continued to burn, as its abundant hair served as an excellent fuel source. Soon, the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, causing Galun's stomach to grumble. After a brief wait, As the enticing scent of cooked mammoth filled the air, Galun extinguished the flames and eagerly began to feast. Lacking any spices and with poor control over the cooking process, the roasted mammoth meat was not particularly delectable. Nonetheless, after such a long time without cooked food, Galun found himself relatively satisfied. Cooked meat and raw flesh each have their own unique merits in the taste buds of dragons, one exuding rich aromas, the other offering exquisite freshness. He could appreciate both. Before long, having consumed an entire mammoth, Galun licked his lips, still yearning for more. He decided to capture another mammoth, intending to freeze it for a change in flavor. However, just as he was returning to the dragon's lair, an excited shout pierced through the wind, reaching Galun's ears. "Master, Yuga has something wonderful to present to you. You will surely adore it." "A wonderful thing? Could it be the magical gemstones I previously mentioned?" Galun pondered. Beneath the icy cliffs of the dragon's lair, bathed in the gentle, golden sunlight, Yuga the Bonebreaker appeared visibly exhilarated, clutching a humanoid creature in one hand. Galun descended, his eyes wide with astonishment. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the two humanoid figures, gripped tightly by Yuga, were indeed two small human children, seemingly around 6 or 7 years old, with innocent and harmless expressions. Human children? How did they come to be in the frigid expanse of the far north? Galun felt a surge of curiosity, but before he could contemplate further, his gaze was drawn to the array of magical items radiating elemental brilliance. In particular, a fiery red staff that Yuga wore at his waist caught his eye. Its elemental glow dazzling and vibrant, with rich fire elements swirling around the crystal at its tip. Within the crystal, clusters of liquid resembling flames danced upward, exuding an extraordinary beauty and mystery. In addition, there were the intricately inscribed robes adorned with runes, exquisite necklaces, bracelets, and boots, all of which were magical artifacts radiating a faint elemental luminescence. Simultaneously, the two human children appeared pallid, their expressions a blend of awe and trepidation as they gazed upon Galun's enormous draconic form. The dragon's wings cast a shadow that enveloped both the ogre and the children. The name of the dragon was well known, even among 6-year-olds. In the continent of Noah, adults frequently recounted tales of the 5-colored evil dragon devouring humans, warning children not to linger outside after dark. Beyond the 5-colored dragons, numerous benevolent dragons traversed human society, leaving behind captivating legends of friendship. Dragons were the most revered and feared beings by humanity on the continent of Noah, without exception. Galun extended a claw towards the crimson staff. Yuga the Bonebreaker promptly released the two children, placing them on the cold, snowy ground, and then reverently presented the fiery staff to Galun. Within the true dragon's domain, the two small children, regardless of their attempts, could not escape. They no longer needed to be held captive. Galun cast a glance at the children, remaining silent. He then returned his gaze to the crimson staff and inquired in the tongue of giants to Yuga the Bonebreaker, "From where did you capture these two humans?" Yuga swiftly recounted the events to Galun. Finally, licking his lips as if recalling something, he remarked to Galun, "Master, human flesh is quite delectable, especially that of young children. You should consume them while they're still warm. Otherwise, they may freeze and lose their flavor." Galun replied, "Have you ever tasted human flesh?" "And no," Yuga stammered. "I only heard the old ogres speak of it, and they, in turn, heard it from even older ogres." Yuga awkwardly shook his head. After all, in the frigid expanse of the far north, humans were hardly sighted. Ordinary folk would never venture into such desolate and frigid lands. Galun turned his head, playing with the crimson staff, and looked at the two children. The little girl, with her fair and delicate complexion, a cascade of golden hair, and skin as smooth as milk, bit her lip tightly, daring not to utter a word, her gaze cast downwards, trembling in fear. Indeed, she appeared quite appetizing. Galun blinked. Meanwhile, the little boy, noticing Galun's attention fixated on the girl, instinctively stepped forward to shield her, defiantly raising his chin to meet Galun's gaze. Galun paused, intrigued by the boy's audacity. His platinum dragon eyes were sharp and perilous, and as his focus turned to the boy, a trace of draconic majesty naturally emanated from him. The terror of being scrutinized by a top predator weighed heavily upon the boy, causing his complexion to pale and beads of sweat to form on his brow amidst the winter chill, gradually lowering his head. Galun, satisfied, reigned in his draconic presence. He had little fondness for creatures that dared to gaze back at him, for they could be extinguished with a mere breath. Courage? The courage of the weak holds no value. If he were to fully unleash his draconic might, it would instantly shatter their spirits, rendering that mere courage insignificant. From whence do you hail, and what brings you to the frigid expanse of the far north? Galun inquired, casting a downward gaze upon the two human children, his voice resonating in the universal tongue of Noah. Having quelled his draconic aura, the stout-hearted young boy managed to suppress his fear of the chromatic dragon. Looking up at Galun with a trembling voice, "If you must feast, let it be upon me. Spare my sister, she is foolish and unappetizing." Beside him, the little girl stood frozen, seemingly rendered mute by terror, her pupils dilated in fright. Although she was the boy's sister, her temperament starkly contrasted with his, reflecting the typical response of a human child encountering a colossal dragon. Galun's voice deepened, exuding a calm authority. "Answer my question." The dragon's tone bore a penetrating power that rendered the boy's already pallid complexion even more ashen, as if he were paper submerged in water, ready to disintegrate at the slightest touch. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, the boy clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes, and he slowly divulged the information he possessed to Galun. The dragon listened intently, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The southern human realms were embroiled in warfare, and its tumult had extended its tendrils to the icy north. "What are your names?" Galun queried. "I am Amos Tulip, and this is my sister, Lilith Tulip." The boy replied earnestly. Galun fell silent once more, toying with his crimson staff, while contemplating how to address these two human children, descendants of a high-ranking mage. Meanwhile, Amos, his voice strained with trepidation, mustered the courage to say, "Esteemed true dragon, if you admire my grandfather's staff, it is yours to claim." Galun's gaze deepened, and he slightly inclined his head, stating, "You seem to be mistaken. It is already mine, along with you both." Galun's imposing draconic visage loomed closer, the breath that escaped him striking Amos's face, nearly halting the boy's heart. The petite Lilith collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness in a swift and decisive manner. As Galun regarded the two human children, he felt neither pity nor disdain for his former kin, nor did he harbor any biases or aversions. He perceived them with the same equanimity he afforded all creatures. In the early days of his existence, he bore a semblance to a man cloaked in dragon skin, occasionally reminiscing about his humanity, his emotions fluctuating. Yet, as time progressed, he became increasingly pure in his essence. Galun had long recognized this transformation, but he had never resisted it. Whether human or dragon, he simply was. While Galun pondered these thoughts, Amos racked his brain, fervently searching for any opportunity that might ensure the survival of himself and his sister. After several moments, Amos suddenly seized upon a glimmer of hope, urgently exclaiming, "Esteemed true dragon, I wish to propose a bargain with you." Galun's gaze shifted slightly as he calmly remarked, "You are nothing more than my trophies. What do you intend to barter with me?" Amos recalled the old mage's whispers in his ear before his demise, his expression darkening momentarily before he resolutely stated, "This spatial ring contains my grandfather's spell research diary and a plethora of invaluable magical materials." He extended his finger, revealing a delicate, shimmering ring. Galun glanced at the spatial ring and replied, "Though it may reside with you, it already belongs to me." Amos shook his head, willingly removing the ring and presenting it to Galun, saying, "The spatial ring requires a specific incantation to be unlocked. Forcing it open would obliterate everything within." Galun held the ring in his hand, inspecting it closely before attempting an unlocking spell, yet it bore no fruit. Indeed, it was secured by an alternative magical lock, one crafted by a high-ranking mage, which Galun could not decipher. He looked at Amos, remaining silent. Fearing Galun might harbor murderous intent, Amos quickly implored, "All I wish for is to survive alongside my sister. I earnestly request that you accept the ring and swear by the dragon god's name that you will not harm us and allow us to leave. I shall promptly reveal the unlocking incantation to you. My sister and I will also vow to the god of light that we shall never seek revenge upon you, directly or indirectly." The young boy's expression was fraught with anxiety, his words measured as he awaited Galun's response. Subsequently, Galun examined the other magical items they possessed, but found no additional storage devices. After confiscating their magical possessions, Galun slowly stated, "Tell me the incantation, and I shall grant you your freedom." Just before a look of joy could spread across Amos's face, Garen paused, his voice cold as he added, however, to extract a vow from a true dragon in the name of a god for but a single incantation and a ring. Do you believe that to be feasible? Amos's countenance tightened as he found himself speechless under the shadow of Garen's dragon wings. What do you wish for? Garen's gaze remained indifferent, his tone enigmatic as he suggested. You may choose to trust the promise of a true dragon. Then, swear in the name of the god of light. Amos's expression shifted continually as he glanced at his unconscious sister. Under Garen's calm scrutiny, he ultimately bowed his head and declared, Mr. True Dragon, I trust your promise. He then divulged the incantation to Garen. Garen, in synchrony with the incantation, extended his mental energy to touch the spatial ring. Instantly, he perceived a space measuring several dozen cubic meters within his mind, filled with numerous spellcasting materials, similarly styled staves, robes, scattered magical gemstones, a substantial amount of gold coins, and a dozen thick tomes. Garen's eyes brightened. Having recently seized the treasures of the White Dragon, he now acquired even greater wealth, graciously presented to him. This effortless gain filled Garen with uncontainable joy, lifting his spirits. Meanwhile, Amos's heart raced to his throat, anxiously gazing at Garen. Aware that this moment would determine the fate of himself and his sister, Garen fixed his gaze upon Amos, his mood buoyant, and finally uttered, take an oath. He was not the five-colored dragon. In temperament, he bore a resemblance to the true time dragon, leaning towards neutrality, prioritizing his own interests over senseless slaughter and destruction. Amos paused for a moment. Then his countenance transformed into one of unbridled joy, filled with the relief of having survived a calamity. After taking the oath, the fainted Lilith was roused from her stupor and, still somewhat dazed, swore allegiance to the deity. In the continent of Noah, swearing by the name of the existing deities carries grave consequences. To violate such an oath invites divine scrutiny and curses. Roy, escort these two beyond my territory. Upon receiving Garen's command, the frost spirit of the far north approached the two children, hoisting them up and carrying them away as instructed. Subsequently, Garen returned to the ice cliff dragon nest, having collected his spoils. He discarded the still frozen mammoth, which he had yet to consume, as a reward for Yuga the Bone Crusher, before making his way back to the dragon's lair. Within the ice cliff dragon nest, Garen's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized the spatial ring. This petite, luminescent white ring, crafted to fit a human finger, was far too small for him, not even comparable to the size of his dragon scales. Moments later, he uttered an incantation, concentrating his thoughts on the spatial ring. Almost immediately, ripples began to undulate through the space, and a plethora of items cascaded forth, quickly forming a small mound. Among the myriad of items were unfamiliar magical materials, various plants, and well-preserved biological tissues, alongside stones inscribed with runes. Of particular interest to Garen were the magical gems, gold coins emblazoned with tulip motifs, and a dozen thick notebooks. He poured the magical gems and coins onto his ice crystal bed, pleasantly surprised to discover they could nearly cover its surface, albeit with a rather thin layer. Garen inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp air. The intensifying elemental energy enveloped him in comfort, quickening the flow of his blood. He then reclined upon the uneven treasure-laden bed, stowing away the pile of enigmatic magical materials into the spatial ring, which he placed in a corner beside the bed. A dozen notebooks lay beside him, and Garen gingerly picked up the first one, peering intently at its contents. This notebook chronicled the insights of a high-ranking archmage on the school of transmutation spells, particularly an extensive discourse on the myriad variations of fireball spells, while other types received but a scant few lines. The peculiar obsession with fireball spells evident in the text rendered Garen's expression somewhat bemused, yet he found himself increasingly intrigued. As time trickled by, Garen meticulously absorbed the notes, his understanding of transmutation spells deepening, especially concerning the fireball spell, with many foundational rune incantations firmly embedding themselves in his mind. Galun set aside the first tome and shifted his gaze to the second, followed by the third. His expression bore a solemn gravity, intermingled with the delight of newfound knowledge. After 3 uninterrupted days of diligent study, Galun exhaled slowly, closing the final volume, still yearning for more. In total, there were 16 notebooks. 11 contained the lifelong spell-casting insights of the old mage, which profoundly enriched Galun's understanding of the school of transmutation. However, what brought him greater joy were the remaining 5 volumes. Should these notebooks ever be revealed, they would undoubtedly incite fierce contention among the transmutation wizards of the Noah continent. For they contain numerous variants of the fireball spell, all of which were of the 7th circle or higher, including 3 distinct types of the 9th circle fireball spell. The intricate and arcane runes densely inscribed within the spell models left Galun feeling dizzy. The worth of these notebooks surpassed all other treasures combined. Galun had committed their contents to memory, yet he meticulously stored them away. He then gently closed his eyes, wielding his mental energy as a quill, concentrating his thoughts as he slowly sketched a spell model resembling a burning fireball within his mind. Constructing a spell model is the first and most challenging step in spellcasting. This process necessitates the caster to possess formidable mental strength, meticulously etching a flawless model from nothingness in their consciousness, envisioning every detail, the shape of the runes, their arrangement, and the curves of the lines. For an ordinary person, without training, their mental energy is only sufficient to inscribe simple geometric shapes in their awareness. Capturing all the intricacies of a burning fireball is no trivial task. Galun's mental prowess was adequate. However, during his initial attempts to inscribe the transmutation runes, he faltered twice due to inexperience, consuming over an hour. It was not until his 3rd attempt that he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his taut mental state easing. A vivid fireball, composed of over 300 runes arranged in a unique formation, now floated within the realm of his consciousness. He had succeeded. A smile of joy graced Galun's face as he extended his clawed hand. Reciting the incantation to initiate the fireball spell, he infused the model with magical energy. In the next moment, a tiny fireball, no larger than a pea, materialized at his fingertips, appearing as a minuscule point of light against his larger form. The visual aspect of the 3rd circle fireball seemed innocuous. Just a small fireball the size of a pea. Who would imagine it to be the most potent of all low-tier spells? Go. With a mere thought, Galun gestured, and the tiny fireball shot forth, tracing a brilliant arc through the air before striking the icy crystal wall. Boom. The scorching heat enveloped the surroundings, with clusters of flames surging and engulfing an area of approximately 10 meters in radius, creating a small sea of fire that exhibited a formidable presence. The spell I conjured with my own hands surpassed the potency of any spell scroll. Galun extended his dragon claw, roasting himself amidst the flames. A wave of heat washed over him. However, the brief contact was insufficient to evoke any pain. His constitution, primarily that of a time dragon, afforded him considerable resistance to elemental damage of all types, unlike the white dragon, for whom fire-based attacks could inflict nearly double the harm. Only after enduring the flames for a while did Galun perceive a faint sting, so trivial that it could easily be overlooked without careful attention. This formidable fireball spell, comparable in strength to a 4th-tier spell, inflicted minimal damage upon him, despite his tender age of just over 2 years. Galun himself remained uncertain of the extent of his magical resistance. The magical immunity of dragons increases with age. Even an ordinary ancient dragon can withstand most mid-tier spells. Galun conjectured that once he reached adulthood, perhaps only legendary spells would pose a threat to him, rendering even high-tier spells ineffective. After warming his hands, Galun exhaled a frosty breath, twisting his neck to freeze the rampant flames surrounding him. The burning inferno crystallized into clusters of irregular ice, resembling a masterpiece of art. Subsequently, Galun did not linger within the icy dragon lair. He soared outwards to find a relatively open and flat stretch of land within his territory, intending to study and test the power of his spells. After all, the dragon lair served primarily as a place for rest and slumber. At this moment, Galun held the crimson staff, lost in thought. Dragons, too, utilize magical artifacts to enhance their abilities. Although this staff seemed diminutive in his grasp, its effects remained unchanged. Much like wielding a toothpick, Galun focused intently while holding the crimson staff. He cast the fireball spell once more. But instead of drawing the magical energy directly from his being, he funneled it through the staff. Suddenly, the staff radiated a vibrant crimson glow. As a substantial amount of elemental energy was absorbed into the crystal at its tip, amplifying Galun's magical power. Ultimately, a fireball erupted from the top of the staff, landing 40 meters away. Boom. An area with a 15-meter radius was instantly engulfed in flames, the fireball's power enhanced by approximately 50%, rapidly elevating the temperature to melt the thick layer of snow, revealing the brown frozen earth beneath. This display of strength equated to a 4th-tier spell. and was indeed more potent than the typical fourth-tier incantation. The dragon breath imitation employed by the two-headed ogre paled in comparison to the might of this fireball spell. Galun, clutching the diminutive staff, felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. Through the fiery spells cast by the crimson staff, the fireball technique has undergone significant enhancements in both its area of effect and temperature. When such a fireball strikes him, it is bound to inflict considerable damage. According to the old mage's notes, the 3-ring fireball is the most rudimentary of spells. The 4-ring explosive fireball, the 5-ring magma fireball, and the 6-ring blazing fireball, when augmented by the crimson staff, promise a power that has Galun eagerly anticipating the future. The acceleration state and time-stopping abilities do not yield direct lethal effects. What he currently lacks is a method imbued with substantial destructive power. Simultaneously, Galun was struck by a thought. Could the acceleration effect of time manipulation be applied to spells? Most spells possess rapid attack speeds that are difficult to evade. If he could launch them at 5 times the speed, his excitement was palpable as he began to experiment fervently. While casting the fireball spell, he expended his temporal energy, striving to extend the acceleration effect outward. Initially, his attempts were predominantly unsuccessful. Every endeavor begins with its challenges. However, as time progressed, the temporal energy gradually aligned with Galun's intent, enhancing his fireball spell. Whoosh! The speed doubled, rendering the fireball nearly invisible in the air before it struck the ground, erupting in a vast explosion of flames. Only after the flames erupted did the deafening sound reach Galun's ears. The velocity surpassed the speed of sound. Galun experienced a mixture of joy and disappointment. The joy stemmed from the realization that the acceleration state could indeed be applied to spells. The disappointment arose from the fact that the effect on spells was far inferior to that on his physical form, and the energy consumption was notably higher. Although he utilized the 5-fold acceleration of temporal energy, the fireball speed increased by just a little over double. Given that the time spent was not extensive, Galun believed there was still room for improvement in the accelerated fireball technique. After a brief moment of disheartenment, he quickly regained his enthusiasm. Even if the ultimate acceleration effect did not match that of his physical form, achieving half of it would suffice. His acceleration state is not static. Its efficacy will enhance with age. In the following days, Galun's life became monotonous yet simple, studying spells and exploring the synergy between temporal energy and magic. Sleeping in the dragon's lair, where elemental energies thrived, might seem tedious, but he reveled in it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On a sunny, dry, and crisp day, Galun had just consumed a barbecued ice-blade wolf, a mighty mammoth encased in ice, and a 15-meter-long ice cascade serpent, feeling invigorated and magically charged. During this period, he had not ventured out for hunting, dedicating himself entirely to the study of spells. All his sustenance was provided by the northern ice spirits and ogres, which saved him considerable effort. To Galun, the greatest advantage of having dependence was precisely this. Regarding the combat prowess and growth rate of these minions, they are negligible in his eyes. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Galun arrived at an expanse of ice-covered land, spanning several hundred meters in radius. Here, not a trace of snow could be found. The hardened, dark-brown permafrost bore the marks of various spells. Scorched blackened areas, frostbitten white patches, and deep cuts adorned the ground. The old mage's notes were predominantly filled with research insights, primarily documenting high-tier spell models, with only a singular model for spells ranging from the 3rd to the 6th tier, leaving Galun with few options for learning. Currently, his mental and magical energies could only sustain the casting of 4th-tier spells. His prior attempt to inscribe a 5th-tier spell model ended in failure when his mental strength was exhausted before he could complete the task. The mental power of dragons similarly increases with age, with each slumber bringing substantial enhancement. The meditation techniques favored by human spellcasters do not suit dragons. Among the old mage's notes was a fireball meditation method, which involved envisioning a colossal fireball in the realm of consciousness, allowing the flames to scorch one's awareness as a means to refine mental strength. Galun had attempted this, but regrettably found that the minuscule growth of his mental energy during meditation paled in comparison to the natural increase gained from a simple nap. At this moment, Galun had already mastered the 4th-tier spell, Explosive Fireball. After augmentation through acceleration and his staff, its power astonished Galun himself. In addition to the spells from the School of Evocation, he had also retained the incantations and transmutation spells acquired from the two-headed ogre. evidenced by the frost and slashing marks left on the ground as the result of those two spell schools. He had comprehended the fourth-tier spells of Cold Pearl and Flame Pearl, as well as the transmutation spells Dragon Breath, Mimicry, and Enlargement. However, his enthusiasm for the fourth-tier spells from those two schools was somewhat lacking, as Frost Dragon Breath and Explosive Fireball served as their superior counterparts, rendering their effects rather redundant. His keen interest lay in the Enlargement spell, which he had recently learned. In the open space, Galun spread his dragon wings, eager to try. Infusing magical energy into the Enlargement spell model, he directed it towards himself. In an instant, a rich elemental aura enveloped his form. As the luminous glow ascended, his body began to expand at a visibly rapid pace. His wings grew broader and longer, and his horns thickened and enlarged. Soon, a formidable version of Galun, measuring 16 meters in length, stood proudly, with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters casting a vast shadow on the ground, obscuring the sunlight. Galun's face lit up with excitement as he slammed his dragon claw heavily onto the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled violently, debris flying, leaving a deep indentation of his claw in its wake, surrounded by a myriad of branching cracks. Clenching his claw into a fist, he felt a surge of power coalescing within. Galun mused that in this state, he could likely knock out the White Dragon Lady with a single blow, sparing himself the complexities of that fateful day. Feeling the magical energy within him rapidly deplete, Galun, after indulging in a moment of exhilaration that left the ground in disarray, dispelled the giant transformation spell and reverted to a 12-meter stature. The magical expenditure of the transformation was considerable, yet the abrupt return to his former size rendered him somewhat uneasy, having previously experienced a greater form. He pondered how long it would be before he could embrace the slumber of evolution, although uncertain of the precise duration. Residing in the elemental energy-rich dragon's lair led Galun to believe that it would not be long. He hoped that the next slumber would enable his form to expand to the dimensions of an adult white dragon, akin to the size he assumed during the giant transformation. Mastering some temporal abilities would be an even greater boon. At that moment, two playful bear cubs tumbled toward him, their height nearing 2 meters as they stood upright. Despite their youth, they bore a resemblance to ordinary wild bears, having even acquired rudimentary magical abilities. Their growth rate was notably swifter than that of typical polar bears. Galun speculated that this might be a consequence of his influence. Additionally, the cubs had absorbed a faint draconic essence, despite Galun not having performed any draconic bloodline transformation upon them. There are 3 distinct types of non-draconic creatures bearing draconic blood. The first comprises loyal subjects who have undergone transformation by true dragons, the most common variant. The second, akin to the bear cubs, are those who, dwelling within a true dragon's territory, unknowingly imbibe draconic essence, gradually transforming over time. The third type consists of offspring born from the union of true dragons and other species, known as dragonkin. Although true dragons and other beings do not experience reproductive isolation, the likelihood of producing dragonkin is significantly lower, resulting in their scarcity. However, first-generation dragonkin may possess over half of their draconic blood, allowing them to transform into dragons and endowing them with strength surpassing that of ordinary draconic beings. Contemplating this matter, a question arose in Galun's mind. If a high-quality true dragon like myself were to sire dragonkin with beings of different races, would they inherit some of my temporal abilities? If I were to mate with another true dragon, would our offspring be a time dragon or a white dragon? Should I find a legendary dragon companion? Would my progeny simultaneously possess the abilities of both legendary dragons? Driven by an insatiable curiosity for the unknown, Galun briefly felt the urge to create a dragonkin. Though this impulse was fleeting, as a young dragon not yet 3 years old, such matters were beyond his consideration. The 2 bear cubs, upon noticing Galun, affectionately approached him to play. After amusing himself with them for a few minutes, Galun returned to his icy lair. He reclined on his crystalline bed adorned with gems and gold, finding a comfortable position, and closed his eyes to drift into a deep slumber. After mastering the 4 elemental spells, Galun now finds himself in a rather leisurely state. With no need to hunt and no new knowledge to acquire, aside from resting, he has no other activities to occupy his time. However, even ordinary sleep contributes to growth, albeit far less effectively than the profound slumber of evolution. Galun, who enjoys sleeping, often returns to his dragon lair during his leisure time to rest for several days, reclining upon his hoard and basking in the vibrant, pulsating energies of the elements. At this moment, he begins to comprehend why the white dragoness is perpetually in a state of slumber. 3 days later, Galun awakens, invigorated. With nothing to occupy his time and an itch to practice his spells, he resolves to embark on a hunt. He has already determined his quarry, the ferocious tiger. While he has hunted numerous magical creatures, he has yet to encounter one of the ferocious variety. An image of a large, snow-white feline springs to mind. Indeed, the same ferocious tiger he had previously encountered, which appeared to be a formidable opponent. Ordinary creatures no longer pique his interest. Only those of the caliber of the extreme northern ice bear or winter wolf can ignite his desire for the hunt. Furthermore, he has never tasted the flesh of a ferocious creature. Although it does not contain elemental energy, he believes that the meat of such a formidable beast, capable of overpowering most magical creatures with sheer ferocity, would be quite delectable. The extreme northern tundra is home to many feline hunters, the majority being ordinary beasts, with a few magical creatures among them. By observing the appearance of the ferocious species, Galun discerns that its original form belongs to a common beast known as the frost tiger. Unlike the tigers of Earth, which reside at the top of the food chain, frost tigers occupy a lower tier within the food web of the extreme northern tundra, as they lack spell-like abilities and do not possess massive physiques, making them vulnerable to most tundra creatures. However, once they undergo the process of ferocity, they leap to become apex hunters, rivaling even the formidable ice bears of the extreme north. The strength of ferocious beasts also derives from elemental energy. Yet the specifics of the transformation into ferocity are not recorded in the dragon's legacy. The disparity in power before and after ferocity for an ordinary beast is staggering. If a true dragon, already situated at the pinnacle of the ecological hierarchy, were to become a ferocious species, what kind of dramatic enhancement in power would that entail? Intrigued by this question, Galun develops a keen interest in ferocious species. He takes to the sky, his dragon wings unfurling as he swiftly departs from his lair. Leaving the icy cliffs behind, bathed in the soft golden light of the sun, he flies towards the location of the ferocious frost tiger etched in his memory. In the extreme northern tundra, powerful creatures typically maintain fixed territories. As long as the ferocious frost tiger remains alive, Galun knows that by returning to the place of their last encounter, he will swiftly uncover its whereabouts. In the polar expanse of perpetual daylight, the reflection of pristine snow envelopes the world in a delicate luminescence, rendering the landscape breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a scene from a dream. With no blizzards to obstruct his view, Galun gazed upon the vastness of the northern ice field from above, his dragon wings sweeping gracefully through the sky. His extraordinary vision allowed him to discern the icy terrain even from thousands of meters aloft. Following an extended period of relentless snowstorms, numerous famished creatures emerged from their lairs, beginning to traverse the frozen ground. Galun witnessed a plethora of gruesome hunts along his flight path, as frail beings were mercilessly slain, their flesh and bones devoured by more formidable predators, a relentless cycle of life and death that unfolded in this alabaster realm. Even the true dragons were not exempt. Soaring through the skies, Galun felt a surge of vitality with each breath. During his journey, he encountered various flying magical beings, some of considerable size. However, the moment these creatures caught sight of Galun, they instinctively retreated, wary of his presence, including a white-feathered icewind hawk he had once vanquished. Having matured into the stature of a young dragon, he was no longer subject to the underestimation and ambushes of smaller foes that had marked his earlier days after departing from his mother's territory. Before long, Galun found himself in the vicinity of a ferocious frost tiger. Lowering his head, he surveyed the surroundings with a gaze akin to radar, a fleeting glimmer illuminating his platinum dragon eyes. He invoked a spell to detect elemental auras, and the once monochromatic world transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors. The elemental auras of fire, wind, and water appeared in a spectrum of hues, with the predominance of water and wind elements manifesting as abundant shades of green and blue. The fiery red of fire elements constituted a mere tenth of the total. Only when he tilted his head toward the sun, suspended in the celestial dome, could he perceive the intense, blinding crimson of the fire element. These elemental auras, pervasive throughout the environment, exhibited an ethereal transparency that did not hinder Galun's vision. In contrast, The auras surrounding magical beings or enchanted artifacts were opaque and vividly discernible to his keen sight. While ferocious creatures lacked magical capabilities, their entire forms had undergone mutations stimulated by elemental energies, swirling with elemental auras, albeit fainter than those of their magical counterparts. Galun patiently searched, gliding gracefully in the air. Within a mere 2 minutes, his gaze halted, locking onto his target. The frost tiger, its fur a striking white interspersed with dark stripes, lounged languidly upon the snow, meticulously grooming itself. Bloodstains lingered at its jaws and claws, indicative of a recent skirmish in which it had emerged victorious. It has been nearly 2 months since we last met, and the formidable frost tiger has subtly grown in size. When Galun last encountered the ferocious frost tiger, its length, from head to tail, was nearly 10 meters. Upon this reunion, it has surpassed that threshold, now exceeding 10 meters. Apart from its elongated neck and the absence of dragon wings, the physique of this dragon-like creature bears a striking resemblance to that of a feline, with proportions in its torso, limbs, and tail akin to those of a cat. The size of the ferocious frost tiger does not appear significantly smaller than Galun. Typically, a frost tiger measures a modest 3 meters, yet the ferocious variant can reach an impressive 10 meters, and it seems this is not its ultimate limit. The disparity in length is over threefold, yet the difference in overall strength is far more complex than mere multiplication. The heightened senses of the ferocious variant, developed to their utmost, alerted it to Galun's gaze from above. As it groomed its fur, the ferocious frost tiger suddenly halted, crouching low with its limbs slightly bent. Gazing upward at the colossal dragon, its jaws parted to reveal sharp fangs. Galun's demeanor remained tranquil as he spread his wings, casting a shadow over the ferocious frost tiger. While an intangible dragonic pressure swept through the air, this supernatural force momentarily paralyzed the frost tiger, its body rigid for a few seconds. Upon regaining its senses, rather than fleeing, it became increasingly vigilant, its eyes glinting with a hint of challenge. It did not fear the might of the dragon. With its head held high, the ferocious frost tiger roared defiantly at Galun, a thunderous roar that shattered the surrounding snow and sent ripples through the air, a display of impressive might. After this show of dominance, the frost tiger remained motionless, fixated on Galun's movements. Observing the unyielding frost tiger, Galun's expression darkened, and he slowly parted his lips. In the next moment, a resounding dragon's roar, imbued with overwhelming power, surged forth like a tempestuous thunderclap amidst darkened clouds, crashing towards the ferocious frost tiger. The majestic resonance of Galun's roar silenced the creatures within a several-kilometer radius, rendering them paralyzed with fear. The ferocious frost tiger, unsettled by the fierce dragon's roar, bristled in alarm. The eagerness that once gleamed in its eyes transformed into a profound wariness and vigilance as it grasped the gravity of the colossal dragon before it. Recognizing it as a formidable adversary, unlike the feeble prey it had encountered before. After successfully intimidating the frost tiger, Galun's gaze sharpened, emanating a dangerous aura. It was merely a large cat, daring to challenge a true dragon? Hovering in the air without landing, he reduced the distance, bringing the frost tiger within the range of his magical assault. Next, Galun slightly opened his jaws, and under the watchful scrutiny of the ferocious frost tiger, he began to chant an obscure fireball spell, extending his claw towards the creature. This gestural act of extending his claw was not strictly necessary. Rather, it served to focus his mental energy on the target, ensuring a more fluid and effective release of magic. Some spellcasters enjoy vociferously proclaiming the names of their spells upon completion of their incantations. Such practices are not devoid of merit. They serve as a form of psychological suggestion, invigorating the spirit, channeling magical energies, and enhancing the efficacy of spells, albeit slightly. A fireball, no larger than a pea, hovered at the sharp tip of Galun's finger. Suddenly, it vanished, leaving behind a fleeting crimson afterimage as it hurtled through the air toward the ferocious frost tiger. Boom! The rolling flames engulfed an area with a radius of 10 meters. However, the ferocious frost tiger was nowhere to be seen. The feline's dynamic vision was fully utilized, allowing the ferocious frost tiger to discern the trajectory of the fireball spell. With a leap that was both agile and graceful, it evaded the fiery projectile. Years of combat against magical creatures had bestowed upon the ferocious frost tiger an innate ability to sense danger, rendering it immune to the deceptive appearance of the fireball. While its ferocity did not enhance its intellect, It significantly amplified its primal instincts. Galun wore a contemplative expression as he continued to chant, conjuring more pea-sized fireballs that materialized before him, targeting the ferocious frost tiger. As a dragon, he possessed an extraordinary capacity to store magical energy, far exceeding that of human spellcasters. Moreover, being favored by elemental forces meant that his magical expenditure was minimal. He felt capable of unleashing the third circle fireball spell for an entire day. Meanwhile, the ferocious frost tiger, compelled by the barrage of fireballs, leapt and rolled through the snow. Its nimble movements and exceptional dynamic vision allowing it to evade every single fireball, transforming a vast area into a raging inferno that illuminated the surroundings in a fiery glow. With its confidence restored, the ferocious frost tiger let out a low growl directed at Galun after successfully dodging a volley of fireballs. It then crouched slightly, its well-defined muscles coiling before it sprang forth, leaving spiderweb-like fissures in the ground. Whoosh! The ferocious frost tiger generated a gust of wind as it leapt into the air, soaring 100 meters upward before pouncing toward Galun. The sheer power of its leap caused Galun to glance sideways. In his platinum pupils, the approaching ferocious frost tiger was reflected, yet he remained composed. Under his command, the force of time extended outward, merging with an inconspicuous fireball, intermingling among 5 others, all aimed at the ferocious frost tiger. By this point, the ferocious frost tiger had completely adapted to the speed of the fireballs, twisting and turning in midair to evade 3 of them. However, the 4th fireball, which surged forward with increased velocity, crashed upon the ferocious frost tiger. Boom! A magnificent bloom of flames erupted in the air. The ferocious frost tiger let out a pained howl as its fur ignited, plummeting toward the ground. Creatures of the extreme northern tundra typically exhibit high frost resistance, but possess a significantly weaker resistance to fire. Thus, the fire-based spell inflicted nearly double the damage upon them. The ferocious frost tiger rolled on the ground, desperately extinguishing the flames that engulfed its body. A charred, bloodied scar stood out prominently on its right forepaw. Galun twitched his nose, detecting a faintly acrid scent of flesh amidst the odor of burnt fur, which caused him to frown involuntarily. The aroma bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary frost tiger, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Having tasted the flesh of a typical frost tiger before, he found it rather unpalatable. He had anticipated that the flesh of the ferocious frost tiger would present a stark contrast, yet upon this whiff, it was indistinguishable from that of the ordinary variant. Below, the ferocious frost tiger, having sustained injury, swiftly lost its desire to attack. It then leapt into action, dashing away from Galun at an impressive speed, still surpassing 90% of the hunters on the icy plains, despite its forelimb being injured by a fireball spell. Unfortunately for it, Galun was not among those it could outrun. With a flap of his dragon wings, Galun activated his acceleration mode, transforming his body into a straight white streak that surged forward, descending to the ground. In mere breaths, he caught up with the ferocious frost tiger, positioning himself directly in its path. Realizing escape was impossible, the frost tiger's eyes ignited with a desperate ferocity, and instead of slowing down, it charged at Galun with a ferocious roar. However, as it entered within 20 meters of Galun, it faltered, suddenly unable to discern his presence. As if the dragon it had just glimpsed were merely a mirage, never truly there. Simultaneously, its keen senses detected an overwhelming aura of danger approaching from above. It swiftly turned its head, only to behold a dragon's fist, covered in white scales. Thud! The punch landed squarely on its forehead. Lacking the defensive prowess of the white dragon lady, the ferocious frost tiger's limbs buckled, collapsing onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Galun released his dragon fist, shaking out his wrist. Time stood still as he positioned himself behind the enemy, ready to strike. At this moment, the ferocious frost tiger was not dead, merely dazed from the severe blow, struggling to regain its composure as it glared at Galun, emitting a mournful and defiant roar. This frost tiger was not particularly delectable, and its combat prowess surpassed that of the Arctic behemoth. Intrigued by the ferocity it exhibited and recognizing its potential, Galun contemplated the idea of subduing it. Among his current followers, the mightiest was the dragonblood ogre, yet they were still not classified among the upper echelon of the icy realm as creatures, incapable of providing prey of the caliber of the Arctic behemoth. The 2 behemoth cubs would eventually be capable of such feats, but they were far from that point at present. Without the ability to manipulate time, Galun would find it considerably more challenging to vanquish the ferocious frost tiger. However, If he could subdue this formidable creature, it would serve as a powerful ally. With this thought in mind, Galun's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his dragon might. The wounded frost tiger, weakened in spirit, trembled under the pressure of Galun's imposing aura, desperately resisting until it succumbed into unconsciousness. Galun seized the ferocious frost tiger, its wings flapping as it ascended, carrying the creature back to the territory of the ice cliffs. Along the way, Galun discerned that this beast was a female tiger, and he pondered, with some curiosity, how she had managed to survive this long without a mate. The ferocious breed was exceedingly rare. Galun had encountered only 2 or 3 in his lifetime, and among them, this frost tiger was the largest. Upon returning to the ice cliffs, the ice spirits of the far north, under Galun's command, collaborated to forge a colossal ice crystal cage, imprisoning the ferocious frost tiger within. Galun reinforced the cage with his icy dragon breath, ensuring that the wounded tiger would find it difficult to escape. 2 curious bear cubs approached to inspect the scene, only to be startled back behind Galun by the fierce glare of the awakening frost tiger. However, once they realized the tiger posed no threat to them, they boldly attempted to provoke it with their youthful bravado. Galun shooed the mischievous cubs away, and, after the frost tiger's condition improved slightly, he once again exerted his dragon might over it. Yet, the creature exhibited a measure of defiance, though it trembled under the weight of his presence. It steadfastly refused to display any signs of submission, its fierce eyes locked onto Galun's. Unperturbed, Galun ordered several ice spirits to keep watch over the ferocious frost tiger before taking flight. A week later, he returned to confront the beast once more. By this time, the frost tiger, having gone without sustenance for so long, was nearly starving, gnawing at the reinforced cage with sluggish, weakened movements. In its prime, it might have had a chance to break free, but in its current frail state, such an endeavor was nothing short of a fantasy. Galun placed the hind leg of a mighty mammoth outside the cage, observing the frost tiger calmly. The scent of blood roused the creature's instincts. It fixated hungrily on the food, drool pooling from its mouth as it let out low, agitated growls, frequently glancing up at Galun. In response, Galun employed the same tactic as before, his gaze darkening as he unleashed his dragon might. Overwhelmed by its weakened state, the tiger's primal survival instincts, and the allure of food, it finally succumbed to the pressure, averted its gaze from Galun, and lay down, whimpering softly. "I preferred your earlier, untamed demeanor," Galun chuckled, tossing the mammoth's leg into the cage. The frost tiger devoured the leg ravenously, seemingly understanding Galun's words. It rose to its feet, regaining some of its former majesty, though now it bore an air of submission in Galun's presence. As he opened the ice crystal cage, the tiger burst forth, roaring triumphantly. Nearby, the 2 bear cubs quivered in fear. After exiting the cage, the frost tiger turned its gaze toward Galun and lowered its head, cautiously approaching him. Galun stroked its head, rubbing it vigorously while feeling a sense of relief. At last, he had a pet that did not require careful handling. Within 2 days, after receiving adequate nourishment, the frost tiger's condition improved rapidly, and it became receptive to the transformation of the dragon's essence. Galun expended a considerable amount of dragon blood to facilitate the draconic transformation of the ferocious frost tiger. The dragon-blooded kin exhibited a deeper understanding of his commands, displaying unwavering loyalty. Had it not been for its weakened state, Galun would have undertaken this transformation 2 days prior. After being bathed in dragon blood, the ferocious frost tiger succumbed to slumber. At last, the draconic lineage boasted a formidable ally. Galun, filled with anticipation for the emergence of this draconic breed, turned and soared back to his lair, closing his eyes to rest. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. Upon awakening, Galun sensed a potent presence lingering nearby, imbued with a faint, dragonic aura akin to his own. Exiting his lair, he turned his gaze skyward, where he beheld a magnificent white tiger. Its claws were sharp, and beneath its thick fur lay a layer of scaled armor, 2 robust, pointed dragon horns adorning its head. While its size remained unchanged, its essence had significantly intensified, indicating a marked increase in power. Galun's countenance brightened with joy as he descended. The transformed ferocious frost tiger displayed a newfound affinity for Galun, eagerly extending its head to greet his draconic claw. With great enthusiasm, Galun caressed its pair of dragon horns, delving deeper into its fur to feel the metallic texture of its scales. As his sharp claws pressed against the tiger's scaled hide, minuscule cracks began to appear. And just before penetrating its armor, he ceased his actions. Though the quality of its scales paled in comparison to true dragon scales, they nonetheless provided a degree of protection. Contemplating, Galun instructed the ferocious frost tiger to demonstrate its current capabilities. To his astonishment, the tiger sneezed several times before unleashing a frigid gale imbued with sharp ice crystals. While its power did not rival that of dragon breath, it was comparable to a typical third-tier spell. Following its transformation, the ferocious breed had also acquired the ability to wield spell-like powers, and combined with its innate combat instincts, Galun was thoroughly pleased with his new companion. In the ensuing days, Galun dispatched the ferocious frost tiger to hunt superior magical creatures on his behalf. In comparison to the Arctic ice spirits and ogres, its performance was exceptionally commendable, boasting a remarkably high success rate. On one occasion, it even returned with a three-headed frost serpent lizard, a large magical beast rivaling a young white dragon in size, capable of employing 3 distinct elemental spells, significantly exceeding the strength of an adult Arctic direbear. Thanks to the contributions of his powerful ally, Galun was able to feast upon a greater abundance of high-quality prey, further shortening the duration until his next slumbering evolution. Amidst a somber and overcast sky, the sun was obscured by dark clouds, rumbling thunder echoed ominously, and the atmospheric pressure plummeted. A biting cold wind howled fiercely, and torrential rain fell abundantly. It was a rare occurrence for the Arctic plains to witness such rainfall. Throughout the 4 seasons, the extreme northern ice plains experience rain only occasionally during the summer. For the vast majority of the time, it is snowing, whether in erratic flurries, delicate snowflakes, or heavy snowstorms. Thus, rainy days are exceedingly rare. During such moments, Galun finds immense pleasure in slumber, lulled into sleep by the symphony of thunder and raindrops. Yet, just as he closes his eyes and drifts toward slumber, a formidable dragon's might surges past, rolling directly toward his lair. The creatures touched by this overwhelming power, save for the ferocious frost tiger roaring defiantly, falter and gaze upward in reverence. Dragon might. Indeed, it is the pure essence of dragon power, a supernatural force belonging to the true dragons. Galun squints, turning his gaze beyond the confines of his lair. Under the somber, dim sky, a humanoid figure, merely 7 meters tall, disregarding the presence of dragons, flies directly into Galun's icy domain, emanating the very dragon might that has unsettled the air. Salia, come forth. I have matters to discuss with you. A melodious and elegant call in the dragon tongue pierces through the rain, reaching Galun's ears. Is she here to seek the white dragon? Could she be a sister of hers? Galun muses internally, with a roar that barely conceals its fervor. The frost tiger's growl conveys a spirit eager for action. As always, it exhibits remarkable bravery. Galun nods in satisfaction. The ferocious breed possesses a natural resilience against dragon might, far exceeding that of ordinary magical beings. Following the transformation of the dragon vein, with their newly acquired bloodline, the influence of other dragon's might on the frost tiger is diminished to an almost negligible extent. At the same time, Galun departs from his lair, emerging beneath the oppressive black clouds. The rain pours relentlessly, droplets cascading from the heavens, shattering upon his dragon scales, creating a symphony of crystalline splashes. The mirror-like white scales reflect the rain-laden expanse of the extreme northern ice plains, also revealing an image of a fair-haired woman. Galun hovers in the air, his wings stirring gently, allowing the rain to slide off his form. He scrutinizes the woman before him, a flicker of wariness igniting in his gaze. As the rain falls in continuous streams, it parts around her, allowing her to remain dry and unperturbed amidst the deluge. Her lustrous, cascading golden hair glimmers, and her bare skin is an exquisite milky white, almost glowing with an ethereal light. Her features are finely chiseled, as though crafted by a master artisan, with silver-hued irises, elongated lashes, and full, rosy lips. She appears as an enchanting young human woman, adorned in a lace-trimmed white gown, a silver necklace gracing her neck, and delicate ornaments adorning her earlobes, exuding elegance and gentleness. Yet beneath this deceptively alluring exterior, Galun perceives a dragon might far surpassing that of the white dragon. This is a humanoid adult true dragon, and not just any ordinary true dragon. Galun, with a vigilant gaze, pondered briefly before speaking in a low voice. Salia is not here. This territory now belongs to me. On the other side, the humanoid true dragon regarded Galun with a puzzled expression, seemingly attempting to discern the nature of his dragon kin. A white dragon? Yet, a white dragon lacks horns. Moreover, his physique was far more imposing than that of a white dragon, youthful in form, yet his scales appeared brand new, akin to those of a freshly hatched wormling, as if he had never endured the passage of time. Salia is not present, thus, I must seek you. The humanoid true dragon spoke in a graceful tone, articulating in the draconic language, which bore no malice. After a brief pause, a friendly smile graced her features as she continued, her voice melodious, as a fellow true dragon. Would you not invite me in for a moment? I have matters to discuss with you, and the rain outside is quite heavy. Galun, who was not in search of the white dragon lady, recalled the two children, who had mentioned seeking refuge with a friend of the old mage. This enigmatic true dragon was likely one of the old mage's acquaintances. Galun's vigilance diminished considerably, bound by oaths. Unless she harbored a deliberate desire for the children's tragic demise, she would not entertain thoughts of causing him trouble. Her knowledge of his existence had indirectly brought her within the influence of the oath. Moreover, the manifestation of draconic majesty in this locale did not signify a declaration of war or provocation. Rather, it resembled a polite greeting, an announcement of her arrival to the lord of the domain. It was the subtle intrusion, devoid of draconic presence and silence, that heralded the onset of conflict. Upon encountering Galun, she had already retracted her draconic might, allowing the startled inhabitants of the territory to gradually return to normalcy. We can discuss matters here, Galun stated in a neutral tone. The humanoid true dragon appeared slightly taken aback, yet she showed no reaction to his indifferent demeanor, responding with a gentle smile. I come with goodwill. There is no need for you to be so wary of me. Galun contemplated momentarily before conceding. If that is the case, then reveal your true form. Though he harbored some suspicions, he sought confirmation, understanding precisely what kind of dragon she was, regardless of her intentions, would enable him to choose a more suitable course of action. Listening to Galun's words, the draconic aura surrounding the humanoid true dragon intensified. A radiant glow enveloped her, transforming her attire into shimmering silver scales, while dragon wings unfurled from her back, sharp claws extended, and a long tail swayed. In the briefest of breaths, a silver dragon, gleaming as if forged from pure metal, materialized before Galun. It possessed a bright silver visage, robust wings, elegantly smooth and shiny horns. And the dragon's head was adorned with high, silver frills that extended from the crown to the tip of its tail. Indeed, it was a silver dragon. Galun gazed upon the magnificent beast, acutely aware of the formidable power contained within its form. The adult silver dragon, measuring an impressive 21 meters in length, belongs to the category of colossal true dragons, exuding a formidable presence that commands attention. If a confrontation were to arise, I might find myself at a disadvantage against her. As she surpasses the white dragon in strength by a considerable margin, Galun pondered. His offensive capabilities, aside from the ultimate 7-ring spell scroll he possessed, would hardly suffice to defeat an adult silver dragon, even if the power of time were to wane. Given her size, a single hit from her would be sufficient to sway the outcome of the battle. Among the 15 common true dragons in the primary material plane, the red dragon reigns supreme among the chromatic dragons, while the gold dragon holds the title among the metallic dragons. In a hierarchical ranking of the 15 true dragons, the gold dragon undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of power. The silver dragon and the red dragon, at the same age, are roughly equal in strength, comparable to an elderly white dragon of over 400 years, which is why the white dragon is often referred to as the shame of dragons. Furthermore, each gold dragon lives under the watchful gaze of Bahamut, the good dragon deity, who, during his divine manifestations, often accompanies gold dragon hatchlings, displaying a remarkable protectiveness. His attention towards silver dragons is somewhat lesser, yet still substantial. Both gold and silver dragons are formidable beings. In addition to their inherent strength, they exhibit remarkable solidarity, often rallying their kin to overpower their foes, and might even invoke the avatars of dragon deities. However, metallic dragons possess gentle and amiable temperaments, with gold and silver dragons being the epitome of this trait, frequently offering selfless assistance to weaker beings, embodying the true essence of benevolence, rather than mere pretentiousness. Unless faced with extraordinarily malevolent entities, they seldom resort to aggression, preferring dialogue and negotiation. Galun did not consider himself to be fundamentally evil. He maintained his own moral boundaries, neither wholly virtuous nor utterly malevolent. Had he encountered a purely wicked dragon, the two children would have no means of escaping the clutches of the malevolent dragon's domain. "You may call me Luna," the silver dragon Luna declared, maintaining a respectful distance from Galun to signal her lack of hostility. She had demonstrated sufficient sincerity, prompting Galun to nod in acknowledgement and say, "Please, come in." He turned and entered the dragon's lair, with the silver dragon Luna following closely behind. As they approached the threshold of the lair, a radiant glow enveloped her, and she transformed into a human female form. Inside the lair, Galun turned to Luna, who wore an expression of apology, and explained, "This lair feels somewhat cramped for me. I shall adopt my human form." Although Luna's visible strength considerably exceeded Galun's, she appeared oblivious to this fact, displaying no trace of the typical dragonic arrogance, and instead exuding a warm and friendly demeanor. Galun's expression shifted slightly, and he shook his head, saying, "It's quite all right. All dragons possess an air of pride, and silver dragons are no exception. However, their pride manifests in a distinctly different manner. For instance, the pride of a red dragon is characterized by an attitude that proclaims, 'I am formidable. You shall kneel before me and relinquish all your treasures.' The pride of the silver dragon lies in its belief of exceptional superiority, which could easily wound the self-esteem of other beings. Thus, it adopts a demeanor of humility and friendliness, often transforming into a smaller form to prevent its massive body from causing destruction to its surroundings. Luna's humility is similarly a manifestation of her own pride. She perceives herself as superior to Galun and, in consideration of his self-worth, maintains a pleasant demeanor in her words and actions. Galun suspects that her transformation into a humanoid form is not solely due to the inadequacy of the dragon's lair, but perhaps also to accommodate his feelings. As Luna's size surpasses his by a significant margin, I, a time dragon, find myself under the care of the silver dragon, Galun, rendered speechless. "You may refer to me as Galun." After a brief pause, Galun directly inquired, "Have you come here for the two offspring of Morton?" Luna, poised elegantly with her legs crossed on a crystal of ice, nodded in response to Galun's question, "Indeed, but not exclusively." After a moment's consideration, her expression became somewhat awkward as she continued, "I seek Morton's relics, specifically his flame staff and research notes. To avert any misunderstanding," she added, "they rightfully belong to you, so I propose to exchange them for items of equal value, hoping for your consent." Galun scrutinized her expression, refraining from an immediate response, and asked, "What was your relationship with Morton? Are his relics of significant importance to you?" Luna paused in silence, then replied with an awkward and evasive expression, "When I came of age, I traveled to human lands and met Morton, who became my human friend and assisted me in many matters. Now that Morton has passed, his two descendants have found me, and I cannot turn a blind eye. I will care for them until adulthood. His grandson possesses considerable talent in transmutation spells, yet I am not well versed in such magic, hence my desire for Morton's flame staff and research notes to better guide him in his studies." Although the content seemed sound, Luna's voice betrayed a note of tension, stammering slightly while her brow furrowed and her gaze wandered. Galun, filled with suspicion, candidly stated, "I do not believe your words." Opposite him, Luna's lips parted slightly, her face flushed, her voice wavering, and her expression one of struggle. Galun gazed at her patiently, as her peculiar demeanor persisted for several minutes. After a long sigh, the silver dragon regained her elegant composure, offering a faint smile as she said, "I am not adept at lying. Please do not take offense." Galun replied, "So your odd behavior arises from your attempts at deceit." He found it difficult to comprehend, yet he was greatly astonished. "Then cease your fabrications and reveal to me the true reason you require these items," he spoke solemnly. Having acquired the flame staff and those notes, Galun devoted himself to their study. Initially, he did not notice anything unusual. However, as the red flame staff was employed more frequently, he began to sense a vague connection to a distant location in the southern expanse. This feeling was faint yet undeniably present. As for the notes, he found nothing amiss. Luna hesitated for a long while, ultimately deciding not to disclose the truth to Galun. "I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal it to you." After a pause, Luna, with sincerity etched on her face, said to Galun, "Trust me, neither the red flame staff nor Morton's notes will serve any purpose for you." Galun chuckled softly, responding with a question, "Why is that?" Luna lifted her gaze, appraising him from head to toe, and remarked, "You must be a white dragon, though you do not possess the typical capriciousness and malevolence associated with your kind. Yet, you are indeed a white dragon, are you not?" Galun nodded, calmly affirming, "You are correct in your assumption." His appearance bore a resemblance to that of a white dragon. Yet he was significantly more handsome and imposing, a veritable paragon of draconic beauty. The red flame staff can only amplify fire-based spells. Your notes must pertain to the study of fireball techniques. Being a white dragon, do you truly have an affinity for such things? Traditionally, white dragons hold a disdain for fire. However, at his core, Galun was a time dragon, fond of all elemental energies, treating them with equal regard. All elemental forces were akin to his wings. In response to Luna's inquiry, Galun demonstrated his prowess. He uttered an incantation, and the surrounding fire elemental energy obediently coalesced, forming a small fireball the size of a pea, suspended before him. I am a white dragon, but not an ordinary one. For me, fire elements hold no distinction from the others. Quite the contrary to what you might think, I have a deep appreciation for the red flame staff. And Morton's notes are equally beneficial to me. Across from Galun, Luna widened her beautiful eyes, disbelief etched across her face. After a moment of astonishment lasting several seconds, she slowly regained her composure. A young white dragon mastering the fireball technique independently? Unheard of. She found herself somewhat bewildered, observing Galun's adeptness in casting. She had reason to believe that this peculiar white dragon had already grasped spells of a higher tier. At the same time, Galun appeared to Luna shrouded in an air of mystery. I will not relinquish either the red flame staff or the notes to you. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. Galun issued a dismissal, his gaze narrowing slightly, the power of time coiling in readiness. Luna, positioned 20 meters from him, would require a moment to transform from her human guise into her draconic form, should she refuse to concede. Disregarding the lives of the two children and displaying intent to seize the items, Galun would not hesitate to invoke a time stop and subsequently employ the 7th-tier scroll. While such an action would not be lethal, it could certainly inflict significant harm, compelling her to retreat. Nonetheless, the repercussions of such an act would be grave, likely inciting the wrath of more than one silver dragon. Though the metallic dragon embodies kindness, such benevolence does not equate to weakness or susceptibility to deceit. Under Galun's watchful gaze, Luna's face betrayed a hint of frustration as she conceded, "Fine, I understand." Galun exhaled in relief, inwardly admiring the steadfast goodness of the metallic dragon, who, despite his repeated refusals, harbored no ill will. Were the dispositions of all creatures akin to hers, countless conflicts and casualties across myriad realms would surely diminish. "Please take your leave," Galun reiterated, not wishing to linger in the presence of a full-grown silver dragon, even one as strikingly beautiful as Luna. In Galun's eyes, her resplendent silver scales and her grand, elegant form were undeniably captivating, stirring a faint flutter within him. However, this sentiment was too subtle to compel him into action. If he were to seek a companion, he would prefer one of equal stature rather than a golden, silver, or red dragon. "I am aware that the flame of red holds secrets. You are unwilling to disclose them, and I shall not press further, yet I refuse to relinquish it to you." Meanwhile, upon hearing Galun's somewhat indifferent words, Luna appeared somewhat distressed, her fingers entwining her golden locks. It was evident that she ardently desired Morton's relic. After a brief contemplation, she ventured, "Would you be willing to part with Morton's notes? I can offer you something of greater value than the notes themselves." The notes were merely notes. And fearing Galun's continued refusal, she added, "In addition, I promise to assist you once, provided it is for a righteous and virtuous cause." Galun furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident as he responded, "I have made my position abundantly clear. Regardless of the terms you propose, I shall not acquiesce." Although he had memorized the contents of Morton's notes, which held little utility for him, the peculiar nature of the flame of red led him to suspect that the notes might conceal some hidden truths, yet he had yet to uncover them. Meanwhile, Luna sighed, ultimately asking tentatively, "Are you truly not considering it? I would be willing to exchange a dragon soul stone." Galun scoffed, resolutely replying, "I refuse." However, his words faltered as he exclaimed in astonishment, "A dragon soul stone? You possess a dragon soul stone?" His reaction was not unfounded. Dragon soul stones are exceedingly rare and exceptional. They are formed in the vicinity of ancient dragon lairs. Influenced by the essence of ancient dragons and the miraculous process of evolution, with only a slim chance of their emergence. The lifespan of an ordinary true dragon is finite, generally culminating in death upon reaching the venerable age of 800, barring unforeseen circumstances. Only by transcending the boundaries of life and death can one become an ancient dragon. extending their existence, earning the respect of even hostile true dragons. True dragons of ancient lineage are the most formidable of beings, their numbers exceedingly scarce. Given the stringent conditions under which dragon soul stones can be formed, their effects are undoubtedly extraordinary. The Dragon Soul Stone bestows extraordinary benefits upon true dragons during their evolution slumber, with a single slumber yielding results equivalent to 2 or 3 typical sessions. For true dragons, particularly those yet to reach maturity, it is a rare treasure that significantly shortens their growth period. Observing Galun's interest in the Dragon Soul Stone, Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Indeed, I possess 2 Dragon Soul Stones. I have utilized one for myself, leaving me with one remaining. The potency of the first stone is unparalleled, and repeated usage is deemed a considerable waste." With 2 stones at her disposal, Galun could surmise the origin of Luna's Dragon Soul Stones, and couldn't he help but feel a twinge of envy. The familial bonds among metallic dragons are far superior to those of their chromatic counterparts. Should a young one be provoked, the elder would undoubtedly seek vengeance without hesitation. This is particularly true for gold and silver dragons, as inciting them could very well attract the attention of the dragon deity Bahamut. The presence of the Dragon Soul Stone implies that this mother silver dragon likely has an ancient dragon lineage backing her. Galun's expression shifted as he hesitated. Noticing his growing interest but lack of resolution, Luna pondered for a moment before gently smiling. "How about this? Take your time to consider. I happen to have no Dragon Soul Stones on me at the moment. When I return with one, you can make your decision then." Galun nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds reasonable." After concluding their business discussion, Luna showed no intention of departing. She curiously scrutinized Galun, her gaze wandering, particularly fixating on his 4 magnificent horns and the black scales encircling his neck. The presence and robustness of horns are critical factors in dragon aesthetics, influencing attraction significantly. Galun possessed not just 1 pair, but 2 pairs of horns, a rarity among true dragons who typically have only a single pair. Under Luna's inquisitive gaze, Galun began to feel uncomfortable and, with a hint of annoyance, asked, "What are you staring at?" The mature humanoid silver dragon's cheeks flushed slightly as he confessed, "I was admiring your horns. I apologize, it's my first time seeing a true dragon with 2 pairs. They are quite unique and beautiful." Realizing he was drawn in by her appearance, Galun's displeasure dissipated, and he graciously replied, "Feel free to look, I don't mind." However, Luna, feeling a bit bashful, averted her gaze and inquired, "This was originally Salia's territory. How is she faring now?" Galun, wishing to keep it brief, simply stated, "I'm not sure. I merely chased her away." With the aid of the time imprint, he could easily track the whereabouts of the white dragoness if he wished. Yet he had not actively sought her location, as they currently had no interaction. Luna nodded, refraining from further questions, and remarked, "You are the most peculiar white dragon I have ever encountered." Meanwhile, Galun contemplated the fact that the far northern tundra likely harbored more than just a few true dragons. After a moment of reflection, he asked, "Luna, do you have any knowledge of how many true dragons inhabit the far northern tundra?" Luna blinked and inquired, "The entire Arctic expanse?" "I am uncertain." Galun rephrased his question, "Within a range not far from my territory, are you aware of any other true dragons?" Luna lowered her head, contemplating for a moment, then slowly replied, "Beyond your dragon's lair, at a distance of over 400 miles to the north, there resides a nearly mature female crystal dragon. To the west, 600 miles away, there are 2 nearby male white dragons, one in its prime and the other just reaching maturity. Beyond that, I am not well informed." After a brief pause, Luna seemed to recall something amusing, saying, "I am aware of the crystal dragon in Salia because the former once attempted to steal Salia's dragon egg, leading to a scuffle near my territory. Had she succeeded, perhaps a benevolent white dragon could have emerged in the Arctic." "Is that so?" Galun replied, momentarily taken aback. He mused that if she had succeeded, his own white dragon might have transformed into a crystal dragon. The gem dragons are characterized by their neutrality, and among them, the crystal dragon is the most amiable, sharing similarities with the metallic dragons. Had he been born in a crystal dragon's nest, his early days would have been considerably more favorable. Upon this reflection, Galun felt a twinge of regret for the crystal dragon's failure to steal the egg. After a while, as their conversation continued, Luna suddenly cast a glance outside the dragon's lair, expressing a hint of envy. Brutal species are quite rare, None reside among my followers, particularly the ferocious tigers. Galun chuckled lightly, his demeanor warming towards Luna. Indeed, the brutal species differs significantly from ordinary magical beings. It took considerable effort to tame it. As Galun spoke, Luna gracefully stood, a playful smile gracing her lips. I must take my leave. I hope that when we meet again, you will acquiesce to my request. Galun made no promises, responding calmly, I shall consider it. Subsequently, Luna did not revert to her dragon form, but maintained her humanoid guise. She cast a spell, and a pair of delicate cloud wings unfurled from her back, allowing her to ascend from Galun's lair. A powerful roar erupted from below. The ferocious frost tiger exhibiting hostility towards Luna. Upon witnessing her departure from Galun's lair, it roared incessantly, unperturbed by the true dragon aura surrounding her. Galun emanated his draconic majesty, infusing his consciousness into it, soothing the agitated frost tiger. Meanwhile, he ascended once more to his bed adorned with gems. Retrieving all 16 volumes of Morton's notes, meticulously examining each one. As magical energy coursed through him, a glimmer flickered in his dragon's eyes. Activating the spell for detecting spiritual essences, Galun turned the pages of the notes, his gaze sweeping over each line, hoping to uncover anything unusual. However, as time passed and he diligently perused all 16 volumes, he found no anomalies, no matter how closely he scrutinized. The notes contained nothing worthy of further attention beyond the knowledge they imparted. The notebook itself is crafted from exquisite papyrus, imbued with a subtle magic that can be utilized for the creation of low-level spell scrolls. Nevertheless, in Galun's eyes, it remains quite ordinary. Within its pages, there are no concealed compartments, nor did Galun uncover any secret phrases or codes. He carefully held a notebook, his mind beginning to reminisce about Luna's various words and expressions. The silver dragon was not adept at deception, and thus Galun could discern her true intentions. After pondering for several minutes, Galun glanced at the nearby flame staff, contemplating whether she had lied merely for the sake of the flame staff, while Morton's notes genuinely aimed to provide Amos with a means to learn spells. When Luna spoke of exchanging Morton's notes, her demeanor appeared entirely normal. Yet, it was also possible that her primary objective was indeed the notes, perhaps feigning her honesty to Galun. I most likely overthink it. She probably truly does not lie, Galun mused silently. He grasped the flame staff, his gaze fixated upon the crystal at its apex. Within the crystal, a liquid resembling flames perpetually swirled, akin to blooming flowers of fire, extraordinarily beautiful and mysterious. The shaft of the flame staff was constructed from some high-grade magical material, yet Galun could discern that its core was the enigmatic crystal at the top. No matter how superior the shaft's material, it could not surpass the crystal's grandeur. With focused intent, he channeled his magical energy into the flame staff. The crimson elemental brilliance surged and swirled, causing the surrounding temperature to rise significantly. Simultaneously, Galun gazed towards the south. That feeling returned. He sensed a connection, not with himself, but with the flame staff. It seemed to possess secrets beyond its mere function as a staff. It was normal for a high-ranking mage's relic to contain some mysteries. Galun gathered his thoughts, the flame staff swirling with tendrils of red light at his fingertips. The content of the notes indicated that Morton was no ordinary high-ranking mage. He had been one for several decades, yet remained at the 7th ring due to injuries that required a sacrifice of life to cast higher-level spells. Had fate not intervened, this talented mage in the School of Transmutation might have achieved legendary status. The remnants he left behind deserve serious consideration. If the intent was merely to provide Morton's descendants with superior learning resources at the cost of a dragon soul stone, Galun's gaze shifted, suddenly realizing he might have fallen into a misconception. He had been attempting to assess Luna's motives through his own perspective. Yet her character was not akin to his own. She would not even lie. Galun, born with the inclination to pilfer treasures from dragon mothers, found what seemed trivial to him might hold great value in Luna's eyes, for their values diverged. The silver dragon cherished friendships, particularly with humans, leaving behind tales that inspire longing and admiration. The silver dragon and the red dragon frequently engage in fierce confrontations. Yet the red dragon consistently finds itself on the losing end, primarily due to the silver dragon's propensity to ally with its friends rather than face adversaries in solitude. Once a friendship is forged, it is met with genuine warmth and enthusiasm. Therefore, in order for Amos to enhance her mastery of energy manipulation spells, it is highly probable that she might indeed offer a dragon soul stone as a trade. However, This remains unconfirmed. Galun continued to peruse his notes. This process was not tedious for him. The repetitive examination deepened his comprehension of the material. He dedicated an entire day to studying the contents. Yet the only reward was a more profound understanding of his insights. Galun still had not unearthed any anomalies within the notes. When Luna arrived with the Dragon Soul Stone, if no issues had surfaced, he would proceed with the transaction. He made a resolute decision in his heart. The value of the Dragon Soul Stone was significant for Galun. Each slumber allowed him to amplify his strength considerably. His growth during these periods far exceeded that of other true dragons. With the Dragon Soul Stone, he could swiftly unlock his time dragon abilities. Galun's ambitions were modest. Utilizing the Dragon Soul Stone would suffice for him to master the capabilities of an ordinary time dragon hatchling. As for the hidden secrets within the notes that remained elusive, they held no utility for him. Moreover, what Luna required did not necessarily align with his own needs. The value of things differs between their perspectives. Having come to this realization, Galun ceased his intense scrutiny of the notes. He stored all the notes and the crimson flame staff within his spatial ring, placing it in his mouth, pressing it beneath his tongue much like the Seven Rings spell scroll. At that moment, Galun once again marveled at the agility of his tongue, capable of contorting into various shapes, whether twisted or wave-like. Meanwhile, an ominous growl resonated from outside the dragon's lair, the ferocious frost tiger. Galun's gaze shifted as he stepped outside, lowering his head to survey the ground below. The rare downpour had ceased, leaving the ground somewhat muddy and dotted with puddles, a stark contrast to its usual pristine, snowy appearance. However, it would not be long before the puddles froze, and with a few light snowfalls, the landscape would revert to its former splendor. The ferocious frost tiger's fur was dampened, dragging along a nearly lifeless ice-roar beast. This creature, resembling a cow yet as massive as a mammoth, was a formidable magical being, difficult for any of its kin to provide assistance except for the frost tiger itself. Glancing appreciatively at the frost tiger, Galun descended to stroke its head. "Well done, now go and rest," he said. The creature lowered its head, gently rubbing against Galun's dragon claws with a tender gesture, entirely shedding its initial defiant demeanor. After lingering for a few moments, it gradually returned to its den. At the base of the icy cliff, the ferocious frost tiger had excavated a rudimentary, shadowy cave, where it often sought refuge. Galun seized an ice-roaring beast and returned to his lair for a hearty meal. After a day spent meticulously studying his notes, he felt a touch of fatigue. Thus, following his feast, he reclined on his gem-studded bed, adjusting himself into a comfortable position, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, heavy iron hooves traversed the southern Dragon Ridge Mountains, advancing solemnly toward the frigid northern tundra. In the southern region of the Ogre Basin, Yuga Bonebreaker, as per usual, led a few Dragon Vein ogres on a hunting expedition. After a torrential downpour, the northern tundra now basked in brilliant sunshine, devoid of clouds, a rare spell of fine weather. Numerous creatures of the tundra emerged to bask in the gentle caress of the sun, including magical beings. Having tasted the rewards of venturing southward in search of prey, Yuga Bonebreaker now frequently directed his hunts further south. Over the past week, he and his kin had successfully hunted 3 large magical creatures, all severely wounded and temporarily stored within the Ogre Basin, to be offered as tributes to Galun in due time. Galun requested 1 offering per week, but Yuga Bonebreaker consistently exceeded expectations with remarkable diligence. Aside from the ferocious frost tiger, the Dragon Vein ogres stood out as the primary providers of high-quality sustenance. In contrast, the hunting parties composed of the northern ice spirits, terror lizards, and white hounds were capable of delivering a greater quantity of standard fare. Despite their numbers, these creatures lacked formidable combat prowess. At that moment, 5 ogres, wielding hefty spiked hammers or large wooden clubs, and clad in simple tanned leather garments, meandered slowly across the sunlit northern tundra. After a while, Yuga Bonebreaker paused, exchanging glances with the other ogres. Just as they crested a low ice hill, the silhouettes of 12 humans appeared nearly a kilometer away. Among these humans, 11 boasted athletic and agile physiques, clad in simple lightweight armor imbued with cold resistance. With crossbows at their right waists and weapons at their left, advancing cautiously with disciplined steps, ever vigilant of their surroundings. The 12th figure, draped in a gray robe and appearing to be around 30 years of age, wielded a modest short staff and bore an emblem on his chest. Upon spotting the 5 giant-like Dragon Vein ogres, The human party was equally taken aback. Yuga Bonebreaker gazed skyward, filled with a sense of wonder and gratitude. He felt fortunate, believing that the bounties of nature had favored him greatly. The great true dragon lord had no appetite for tender young flesh. Perhaps these mature humans would be more to his liking. Just seconds after the ogres and humans encountered one another, before the ogres could launch an attack, the wizard among the human ranks called out urgently, "Ogres! These hulking brutes are not to be trifled with. Exercise caution." He uttered an incantation, and with a flick of his staff, an aura of elemental light enveloped the surrounding humans. A first-tier spell, the Lightness Charm. Uga the Bonebreaker was acutely aware of the spell being cast by the adversary. With a thunderous roar, he surged forward, followed closely by the rest of the dragon vein ogres. As the 5 tank-like ogres charged at full speed, the ground trembled violently beneath them, striking fear into the hearts of the human contingent. Especially as they drew nearer, the true size of the dragon vein ogres became apparent, each towering over 3 meters, covered in fragmented scales, exuding a ferocious aura that made it nearly difficult to breathe. The human mages, their fingers turning pale, hurriedly recited incantations, casting 2 supportive spells upon their comrades before the ogres could reach them. A second-tier spell enchanted their weapons, sharpening the blades of the human warriors. A first-tier spell, the wood armor, manifested a layer of vine-like protective armor around their upper bodies. Simultaneously, the ogres bellowed as they crashed into the human defensive line. Uga the Bonebreaker was the first to arrive, his 2-meter-long, obsidian mace swung with ferocity, unleashing a powerful force accompanied by a howling wind. Crash! The 3 human warriors caught within its range turned pale, their weapons flying from their grasp, their bodies sent hurtling through the air like rag dolls. Caught in a dizzying whirl, the wooden armor shattered upon impact, preserving their lives but rendering them incapable of rising again upon landing. Nearby, a human warrior mustered the courage to retaliate, yet the enchanted blade merely inflicted a inconsequential wound upon the ogre. "Ha ha, feeble little creature. Are you merely tickling us?" The ogre bellowed in giant, continuing its assault. The sheer ferocity displayed upon their initial contact was enough to instill terror, swiftly tilting the battlefield into a one-sided massacre. At the rear, the human mage's complexion turned ashen. Struggling to maintain composure, he cast another spell. Whoosh! A frost ray struck one of the ogres, yet aside from compelling it to turn its head and glare intently at the mage, it bore no further consequence. The ogre sneered, leaping high into the air, its towering form clearing the front line and landing heavily before the human mage. Moments later, several ogres stood amidst a chaotic scene of fallen human bodies, each adorned with minor wounds. Knowing that Galun favored fresh prey, they spared a breath for the remaining humans. One ogre hoisted 2 or 3 humans upon its shoulders, striding away with great strides, leaving behind a scene of devastation. In the Icecliff dragon nest, Galun had awakened, contemplating whether to venture out for a hunt and stretch his limbs. Before he could finalize his thoughts, a familiar yet exhilarating voice in giant reached his ears from below. "Master, Uga has something wonderful to present to you. You will surely adore it." Upon hearing Uga the Bonebreaker's exuberant summons, Galun's gaze shifted, and he departed from his lair. After several seconds, he gazed oddly at the group of ogres before him, accompanied by magical creatures and a dozen or so humans. Their life forces nearly extinguished. Could it be that the ogres of the Broken Bone tribe possess a penchant for capturing humans? During this period, they have continuously brought him humans. "My master, Yuga has recently enjoyed remarkable fortune, encountering rare and delectable humans in succession." After a brief pause, Yuga the Bonebreaker cautiously added, "They possess combat abilities, making it difficult to capture them alive. Hence I have brought them to you in this state." "Yuga, where did you find these humans?" Galun inquired. Yuga pondered for a moment before responding truthfully, "To the south, approximately 80 kilometers from our Broken Bone tribe." Galun remained silent, scrutinizing the humans while deep in thought. Humans? They appear to be a group, seemingly with a purpose for venturing into the frigid expanse of the far north, rather than stumbling into this place aimlessly. Galun sensed that their presence here might be connected to Morton. The old mage's escape to the far north had recently drawn many unfamiliar humans to this desolate and frigid land. "What type of humans do you prefer to consume? Please inform Yuga, and I shall endeavor to capture suitable ones for you next time." Yuga the Bonebreaker assumed that these humans did not meet Galun's taste. Hence Galun's contemplative demeanor, prompting him to muster the courage to ask. Galun replied, Somewhat resigned, I do not relish consuming humans. If you encounter ones that are particularly unique, you may attempt to capture them alive. For the ordinary ones, you may decide how to handle them. Yuga the Bonebreaker was taken aback, then slowly nodded. Yuga understands. What about the other 3 magical creatures? Do you find them acceptable? Yes, you have done well. You are an excellent subordinate. Galun praised Yuga the Bonebreaker, a rare compliment that brought joy to Yuga's face. It is an honor for Yuga to provide sustenance for my esteemed master. I shall strive to meet your expectations. Shortly thereafter, the ogres returned to the Broken Bone tribe. Galun stood at the edge of the dragon's lair, gazing southward at the vast mountain range, undulating like a dragon's spine. The recent frequent appearances of humans, along with the involvement of high-ranking mages and adult silver dragons, stirred unease within him. The humans captured by the ogres appeared to be scouts or similar. After much contemplation, Galun ultimately resolved to venture south himself to investigate the situation. Beneath the skies of the far north, a massive dragon, measuring 12 meters in length, soared at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Enveloped in a wispy cloud that made it appear as if it were merely a floating cloud from the ground, Galun prudently employed a spell akin to cloud concealment, shrouding his form within the mist. In this manner, when encountering humans, he would not be immediately detected by certain divination spells. Possessing extraordinary distance vision, he could easily spot them before they became aware of his presence, provided he concealed himself sufficiently. Departing from the icy cliff dragon's lair, he traversed the now-abandoned glacial territory and crossed the bowl-like ogre basin, where the ogres had not yet returned from their recent hunt, which had just benefited Galun. He had already advanced beyond the ogre basin, soaring further southward. As Galun gazed down from the sky, he gradually discerned that the ogre basin lay along a path conducive to movement, devoid of perilous ice crevices or towering snow-capped peaks. Thus, it appeared that the ease with which the ogres encountered humans was not entirely attributable to mere fortune. The Bonebreaker tribe, situated further south, ventured even deeper in pursuit of prey, reaching the fringes of the far northern ice plains, beyond which lay the undulating Dragonback Mountains. Moreover, without the ability to fly, many treacherous terrains of the far northern ice plains were ill-suited for movement. For beings such as humans or ogres, the viable paths were quite limited. Consequently, for the humans of the southern kingdoms wishing to enter the far northern ice plains, the likelihood of collision with ogres was considerably high. As time passed, Galun continued his southerly flight, and the Dragonback Mountains gradually came into clearer view. With unwavering focus, he could faintly perceive a verdant layer of dense forest draping the mountain's surface. Soon, he arrived above the location indicated by the ogres. It was situated near a low snow-capped mountain, more precisely, merely a mound of snow, resembling a gentle rise on the flat terrain. Through the mist, Galun's gaze darkened as he looked downward. Despite being at an altitude of 1,000 meters, his extraordinary distance vision allowed him to clearly see a rather chaotic ground marked by the scars of battle and frozen blood. This was the very site where the ogres had encountered the human party. A three-dimensional map began to materialize in Galun's mind, and he marked this location within it. Thanks to his photographic memory, the landscapes and terrains he had traversed remained vividly etched in his mind, gradually forming a comprehensive three-dimensional map as he explored the world. Some true dragons, therefore, developed a penchant for traversing the entire continent. Meanwhile, Galun caught a whiff of a distinctly human scent. His gaze sharpened. His wings unfurled with a powerful thrust, and he ascended rapidly. Once his view was unobstructed, he peered into the distance. Over 10 kilometers away, a swarm of small black dots, resembling ants, moved steadily and resolutely. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that surrounding these dense clusters were even smaller dots, seemingly scouting ahead. These were fully armed human warriors, numbering around 2,000. With a mere thought, he summoned forth a denser mist that enveloped him, blending seamlessly into the white expanse of the sky, rendering even the scales of a dragon invisible. Gradually, Galun adjusted his speed, avoiding any violent gusts, and began to glide towards the position of the human army. Such a grand assembly of human warriors, spellcasters, priests, and archers was to be expected. To evade detection, Galun soared high above, surrounded by a sea of clouds beneath the pristine, mirror-like sky. As he approached within sight of their formation, Galun scrutinized the unknown human army with keen interest. As he had surmised, their numbers were approximately 2,000, predominantly cavalry. Their mounts were no ordinary beasts. They emanated a faint elemental luminescence, possessing the bloodline of magical creatures, and maintained an admirable condition even in the frigid expanse of the far northern ice plains. These knights were tall and robust, clad in heavy iron armor, with large shields strapped to their backs and swords at their waists. Apart from the sound of marching feet, there was no other noise, and the disciplined formation exuded an air of lethal experience. Galun noticed the thorny emblem emblazoned on their attire, signifying their affiliation with the Duchy of Machia. Were these warriors dispatched to seek out the two high-ranking sorcerers who had already perished? Galun pondered quietly. The status of spellcasters has always been exalted, particularly that of high-ranking mages. Their alignment in warfare is often influenced by national ties or personal connections. A ruler would find it difficult to command a high-ranking mage without a compelling reason. Now, with two high-ranking mages fighting for the Duchy of Machia and having gone silent in the far northern ice plains, it was highly probable they had met their demise. To demonstrate the seriousness of the matter, it was imperative for Machia to send troops to investigate, regardless of the outcome. Ignoring the situation would invite scorn from the entire spellcasting community, leading to a continuous decline. In the continent of Noah, a nation without spellcasters holds no sway. Considering the frigid temperatures of the far northern ice plains, ordinary iron armor would hardly suffice. Merely surviving the journey would be a feat in itself. What struck Galun profoundly was that all these knights were equipped with magical artifacts. Their heavy armor was inscribed with runes, radiating a subtle elemental glow. Though standardized, the mere existence of magical items indicates a substantial cost, and for a duchy to muster a well-trained army of 2,000 would require considerable resources. Alternatively, it appeared they harbored a distinct objective beyond mere posturing. Galun wore a contemplative expression. The quality of equipment among this 2,000-strong force was exceptional. If it were merely a matter of showing intent, there would be no need to mobilize such elite troops. Summoning ordinary soldiers to honorably perish in the far northern ice plains would suffice. Moreover, at the forefront of the army stood a knight of extraordinary stature, towering over 2 meters, with a powerful physique reminiscent of a bear, truly an imposing figure. His entire face was enveloped within a metal helmet, revealing only a pair of composed brown eyes. Galun sensed a faint yet palpable threat emanating from this knight. The armor he donned was intricately engraved with runes, with some sections adorned by small, luminous magical crystals. It was highly likely that he was a formidable high-tier warrior, his physique as solid as steel. In the continent of Noah, the extraordinary power systems, apart from spellcasters, also relied on elemental energy. However, their methodologies starkly differed, with their means being considerably more simplistic compared to those of spellcasters. High-tier warriors, whether in status or prowess, struggled to rival high-tier mages. Were he a high-tier mage, the adversary might have already detected Galun's presence, for mages possess numerous means of detection, and evading their scrutiny with mere fog spells would be exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, this did not imply that high-tier warriors were weak. Among the ranks of heavily armored knights, there were also several spellcasters and priests, perpetually casting supportive spells to facilitate the army's advance. None of these individuals instilled any sense of trepidation in Galun. The sudden emergence of such a formidable army in the desolate northern ice fields left Galun slightly unnerved. However, both the two high-tier mages who had pursued him from the southern duchy and this powerful army had transcended the scope of mere pursuit. Pursuit aims to eliminate foes to preempt retaliation, yet deploying such a formidable force merely to slay Morton seemed unwarranted. The costs incurred far outweighed any potential gain. Unless Morton possessed something so invaluable that they were willing to pay such a price to obtain it. Galun flicked his tongue, feeling the spatial ring beneath it. The red flame staff harbored considerable intrigue. What could the source of that elusive connection be? For the time being, Galun suppressed his thoughts regarding the red flame staff and continued to observe the human army. The vast expanse of the northern ice fields rendered their 2,000-strong contingent relatively insignificant. Yet Galun concealed himself within the mist, keenly tracking their movement. As he turned his head, surveying the surrounding terrain from above, he contemplated the possible routes this human army might take. As time trickled by, Galun's expression gradually darkened. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely traverse the Ogre Basin. However, that was not his primary concern. He observed the spellcasters within the army closing their eyes, employing some form of divination spell. Upon opening their eyes, they indicated a direction, resolutely steering towards the Ogre Basin. A divination spell of foresight guided them as they followed the breadcrumbs left by Morton, making it inevitable that they would soon locate the Ice Cliff Dragon's lair. Amos and Lilith had been taken to the ogre territory, and the simplistic minds of the ogres harbored no intention of concealing their tracks. Thus, any astute individual employing spells for investigation could easily follow their trail. A well-armed elite army of 2,000, among which are numerous extraordinary warriors and spellcasters, leaves Galun feeling uncertain of victory. This formidable force, comprised of exceptional beings capable of tearing apart fierce beasts, possesses the strength to slay dragons with ease, even without reaching 1,000. Should the White Dragon Lady witness such a formidable army, she would undoubtedly flee in terror at the first encounter. While dragons can soar through the skies, the spellcasters among this army wield aerial suppression spells that could drag a great dragon from the heavens to the ground. All the spellcasters within the ranks have means to counter airborne foes. Yet, despite Galun's swiftness, should his flight be impeded, his desire to escape would render him vulnerable, unless the vicinity was already ensnared with traps and barriers. Nevertheless, the prospect of his flight being easily curtailed greatly displeased Galun. He had no means to counter the skylocking spell. It became clear to him that he must seek a means of flight that remains unaffected by such spells. Otherwise, he would forever be restrained and cautious. Thus, after observing the army's movements for half an hour, he chose not to recklessly engage them alone, but instead concealed himself within the mist and began his retreat. While the advantages of such a large group include mutual protection and a reduced risk of ambush, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Their speed is dictated by the slowest among them, resulting in a sluggish advance. The journey across the vast icy expanse to reach the Icecliff Dragon lair would take considerable time. Before they arrive at their destination, Galun had ample opportunity to gather his kin and devise a preemptive strike. He was unwilling to relinquish the territory he had only just stabilized. For should the human army discover the relics of Morton in his possession, war would be inevitable. Galun preferred not to remain idle, rather than await their approach. He sought to take the initiative, summoning his loyal subjects, the frost spirits, the terror lizards, the white hounds, and the ogres. He amassed a considerable force, ready to be deployed in such a time of need. Upon passing the ogre basin, Galun paused. Yuga Bonebreaker had just returned with a contingent of ogres, and upon seeing Galun, they regarded him with puzzled expressions, uncertain of his purpose for being there. Galun descended to a lower altitude, gazing intently at Yuga Bonebreaker, and commanded in a grave tone, "Gather all combat-capable members of the Bonebreaker tribe and proceed to the Icecliff territory. Await my orders for an impending battle against the human army." Yuga Bonebreaker, sensing the seriousness in Galun's demeanor, felt a chill of apprehension and replied, "As you command. The warriors of the Bonebreaker tribe shall fight for you." The sudden nature of the summons left Yuga unaware of the reasons behind it. Yet he knew that obeying Galun's orders was paramount. With a roar, the ogres brandished their massive weapons, their excitement palpable at the prospect of engaging in battle with humans. Named ogres, yet having scarcely encountered humans throughout their existence, they now exhibited a palpable excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervent martial spirit. Not long after, Galun returned to the Ice Cliff territory, gathering the frost spirits of the far north, and imparted the news of the impending war. He instructed the hunting teams to refrain from venturing out, consolidating their strength and remaining vigilant. The number of combat-capable frost spirits stood at approximately 150, while the total count of newborns exceeded 300, yet they were devoid of combat prowess. Each frost spirit equated to a novice spellcaster of around the second ring, albeit with limited capabilities, rendering them significantly weaker than their typical counterparts. In contrast, the formidable terror lizards numbered 90, while the more commonplace white hunting dogs exceeded 400 in number. When compared to the elite human army, which had undergone rigorous training and adhered to strict discipline, the frost spirits and their allies struggled to coordinate effectively. Nevertheless, they constituted a force capable of inflicting considerable trouble upon their adversaries. After a spell of time, the ogres of the bone-crushing tribe trudged into the Ice Cliff territory, bearing their fearsome weapons, and congregated with the other kin. Simultaneously, as if sensing the heavy atmosphere, the ferocious frost tiger emerged from its lair, letting out a thunderous roar before approaching Galun, its eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glint. Observing this, Galun affectionately stroked the frost tiger's head, murmuring, "Patience, there will come a time when your prowess is needed." The frost tiger harbored an intense desire for carnage. Frequently returning from hunts, marked by injuries and spoils, its temperament far more savage compared to Galun's other kin. It exhibited a singular affinity for Galun, while the rest of his kin dared not approach the ferocious beast. Once all the kin had assembled, rather than leading them away from the ice cliff territory, Galun returned to the dragon's nest, his mind conjuring the geography of the far north ice fields. Through deducing the army's trajectory, he meticulously selected suitable ambush sites. Given the relatively slow pace of the human army, he had ample time at his disposal. Unbeknownst to the human forces, they had become the target of a dragon's gaze. Preferring the element of surprise to the conventional clash of armies, dragons, particularly white dragons, thrived on stealthy ambushes. White dragons were masters of hunting. Possessing unparalleled skills as icefield hunters, adept at identifying the most advantageous locations for ambushes, Galun was no exception. With a claw extended, he absent-mindedly sketched a rudimentary map upon the crystalline ice surface, depicting valleys, snow-capped peaks, and lakes. Minutes later, Galun's gaze sharpened. As his claw circled a specific point on the map, a steep snow-capped mountain nearly 1,000 meters high. At that moment, a familiar draconic aura surged forth, provoking another round of displeased growls from the fierce frost tiger. Luna's arrival prompted Galun to wonder whether she could lend her assistance. He turned his gaze toward the entrance of the dragon's nest. In the heart of the dragon's lair, the silver dragoness Luna, with her golden hair and pale skin, gracefully stood before Galun, her lips adorned with a gentle smile as she gazed up at him. She extended her delicate hand, cradling a stone that resembled a vivid red gem. The stone's contours mimicked that of a coiled dragon, its intricate scales and sharp horns vividly apparent, exuding a potent aura of true draconic essence. This was the Dragon Soul Stone. Galun felt an overwhelming allure emanating from the Dragon Soul Stone, a primal temptation rooted in the instinct of dragons. Even without knowledge of its effects, he instinctively recognized it as a rare treasure. He fixated on the stone, overtaken by an impulse to seize it and consume it whole. Noticing Galun's captivated gaze, Luna shook the Dragon Soul Stone playfully, tilting her head back as she melodiously inquired, "Have you given it some thought? Hand over Morton's notes, and this Dragon Soul Stone shall be yours." Her demeanor radiated confidence, devoid of any concern that Galun might attempt to snatch it away, a trait characteristic of an adult silver dragon. Galun withdrew his gaze from the stone and produced the 16 notebooks, placing them within the palm of her claw. However, he refrained from handing them directly to Luna. After a moment's contemplation, he pondered, "Luna, you previously mentioned that aside from the Dragon Soul Stone, you would assist me once more. Is that still the case?" Without hesitation, Luna nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Of course, I always fulfill my promises." Anticipating Galun's need for her assistance, she added, "But as I mentioned before, I will not engage in acts of oppression against the weak. I will only agree to matters I deem just and virtuous." Galun remained silent as he relinquished the 16 notebooks to her. In turn, Luna offered the Dragon Soul Stone back to him. Upon grasping the stone, a deep yearning to devour it surged within Galun, every cell in his body resonating with desire. Yet, he understood that this was not the opportune moment. The process of slumbering evolution typically requires considerable time, and the use of the Dragon Soul Stone would undoubtedly prolong that slumber. With the human army approaching rapidly, he needed to address the immediate threats before he could utilize the stone. "Do you require my assistance now?" Luna asked, her spirits lifted upon receiving Morton's notes. Her voice tinged with joy. Galun did not deny her inquiry, responding, "Indeed. With the aid of an adult silver dragon, I wouldn't need to be so cautious. I could easily confront her directly, and together we could effortlessly vanquish the 2,000 human soldiers." A hint of curiosity danced on Luna's lips as she inquired, "What is it?" "I will listen before deciding." Galun carefully considered his words before revealing. "An army from a human principality has crossed the Dragon Ridge Mountains and is now encroaching upon the frigid expanse of the far north." Luna paused momentarily, taken aback by the mention of the human army. Garen's voice was deep as he continued, "They belong to the Duchy of Mashia. You can surely deduce their purpose for coming." Luna furrowed her brow, remaining silent and lost in thought. The Duchy of Mashia had obliterated Morton's homeland and was relentless in their pursuit, unwilling to spare even 2 children, chasing them to the farthest frozen tundras. Confronting such a nefarious nation would not contravene your principles. After speaking, Garen observed Luna's reaction. The benevolent and righteous silver dragon appeared troubled, and after a few moments of hesitation, she shook her head and replied, "I'm sorry, Garen, I cannot acquiesce." Pausing, she added, "Humans are complex, and their wars are similarly intricate. I do not intervene in the conflicts of human nations. Aiding either side is never the right course of action, unlike the chromatic dragons, who are often swayed by self-interest to engage in human warfare for profit. She, as a powerful silver dragon, believed that aligning with one faction would inevitably lead to the oppression of the other. Luna declined Garen's request, but Garen, having anticipated her response, felt no disappointment. Metallic dragons are known for their steadfast adherence to principles. Once they have made a determination, it is challenging to alter. Garen refrained from pressing further and countered, "I understand your perspective, but what if this army were to find you and demand the surrender of Morton's descendants? What would you do?" At this, Luna smiled gently and said, "If anyone seeks to provoke the dignity of the silver dragon, I would not hesitate to make them pay a heavy price." Her voice exuded immense confidence. No human would dare to challenge a metallic dragon. Should they discover that Morton's ally is indeed an adult silver dragon, they would have to be mad to initiate an attack against Luna. Not to mention, facing an adult silver dragon and her numerous offspring would render them hopeless. One must not underestimate human combat prowess. There have been young dragons who have met their demise at the hands of humans due to arrogance. If you are resolute in your decision to combat human forces, seeking assistance from other dragons is not a matter of disgrace. Luna lingered for only a brief moment before gracefully departing after offering a suggestion to Garen. Within the icy lair, Garen sank into contemplation. Other dragons? The number need not be large, with just one more adult true dragoness assistance, regardless of its kind. Garen felt entirely confident that he could permanently entrap that human army in the far northern ice fields with little effort. To be prudent, he carefully considered Luna's suggestion. The crystal dragon and the white dragon might not wish to involve themselves, but Garen was well aware of the nature of ordinary white dragons. They would do anything for profit, lacking any moral boundaries. He now knew of 3 white dragons, the most familiar being the white dragon matriarch and 2 others unknown to him. Garen had already formed a plan in his mind. Compared to the completely unfamiliar 2 white dragons, he was far more inclined to converse with the white dragon matriarch. Moreover, with the existence of temporal markers, he could easily locate the position of the white dragon lady, although he had previously robbed her, instilling a sense of hostility within her. He knew that as long as Galun promised to share the spoils, she would undoubtedly accept his invitation with enthusiasm. Galun understood her all too well. She was both lazy and covetous of treasure, possessing a profound vanity. Now that a human army had finally appeared, if she were to learn of it, she would likely set aside her grievances temporarily and agree to collaborate with him. With his eyes gently closed, Galun attuned himself to the location of the temporal markers, approximately 400 miles to the northeast of the ice cliff dragon nest. Given his speed of movement, this distance was not daunting. It was sufficient for him to make a round trip to his ideal ambush site before the human army arrived, even leaving ample time to spare. He wondered if the white dragon lady had accumulated a little treasure trove again. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on the white dragon lady any longer. His resentment towards her had largely dissipated. Had he not been expelled with a cold, unyielding, and threatening demeanor, he would not have resorted to such violent means to seize her treasures. Bidding farewell to the white dragon lady, Galun followed the sensation of the temporal markers and swiftly departed from the ice cliff territory, racing northeastward while leaving a white streak and a howling, frigid wind in his wake. Before leaving, he briefed Roy Ice River and Yuga Bone Crusher on the details of the ambush, instructing them to lead their kin towards the ambush site. In comparison to the heavily armored human army, which had only just entered the far north tundra, these creatures, native to the icy expanse, moved swiftly and excelled at stealth and camouflage, especially the ferocious frost tigers. This 10-meter-long beast was imposing and heavy, yet it could move without making a sound, possessing remarkable stealth abilities. High above, in the 1,000-meter altitude, the biting cold wind sliced against Galun's scales, invigorating him without any adverse effects. He gazed down at the scenery below, his eyes scanning like radar, gradually enriching his mental map of the far north tundra while noting the locations of formidable creatures. For instance, a pack of winter wolves. The appearance of winter wolves was not markedly different from that of ordinary white wolves found in snowy terrains. They were larger, but still measured less than 3 meters in length. From a distance, they appeared to be a mere group of inconsequential magical beings. However, underestimating them would lead to a dreadfully steep cost, often one's life. Winter wolves were highly intelligent magical creatures, capable of speaking both the common tongue and the language of giants. They were cunning, clever, powerful, and united, even earning the title of Lords of the Tundra due to their perilous nature, which often surpassed that of the white dragon or frost giants. They were the most dangerous wolf pack in the far north tundra, capable of unleashing a chilling breath akin to that of a frost dragon and possessing numerous spell-like abilities. If this pack of winter wolves were to become his allies, the human army would be marching to their doom. Galun had set his sights on this pack of winter wolves. However, such highly intelligent wolves are difficult to tame. The aloof winter wolf does not regard the dragon as its superior. It has resolved to seize an opportunity in the future, for the present moment is not opportune. Journeying northeast, Galun encountered numerous intelligent species, magical creatures, demi-humans, and humanoid tribes. In addition to the winter wolves, there were formidable minotaurs, trolls, and a barbaric tribe of 1,000 souls inhabiting the icy plains. The creatures of this region appeared to possess greater strength than those Galun had previously encountered. If they could be united, they would be capable of establishing an unparalleled city for the denizens of the ice plains. Before long, Galun arrived at the new territory of the White Dragon Matriarch, where he sensed the familiar faint aura of a true dragon at the periphery. This area comprised a rugged and perilous mountain range, with towering peaks blanketed in pristine snow, where he could vaguely discern some lairs of icy creatures. The new lair of the White Dragon was nestled within these mountains, neither too high nor too low. The position of the time marker remained unchanged, leading Galun to anticipate that the White Dragon Matriarch was indulging in a deep slumber within her lair. With her small treasury depleted, it was amusing to Galun that she still found time to sleep. The Platinum Dragon's gaze shifted toward the sensed location of the lair. In the next moment, the dragon's might belonging to Galun surged forth like a tide, swiftly reaching its destination. At the apex of a snow-capped peak, within a rather crude cave, the White Dragon Matriarch lay with her eyes closed, deeply asleep, her expression occasionally shifting to one of clenched teeth, as if she were beset by troubling nightmares. Galun's younger dragon siblings were nearby, embroiled in a scuffle, their claws unrelentingly striking at one another. Meanwhile, a tempestuous wave of dragon might swept over them, halting their movements simultaneously, leaving them rigid and shivering, as the fear of their elder brother loomed in their minds. Galun had returned. Tom's eyelids drooped. Since relocating, the White Dragon Matriarch's mood had soured significantly, resembling a state of self-abandonment. She neither expelled the formidable creatures within her territory nor sought to reign in her kin, providing only the occasional morsel for the young dragons to stave off starvation, spending most of her time in slumber. With the presence of frost giants nearby, the young dragons dared not venture out for hunting, and their days grew increasingly grim, often enduring hunger. In the next moment, the dragon might swept over the body of the White Dragon Matriarch. Initially, she trembled but did not awaken. However, moments later, as if suddenly recalling something, her eyes shot open, and she sat up, her expression a mixture of anger and fear as she gazed toward the cave's entrance. Having just seized my territory, do you wish to take it from me once more? Galun, do not presume that I am afraid of you. The clear voice of the dragon echoed from the White Dragon Matriarch's lips. On the other side, Galun heard the words of the White Dragon Lady, realizing that she was afraid of him, which made him smile faintly. With a flick of his dragon wings, he descended and, guided by the temporal mark, accurately located the new lair of the White Dragon Lady. Compared to her comfortable nest on the 500-meter ice cliff, her new home was considerably more modest. Its edges uneven, the view obstructed by taller snow-capped mountains, and both the floor and walls were unrefined, appearing rough and rugged. It seemed a bit pitiable. Galun strode into the dragon's den without hesitation, surveying the surroundings with an odd expression. At the same time, he spotted the White Dragon Lady and her younger dragon siblings, whom he had not seen for some time. The slender and somewhat graceful White Dragon Lady now appeared somewhat enraged, panting heavily as she stared unblinkingly at Galun. Her gaze filled with animosity, albeit with a hint of a paper tiger-esque bravado. Rest assured, I hold a deep affection for the ice cliff lair and have no interest in your little cave, Galun remarked casually, disregarding the hostility in the White Dragon Lady's eyes. Upon hearing his words, The White Dragon Lady became even angrier, feeling that Galun had come specifically to humiliate and mock her. Then leave at once, Galun. I do not welcome you, she snapped, simultaneously shifting her body as if attempting to shield her treasures from his view. In truth, this was not her new lair. She had resided here for a period when she first entered her youth as a dragon before moving to the Ice Cliff lair. The White Dragon Lady had prudently concealed a portion of her treasures here, a meager amount that had now become her sole solace. However, her unusual behavior only piqued Galun's curiosity. Peering closely, he caught glimpses of several sparkling gems and some rough gold or through the gaps in her body. Seeing that Galun had discovered her dwindling trove, the White Dragon Lady immediately assumed a defensive posture, baring her sharp claws and exclaiming in exasperation, "If you lay a finger on my treasures, I will fight you. These are all I have left." Galun chuckled softly, choosing not to regard her precious items. "Salia, such trifles do not even warrant my attention." The White Dragon Lady snorted, exhaling a puff of frosty air, and remained on guard. "What is your purpose here?" "An ambush," he replied. "What? A human army? How dare these wretched crawlers venture into the farthest reaches of the frozen north?" After hearing Galun's intentions, the White Dragon Lady disdainfully expelled a breath of frost, her words dripping with contempt for humanity. Her attitude reminded Galun of Luna's recent words. Many young dragons had perished at the hands of humans due to their pride, and the White Dragon Lady embodied this type of youthful dragon, looking down upon nearly all other beings except for fellow dragons, believing that only true dragons were noble and exalted, while others were fit to grovel at their feet. To be precise, it was a human army capable of easily dispatching you. Galun continued, under the watchful gaze of the White Dragon Lady. This human army is predominantly composed of cavalry, extraordinary warriors clad in rune-imbued heavy armor, far from the ordinary humans you might envision. After patiently elucidating the true composition of the opposing force, the haughty demeanor of the White Dragon Lady softened slightly. "Umph, you have just seized my territory and treasures. And now you expect my assistance? Galun, given our past grievances, do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Regardless, I, Salia, shall never fight alongside you." She glared at Galun, her face reflecting a blatant mockery, as if to deride his misunderstanding of the situation. Galun, unfazed, recognized the White Dragon Lady's notoriously obstinate nature. With a chuckle, he replied, "A highly elite army of 2,000, armed with rune-heavy armor and magical equipment wielded by spellcasters, along with a plethora of treasures they carry, would yield a bountiful spoil sufficient to fill your little lair." The White Dragon Lady flicked her wings, instinctively extending her neck in a display of barely contained agitation. Her eyes gleamed with an emerald light, betraying an undeniable hunger. Seeing her interest piqued, Galun shifted his tone to one tinged with regret, stating, "I merely extended this invitation out of a sense of past camaraderie. Since you are reluctant to participate, consider it as if I never came. Until we meet again." With that, he turned away, devoid of sentiment. The White Dragon Lady's face contorted with internal conflict, and just as Galun reached the precipice of her lair, poised to depart, she could no longer restrain herself and called out, "Wait, I have changed my mind." Galun halted, turning back in surprise. "What prompted this change of heart? Did you not just assert that, given our history, you would never ally with me? I have decided to seek collaboration with other white dragons, so I shall not trouble you further," she declared, lifting her head and slamming her claw against the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath her. As if to assert her might, "I, Salia, am the most powerful white dragon of the far north ice fields. My willingness to assist you is based on our blood ties. You need only share half of the spoils with me." Galun refrained from further undermining her fragile pride. However, regarding the distribution of spoils, he did not directly acquiesce to her demand for half. "Dividing it equally is out of the question. We shall allocate based on merit. The treasures belonging to the enemies you vanquish will be yours." The White Dragon Lady pondered briefly, finding no fault in this arrangement, agreed. Though defeated by Galun, she did not harbor the belief that she was considerably weaker. In fact, she felt somewhat bewildered by her loss, still unable to comprehend how Galun had triumphed. "Now that you have resolved to join, we must not delay. Let us depart at once." With a powerful stroke of his wings, Galun ascended rapidly into the sky. The White Dragon Lady's face lit up with excitement as she swiftly followed him into the air. As two dragons soared high into the sky, one following the other, Three nearly overlooked young hatchlings exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. In the frigid winds of the upper atmosphere, Galun flew ahead, while the white dragoness observed his comparatively smaller form with a scowl of displeasure. She realized, despite her utmost efforts, that her speed could not surpass Galun's, and she remained unable to overtake him. Initially, the white dragoness was skeptical, believing that Galun would not be able to maintain his pace for long. However, as time passed, his speed showed no signs of diminishing, consistently keeping him ahead of her. Frustrated, the white dragoness abruptly flapped her wings with renewed vigor, significantly increasing her speed. Yet, Galun, maintaining his lead, also accelerated slightly, preserving a distance of several body lengths between them. Galun glanced back at the white dragoness, who was gritting her teeth and fervently flapping her wings, fully aware of her intentions. Currently, Galun's accelerated state allowed him to move at 5 times his normal speed, consuming the power of time when activated. However, at his regular pace, the river of time enveloped him as he moved forward, incurring no expenditure, akin to a permanent passive ability. In a straight line through the air, with no obstacles in sight, the two dragons moved swiftly. Before they reached their ambush location, they encountered the returning army of followers along the way. The ferocious frost tiger immediately sensed Galun's gaze, raising its head to look into the sky. Upon noticing the white dragoness beside Galun, it instantly became alert, letting out a thunderous roar. The white dragoness cast a disapproving glance downward and released her draconic aura. The frost tiger felt the weight of her presence, but quickly broke free of its influence, continuing to roar incessantly. "Galun, your followers seem to lack sufficient respect for true dragons," she remarked, her voice laced with disdain. Were it not for Galun's presence, the white dragoness would have certainly torn apart the provocative frost tiger. Galun replied nonchalantly, "It is a ferocious breed, not particularly intelligent. As my follower, it need only respect me." The white dragoness once had her own followers, whom she had taken with her when departing from the Ice Cliff territory. However, in her wrath, she had consumed them, and since arriving in a new environment, she had yet to re-establish her following. Without the slower followers accompanying her, the white dragoness and Galun arrived at their destination first. Gazing at the snow-capped ambush site chosen by Galun, the white dragoness nodded and remarked in an expert tone, "This place is indeed well suited for a surprise attack, Galun. It seems you possess some skill after all." Galun thought to himself that the white dragoness appeared to have forgotten the incident of her defeat at his hands. For hours later, the army of followers also reached the location, climbing the snowy mountain to gather before Galun. Meanwhile, the extreme northern tundra favored its native creatures, as a significant snowfall began to descend at that moment. Initially, it began as a mere flurry, yet within a matter of minutes, it transformed into a vast expanse of snow, blanketing the world in white. The howling winds swept through, obscuring the forms of the two white dragons and their numerous kin. In the extreme northern tundra, snowfall was a perennial occurrence. Such weather was, in fact, quite ordinary. Galun glanced skyward and silently expressed gratitude for the favorable conditions. He exchanged a knowing glance with the white dragon, both intuitively invoking the art of cloud concealment. In matters of ambush, their thought processes were nearly identical. Two billowing masses of mist unfurled, enveloping Galun's followers and masking their aura, characteristic of magical beings. Meanwhile, the colossal white dragon lay prostrate atop the snow-capped mountain, merging seamlessly with the swirling clouds and snowstorm, its platinum eyes occasionally blinking as it patiently surveyed the scene below. Roxa was a warrior, a battle-hardened champion who had risked his life countless times for the Duchy of Mashia. Born in the slums of a subordinate city within the duchy, he endured relentless bullying, being the offspring of a mother abducted by Highland barbarians. From a young age, he witnessed the darkness and malice of humanity. His fortunes changed when a young Duke Thorn, passing by fortuitously, took him back to the capital of Mashia, where he underwent rigorous training to become a soldier. To repay Duke Thorn's kindness, Roxa was always the first to charge into battle for his country, unafraid of death or pain, gradually evolving into the most formidable warrior of the Duchy of Mashia through the crucible of blood and fire. Titles such as Iron Helm, Duke Thorn's General, and the Mashia Wolf were bestowed upon him, some reverent, others scornful. Among them, he cherished the moniker Mashia Wolf, earned from a campaign that decimated an army of 10,000. His overall prowess ranked just below a few high-ranking mages of Mashia. But he was now the foremost champion of the duchy, for the high-ranking mages had perished. Originally, the duchy of Mashia boasted 3 high-ranking mages. One fell in battle against the duchy of Walker, a conflict that sealed Mashia's victory. The other 2 met their demise, buried beneath the icy expanse of the extreme north. Morton's ability to slay 2 high-ranking mages implied either mutual destruction or a near-fatal encounter. Roxa was aware of this, yet his heart was heavy. Rumors suggested that Morton had a powerful friend in his youth, likely a silver dragon masquerading as a human, who had departed from society to venture into the extreme north. Morton's resolute flight to the tundra, coupled with prophetic spells that indicated the presence of a dragon in this affair, bolstered the credibility of these tales. This 2,000-strong army comprised the most elite warriors of the Duchy of Mashia, assembled with the singular purpose of dragon slaying. Even though they were acutely aware that their adversary was likely a full-grown silver dragon, and the chances of success were minuscule, potentially leading to their demise, Roxa still obeyed Duke Thorn's command and led the troops bravely into the frigid northern wilderness, attacking an adult silver dragon. Even if one were to succeed by sheer luck, would inevitably invite the wrathful retaliation of the metallic dragons once the deed is revealed. However, the Duchy of Mashia finds itself in a precarious crisis, with no room to contemplate the future. War is a double-edged sword. The protracted battle in the south has engulfed the region in chaos, with smoke and strife stretching far and wide. The participants are not limited to the Duchy of Walker and the Duchy of Mashia. Other voracious predators, driven by hunger, greedily eye every living presence around them. Stripped of its high-ranking mages, and having recently suffered the ravages of war, the Duchy of Mashia has transformed from a formidable force into a soft target that everyone wishes to exploit, standing on the precipice of disaster. The most dire aspect is that despite the heavy toll paid, the most valuable spoils within the Duchy of Walker remain unattainable. A treasure trove exists, yet access is barred. Should they fail to reclaim what was taken by Morton, the Duchy of Mashia would lose its sole chance at a turnaround. A significant decline in national strength would be the best-case scenario, while the more likely outcome mirrors that of the Duchy of Walker, complete annihilation amidst the smoke of war, leading to the displacement of its populace. To avert such a horrifying fate, the Duchy of Mashia has mobilized an elite force, braving immense risks to venture into the far northern ice plains, prepared to take a desperate gamble. Rasha, the adult silver dragon, gazed up at the increasingly heavy snowfall, his heart weighed down by a profound sense of unease. Although he had never encountered an adult silver dragon, the Duchy of Mashia had expended considerable resources to enlist the aid of a youthful red dragon over 70 years old, which had decisively turned the tide in the high-stakes battlefield. Rasha had seen that red dragon, whose aura was imbued with heat and danger, instilling fear in those who beheld it. The biting cold wind, mixed with feather-like, diamond-shaped snowflakes, struck against Rasha's heavy armor, repelled by the flickering runes adorning its surface. Despite the frigid weather and the raging storm, the human army pressed onward, their pace undeterred, bolstered by magical equipment and the support of spellcasters. The war in the south raged on. If anyone were to discover the current vulnerability and weakness of the Duchy of Mashia before their mission was complete, the repercussions would be dire. As time elapsed, the human army gradually delved deeper into the far northern ice plains, the distant Dragon's Pine Mountains fading into mere shadowy outlines against the blinding white expanse of snow. Behind the visor of his metallic helmet, only his eyes were visible, reflecting Rasha's somber expression as he remained silent. For reasons unknown, his unease intensified. His battle-hardened experiences had always led him to trust his instincts. On the brutal battlefield, there were often moments when thought was a luxury he could not afford, forcing him to rely solely on instinctive judgment. One fleeting moment of deliberation could mean the enemy's blade piercing his heart. Had the adult silver dragon already detected our presence? Rasha furrowed his brow. It is unlikely that the silver dragon, given its temperament, would take much notice of our intentions until we strike first. As the leader of this army, the hope of the Mashia Duchy, Rasha felt an immense burden, as if a weighty mountain rested upon his shoulders. After some contemplation, Rasha summoned the highest-ranking spellcaster in this force, a seasoned mid-level mage of the Fifth Circle. This mage, well-versed in the school of abjuration, had fought alongside Rasha on numerous occasions, and they had saved each other's lives, forging a profound bond. Copofil, I sense a disquiet within me. As a spellcaster, Your mental acuity surpasses mine. Have you perceived any anomalies? Coppofiel, clad in a deep yellow robe, adorned with streaks of gray in his beard, appeared to be around 60 years of age. Yet, he radiated vitality, his complexion vibrant and luminous. The biting cold wind that encircled him was repelled by an unseen magical barrier, leaving him untouched. In response to Rosh's inquiry, he cast his gaze about, eyes shimmering with arcane light, and shook his head. No, he replied, pausing momentarily before adding, yet, like you, I harbor an unsettling feeling. It is as if an invisible threat is drawing near, and we remain oblivious to it. After a brief moment of reflection, Coppofiel conjured a spell that released a circular wave of magical energy, enveloping the knights around them. A subtle glow of protective enchantment enveloped them, enhancing their magical resistance and providing a degree of preparedness against sudden assaults of arcane power. While its effect was not overwhelmingly strong, its extensive coverage and prolonged duration were advantageous. Once the spell was cast, Coppofiel retrieved a magical crystal from his spatial ring, swiftly replenishing his expended magical energy to maintain his peak condition. Nevertheless, the unease that lingered in both their hearts did not dissipate despite the protective enchantments. They exchanged a glance, each perceiving the weight of concern reflected in the other's eyes.